Chapter 0001, Sign-in System, Foundation Stone, Island Tablet. What? What is going on here? Xiao Yi stared at the endless sea before him, feeling a bit dazed. Looking down, he saw a small island about 2 meters square beneath his feet. Next to him stood a tree, a rock, and a tablet, along with a tattered fishing net carelessly tossed on the beach. Nothing more. Xiao Yi racked his brain, trying to understand how he ended up in this place. He remembered being in the office as a quality operations specialist, reporting to his beautiful boss. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed in the sky, like a flashbang going off across the entire map. When his vision cleared, he found himself here. The tree and rock were ordinary, and the tattered fishing net was nothing special either. So, he took a step toward the black stone tablet in the center and was surprised to find a screen on it. What is this? Xiao Yi examined the screen closely. There were 5 taskbars: public channel, private channel, trading hall, map, and build. He clicked on the map taskbar, wanting to know what kind of place he was in. The map opened, showing only a bright spot with a circular area around it lit up. Is this my island's location? Why can't I see anything else? Xiao Yi frowned, pondering, what use is this map? He then clicked on the other 4 taskbars in turn, only to find them all empty. This interface looks like a game interface. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Suddenly, the stone tablet lit up. Xiao Yi nervously stepped back but, seeing nothing unusual, leaned in closer to take a better look. Words appeared on the public channel. What's going on? How did I suddenly end up at sea? As this message appeared, it stirred up a flurry of responses in the public channel. Yeah, same question. I haven't even had breakfast. I'm starving. Can someone explain? I'm terrified. This tiny place will be completely submerged by a wave. I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Why? Seeing the content in the public channel, Xiao Yi realized he was not the only one who had ended up in this damned sea. Stop wasting time. Quickly go salvage the supply crates on the sea. They contain the resources we need. Someone suddenly said in the public channel. After that message appeared, the public channel quieted down significantly, as many people likely went to look for supply crates. Xiao Yi hurried to the water's edge and indeed saw a crate about a cubic meter away. How do I get it over here? He noticed a fishing net nearby. Is this a test of our survival skills? Never mind, for now, he just needed to ensure his survival. Xiao Yi picked up the fishing net. However, looking at the net in his hands, he had no idea how to use it. He was just an ordinary office worker. He had no expertise in casting nets. Let's give it a try. Xiao Yi lifted the fishing net and threw it with all his might toward the supply crate. The net flew through the air like a tangled mass and landed next to the crate, slowly sinking into the sea. It didn't spread out at all. Try again. It was still just a tangled mess flying out. Again. Still the same. Do I have to swim over? Xiao Yi frowned, but he could only dog paddle, and he wasn't very good at it. In a swimming pool, he could manage a few splashes, but in the ocean? Forget it. Swimming over might get him killed even faster. Xiao Yi looked closer at the water's edge and found that even the shallow areas seemed bottomless. Was this island just a cylindrical protrusion from the ocean floor? Ding. Sign-in system activated. Just as Xiao Yi was in distress, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What? Sign-in? System? Xiao Yi was already bewildered by the series of unusual events. Sign-in successful. You have obtained an automatic fishing net. Xiao Yi was momentarily stunned. Is this some kind of fishing net madness? Where is the automatic fishing net? The items obtained from sign-in will be stored in the system space. Please collect them yourself. Another voice chimed in. System space? Xiao Yi's eyes widened. A system. Although he was still a bit dazed, Xiao Yi understood that he had hit the jackpot. Retrieve the automatic fishing net, he said, and suddenly a small vehicle appeared before him. Automatic fishing net, S-grade tool. Just set its patrol route and target items, and it can capture targets within a 320-meter radius of the route. Xiao Yi's eyes widened again. The small vehicle displayed information, and he hurriedly looked at the other items. Tattered fishing net, grade tool. This net is already worn out and unreliable prey that whatever it catches doesn't escape. Maximum capture radius, 10 meters. Palm tree, can be chopped down for some wood, leaves, and bark. Stone can be mined for some stone blocks. Island tablet, having it will make development much easier. Losing it will hinder progress unless you become strong enough to not need it. However, for safety, you should protect it. All the items displayed descriptions, but the one defined as the island tablet left Xiao Yi puzzled. Although he didn't know whether the sudden information on the items was due to the system, he knew it was time to get moving. He quickly walked over to the automatic fishing net and began setting its patrol route. For now, it would patrol the edge of the 2 square meter island, with the target set as the supply crate. He used the vehicle's built-in camera to take a picture of the nearest supply crate. With the image, the automatic fishing net could identify the target and capture it. After setting it up, he activated it. The automatic fishing net immediately sprang into action. Whoosh! A net suddenly shot out from the square belly of the vehicle, like a large mouth, accurately ensnaring the nearest supply crate and pulling it back in under 10 seconds. This automatic one is so convenient. Xiao Yi sighed. He had just struggled to throw a net, and now he could just stand by and watch the machine do the work. Once the crate was pulled to the shore, the net automatically retracted, and the automatic fishing net emitted a series of beeping sounds before continuing its patrol. Xiao Yi rushed to the supply crate. Supply crate, what you get depends on luck. Pray for good fortune. He peeled away the waterproof tape and opened the crate. Obtained, foundation stone X2, wood X2, mineral water 500 milliliters X2, bread 100 g X1. Good stuff. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the food and water. To survive, he needed food and water. Everything else was secondary. However, when he looked at the 2 foundation stones, his mindset shifted instantly. Foundation stone can expand the island's area by 1 square meter. Note, be sure to expand your island area as soon as possible. The seawater will submerge 1 square meter of the island area every week.
Chapter 0002, Expanding the Island, Graded apple soil. Upon encountering this information, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. With a rate of 1 square meter per week, this diminutive isle could only endure for a mere 4 weeks before being entirely submerged. The aftermath of such inundation was undoubtedly dire. A solitary individual adrift in the vast ocean, devoid of any peril, could likely sustain themselves for no more than 5 or 6 days. However, the myriad of creatures inhabiting the sea would certainly not allow one to drift in tranquility for that duration. How does one utilize this foundational stone? Xiao Yi pondered, furrowing his brow as he regarded the 2 small stones that could easily be grasped in one hand. He felt that tossing them into the ocean would render them lost without so much as a splash, making it implausible for them to expand the island's area by even a single square meter. Island monument, construction interface. The system seemed to respond to Xiao Yi's murmurings. Without hesitation, he grasped the 2 foundational stones and strode towards the island monument. At that moment, the public channel buzzed with lively chatter once more. What on earth is this? I'm no fisherman. I can't even use the fishing net, let alone cast it. Even if you are a fisherman, there's no hope. This fishing net is so tattered that even if you manage to catch something, it will slip through when you attempt to haul it back. I've already lost 3 catches. I don't think the distance is too great. Why not just swim over and push it back? Indeed, swimming seems far more reliable than using that wretched fishing net. I'm diving in first. Await my triumphant return. Xiao Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at their discourse, choosing to disregard their discussions as he navigated to the construction interface. The previously barren construction interface finally revealed its contents. Island expansion. Required materials. Foundation stone 1 per square meter. Stone axe. Required materials. Stone 1. Wood 1. Rope 1. Required materials 4. Wooden board. With 3. Only the option to expand the island illuminated, while the others remain dim, undoubtedly indicating a lack of materials. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi selected the first expansion option for the island. Consume 1 cornerstone to expand 1 square meter. Please confirm the expansion location. At that moment, a 3-dimensional image of the island appeared on the island monument interface, and Xiao Yi tapped the edge. Expansion successful. 1 cornerstone vanished from Xiao Yi's hand, and he turned to observe the location he had chosen for the expansion, discovering that an area of approximately 1 square meter had indeed materialized. What kind of contraption is this island monument? Xiao Yi marveled internally, as it completely subverted his worldview. Although it was astonishing, he had no alternative but to abide by the rules of this place. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yi used another cornerstone to expand the island. Now, his island had transformed from an initial 2-2 to a 2-3, taking on a rectangular shape. After completing the expansion, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. Has that fellow who swam back returned? I fear he may not, as I saw a shark near the supply box, making it impossible to dive. Can I wait for the supply box to be pushed ashore by the waves? Are you daydreaming? They only drift further away. The supply box that was closest to me has already floated even farther. Even if I were given a complete fishing net now, I wouldn't be able to reach it. At that moment, the person who had mentioned swimming over spoke again. Phew, I'm back. Bro, did you really push the supply box back? Push? No way. There's a 2-meter-long sea snake near the supply box. Although I couldn't tell if it was venomous, I dared not approach. That's it then. I sense that each supply box is surrounded by dangerous marine creatures. What shall we do? I'm so hungry. I'm so thirsty. I have an idea. You can trade the fishing nets to me. 2 tattered fishing nets should combine to form a complete one, and once I catch the supplies, I can trade it back for free. If you trust me, initiate the trade. If not, forget it. The person who had previously claimed to be a fisherman spoke up again in the public channel. Xiao Yi couldn't help but glance at his ID, Li Yu. The reason for not mentioning it as the person's name is that many names in the public channel are quite peculiar, reminiscent of those crafted in past online games. That, of course, there are many that appear to be genuine names as well. Although Li Yu proposed such a scheme, no one responded to him. After all, they were all strangers, and a fishing net could be crucial for survival. No one would easily trade it, even if it was merely a tattered net. Haha, I managed to secure a supply box. Let me see what's inside, a user with the ID Emperor of the World declared in the public channel. Moments later, Emperor of the World spoke again. Fantastic. There's a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and 100 g of bread inside. Big guy, could you please trade me a piece of bread? I'm starving. Great one. Spare me a sip of water. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. As for food and water, you might as well forget it. What I can tell you is to quickly utilize what you have around to craft something to collect those supply boxes, or else prepare to meet your demise. Emperor of the World advised as if educating his juniors. Even if we could make something from the big trees and large stones, we would need tools. Otherwise, should we use our fingernails? Exactly, how can we manage? Wouldn't you consider using a slightly thicker branch, then dismantling the fishing net and tying it into a triangle shape, like playing ring toss to capture that supply box? Although the success rate may be low, it at least provides a chance. Emperor of the World replied, Good idea. Thank you, big guy. I need to get crafting quickly. The supply box is drifting further away. Xiao Yi observed their conversation, inwardly noting, Indeed, humans are compelled by necessity. The ingenuity of the working class knows no bounds. In an instant, many participants left the public channel. Beep, beep, beep. The automated fishing net emitted a notification sound, having retrieved a supply box. Xiao Yi departed from the island monument and approached the supply box, opening the waterproof seal. Acquired, Water Purifier Blueprint, Grade A, 200 g Chocolate 1. On the island monument's construction page, the option for the water purifier could be found. Water Purifier, determine materials according to the blueprint. Xiao Yi opened the blueprint. Water Purifier Blueprint, Grade A Glass 8, Burlap 8, Charcoal 8, Metal Sheet 8. Gazing at the unfamiliar materials, Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would need to wait a bit longer to craft the water purifier. Fortunately, he still had 2 bottles of mineral water. Scientific research indicates that a person can survive without water for only 3 days, while they can last nearly a month without food if they have water. Hence, the highest priority was to manufacture the water purifier. Xiao Yi tucked the water purifier blueprint away and then glanced at the 2 supply boxes that were now empty. If I could disassemble them, perhaps I could combine them to create a wooden shelter to shield against wind and rain. Xiao Yi mused, stroking his chin. Chapter 0003. Fishing, Surviving, Finding You. Though the sun shone brightly overhead, Xiao Yi did not believe that the weather at sea would remain so splendid for long. Dragging the 2 supply boxes into the center, he prepared to forcefully pry them open. Bang! With a powerful kick, Xiao Yi struck one side of the supply box. Hiss! The entire box jolted, yet it remained unscathed, while Xiao Yi's foot throbbed from the impact. Truly sturdy! Xiao Yi exclaimed, one more time. Smack! Bang bang! Regardless of how fiercely he punched and kicked, He found himself unable to break open the supply box. Perhaps I should let it be. He shook his stinging hand and ultimately conceded. Using the island marker for support, he positioned the 2 supply boxes on either side, effectively shielding himself from the wind on 3 sides. This would have to suffice for now. Just as Xiao Yi arranged the 2 empty supply boxes, a series of beeps echoed from the fully automated fishing net, indicating the capture of yet another supply box. 3 now. I must be the person in the world who has collected the most supply boxes, Xiao Yi thought to himself, before opening the latest box. Acquired, glass 4, metal sheets 2, apples, grade A, 2, soil, grade A, 1. Apples and soil have grades 2? Xiao Yi remarked in astonishment, gazing at the contents he had just obtained. Any materials without a grade designation are considered basic materials and are defaulted to grade D. Upon hearing the system's response, Xiao Yi inquired, what does it mean for apples to have a grade? Is the taste different? Foods with a grade are more delicious and can enhance one's physical constitution. How remarkable! Xiao Yi marveled, then picked up an apple and took a crisp bite. The fragrance of the apple spread across his palate, leaving a lingering sweetness that overwhelmed his senses. This is far tastier than any apple one have ever had. It could truly be called a heavenly fruit, Xiao Yi said, his eyes wide with wonder. Once he finished the apple, he felt a surge of warmth flowing through his limbs. Comforting, he exclaimed. Gazing at the apple core in his hand, he contemplated for a moment before breaking it open, revealing the apple seeds before him. Acquired, apple seeds, grade A, 2. Indeed, I can obtain apple seeds, Xiao Yi thought joyfully. The idea had sprouted when he discovered the grade A soil from the previous supply box, and he was pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Soil, grade A suitable for the growth of plants rated grade A and below. Its fertility can be maintained through grade A plant cultivation. If only grade A below plants are cultivated, the soil's grade will decline. Simply put, if one were to plant grade A plants, upon harvesting the fruits, the roots and leaves could be buried back into the soil to preserve its fertility, thus maintaining the soil's grade. Conversely, if grade B or lower plants were cultivated, the same method would cause the soil's fertility to swiftly decline to grade B or lower. Since I can engage in cultivation, could the soil on this island also be utilized? Xiao Yi pondered, glancing at the island's soil. Partially sandy soil. Completely unsuitable for crop cultivation, only appropriate for certain trees and shrubs. No wonder there is soil among the supply box's contents. On this island, soil is indeed a valuable resource. Xiao Yi mused. After organizing all the items from the supply box and placing them in his makeshift nest, Xiao Yi stood up and gazed out at the surrounding sea. It seems there are no other supply boxes in sight, he murmured, then approached the fully automated fishing net to modify its settings. With no specific targets, he set the net to cast twice every meter along its patrol route. Just 1 loaf of bread and a chocolate bar probably wouldn't suffice. He hoped to catch some fish. Xiao Yi merely wished to try, as it did not expend any of his strength. Though he felt invigorated after eating the apple, he had struggled a bit while moving those empty boxes earlier, but now he could easily handle them. I should be in a physical condition comparable to that of an athlete who trains regularly, Xiao Yi silently compared. Beep, beep, beep. The alert from the fully automated fishing net rang out once more. It must have caught something. Xiao Yi hurried over to the net and discovered 2 fish entangled within. Eagle pomfret. Grade A ingredient, the finest among pomfrets, exceptionally delicious even when grilled without any seasoning. I can't believe I actually caught fish. At least I needn't worry about starving. Xiao Yi remarked, however. He quickly realized that he lacked the tools and materials for starting a fire. Rubbing sticks together? Or perhaps striking 2 stones to create sparks? Either way, Xiao Yi felt uncertain, and the trees on the island were not dry. Even creating sparks would require dry grass or leaves to ignite. Even if he were to pull down some branches, it would take days for them to dry. Could he really have to eat them raw? As a true citizen of Xia country, he was unaccustomed to consuming raw food. Looking at the 2 eagle pomfrets, each weighing around 5 pounds, he could only sigh. He then strung them together with a piece of fishing line from the net and hung them by the empty supply box. Some people in certain countries might be fine with eating raw, but for those unaccustomed to it, there was a risk of falling ill, and there were no hospitals here. After securing the fish, Xiao Yi returned to the island marker to check for any useful information. I simply cannot catch any supply boxes. Is there any benevolent soul willing to share some food with me? I am the foremost entrepreneur in Modu, worth 10 billion. If anyone can provide me with some food, I will gladly give them half of my fortune. Setting aside whether you are indeed worth 10 billion, can you even return home? Can any of us return? If we cannot return, your entire fortune is worth no more than a loaf of bread. I am the top internet celebrity in Shangjing. If any generous soul will provide me with food and water, I will be willing to do anything for them in the future. Are you truly the top green tea sister of Shangjing? Of course. Big brother, do you have any food or water? I am on the brink of starvation. Please offer some to your little sister. Get lost. I don't have any myself. Even if I did, it would be contingent upon meeting you first. Hehehe. Xiao Yi observed the public channel's chatter, pondering, surely not everyone was cast into this place. I wonder if she is here too. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yi couldn't help but make his first comment on the public channel, setting his ID as Ranpin, the username he had used throughout his university years. Anren, if you see this message, please private chat me. However, the message was swiftly buried beneath others, and when Xiao Yi attempted to speak again, he was met with a notification that the message interval was too short and he should wait. This was likely to prevent spam. Anren was Xiao Yi's girlfriend from university, with whom he had shared 4 years. After graduation, Anren had hoped for Xiao Yi to join her family's business. Yet, upon learning of Anren's affluent background, Xiao Yi felt a mix of shame and a peculiar sense of pride, leading him to refuse and ultimately part ways with her. There were no parental objections here. On the contrary, Anren's parents had been quite pleased with Xiao Yi. Sighing, Xiao Yi reflected on the gentle Anren, realizing that surviving in this place would be exceedingly challenging. I will surely survive and find you. Wait for me. Chapter 0004, the multifunctional toolbox and trade with the implementation of the check-in system. Xiao Yi felt a newfound confidence in his survival, fervently hoping to establish contact with Anren soon. However, even if he were to reach her, her exact whereabouts remained uncertain. It was imperative for Xiao Yi to construct a large vessel in order to navigate the seas and locate her. The road ahead was still long, and all he could do was pray that Anren would soon see his message, while he himself rapidly developed the means to build a ship. As twilight descended, the sky darkened, and the sea breeze sent a shiver down Xiao Yi's spine. It's getting dark. It's so cold, he exclaimed. Indeed, starting a fire is exceedingly difficult, came the reply. With the meager resources on this island, I advise against attempting to ignite a fire. It would be futile. It would be more practical to dig a pit and lie in it. Are you suggesting we bury ourselves? Are you foolish? Just dig a hole to hide in. At least it won't be as cold. What if we dig too deep and end up drowning? I've tried. That shouldn't happen. How do we dig? With our hands. If necessary, you can use your feet. I'm so hungry that I lack the strength to dig. What should I do? Figure it out yourself. If you catch a cold and develop a fever tomorrow, just await your demise. Xiao Yi observed their conversation while seated within an empty supply crate. 3 crates and the island monument surrounded him, creating an isolated space. Though his legs hung outside, it served as a makeshift shelter from the wind and rain, albeit the crate was quite hard and uncomfortable. Compared to others who could only use their hands to dig for shelter, he felt he had made considerable progress. Seeing more and more people in the public channel pleading for water and food, Xiao Yi realized that if they did not procure supplies soon, they would inevitably fall into a vicious cycle. As hunger intensified, their strength to gather resources would diminish, and without obtaining supplies, their hunger would only worsen. This could truly lead to death. Xiao Yi mused with a furrowed brow, yet he felt powerless to assist. The thought of helping others had never crossed his mind, as he was uncertain how many more days he would survive. Eventually, exhaustion took hold, and Xiao Yi drifted into a restless slumber. The next morning, he awoke to the sound of crashing waves, pushing aside an empty supply crate. The once calm sea now exhibited ripples. I hope the tide doesn't rise and submerge my island, he thought anxiously. Beep, beep, beep. The automatic fishing net sprang to life, momentarily distracting him from his worries. He approached and discovered that overnight, he had caught 3 ordinary fish. A decent catch. At least I needn't worry about food, though I still lack a means to start a fire. Xiao Yi lamented. Ah, the check-in. Check-in successful. You have received a multifunctional toolbox. Multifunctional toolbox. S-class tool, capable of cutting, smashing, carving, drilling, and igniting, truly versatile, though it requires manual operation, lacking some automation. Xiao Yi quickly retrieved it from the system's space, and a suitcase materialized before him. Upon opening it, he was greeted with an array of tools: a utility knife, hammer, chainsaw, igniter, drill, and various drill bits. With the igniter, starting a fire is entirely feasible. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's roast a fish first. He grabbed a pair of scissors from the toolbox and, despite never having gutted a fish before, instinctively removed the innards of one ordinary sea fish, discarding them into the sea. He then procured a piece of wood, ignited it with the igniter from the toolbox, and skewered the prepared fish on a twig to roast it. His first attempt at roasting fish was clumsy. It took until the entire stick was charred before the fish was adequately cooked, leaving one side burnt. Disheartened by the charred side, Xiao Yi decided to eat the unburned portion first. Although lacking seasoning, the fish was tender and succulent, satisfying his hunger with remarkably few bones. After consuming half of the roasted fish, he felt about 60% full and chose to stop. Though food was available, he couldn't afford to overindulge, especially with a charred half remaining. After clearing away the ashes from the roasted fish, he received a notification. Items obtained. Charcoal 2. These are precisely the materials needed to construct a water purifier. Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight, collecting the 2 pieces of charcoal. He needed 8 in total, meaning he would need to burn 3 more pieces of wood. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water and took a sip while gazing at the vast sea. If there were no survival pressures, being stranded on this island wouldn't be so bad. Xiao Yi mused. Oh, look! Another supply crate. In the distance, a supply crate bobbed near his island. Without hesitation, he adjusted the automatic fishing nets program to target the crate. Splash! A large net flew out, successfully ensnaring the crate and dragging it back. Xiao Yi hurried over to open it. Items obtained. Glass 2, metal sheets 3. Strange, no food? Xiao Yi pondered, wondering if his luck had run dry. Opening supply crates was akin to unboxing a mystery box. One could never predict the outcome. Thankfully, his current need for food was not pressing. While the automatic fishing net continued its search for targets, Xiao Yi wielded the chainsaw and approached the supply crates. Having tools makes things much easier, he remarked, swiftly dismantling the crates into planks. Items obtained. 18 wooden planks. With these, I can construct a shelter for myself, he thought. However, the lone tree on the island posed an obstruction. He approached it with the chainsaw, declaring, "I'll take you down." With a whirring sound, the chainsaw felled the palm tree. As it crashed to the ground, an astonishing event unfolded. The entire tree transformed into a neatly stacked pile of wood, totaling 20 logs, accompanied by a heap of leaves and several pieces of bark. While a few branches lay scattered around, they clearly did not count as resources. Items obtained. Wood 20, leaves 30, bark 10. So, felling a tree yields these resources? Xiao Yi began to understand that executing specific actions could result in specific outcomes, which did not require further processing on his part. Much like acquiring a manufacturing blueprint and materials to create a finished product. This must be the function of the island monument. No wonder the system urged me to protect it. Xiao Yi approached the monument, preparing to craft himself a small abode. Yet, before he could begin, he realized a significant issue. He had no nails. Although there were historical figures in his homeland who constructed buildings solely from wood using the ancient mortise and tenon joint technique, Xiao Yi was utterly unfamiliar with such methods. Chapter 0005. The Foundation Under Siege. In a state of desperation, Xiao Yi sought methods for crafting nails upon the island's monument. The materials required 4 nails. Metal sheets 1. After a rough estimation, Xiao Yi concluded that constructing a dwelling would necessitate a considerable quantity of nails, far beyond the meager 5 metal sheets at his disposal. With no alternative, he resorted to excavating a trench in the island's ground to insert wooden planks, subsequently enclosing them to form a rudimentary shelter, topped with 2 additional boards. Having hastily erected this makeshift abode, he turned his gaze towards the trading hall of the island monument. At this juncture, the trading hall finally displayed some information. Metal sheet 2 for any food. Note: just a little sustenance will suffice. Cloth 1 for 10 milliliters water. Note: I am on the brink of dehydration. Could any benevolent soul assist me? Blank for food and water. Note: I am fair-skinned and beautiful. Measurements 90, 58, 90. Provided with food and water, I am willing to do anything. Observing these transactions, it became evident that the majority sought food and water, with the demand for water being particularly high. Xiao Yi possessed merely 2 bottles of mineral water, and whether subsequent supply crates might yield pure water remained uncertain. Thus, the fabrication of a water purifier had become imperative. In his quest to amass the necessary materials swiftly, he recognized that trading was the only viable option. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yi also posted his trade offers in the trading hall. 10g charred grilled fish for metal sheet 1. 10g charred grilled fish for cloth 1. 10g charred grilled fish for glass 1. According to his requirements, Xiao Yi published a total of 13 trade messages. He then switched to the public channel to disseminate a message regarding his search for Anren, which, without a doubt, was instantly drowned amidst the flurry of other communications. I hope she sees this someday, Xiao Yi sighed. Soon enough, the trade offers he had listed caught the attention of many. The public channel erupted with excitement. Did you see that? Someone is actually trading supplies for grilled fish? Indeed, I wonder who this remarkable individual is. I can't even secure a single supply crate, and this person has already begun feasting on grilled fish? I implore any generous soul to spare some food for me. Water would suffice as well. Everyone instinctively disregarded the adjective preceding the grilled fish. Having gone a day without food, even charred remnants would suffice to fill their stomachs. Naturally, Xiao Yi paid no heed to those attempting to curry favor with him in the public channel. He rose from the monument and made his way to the fully automated fishing net. Another supply crate was drawn up. Upon opening the crate, he discovered acquired supplies. Wooden house construction blueprint, cola 500 milliliters 1. Wooden house construction blueprint. Stone blocks 4, wooden planks 28, metal sheets 30. Although this is merely a basic shelter, at least I need not worry about the elements. A house at last, Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. With this blueprint, he no longer needed to ponder construction techniques. Coupled with the delightful soda, it was double the joy. Have I yet to acquire the cornerstone today? Glancing down at the limited 6 square meter area, Xiao Yi began to pray that the next supply crate would yield the cornerstone. He noted that some of his previously listed food items had already been traded. All trade offers accepted. Acquired supplies, metal sheets 3, glass 2, cloth 1. With the supplies I previously obtained from the crate, I now only require 7 more pieces of cloth. Xiao Yi assessed his inventory, contemplating, I also need the metal sheets for the wooden house, so I must list more food. 10g charred grilled fish for metal sheet 1. He repeated the same trade offer, listing a total of 27 sets, not because he wished to limit himself to that number, but simply because he had exhausted his supply of charred fish. This sudden surge of listings naturally incited a commotion among the crowd, yet at that moment, Xiao Yi was oblivious. Suddenly, the monument emitted a red glow accompanied by a warning sound. Alert, the cornerstone is under attack. Xiao Yi jolted in shock. The cornerstone can be attacked. He promptly clicked the notification, observing the automatically magnified map on the monument, where the cornerstone in the southwest corner flickered ominously. After assessing the direction, Xiao Yi armed himself with a chainsaw and rushed towards the southwest. Beneath the water, a massive shadow was relentlessly battering the cornerstone. So large, he gasped, realizing that the chainsaw he held was insufficiently long for the task at hand. He required a longer weapon. With that thought, Xiao Yi dashed back to the monument and navigated to the construction page. Long spear. Requires materials. Wood 1, metal sheet 1. Without hesitation, he crafted 2 long spears and retrieved them from the monument, discovering they were each an impressive 2 meters in length. This should reach that shadow, he mused, then sprinted towards the southwest corner with the spears in hand. As he beheld the shadow, Xiao Yi calculated the necessary angle. To strike the fish beneath the water, I need to thrust downward at the position I can see. This is it. Gripping the spear tightly, he thrust forcefully downward. Splurt. A sudden resistance surged, and Xiao Yi felt he had struck something. At that moment, the shadow thrashed violently, a stream of blood surfacing and gradually increasing in volume. So strong. In an unexpected turn, the spear slipped from his grasp. Not so fast. Xiao Yi seized the second spear and hurled it without hesitation. Enhanced by the A-grade apple, his strength in throwing was formidable. Splurt. He struck his target once more, but it seemed the shadow, alarmed by the successive injuries, fled with 2 spears embedded in its form. Xiao Yi dashed to the fully automated fishing net and promptly designated the 2 spears as targets. Deploy the fishing net. Whoosh! The net shot forth instantaneously. Calculating the trajectory based on the speed of the spear's movement, the fully automated net adjusted its aim. Fortunately, the shadow, in its desperation to escape, swam directly towards the depths of the sea. Had it deviated from a straight path, the net would have struggled to make contact. The net ensnared the 2 spears, yet the spears protruded through the net's openings, perfectly capturing the shadow below. Upon identifying its catch, the net swiftly retracted, pulling back with a force that rendered the shadow's struggles feeble. In roughly 10 seconds, the shadow was drawn to the surface. "It's a shark," Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment, observing the approximately 2-meter-long shark thrashing within the net. "Bring it ashore," he commanded, maneuvering the automated net to drag the shark onto the island. The shark writhed fiercely on the ground, its jaws opening and closing, revealing its sharp teeth. So brazen even on land? Xiao Yi, chainsaw in hand and maintaining a safe distance, menacingly approached the shark's head, preparing to saw through it. Chapter 0006, A Real-Life Slap in the Face, Barbecue Grill. Colleagues moments later, Xiao Yi gazed at the shark he had meticulously disassembled, setting the chainsaw aside. The pieces of flesh he had severed had instantaneously transformed into 2 heaps of food. Acquired resources. Shark meat 100 kilograms, shark fins 400 g. Observing the mound of meat, Xiao Yi mused, "I wonder what shark meat tastes like?" However, in the next instant, a frown creased his brow. The public chat merely mentioned that there might be sharks or sea snakes near the supply box. They shouldn't be approaching the island, should they? Why would they attack the cornerstone of the island today? Could it be that the entrails and the bloody scent I discarded while processing the fish attracted them? The southwest corner was precisely where he had dealt with that fish. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he thought to himself, "It appears I must exercise greater caution." Today, a cornerstone had nearly been damaged. This implies that not only could the seawater inundate the cornerstone, but marine creatures might also assault it, leading to its destruction. It seems imperative to expand the area of my island. Otherwise, these few blocks truly cannot withstand such turmoil. Xiao Yi mused solemnly, "I hope the next supply box yields more cornerstones." After threading the shark meat onto fishing net twine, Xiao Yi retrieved a hammer and drill from his toolbox and commenced work on the island's solitary stone. After all, he had yet to unearth the materials needed for the wooden cabin blueprint from the supply box, so he had no choice but to focus on this stone. He began by drilling several holes into it, then used the hammer to break it apart. Fortunately, he had a multifunctional toolbox. Otherwise, he would have been utterly helpless with this stone. After shattering it, 5 neatly arranged stone blocks appeared beside him. Acquired resources, stone blocks 5. Phew! Xiao Yi plopped down onto the ground, feeling quite exhausted after all his exertions. Despite having tools, it still required considerable effort on his part. The sun had reached its zenith, and Xiao Yi consumed the bread he had received on the first day along with the freshly acquired cola. Delicious indeed, though I've eaten my fill. I feel somewhat drowsy. Noticing that there seemed to be no other pressing matters on his island, he promptly lay down in the rudimentary shelter he had constructed. Not bad. At least it offers some protection from wind and rain. Xiao Yi reclined, gazing at the roof, just above him, murmuring. As if in response to his words, a sudden gust of wind swept across the sea. Instantly, the makeshift house he had built began to sway. No way. Before his voice could fade, a loud crash ensued. The entire structure toppled, and the wooden planks came crashing down onto his face. A real-life slap in the face? Pushing aside the planks, Xiao Yi helplessly surveyed the completely collapsed shelter. However, this outcome was somewhat anticipated. Without nails for reinforcement and lacking a stable foundation, it would have been more surprising had it remained standing. Rest is out of the question. I should hasten to gather resources and utilize the island monument to construct a more reliable house. Xiao Yi shook his head, then redirected his gaze to the island monument. After a moment of contemplation, he switched to the trading hall, adding notes to all the transactions he initiated. Seeking manufacturing blueprints, sent pictures with prices via private message. Creating items through the island monument using manufacturing blueprints was undoubtedly more reliable than crafting them by hand. The previous spear was a testament to this fact. Had he attempted to fasten a metal piece to a wooden stick, it likely would have fallen off before even piercing the shark. Following the addition of this note, Xiao Yi promptly adjusted the permissions for his private channel. Only by sending manufacturing blueprints would the system allow entry into the private channel. Otherwise, everything would be filtered out. Xiao Yi understood that without restrictions, his private channel would likely be inundated with requests for water and food. Someone is seeking manufacturing blueprints in the trading hall. What is a manufacturing blueprint? It should be this item. Fishing rod manufacturing blueprint. Wow, big shot. Where did you find this? I got it from a supply box. Then why haven't you made it? You could fish and never go hungry again. You think too simply. Having a blueprint requires materials to craft it. This fishing rod demands wood 2, twine 1, and metal piece 1. I have the wood and metal piece, but I haven't found any twine yet. No wonder someone has been collecting metal pieces in the trading hall. Just as the discussions unfolded, Xiao Yi received a private message. Hello, do you want this? Barbecue grill manufacturing blueprint, C grade. Upon seeing this manufacturing blueprint, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he needed, especially since he still had 4 fish left uneaten. Having this would certainly be superior to cooking them over an open fire. Yes, what do you need? Food or water? Food. I haven't eaten in a day. I managed to bring back a supply box, but it only contained a manufacturing blueprint. The other party replied. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment before responding, wait for me. He then proceeded to process a fish and began grilling it once more. Before long, he covered his face as he presented the charred fish to the chat interface. Is this acceptable? Burnt fish meat, 500 G. The other party opened the burnt fish meat, which bore a note. Although it was slightly charred, it was still sufficient to fill one's stomach. That works. Shall we trade now? Xiao Yi promptly initiated the trade in the private channel, and the other party immediately accepted. Initially, Xiao Yi expected some haggling, but to his surprise, he obtained the manufacturing blueprint with such ease. Acquired barbecue grill manufacturing blueprint, C grade. Can we add each other as friends? If I come across other items, can I trade with you? Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. At the very least, this transaction indicated that the other party was not one to take advantage. Sure. Xiao Yi replied. Suwon requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Suwon. Xiao Yi gazed in astonishment at the name, for it was identical to that of his beautiful superior. Furthermore, this young and attractive superior was known for her amicable rapport with her subordinates, treating them exceptionally well and rarely adopting an air of superiority. Xiao Yi refrained from clicking accept and instead inquired in the private chat. Which company did you work for previously? Suwon paused momentarily before responding. At the Tianheng City Xingtian e-commerce company. Why? Is there an issue? Upon reading her response, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He could confirm that Suwon was indeed his former leader, prompting him to accept her request. Ah, you are Xiao Yi. Suwon exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I never expected to encounter a colleague in such circumstances. Xiao Yi greeted warmly. Once they became friends, his real name would be revealed, while the ID in the public channel could be self-assigned. Additionally, upon becoming friends, they could engage in voice and video chats through the island monument. It had been a long time since Suwon had seen someone familiar, and she promptly initiated a video call. Originally a fair-skinned and beautiful office worker, she now appeared dusty and somewhat frail. I'm so glad to see you. What on earth is happening? How did we end up in this place? Suwon inquired urgently, as if she had found a lifeline. Chapter 0007. Communication. Presenting you with a frayed fishing net, Xiao Yi replied with a sense of helplessness. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is a form of transmigration. However, this world bears a striking resemblance to that of a game, the most significant distinction being that in this realm, death may indeed be final. What shall we do? Suwon's voice trembled on the verge of tears. She excelled at managing company affairs, yet found herself utterly inept in this survival game. We must adhere to the rules of this place. We should swiftly gather supply crates and expand our island, Xiao Yi suggested. The island can be expanded? Suwon exclaimed in astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi refrained from answering her query directly and instead asked, Surely there is a large stone and a tree on your island as well? Indeed, Su Wan confirmed. Can you discern their functions? Xiao Yi inquired gently, unsure if everyone possessed the ability to view the informational descriptions of the various resources. I cannot, Su Wan replied, her face a mask of confusion. From Su Wan's reaction, Xiao Yi realized it was his sign-in system that enabled him to see the descriptions of the resources. Once this was established, he proceeded to explain what he knew about the island and the rules of this world. What did you say? The island could be submerged. Su Wan panicked upon hearing this. I cannot swim. That is precisely why I advised you to expedite the expansion of your island, Xiao Yi reiterated. In 2 days, I have only managed to retrieve one supply crate, which contained merely a blueprint. I have yet to locate that cornerstone you mentioned. Su Wan lamented, her voice wavering with emotion. Do not worry, you still have time, Xiao Yi reassured her. Taking a moment to compose herself, Su Wan expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Were it not for your reminder, I would likely still be here squandering time. I mustn't delay further. I need to eat something and continue foraging for supply crates. Despite the evident dangers that lay ahead, Su Wan refrained from making excessive demands, such as requesting water or food from Xiao Yi, or even the cornerstone. This was a quality Xiao Yi admired in her understanding of propriety and boundaries. After overcoming her initial panic, Su Wan, a notably independent woman, exhibited remarkable resilience. Xiao Yi glanced at the dusty, tattered fishing net lying neglected nearby and said, "Trade me your fishing net?" Perhaps both had gone too long without encountering someone of their own kind, for neither opted to end the video call. Su Wan looked at Xiao Yi with curiosity, then suddenly comprehended. You intend to combine the 2 frayed nets into one, correct? I recall seeing someone propose this idea in the public channel. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wan proceeded to trade the net to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi observed her transaction and chuckled. Aren't you concerned I might take the net and block you? I cannot speak for others, but I am certain you would not. Su Wan smiled. After all, we have worked together for over a year. Xiao Yi gave her a thumbs up, saying, Excellent, we shall continue our conversation later. He voluntarily ended the chat and switched to the construction interface. Ordinary fishing net, C grade. Requires materials. Silk thread 200 or frayed fishing net 2. Currently, Xiao Yi possessed 2 frayed fishing nets. Although he had removed a few strands from one to string fish, the system still classified it as a frayed fishing net. Upon clicking to construct, the 2 frayed nets promptly vanished, transforming into a single ordinary fishing net. Ordinary fishing net, C-grade tool, capable of ensnaring without the worry of escape. Maximum capture radius, 20 meters. Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. It would not let anything slip, and the capture radius had notably increased. He then switched to a private channel and traded the ordinary fishing net to Su Wan. Su Wan's eyes widened as she gazed at the item description, utterly incredulous that Xiao Yi had traded her an ordinary fishing net. Only by placing items into the trading system or sending them through the chat interface could the corresponding descriptions appear within the island monument. Xiao Yi, however, merely needed to observe an item for its description to manifest. This is far too valuable. Su Wan initially intended to suggest that Xiao Yi keep it, but without a fishing net, her survival would be compromised. She was not the type of woman to indiscriminately ask for help. This dilemma left her quite conflicted. Keep it. I have alternative methods for gathering supply crates. Besides, I have no use for a fishing net, Xiao Yi responded. If you happen to catch something exceptional in the future, we can arrange a favorable trade. Upon hearing that Xiao Yi had other means of foraging for supply crates, along with his ability to produce roasted fish, Su Wan believed him without doubt. She promptly accepted the trade and added, For the items we retrieve from the supply crates, we shall split them 50-50. Should something remarkable arise, you will have the first claim. Agreed. Xiao Yi understood that if he declined, she would insist on pushing back, wasting time. Thus, he acquiesced, knowing they could discuss matters further if they indeed came across something valuable. By the way, do you know how to cast a net? Xiao Yi suddenly realized this crucial question. Su Wan smiled and replied, Of course, my hometown is by the sea, and I spent my days watching the adults cast nets. Though I am not an expert, I can manage to cast one. Xiao Yi gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Su Wan quickly finished eating the charred fish, bade farewell, and departed from the island monument, presumably to forage for supply crates. Xiao Yi closed the chat interface and walked to the edge of the island. where 2 unopened supply crates awaited. During his conversation with Su Wan, the automatic fishing net had successfully captured 2 additional supply crates. He opened the supply crates. Acquired resources: cornerstone 3, burlap 2, metal sheet 2, strawberry seeds 4. Acquired resources: cornerstone 2, fireplace blueprint, B grade. While I did not obtain food, this haul is certainly promising. Xiao Yi mused, surveying the resources. Fireplace blueprint, B grade metal sheet tin, brick 20. Gazing at the newly revealed resource, the brick, of which he had never seen before, Xiao Yi felt a wave of frustration. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on the unfamiliar resource and proceeded to dismantle the 2 supply crates with his chainsaw, yielding 12 wooden planks. Reviewing the material requirements for constructing a wooden house, he found he had amassed enough wooden planks, lacking only the metal sheets. Observing the trading market, he noted that 4 individuals were trading burlap, while 7 sought metal sheets in exchange for roasted fish. Thus, he was only 1 burlap short of the water purifier and still required 21 metal sheets for the wooden house. Currently, it seems the water purifier is nearly complete. I hope to construct the wooden house before nightfall. Otherwise, I may have to dig a hole to bury myself. Xiao Yi pondered that moment. The automatic fishing net alerted him to yet another captured supply crate. The 4th one. Xiao Yi's eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached the supply crate. Chapter 0008. Su Wan reaps bricks and returns the favor by opening the supply box. Acquired materials: foundation stone 1, stone 3, metal sheet 5, wooden bowl blueprint 1. It seems I've opened 4 supply boxes today, yet not a single morsel of food. What kind of luck is this? Xiao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Fortunately, he still had some sea fish. Speaking of sea fish, it dawned on Xiao Yi that he could first craft a barbecue grill. Barbecue grill blueprint, C grade. Metal sheet tin. With 22 metal sheets at his disposal, he had more than enough to construct the grill. He certainly didn't wish to continue eating charred sea fish. Locating the crafting page of the island monument, he clicked to manufacture, and as the materials vanished, a barbecue grill appeared within the monument. He selected a clear area and set the grill down. Su Wan requests to communicate with you. Do you agree? The monument suddenly chimed. Agreed. Xiao Yi replied. The screen revealed Su Wan's excited visage. Xiao Yi, I successfully caught a supply box, and it contained a foundation stone, she exclaimed joyfully. Then let us promptly expand the island. Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up. There are 2 pieces in total. Let us each take 1. Su Wan responded, adhering to their prior agreement to share the spoils equally. I currently have enough space on my island. You can keep it. Xiao Yi declined. No way, we agreed on half each. Su Wan insisted. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yi asked, what else is in the supply box besides the foundation stone? There are also 6 metal sheets, Su Wan replied. Then I shall take all 6 metal sheets. You can keep the foundation stone, Xiao Yi stated. Su Wan hesitated slightly before saying, thank you. She understood that Xiao Yi was being considerate, opting not to claim the foundation stone. Xiao Yi smiled and said, I currently require a large quantity of metal sheets, so please set aside anything you find for me. No problem. Su Wan replied, and after transferring the metal sheets, she ended the call and began to use the foundation stone to expand her little island. Watching her island's area increase by 2 square meters, Su Wan's eyes widened in amazement. Is it really possible? I must continue to catch more supply boxes. I need to find additional metal sheets to repay Xiao Yi. Su Wan vowed silently. Were it not for Xiao Yi enlightening her about the rules here, she would have likely drowned before figuring things out. Thus, in this regard, Xiao Yi had indeed saved her life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had begun to prepare his sea fish for grilling. At the shoreline, he removed the entrails and gills of the fish. This time, with the toolbox at hand, the process was significantly more convenient. After a brief rinse with a minimal amount of bottled water, he had to conserve as much as possible until the water purifier was constructed. Once cleaned, he placed the fish on the barbecue grill. Barbecue grill, C grade, provides relatively stable heat, can be used adequately, but be sure to flip the fish to avoid charring, and wood must be added. 1 piece of wood sustains grilling for 2 hours. So wood is a daily consumable. Xiao Yi mused, adding a piece of wood to the grill. Using the ignition device from the multifunction toolbox, Xiao Yi carefully began flipping the fish. Before long, the delightful aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Indeed, the barbecue grill is far more reliable than starting a fire myself. Grilling the fish isn't that difficult, Xiao Yi said proudly. Should I remind Suwan to be cautious when handling food with a strong fishy odor? Gazing at the grilling fish, he recalled the shark incident. He promptly left a message for Suwan on the island monument, explaining the situation. Finally finding someone to converse with, both Xiao Yi and Suwan likely wished to avoid any troubles. What? Your island's foundation stone was attacked by a shark? Are you all right? Suwan quickly sent a video, her tone laced with concern. I'm fine. That was a previous incident, and it has been resolved. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Relieved to hear Xiao Yi was safe, Suwan's stomach growled audibly, prompting her to say sheepishly, I'm glad to hear that. I'll continue to catch supply boxes. You carry on. Wait, I'll treat you to some grilled fish. Xiao Yi, having heard Suwan's stomach rumble, said, but I haven't caught anything to trade with you. Suwan felt even more embarrassed. No worries. Maybe the next supply box you catch will contain something I desire. Xiao Yi responded. All right, then I'll go catch some. Suwan replied before departing from the island monument. After leaving the monument, Suwan fixed her gaze on the supply box floating about 20 meters away, silently vowing, I must catch you. Based on the supply box's drifting direction, it should reach her in about a minute, approximately 20 meters away. 20 meters was her current limit with the fishing net. If she missed this opportunity, she likely wouldn't be able to net any other supply boxes today. Although there was indeed another supply box further out at 50 meters, calculations indicated that even if it drifted closer, it would still be at least 40 meters away. There was no chance whatsoever. Suwan focused on the nearest supply box, mentally calculating. This is the moment, she thought. Then with all her might, she cast her fishing net. The net soared into the air, unfurling perfectly to envelop the supply box. I did it. Suwan exclaimed joyfully, beginning to pull the supply box toward her island. So heavy, she mused, hoping for a bountiful haul of materials. After considerable effort, she managed to haul the supply box ashore. Utterly exhausted yet determined, she opened it. Acquired materials, foundation stone 2, brick 5, bottled water 500 milliliters 1, instant noodles 100 g1. Spotting the bottle of water immediately, Suwan licked her parched, cracked lips and promptly unscrewed the cap, drinking half the bottle. Then, she approached the island monument, requesting to communicate with Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi had just finished grilling the fish, which looked quite appealing, at least indicating it was no longer charred. Grilled fish. 2 kg. Although lacking seasoning, it is a satisfying meal. I just netted another supply box containing 2 foundation stones, 5 bricks, 500 milliliters of bottled water, and a pack of 100 g instant noodles. Suwan said somewhat bashfully, however, I was so thirsty that I've already consumed the bottled water. If you don't mind, I can share the remaining half with you. If he truly doesn't mind, could it be that she is about to trade that half bottle of water with him? Wouldn't that be akin to an indirect kiss? Suwan shook her head, seemingly attempting to dispel such inappropriate thoughts. Chapter 0009. Constructing a wooden house water purifier and selling shark meat. Give me all the bricks. You can keep everything else. Xiao Yi paid no heed to the half bottle of mineral water and casually traded away half of the grilled fish he had just acquired. The blueprint for the fireplace he had obtained required bricks, and with the weather still relatively warm, it was prudent to prepare for the possibility of winter. Grilled fish, 1 kilogram trade initiated. Suwan contemplated for a moment and initiated a trade as well. Bricks 5, instant noodles, 100 g, foundation stone, 1 trade initiated. Seeing the trade Suwan proposed, Xiao Yi sighed in resignation. Actually, no need to say more. You accept the trade, and I will accept it. Suwan interrupted him firmly. Okay. Xiao Yi decisively agreed to the trade. After all, Suwan had previously obtained a foundation stone and was no longer concerned about this one. As she grew increasingly adept with the fishing net, she could at least ensure her island wouldn't be submerged by the sea. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's agreement, Suwan also consented to the trade and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She knew that even so, she was still gaining an advantage. Don't mention it. You can use the empty supply box to shield yourself from the wind. Although it may be a bit uncomfortable, at least you won't be exposed to the elements. Xiao Yi offered a suggestion. Suwan's eyes lit up as she replied, You're right. I'll move the empty supply box over right now. Xiao Yi glanced at the trading market and noticed that all the items he had listed had been taken for trade. All accepted. Acquired materials. Burlap 1. Metal sheets 30. Not only were the materials for the water purifier sufficient, but those for the wooden house were as well, and he even had surplus metal sheets. Xiao Yi switched to the construction page and decided to build the wooden house first. Upon clicking to construct, all the necessary materials vanished, and a wooden house appeared within the island monument. Please select the placement for the wooden house. Xiao Yi contemplated briefly, placing the wooden house centrally, encasing the island monument within it for convenient access to information. With Xiao Yi's confirmation, a wooden house manifested at the center of the island. As Xiao Yi stood beside the island monument, the wooden house enveloped him as well, significantly muffling the sound of the crashing waves outside. Xiao Yi patted the walls of the wooden house, producing a resonant thud. Indeed, it is far sturdier than the one I built myself, he mused. Though merely a 4-square-meter wooden house, it was well equipped with windows and a door, albeit just one. Opening the window, he gazed at the sunset, which was about to plunge into the ocean, and sighed, so beautiful, yet so perilous. Shaking his head, he continued to the construction page of the island monument to manufacture the water purifier, placing it inside the wooden house. Water purifier, grade A. Capable of purifying seawater into fresh water, producing 80 milliliters of pure water per hour when supplied with ample seawater. The machine has a seawater capacity of 2,500 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 2,000 milliliters. Lacking automation, it requires manual seawater replenishment. According to this purifier's efficiency, it can generate 1920 milliliters of, otherwise, it may overflow or cease to function. Xiao Yi calculated internally. It seems I need some containers. The empty mineral water bottles he had consumed previously must not be. The water purifier commenced its operation, and pure water began to accumulate, dripping steadily. With this, I need not worry about potable water. Xiao Yi thought, observing the pure water's steady accumulation. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Yi stepped outside and hung all the previously sorted fish beneath the eaves of the wooden house. However, the quantity of shark meat was overwhelming, leaving insufficient space to hang it all. Reluctant to trade it away as supplies, he decided, let's taste how it fares. Xiao Yi took a piece of shark meat and grilled it on the barbecue by the entrance. Having cut a small piece with a knife, it cooked quickly. The aroma was somewhat meaty, and Xiao Yi took a bite. Ugh, why does it taste like urine? Unable to hold back, he spat it out and cursed. He had expected it to be a delicacy, only to discover that shark meat was indeed quite unpalatable. With that realization, Xiao Yi wasted no time and began listing the shark meat for trade. Shark meat, 500G trade 4 bricks, 20. Note. Can trade separately. If you possess other blueprints, message me privately. The option for separate trades meant that even if one had just a single brick, they could trade for 25 grams of shark meat. Xiao Yi refrained from listing too much at once, as an excess could lead to depreciation. Additionally, he considered that food value might increase after some time. Did you see? Someone is trading shark meat for supplies in the trading hall? What? Did he really kill a shark? Surely not. When humans encounter sharks in the water, they are typically the prey, not the hunters. But how do you explain the shark meat in the trading hall? Perhaps he came across a shark that died for some other reason. I refuse to believe anyone could kill a shark when we are all unarmed. Who says we are unarmed? With wood and metal sheets, we can craft spears. Don't speak without understanding. Me, speak without understanding. You jump into the sea with a spear and bring back a shark for me to see. Why should I perform for you? I'm merely stating it's possible to kill a shark. Your words mislead others into hunting marine life. You wish to endanger everyone. I'm done arguing with a contrarian like you. It's pointless. I envy those who can hunt sharks. One shark could feed them for days. What is there to envy? Shark meat is notoriously unpalatable. At a time like this, who cares whether it's tasty or not? You're just a sour grape. I've been starving for 2 days. Great one, spare me a bit of shark meat. I won't mind if it's inedible. Xiao Yi watched the public channel's discussion with a weary shake of his head, his earlier message seeking and ran drowned in the chatter. At that moment, Su Wan sent another call request. Xiao Yi, the shark meat in the trading hall is from you, isn't it? She inquired after the call connected. Yes, that stuff is far too unpalatable. Trading it for other supplies is a better option, Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Siwon couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Others are struggling for food, and you're being so picky. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. I'm merely fortunate, Xiao Yi clarified, referring to the signing-in system. Luck can be a form of strength. Well, I won't keep you. I need to conserve my energy and aim to gather more supplies tomorrow. Siwon naturally interpreted it differently. Xiao Yi didn't feel the need to elaborate further. After bidding farewell to Siwon, he ended the call. Sigh. Eating too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Xiao Yi rubbed his belly, wearing a frown. Chapter 0010. Resolving internal conflicts and creating a large wooden basin. Life on this earth entails the basic necessities of eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and sleeping. Currently, sustenance is not a concern, and although I lack a proper bed, I can make do with a wooden hut for the time being. However, the matter of relieving oneself must be addressed. If I were to do so directly on my island, given its limited size, the odor would be quite unbearable. Conversely, if I were to discharge it into the sea, I might inadvertently attract some peculiar marine creatures, which would lead to further complications. While others have endured hunger for 2 days, I have managed to eat normally for the same duration, yet I have reached my limit and urgently need to resolve this internal conflict. As I was contemplating this dilemma, my private channel buzzed to life once more. Would you like this crafting blueprint? Toilet, degrade. Upon seeing this blueprint, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as I was feeling drowsy, a pillow has been delivered. I thought to myself and replied in the chat, yes. What do you require in return? Food and water. 10 kilograms of shark meat and 5 liters of purified water. Upon reading the message, I coldly remarked, your appetite seems rather excessive. You cannot say that. Currently, I possess the only copy of this crafting blueprint. I am confident that it will greatly improve the sanitary conditions on your island. The other party appeared quite self-assured. Frowning, I responded, the price you demand is utterly unreasonable. If you lack sincerity, then so be it. I believe you will return to seek me out, came the confident reply from the other side. I promptly blocked this individual, exclaiming in frustration, I refuse to believe that I cannot handle a mere convenience. Setting the fully automated fishing net to cast without a target, I prepared to retreat to my wooden hut for some rest. Though the space has expanded somewhat, I can only sleep on the floor, which is still quite uncomfortable. I muttered, it seems I must obtain a crafting blueprint for a bed. Drowsily, I succumbed to sleep. The following day, I awoke naturally, feeling sore all over from the hard floor. After stretching a bit, I consumed my last A-grade apple, and as it settled in my stomach, a wave of warmth surged through my limbs. How delightful! I exclaimed, but my brow furrowed again. Must I truly resolve my internal conflict in the open? Right, the daily check-in? I suddenly remembered the system, hoping it could assist with my current predicament. Check-in successful. You have received a fully automated flushing toilet. Fully automated flushing toilet. SS-grade furniture. You merely need to resolve your internal conflict. It will handle the rest, automatically flushing and sanitizing itself. Oh, system, I adore you. I shouted in delight, then prepared to place the flushing toilet beside my wooden hut. After some thought, I constructed a small shelter using the sturdy wooden hut as support, ensuring my privacy while attending to my needs. This manual construction consumed all the metal scraps I had on hand, though I still had a few wooden planks remaining. Once completed, I immediately positioned the newly acquired fully automated flushing toilet within the small shelter. After setting it up, a pristine and immaculate toilet appeared before me. I could hardly contain my eagerness and promptly began to resolve my internal conflict. Upon emerging from the shelter, I mumbled, the system truly delivers quality. Even the bark does not get stuck and is easily flushed away. Upon exiting, I discovered 3 ordinary sea fish in the fully automated fishing net. After collecting the fish, I adjusted the target to supply crates, allowing the fishing net to operate autonomously. I returned to the wooden hut and checked the trading hall on the island monument. To my surprise, 6 individuals had proposed trades overnight, resulting in a total of 10 bricks. I immediately accepted the trade. Acquired resources, bricks x 10. Together with the 5 bricks previously given to me by Siwon, I now only needed 5 more to meet the fireplace's requirements, though I still required metal scraps. After some contemplation, I decided to list 500 grams of shark meat for trade. Shark meat, x 500 g for metal scraps, x 25, note, can be traded separately, If you possess other crafting blueprints, feel free to message privately. Did you see that? Another big player has listed shark meat. Could it be that previous big player? I think it is highly likely. Indeed, if it is one shark, the amount of meat must be substantial. While others are feasting on meat, I have yet to find anything to eat and am on the brink of starvation. I need water. If I do not secure any soon, I will have to resort to drinking seawater. The public channel ignited once again with fervent discussions surrounding the shark meat. This time, I refrained from immediately posting a request for peace and instead waited for the discussions to conclude, hoping to prolong my presence. After sending my message, I glanced at the soil and apple seeds in my inventory and thought, I should plant them. If I were to simply discard the A-grade soil on the island, its fertility would gradually diminish and its quality would plummet. Thus, I needed to find a suitable container for planting. The crafting blueprint for a wooden basin that I had previously obtained from the supply crate came to mind. Wooden basin crafting blueprint. Wooden planks X4, metal scraps X6. I had enough wooden planks for now, but I was still short on metal scraps. I had no choice but to rely on the resources I would salvage from the upcoming supply crates and trades. Beep! The fully automated fishing net emitted a notification indicating it had caught a target. I hurried over to open the supply crate. Acquired resources, foundation stones X2, plastic X4, metal scraps X2, bread X100G. What a great start. The first supply crate yields food. I exclaimed joyfully, using the foundation stones to expand my island, as they currently had no other practical use. The island's area had now expanded to 15 square meters, a significant increase from the initial 4 square meters. If I acquire enough foundation stones, could I not completely reconstruct the territory of the Summer Kingdom? I mused, shaking my head in disbelief. The Summer Kingdom spans an area of 9.6 million square kilometers, which translates to an astronomical figure of 9.6 trillion square meters. I had no desire to count all those zeros. It's simply an unfathomable number. Better to take it one step at a time. I concluded, dismantling the empty supply crate to obtain 6 wooden planks. Glancing at the trading hall, I noticed 4 individuals had proposed trades involving metal scraps, and I immediately agreed. Acquired resources, metal scraps X4. With all the materials in hand, I could now craft the wooden basin. I switched to the crafting page, clicked to manufacture, and as the materials vanished, a large wooden basin emerged. I retrieved the basin from the island monument, astonished by its size. Is it really this big? Wooden basin. The most basic large wooden basin, suitable for holding water, washing vegetables, or even bathing. It can also serve as an oversized flower pot. I felt that I could easily lie down in it to bathe, but the amount of purified water I currently possessed was insufficient for such a purpose, so it would be wiser to use it for planting apple trees. After consuming the last apple, I attempted to split the core, yet no apple seeds emerged, indicating that obtaining apple seeds is a matter of luck. Chapter 0011. The information gap and peculiar transactions. Having fashioned the wooden basin, Xiao Yi promptly cast the A-grade soil into it. What was initially a mere small bag of soil astonishingly filled nearly the entire basin. Thank goodness for this. Otherwise, where would I find such an abundance of soil? Xiao Yi murmured to himself. He then proceeded to sow all of the A-grade apple seeds, watering them with some pure water. Drip, drip, drip. The island monument emitted a notification sound, indicating an incoming call. Currently, the only person capable of communicating with him was Su Wan, so Xiao Yi approached and answered directly. Xiao Yi, I've just fished out another supply box, Su Wan exclaimed excitedly. Additionally, there are 2 more. Based on their distance and drift direction, they should be retrievable as well. Congratulations. It seems today will yield a bountiful harvest. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Let us hope so. Su Wan responded. The last supply box contained 3 cornerstone pieces, a bottle of mineral water, and a manufacturing blueprint. As she spoke, Su Wan shared the blueprint in the chat interface. Single wooden bed blueprint, wooden planks 4, metal sheets 6, burlap 4. Upon seeing the blueprint, Xiao Yi immediately declared, Please give me this blueprint. I have no interest in the others. Certainly, however, you must allow me 1 cornerstone. The rest are mine, Su Wan replied, initiating the trade. Cornerstone 1. Single wooden bed blueprint, trade confirmed. Xiao Yi did not hesitate to accept the trade. The cornerstone would naturally continue to expand his island's area, while the materials for the wooden bed were insufficient for the time being, necessitating patience. As he expanded his island area to 16 square meters, Xiao Yi was taken aback to discover a tree and a large rock had inexplicably appeared behind his wooden house. When did this happen? He pondered, furrowing his brows, as he had been completely oblivious. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that new resources refresh daily? To verify this hypothesis was quite simple. He would just need to fell the tree and mine the rock to see if they would reappear the following day. With that thought in mind, he sprang into action. Xiao Yi retrieved his multifunctional toolbox and harvested the tree and rock, storing the resources. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Yi found himself with little to do, particularly since the automatic fishing net was efficiently retrieving supply boxes without requiring his constant attention. Thus, he returned to the island monument, glancing at the public channel. I fished out a supply box. What does this contain? Cornerstone 1. Impressive. Does the big shot have any drinking water to spare? Can we see the construction page of the island monument? Stop asking trivial questions. It makes you seem rather foolish. Who are you calling foolish? I enjoy asking questions. It's none of your business. This item allows for island expansion to IT. Appears this world functions like a resource gathering game. Who says it's like a game? Can games starve or dehydrate you? As Xiao Yi observed the lively discourse in the public channel, he noted that no one mentioned the fact that seawater would inundate 1 square meter each week. It seems that everyone is unaware of this situation, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then swiftly switched to the trading hall. Shark meat, 200G for trade, cornerstone. 1. Note. If you possess multiple cornerstones, feel free to message me privately for pricing. Xiao Yi intended to exploit this information gap, seeking to acquire a batch of cornerstones while they were undervalued. Undoubtedly, some would recognize the significance of the cornerstones, but when hunger was a pressing concern, many would likely opt to trade 1 cornerstone for 200G of shark meat. Did you see? The big shot is trading shark meat again. This time he wants cornerstones. Sigh, we're all starving while the big shot expands his territory. Is he in need of underlings? 1 cornerstone for 200G of meat, and judging by the big shot's demeanor, if you have more cornerstones, you might exchange for even more shark meat. This is too profitable. If I had cornerstones, I'd trade immediately. Filling my stomach comes first. I must go fish for supply boxes. No sooner had Xiao Yi listed his offer than someone attempted to trade cornerstones. He readily accepted. Acquired supplies, cornerstone 1. Xiao Yi listed several more sets, then set his preferences to automatically accept trades involving cornerstones. I fished out another supply box. It only contained a B-grade axe. I'll let you have it for now. Suwon initiated a trade in the private channel. Axe, B-grade, trade offer. Xiao Yi promptly declined the trade, responding, I possess superior tools. Keep it for chopping trees and self-defense. Also, be sure to fell that tree quickly. You'll obtain some resources, and based on my observations, the trees and rocks on everyone's island can refresh. Seeing Xiao Yi's familiarity with the situation, Suwon assumed he must have previously felled trees on the island. Thus, she replied, thank you. I'll chop the tree right away. What do you mean by refresh? For someone who hadn't played many games, this terminology was indeed somewhat perplexing. Xiao Yi explained, if our world operates like a large-scale game, it will run according to preset server protocols. For instance, if there is a tree on this island, when the refresh time arrives, the server will check if there are any trees left on your island. If not, it will randomly generate a new tree. If there are, it will remain unchanged. In other words, if I don't fell the tree, it will remain the same. But if I chop it down daily, a new one will appear each day, Suwon deduced. Bingo! Xiao Yi confirmed. Then couldn't I use this tree to accumulate resources? Suwon exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely, but accumulating resources this way is rather slow and only yields tree-related materials, Xiao Yi clarified. Understood. I'll head off to chop some trees now, Suwon declared before departing from the island monument. Having concluded his conversation with Suwon, Xiao Yi soon received a private message from someone he recognized. I have 2 cornerstones. Can we trade for more shark meat? The sender's ID was Li Yu, the very fisherman who had initially proposed crafting a new fishing net from 2 old ones. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, 2 cornerstones aren't a significant amount. Let us proceed with the trade I initiated. Li Yu messaged again, 2 cornerstones for 500 g of shark meat. If you agree, let us trade. If not, no worries. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi responded, all right. Keeping the shark meat for too long would lead to spoilage, and garnering some value from it before that occurred was advantageous. Moreover, the worth of 2 cornerstones undoubtedly exceeded that of 1 pound of shark meat. The two swiftly completed the trade, but in the next moment, Xiao Yi was astonished to find someone listing shark meat in the trading hall. Shark meat, 500 g for trade, metal sheets, 20. What's going on? Trading the shark meat I just acquired for metal sheets? Xiao Yi stared at this peculiar transaction, feeling quite bewildered. Chapter 0012. The island monument can be transferred. Weapon blueprintly used transaction of shark meat is less lucrative than Xiao Yi's. For 500 g of shark meat, Xiao Yi receives 25 metal pieces, whereas Li Yu, offering the same quantity, only requires 20 metal pieces. This implies that others can procure more shark meat with fewer metal pieces, leading them to favor Li Yu over Xiao Yi for their trades. Could it be that Li Yu is competing with me? Xiao Yi pondered with furrowed brows. That seems unlikely. Given his approach, he must be in dire need of metal pieces. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more advantageous to exchange shark meat for a greater number of metal pieces? What, then, is Li Yu so urgently crafting? Of course, Xiao Yi merely speculated, as the two were unaware of each other's distances or circumstances. As anticipated, the market swiftly reflected Xiao Yi's predictions. Li Yu's shark meat was quickly traded away. Observing how effortlessly Li Yu amassed 20 metal pieces, a cunning idea flickered in Xiao Yi's mind. He decided to keep his previously listed shark meat unchanged and reintroduce a new batch at the same price set by Li Yu. This strategy created an illusion in the trading hall, suggesting a rivalry between two prominent figures selling shark meat. Naturally, those in need of food would opt for the cheaper option. At this juncture, Xiao Yi felt fortunate that the trading hall allowed anonymous postings. Otherwise, he would be unable to play both roles simultaneously. Did you see that? There are 2 heavyweights listing shark meat in the trading hall. Indeed, I saw it. Competition inevitably leads to discounts. When the titans clash, it's we who benefit. You may benefit, but I have no metal pieces. You lack metal pieces. I have nothing at all. I haven't retrieved a single resource box and I'm utterly exhausted. Who will come to my aid? While the crowd believed the competition was between 2 titans, they remained oblivious to Xiao Yi's solitary performance behind the scenes. As a result, Xiao Yi's collection of metal pieces accelerated significantly. Yuan seemed to have noticed the information circulating in the trading hall and quickly messaged Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, someone has listed shark meat in the trading hall, and their price is lower than yours. Yuan said anxiously. Perhaps you should lower your price a bit. I can't believe that in such dire straits, someone is still aggressively undercutting. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, don't panic, it's all me. Yuan paused, then quickly grasped Xiao Yi's scheme, laughing as she said, I thought another heavyweight had caught a shark. Turns out it was you orchestrating this all along. Haha, someone just inspired me, Xiao Yi responded, briefly recounting Li Yu's earlier strange maneuvers. Yuan frowned, commenting, what on earth is this person up to? Xiao Yi shook his head, replying, I can't be certain, but he might be constructing something of great importance. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to sell the shark meat at such a low price. Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, all right, the last resource box is approaching its closest distance. We will talk later. With that, she departed from the island monument, fully focused on tracking the resource box's trajectory. Meanwhile, on a small island approximately 60 kilometers from Xiao Yi's location, Li Yu exclaimed excitedly, fantastic, I've finally gathered everything. He stood before the island monument, switching to the manufacturing interface. On his island monument's crafting page, one option was illuminated, available for construction. Small wooden boat, build according to the small wooden boat blueprint. Li Yu held in his hands a blueprint for a small wooden boat. Small wooden boat blueprint, wood 60, metal pieces 30. Manufacture. Li Yu's hands trembled as he initiated the crafting process. The requisite materials disappeared, and a wooden boat materialized within the confines of the island monument. Please select a placement location. Li Yu promptly placed the small vessel at the island's edge. As he secured the boat, the island monument presented another prompt. Detected that you have successfully manufactured a small boat. Please indicate whether you wish to transfer the island monument onto the boat. Note: Once you choose to transfer, you will be unable to do so again for a year. Please choose wisely. Upon reading these prompts, Liu quivered with excitement. Clearly, these messages indicated that he could abandon the island and thrive upon the sea. As a fisherman, the ocean was his true domain. Yes, transfer the island monument onto the boat. Liu made his choice. The monument on the island vanished, reappearing within the boat's cabin. Without hesitation, Liu gathered his worn fishing net and the D-grade axe he had acquired on his first day, taking them aboard. From this day forth, I shall become the sovereign of the seas, Liu declared with grandiosity. Although the sea posed greater dangers, where encounters with marine creatures necessitated combat rather than retreating to land, the potential rewards far outweighed those of remaining on the island. With the small boat, Liu could now row out to retrieve those resource boxes. In preparation for potential marine threats, he had equipped himself with 5 long guns. Within his line of sight, 2 resource boxes remained, prompting Liu to row forward. Ding! The fully automated fishing net had alerted him for the 3rd time regarding captured targets. Xiao Yi finally emerged from his wooden cabin, simultaneously opening all 3 resource boxes. Acquired resources, Foundation Stones 2, Bananas 500G. Acquired resources, Hemp Cloth 3, Crossbow Blueprint, A grade. Acquired resources, Metal Pieces 5, Wood 10, Beast Tendon 1. A weapon blueprint. Xiao Yi marveled at the crossbow blueprint, thinking to himself, Crossbow Blueprint, A grade. Beast Tendon 1, Wood 3, Metal Pieces 10. Gazing at the materials required to craft the crossbow, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile. I truly have good fortune. I'm fortunate to have directly opened a beast tendon from the resource box. Otherwise, where would I find a beast tendon? Through Xiao Yi's endeavors in the trading hall, he had collected nearly 30 metal pieces, allowing him to begin crafting the crossbow immediately. Navigating to the manufacturing page on the island monument, he clicked to create it. The requisite materials vanished, and a crossbow materialized within the monument space. Xiao Yi retrieved it, aimed it at the wooden cabin's wall, and began firing. Thud! Thud! Thud. The bolts embedded themselves into the wall with resounding thuds. The power is quite impressive, Xiao Yi remarked, noting that while long-range efficacy remained uncertain, the lethality within 30 meters seemed commendable. After considerable effort, Xiao Yi managed to extract the bolts from the wall, nearly damaging the tips in the process. Had I retained my physical condition from before my arrival, I likely would not have been able to extract them, Xiao Yi mused. Ding! Su-Wan suddenly messaged, I found something amazing. Chapter 0013. Watching the torrential rain from a rocking chair, Xiao Yi connected to the video call and, noticing Su-Wan's beaming face, inquired, What delightful treasure has brought you such joy? This supply box is brimming with valuable resources. Su-Wan promptly unveiled the contents. 4 cornerstone blocks, 1 single-person tint, 2 B-grade oranges, 5 burlap sacks, and 2 lettuce seeds. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. So much? Have you been possessed by the luck of a fortunate emperor? With a smile, Su-Wan queried, Does fortunate emperor imply good fortune? Indeed. Please hand over the burlap and the lettuce seeds to me. You may keep the rest. Xiao Yi replied. Su-Wan remained non-committal and instead asked, What does the grade of these oranges signify? In simple terms, it means they are tastier than ordinary oranges and can enhance one's physical constitution. Xiao Yi elucidated. In our current predicament, personal health is of utmost importance. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly arduous. Su-Wan nodded in agreement, stating, In that case, I certainly cannot hoard them all for myself. Hold on, I've previously acquired fruits of a higher grade. I'm not particularly interested in these B-grade ones. Xiao Yi asserted. Let's stick to the distribution I suggested earlier. Then I shall give you the single-person tint. Su-Wan hesitated before conceding. I've already constructed a wooden house. What would I need a tint for? Xiao Yi retorted, stepping aside to pat the wall of his wooden abode. Upon witnessing that Xiao Yi had indeed taken residence in a wooden house, Su-Wan's eyes widened. Your advancement is rather significant. While others are still struggling to fill their bellies, you have already settled into a wooden house. It's simply incomparable. Alas, though the wooden house is somewhat small. Xiao Yi replied, exuding a hint of humble bragging. Very well, I shall not be courteous any longer. Su-Wan responded, then initiated a trade in their private channel. Cornerstone 2, Burlap, 5. Lettuce seeds, 2. Trade confirmed. Xiao Yi, observing her trade proposal, shook his head in resignation before confirming the transaction. Once the trade was completed, he exited the wooden house, the alert sound of an automated fishing net resonating once more, signaling a supply box located at the island's edge. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "I hope I can uncover something worthwhile." Open. Acquired supplies frowny face cornerstone 2. B-grade rocking chair blueprint 1. Soil 1. Wooden bowl blueprint 1. Still no food? Surely, I can't survive on grilled fish alone. Most importantly, I lack even a seasoning. Xiao Yi couldn't help but lament. He then glanced at the rocking chair blueprint. Rocking chair blueprint, B-grade requires 10 wood and 8 metal sheets. After checking the trading hall and confirming that he had traded for some shark meat, he gathered the necessary metal sheets for the rocking chair and proceeded to craft it. Once the rocking chair was retrieved, Xiao Yi reclined upon it with satisfaction. B-grade rocking chair. Lying upon it will significantly restore your fatigue, though you must rock it yourself. As Xiao Yi swayed gently in the chair, he unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate time, he awoke to the sensation of water droplets on his face. Confused, he gazed at the overcast sky and promptly dragged the rocking chair back into the wooden house. It truly is going to rain. Xiao Yi mumbled as he returned indoors, observing the gloomy skies outside. Crack! A bolt of lightning sliced through the air, heralding the onset of a torrential downpour. Pattering rain cascaded down. Xiao Yi once again reclined in the rocking chair, watching as the public channel erupted with activity. Is it raining? I am amidst a torrential downpour. It feels as though my island is on the verge of flooding. What? Raining? It's perfectly dry here. Why is it not raining where you are? I can hardly see a meter ahead. Nightfall approaches. If this continues, I shall catch a cold. How wonderful! I haven't had a sip of water in nearly 3 days. What a timely rain. True, even if I were to perish, let me at least quench my thirst first. Why is it not raining here? Observing the lively discussion in the public channel, Xiao Yi quickly comprehended that the rainfall was likely confined to a specific area, while the dry regions were situated farther away. Those who were directly drinking rainwater could only pray they wouldn't suffer from stomach issues or catch a cold after being drenched. With this thought, Xiao Yi messaged Suwan, inquiring, "Is it raining over there?" "Indeed. Quite heavily." Suwan replied promptly. "It appears we must be within the same vicinity." Xiao Yi deduced, "Yes, though I wonder how far apart we are." Suwan, regardless, during clear days, I have gazed into the distance and have never spotted any islands, let alone people. Xiao Yi shrugged in reply. Suwan nodded, having experienced the same lack of visibility regarding islands. You are indeed fortunate. Thank goodness you just crafted a tent. Otherwise, you would have turned into a drenched chicken. Xiao Yi continued. Yes, and I must thank you. Had you not repaired the fishing net for me, I would have been starving and drenched. Suwan expressed her gratitude. Well, you must know how to utilize it. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Xiao Yi asked. I had those 2 oranges, Suwan answered. I feel a warm current flowing within me. I wonder if it's just my imagination. That should not be the case, for I experienced a similar sensation after eating a high-grade apple. Do you feel as though your body is now brimming with strength? Xiao Yi inquired. Suwan nodded affirmatively. Then it is as I suspected. We ought to consume more high-grade food in the future. This way, our physical constitution will improve, enabling us to confront any dangers that may arise. Xiao Yi proclaimed. Suwan nodded once more, but then ruefully remarked, Yet, acquiring high-grade food is no easy feat. The more you fish, the more you shall reap. Xiao Yi chuckled, swaying the rocking chair beneath him. You crafted a rocking chair? Suwan only then noticed it. I just finished making it. It's quite comfortable. Would you like to try it? Xiao Yi responded. I think I shall pass. It won't fit in my tent. Suwan replied. Others are here to survive, while you seem to be on holiday. One cannot say that. I am also striving to survive. Xiao Yi laughed in reply. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Goodbye. Suwan yawned and stated. Having spent the day gathering supply boxes and chopping wood had left her thoroughly exhausted. She, who was once an office worker, had never engaged in such laborious tasks. Xiao Yi could empathize, acknowledging the weight of the chainsaw. Goodbye. Rest well. After a lengthy afternoon nap, Xiao Yi found himself wide awake, switching the island monument interface to the trading hall. Oh, there truly are some excellent items. Chapter 0014. Grade A purified water, eggs, to eat or to hatch, chili seeds, 2 for trade, purified water, 50 milliliters. As an ardent lover of spicy food, Xiao Yi felt that with a hint of heat, anything could transform into a delectable delight. In fact, this trade had long been posted in the trading hall, yet Xiao Yi had overlooked the time. It had sparked quite a discussion in the public channel. 2 seeds for 50 milliliters of purified water. What a pipe dream. Indeed, and it's 2 chili seeds at that. Even if they were seeds for other food items, they would barely be worth the price. It all depends on whether there's a fool willing to take the bait. Right. Let us see which gullible soul would make this trade. That said, if some big shot happens to have an excess of purified water without any other ingredients, it's entirely possible they might buy it. Someone upstairs certainly has a wild imagination. Excess water? Are you dreaming? Even those who manage to find supply crates don't always get purified water. Humph, you're just ignorant and spouting nonsense. Let me show you something frowny face water purifier. Wah, there is something like that. Oh, great one. Spare me some water, and I'd be willing to do anything for you. Great one. I'm fair-skinned and beautiful. Grant me some water, and you can do anything you wish. Who knows, the person upstairs might be a dinosaur. I have some resources. Great one. Can I trade them for some water? You're all just daydreaming. This purifier barely provides enough for my own drinking water. The purification speed is far too slow. While they fervently debated, Xiao Yi was peacefully napping in a rocking chair. However, for him, 50 milliliters of water was truly insignificant. An A-grade purifier could yield 80 milliliters in just 1 hour. Speaking of the purifier, Xiao Yi glanced over and found that the container for purified water was nearly full. He quickly grabbed an empty mineral water bottle and filled it up, taking a sip first. Ah! Xiao Yi's eyes widened. Although it was all purified water, this tasted 100 times better than the mineral water from the supply crate. The mineral water from the supply crate bore no grade markings, indicating it was of the lowest D grade, whereas the water purified by the A-grade purifier was classified as A-grade. The difference was unmistakably significant. He downed the entire bottle in one go, feeling utterly refreshed. Ah, what a delight! This surpasses even the likes of the so-called noble water from Mount Guizhong. Originally intending to trade the 50 milliliters of purified water for chili seeds, Xiao Yi promptly abandoned that plan and decided instead to use the mineral water he had extracted from the supply crate for the trade. However, to trade water, a suitable container was required, the simplest being a plastic cup, which could be crafted from just 1 unit of plastic. Utilizing the island monument, he consumed plastic. To create a plastic cup, then poured in 50 milliliters of purified water and switched to the trading hall to request the trade. Trade successful, gained resources. Chili seeds too. With both lettuce and chili seeds in hand, Xiao Yi felt an urge to plant them immediately. He was quite impatient. He agreed to several trade requests in the trading hall for metal scraps in exchange for shark meat. Gained resources. Metal scraps 23. Switching to the manufacturing page, he crafted a wooden basin and soon, another large wooden basin was ready. He placed it on the opposite side of the entrance. The torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating, and Xiao Yi decided to wait a bit longer before placing the soil. Before the storm hit, he had already covered the wooden basin where he had planted the apple trees with wooden boards. Though it wasn't perfectly sealed, it would at least prevent excess rainwater from accumulating, lest the apple seeds drown before they even had a chance to sprout. Although conversations continued in the public channel, there were noticeably fewer than during the day. Perhaps the heavy rain had rendered everyone too preoccupied to chat.at that moment. Xiao Yi sent a message. Anren, if you see this message, please private chat me. Although it was quickly pushed to the forefront, this time it remained visible for several additional seconds. Hello, I am Anren. Who are you? Suddenly, Xiao Yi received a notification that someone was requesting a private call. He excitedly replied, Are you really Anren? I'm about to die of thirst. Please give me some water, and I'll be your little brother, the other party responded. Upon reading this message, Xiao Yi felt a chill run down his spine and retorted, The Anren I'm looking for is female. As long as you give me a sip of water, I can become a woman for you. Get lost. You pervert. Xiao Yi decisively ended the call and promptly blocked the person. Sigh. Xiao Yi let out a breath. then rose to find the crafting method for a raincoat within the island monument. Rain cloak requires materials. Leaves 10, bark 5. Conical hat requires materials. Frowny face leaves 5, bark 3. Fortunately, he had all the necessary materials and crafted them directly. Donning the rain cloak and conical hat, Xiao Yi stepped out of the wooden house and made his way toward the supply crates at the island's edge. He had nearly slept the entire afternoon, and the automated fishing nets had pulled in 2 more supply crates. Today he had already collected 6. Xiao Yi effortlessly dragged the 2 supply crates to the front of the wooden house. It seems my strength has increased again, Xiao Yi muttered, realizing the noticeable effects of the A-grade apples on his physique. He opened the supply crates. Gained resources. Foundation stones 2, burlap 1, wood 5. Gained resources. Metal scraps 3, eggs, A-grade 2. 2 eggs. Xiao Yi exclaimed in delight, eyeing the eggs. Perhaps I should make a boiled egg. However, the System-S notification quickly dissuaded him from that thought. Egg A-grade. A highly nutritious egg that can be consumed directly, but if you incubate them, you might discover a pleasant surprise. Seeing such an explicit prompt, anyone would think twice before consuming these 2 eggs. Incubating the eggs required a stable temperature and humidity, but at present, Xiao Yi could only manage the temperature. He arranged some leaves in a corner of the wooden house and carefully placed the 2 eggs inside. It seems I still need to construct a fireplace. Otherwise, the temperature fluctuations at night will be too drastic. Xiao Yi murmured. He had already hung some shark meat to trade for the bricks needed for the fireplace, and upon glancing at the trading hall, he found that the last brick had just arrived. Without hesitation, he clicked to manufacture. The corresponding materials vanished, and a fireplace materialized in the crafting space of the island monument. Please select a placement location. Note that the fireplace can only be placed on a wall of the house. Thank goodness for the wooden house. Otherwise, even if I could build it, there would be nowhere to put it. Xiao Yi muttered as he positioned the fireplace against the wall that received the least sunlight. Fireplace, B-grade. Can maintain a constant temperature of 26 degrees Celsius within a 40 square meter space, warm as spring. Reading the fireplace's description, Xiao Yi thought to himself, is this really 26 degrees? It feels so cold. Chapter 0015. After the downpour, double status the raincoat and hat, albeit somewhat rudimentary, inevitably allowed some rainwater to seep into the clothing beneath. As evening approached, the temperature dropped, and with the sea breeze blowing, Xiao Yi felt considerably colder than during the day. A unit of wood is required to provide warmth. 1 unit can sustain heat for 4 hours, and the fireplace can be manually extinguished, chimed the system notification. Remarkably more economical than barbecuing, Xiao Yi muttered to himself, then placed 2 units of wood into the fireplace, which instantly ignited. The temperature within the wooden cabin rose swiftly, and Xiao Yi, who had just been feeling chilly, was suddenly enveloped in warmth. He carefully nudged the incubating eggs closer to the fireplace. The optimal temperature for hatching eggs is 38 degrees Celsius, which was clearly difficult to regulate at present, so he could only make do for now. Though hatching the chicks would take some time, Xiao Yi needed to contemplate how to nourish them once they arrived. Upon revisiting the public channel, he discovered that the topic of discussion had once again shifted to himself. Did you see? The chili seeds in the trading hall have been exchanged. Indeed, someone exchanged 50 milliliters of purified water for chili seeds. I'm nearly parched. Could someone spare me some? Quench your thirst by catching rainwater. It's certainly more palatable than seawater. I haven't seen a single drop of rain here. Then trade some supplies with me. Trade supplies for rainwater? I must be out of my mind. If I had supplies, I'd simply exchange them for purified water instead. Why would I trade for rainwater? The issue is, you don't have any supplies. That hits hard, my friend. Observing the increasingly absurd dialogue in the chat, Xiao Yi shook his head and gazed out at the curtain of rain, murmuring, I wonder how long it will last. In a state of drowsiness, Xiao Yi drifted off to sleep. Fortunately, he had constructed the fireplace. Otherwise, with his damp clothing, he might have caught a cold from a night's sleep. Those survivors without tents or wooden shelters, unless they possessed exceptionally robust constitutions, would likely succumb to illness. The following day, Xiao Yi awoke naturally to find the rain had ceased. At that moment, the public channel was filled with lamentations. I feel dreadful. I think I have a fever. Can anyone assist me? Me too. I'm utterly drained, Am I destined to perish? I'm so thirsty, so hungry, so miserable. Xiao Yi shook his head, choosing not to linger on the distressing messages. He knew that this deluge would undoubtedly claim many lives, but he could only hope for the safety of his friends. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, he collected the fish caught by the automatic fishing net. 8 fish lay neatly arranged on the shore after a single night's catch. What a bountiful harvest! Xiao Yi exclaimed as he hurried to gather the fish. With so many, perhaps I should find a container to keep them alive. If I kill them all at once, they may spoil. He mused, it appears I need a wooden basin crafting blueprint. With this thought, he adjusted the target of the automatic fishing net to a supply crate and scanned the sea for any drifting crates. Wait, what is that? Xiao Yi suddenly spotted a dark shape on the water's surface, its form ambiguous. Perhaps it was not a supply crate after all. If only I had a telescope, he sighed, then remembered he had yet to check in for the day. Let me do that first. Check-in successful. Reward, double status, a 10 chance to receive double harvests, effective for 1 day. Isn't it said that what one desires often comes to fruition? Xiao Yi had hoped for a telescope, but was instead granted a buff. It seemed he had been overly optimistic, yet he was nonetheless pleased with the reward, albeit its low probability. Only 1 double bonus every 10 attempts. Does that mean I must wait for this double benefit before opening supply crates to maximize my gains? Xiao Yi pondered aloud. Theoretically, yes, the system responded. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi inquired, has this double status been activated today? The bonus has been triggered for the first time. All supplies obtained today will enjoy a double bonus. Wonderful. The automatic fishing net will be unleashed today to gather crates. I anticipate double the joy. Xiao Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. He approached the wooden basin where he had planted apple seeds, lifting the wooden board that had covered it since yesterday's rain. Wow! Xiao Yi gasped in surprise as he beheld 2 small saplings sprouting from the basin, their leaves a vibrant green. That growth is astonishing. Xiao Yi marveled, realizing that the rules of this world could not be judged by the standards of his previous life. If they grew so quickly, he would soon have an abundance of apples to enjoy, which was certainly a delightful prospect. Without hesitation, he retrieved some purified water from the purifier and watered the saplings. While others struggled to find drinking water, Xiao Yi was using grade purified water on his trees. If other survivors were to learn of this, they would likely be envious to the point of bloodshed. Given the rapid growth of plants here, I should be able to harvest chili peppers soon. I must plant them without delay. Xiao Yi swiftly tossed the soil he had prepared yesterday into the adjacent wooden basin. Although this soil was merely D-grade, the chili, strawberry, and lettuce seeds were all standard varieties, ensuring compatibility. After placing the soil, he sowed the strawberry, chili, and lettuce seeds. I'm feeling a bit hungry. I should prepare that grade eagle pomfret today. Xiao Yi contemplated. Having caught the eagle pomfret on his first day, he feared it might spoil if left unattended. Such a grade A ingredient could not go to waste. Once he had processed it, Xiao Yi immediately lit a fire on the grill. Soon, the rich aroma of fish wafted through the air. Grade A ingredients truly differ from ordinary ones. Xiao Yi reflected, recalling that when he had grilled common sea fish, there was never such a robust fragrance. Having grilled fish for 2 consecutive days, Xiao Yi's grilling skills had improved significantly. This time, the fish was cooked to near perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within, though not in the sense of being charred. Weighing nearly 4 pounds, 1 fish was more than he could consume alone, so after some thought, Xiao Yi decided to send a portion to Suwan. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 500 G for trade. I grilled too much to finish. Here is a portion for you. After enjoying it, be sure to help me out by gathering more good stuff. After leaving his message, Xiao Yi pondered again and posted what he had left in the chat. He knew Suwan to be a fiercely competitive girl. If he merely stated that he had overcooked, she might not believe him. Grilled eagle pomfret, grade A, 1500G.IT, tastes quite good. Give it a try. Having just awakened, Suwan felt that last night had provided her the best sleep she had experienced, despite the torrential rain outside. At least she had a tent, which made it feel somewhat like home. Ding! The island monument notified her of a new message in her private channel. Suwan promptly switched to the private channel, her eyes widening at the sight of Xiao Yi's message. Chapter 0016. The Perfect Nourishment, a Vessel, Absolutely Not. This item is far too precious. Suwon replied immediately. Having consumed 2 B-grade oranges the previous day, she was well aware of the immense benefits derived from graded food, especially since this ingredient was of a higher caliber than the oranges she had yesterday. Enough with the chatter. If I offer it to you, you shall partake. Xiao Yi retorted, his tone commanding. This is an order. Xiao Yi's assertive demeanor momentarily stunned Suwon. In their year of collaboration, she had never witnessed such a forceful side of him. Yet, this very assertiveness filled her with an unexpected warmth. Well then, thank you, she replied gratefully. Once you've finished, return to your tasks. Xiao Yi responded, then focused intently on the grilled fish before him. The meat of the eagle pomfret was exquisitely tender and flavorful, with minimal bones and soft flesh, leaving Xiao Yi convinced that he would never desire any other type of seafood again. This is simply divine, he exclaimed, patting his round belly before reclining in a rocking chair. What am I to do from here on? After all, A-grade ingredients were not easily obtained, and he had become quite accustomed to such delicacies. It feels so hot, Xiao Yi remarked, sensing an inner fire igniting within him. He decided to shed his shirt, baring his torso, as there were no other souls around. This A-grade eagle pomfret packs a much greater punch than an A-grade apple, he mused. Previously, a single apple weighed around 200 grams, and he would consume merely one at a time. However, this time he had devoured 1,500 grams of fish meat, equivalent to 7 apples in one sitting, undoubtedly yielding different effects. On the other side, Suwon had taken a bite of the fish, her eyes lighting up with delight. Before arriving in this world, she had ascended to the position of department manager and had participated in numerous social gatherings, sampling a variety of exotic delicacies. Yet, she vowed that this fish surpassed all the gourmet dishes she had ever tasted. After savoring the grilled fish, Suwon even licked her fingers, as if the aroma of the eagle pomfret still lingered on her skin. So delicious! Alas, I owe yet another debt of gratitude. I fear I may never repay it. I must strive to gather more supply crates. Filled with newfound vigor, she seized a nearby fishing net and made her way toward the island's edge. Why does it feel as though I've consumed a tonic of perfect nourishment? Xiao Yi could no longer remain still, wandering about the island's perimeter in his bare torso. Wait, what is that? A ship? The distant black dot, previously indistinct, now revealed faint outlines to his keen eyes. Upon sighting the vessel, Xiao Yi felt a rush of excitement, soon followed by trepidation. The joy stemmed from the prospect of encountering another person. Although he occasionally conversed with Suwon, communicating through the island's stone was not comparable to a face-to-face meeting. Being the sole inhabitant of this vast island often enveloped him in solitude. His concern was that this realm was not like the previous one. There was no law, nor moral restraint, and the potential for humanity's darker impulses to flourish was palpable. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the crossbow he had crafted and positioned it within reach, squinting at the distant ship. Since Liu had relocated the island's stone onto the vessel, he had thrived, successfully retrieving 8 supply crates and alleviating his hunger, though he was running low on purified water. Fortunately, he had collected some rainwater during yesterday's downpour. If he could not procure purified water, he would have to make do with the rainwater. Thankfully, the storm had only brought heavy rain, without fierce winds, or else Liu would have been uncertain about the safety of his small boat. Just as he finished clearing the accumulated water from the cabin, Liu spotted another supply crate not far off. He immediately began paddling his small boat toward the crate. On the shore, Xiao Yi suddenly noticed the small black, moving horizontally. It must not have seen me, he thought to himself. Having undergone several enhancements through A-grade food, his vision had improved. Perhaps the other party had not experienced similar enhancements, which accounted for their unawareness. Observing that the ship was heading away from his island, Xiao Yi's tense demeanor eased slightly. However, as long as they linger nearby, they will inevitably discover my island. Given its prosperous development, they will surely covet its wealth. I must prepare myself. Xiao Yi pondered. The foremost concern was the uncertainty of when the other party might arrive. If they came while he was asleep, it would spell disaster for him. If only I had a dog. At least it could serve as an alarm. Xiao Yi muttered, then set about searching for materials to construct a noise-making trap. Meanwhile, Liu had arrived near the supply crate, carefully observing the area beneath it. Drawing upon his experience from previously retrieving 8 supply crates, He was certain that each crate would be accompanied by marine creatures of varying sizes, all of which posed a threat to his small vessel. Only by driving away these aquatic predators could he hope to seize the supply crate. What a large shadow, Liu thought, scrutinizing it closely. Could it be a shark? Liu hesitated. Sharks were notoriously aggressive, but he quickly steeled himself, resolving, fortune favors the bold. I shall proceed. With that, he readied his harpoon, cautiously maneuvering his small boat closer to the supply crate. However, the shark's keen senses soon detected the approach of a human and swiftly swam toward the small boat. I've been waiting for you. Liu gripped the harpoon tightly, calculating the distance, and with a swift motion, he plunged the weapon into the water. Got it. Liu's eyes sparkled with triumph. He knew the shark possessed immense strength and held tightly to the harpoon. Yet the shark would not succumb easily. The sudden pain ignited its fury, and it lunged. Bang, crack, the shark's impact, combined with its powerful jaws, shattered the side of the boat. Liu was taken aback and immediately attempted to withdraw the harpoon, only to find it lodged in the shark's skeletal structure. He decisively let go, withdrawing another harpoon and aiming for the shark's eye in a moment of desperation. Liu managed to strike true once more. The shark, now panicked, ceased its attack and thrashed violently, retreating into the depths. During its frantic struggle, Liu lost his grip on the harpoon, and the wounded shark swam away, dragging the weapon with it. Though he yearned to keep the shark, the damage to his vessel left him no choice but to abandon the pursuit. The island stone within the cabin emitted a red light. Warning: hull integrity compromised. Please collect materials for repairs urgently. Failure to repair will result in sinking within 10 minutes. Required materials: frowny face, wood planks, 2. Metal sheets, 3. Upon seeing the word sinking, Liu panicked, quickly assessing his supplies within the cabin, discovering he had only 5 units of wood, while it took 3 units to craft a single plank. He also had merely 2 metal sheets. Ah, the trading hall. Liu instantly switched to the trading interface, posting a transaction request. Foundation stones, 2. Wood planks, 2. Metal sheets, 3. Note: urgent need. Those with supplies, act swiftly. Offer ends in 10 minutes. Chapter 0017. Double state, double happiness. Upon observing a distant boat altering its course, Xiao Yi promptly returned to the wooden cabin and approached the island monument. He felt compelled to alert Su Wan by leaving her a message. Attention, I have spotted a small vessel approaching, likely carrying humans. Remember to prevent anyone from setting foot on your island. One must always remain vigilant. After concluding his message, Xiao Yi transitioned to the trading hall to check on the status of his previous listings. Excellent. I have acquired 5 additional cornerstone units. Xiao Yi retrieved the 5 cornerstones from the trading hall. Ding. Double harvest activated. Resources obtained. Cornerstone 10. Goodness. Is it possible to achieve a double yield? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by elation, for the joy of a double harvest is a rare delight indeed. In addition, he procured 20 units of metal sheets and 3 units of cloth, which he promptly collected. Ding. Double harvest activated. Resources obtained. Metal sheet 40, cloth 6. Splendid. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a trading notice. Cornerstone 2 for trade with plank 2. Metal sheet 3. Note: urgent need. Those with resources, act swiftly. Items will be removed in 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi listed 2 units of planks and 3 units of metal sheets, and the transaction was completed in an instant. Ding. Double harvest activated. Resources obtained. Cornerstone 4. What a windfall! Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, out at sea, Liu, witnessing the successful trade, was equally elated. Immediate repairs. The materials just acquired vanished in an instant, and the damaged sections of the boat, previously assaulted by a shark, were restored to their former glory. As long as the island monument stood and materials were adequately collected, there was no need to return to land to effect repairs. Ha ha ha, with such a capability, I shall never again worry about being attacked. Liu laughed heartily. After opening the supply box, he resumed his journey on the small boat. Lacking a compass on the vast ocean, he chose a random direction and continued to paddle forward. With the double state in effect, Xiao Yi felt it imperative to make the most of this advantageous condition. However, after perusing the trading hall, he found a scarcity of resources, likely because many had yet to acquire any supplies. The majority of trades were mere attempts to barter for water and food. Reluctantly, he exchanged a small quantity of purified water for various basic materials including metal sheets, cloth, and plastic, all of which he naturally received in double measure. Xiao Yi glanced at his amassed resources. Metal sheets 51, burlap. He could now construct a single wooden bed, and without hesitation, he switched to the manufacturing page and clicked to create it. Single wooden bed blueprint. Wooden planks 4, metal sheets 6, burlap 4. The corresponding materials vanished, and a single wooden bed materialized within the manufacturing space of the island monument. After tidying up the wooden house slightly, Xiao Yi placed the bed against one side. Single wooden bed. Resting upon it will alleviate your fatigue more effectively. At this point, the wooden house was nearly filled to capacity, containing a fireplace, a water purifier, a wooden bed, and a rocking chair. It seems I must construct a larger dwelling, Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Recently, he had acquired a considerable amount of cornerstone materials, and his island's area had expanded to 37 square units, with his modest wooden house situated at the very center, leaving the rest of the space conspicuously vacant. Upon checking the construction interface of the island monument, he noted that there were quite a few houses available, though all required blueprints for construction. It appears I must take my time, Xiao Yi thought with resignation. Given the current circumstances, it was imperative to accumulate more resources. Should he indeed encounter superior housing options, it would be quite embarrassing if he lacked the materials for construction. At that moment, a message arrived from Suwan. I was just observing the flow of the supply boxes. Suwan remarked, did someone really manage to construct a boat? Xiao Yi nodded and replied, although I couldn't see it very clearly, it was undoubtedly a boat, and there was someone at the helm. If it truly is possible to row away from the island, this world may prove even more perilous. Suwan quickly grasped the inherent dangers. Therefore, be sure to prevent anyone from approaching your island, Xiao Yi reiterated with emphasis. Yes, I understand, Suwan responded. By the way, the trees I chopped down yesterday have already regrown. Just as you mentioned, they do refresh. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. I will go chop some trees as well, Xiao Yi replied before departing from the island monument. Upon exiting the wooden house, he discovered a tree had sprouted in the northeastern corner near the island's edge, while stones had reappeared to the west. Armed with his toolbox, Xiao Yi effortlessly transformed the tree and stones into his resources, triggering a double effect, resulting in all resources being doubled. Acquired resources: wood 40, leaves 60, bark 20, stones 10. The automatic fishing net had already emitted 3 alert sounds, and 3 supply boxes appeared along the island's edge. After relocating the resources from the tree and stones beside his wooden house, he began to open the supply boxes. Acquired resources: cornerstone 2, wheat seeds, grade A, 10, soil, grade A, 1. Acquired resources: flower bed blueprint 1, stones 3, soil 1. Acquired resources: frying pan blueprint 1, metal sheets 2, mineral water 500 milliliters 1. Double effect triggered. Resources doubled. Acquired resources: cornerstone 4, flower bed blueprint 2, frying pan blueprint 2, mineral water 500 milliliters 2. This double effect is astonishing. It even applies to blueprints, Xiao Yi exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the blueprint 2. Flower bed blueprint, stones 10. Frying pan blueprint, metal sheet. Thus, he crafted 1 flower bed and 1 set of cookware. As the corresponding materials disappeared, a set of cookware appeared within the island monument's manufacturing space, accompanied by a notification. Flower bed area: 4 square meters. Please design the shape of the flower bed and select a placement location. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow and simply sketched a 1-4 rectangle on one side of the wooden house. Once placed, he stepped outside and admired the flower bed constructed of bluestone, nodding in satisfaction. Flower bed protects the soil from desertification and allows for the cultivation of flowers to beautify your island. Of course, you may also utilize it as a field. Requires 2 units of soil for filling. This is precisely what I wanted, Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully upon reading the description of the flower bed. Chapter 0018. The series of humans not as good as chickens, encounter of survivors. For now, the primary concern remains sustenance. Planting flowers can wait for another time. Fortunately, with the double status effect, otherwise, the flower bed would have been devoid of soil. In the resource box earlier, there was 1 unit of A-grade soil. Thanks to the double status boost, Xiao Yi acquired 2 units of A-grade soil, which was just enough to fill the flower bed. As he placed the soil into the flower bed, the previously barren space was instantaneously transformed into a mound of rich earth, just in time to plant the wheat. Xiao Yi sowed all the wheat seeds he held and watered them lightly. Observing the still vacant expanse of the flower bed, Xiao Yi mused, I still need to find some A-grade seeds to plant. If he were to sow those lower-tier seeds, it would be a waste of all this A-grade soil. As he muttered to himself, he strolled into the wooden cabin, intending to browse the trading hall at the island's monument. Ding ding. Suwon requests to speak with you. Xiao Yi immediately accepted the call and cheerfully inquired, have you stumbled upon something? Let's split the rest. Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, he suddenly remembered his double status effect and said, Suwon, please trade all the items to me first. Huh. Suwon was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she initiated a trade in the private channel. Although she was unsure of his reasoning, she complied without hesitation. Xiao Yi confirmed the trade. Acquired resources, Foundation 4, Stone 6, Metal Sheet 4, Chicken Coop Blueprint, A-grade, 1, Bread 500G. Double effect triggered, resources doubled. Acquired resources, as expected. Xiao Yi thought excitedly, then traded back 2 foundations, 3 stones, 2 metal sheets, and the 500G of bread. I'll take all the chicken coops, you can have all the bread. Food isn't as crucial for me, Xiao Yi stated. Although he was familiar with Suwon, their relationship had not reached the point where he would share everything with her. Moreover, the double status effect was not something he could easily explain, so he opted to remain silent and perhaps compensate her in other ways later. Suwon naturally understood that Xiao Yi would not encounter issues with food, so she did not press the matter further and confirmed the trade. I'll continue fishing, Suwon said, as besides the resource boxes, she also wanted to try her hand at catching fish, as Xiao Yi had mentioned. All right, Xiao Yi replied, then ended the call. He took out the bread he had just received and began to eat while studying the chicken coop blueprint. Chicken coop blueprint, A-grade, required materials, plank 4, metal sheet 6, leaves 10. All materials are complete. Manufacturing immediately. Xiao Yi promptly clicked to create. Please select a placement location. Xiao Yi glanced at the layout of the entire island, then decided to place the chicken coop behind the house, as it occupied an area of 2 meters. Once the chicken coop was positioned, Xiao Yi stepped outside to behold a charming 2-story cottage, complete with a small yard enclosed by wooden planks. This chicken coop is even better than my wooden house. At least it has a yard, Xiao Yi remarked, then turned his attention to the system-provided information. Chicken coop, A-grade, an ideal structure for raising chickens, with a 100 hatch rate for fertilized eggs, an 80 increase in egg and meat production, an 80 enhancement in hatching and growth speed, accommodating a maximum of 80 chickens. Just yesterday, I was worrying about how to hatch eggs. Now, I've received not 1, but 2 chicken coops. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully, quickly constructing the second one and placing them side by side. He then transferred the 2 eggs from beside the fireplace into the chicken coop, enabling him to await their hatching in anticipation. With the production and speed enhancements, I'll likely have a flock of chicks in no time, Xiao Yi murmured. On the surface of the sea, Li Yu, upon discovering yet another resource box, suddenly spotted a small island in the distance. Have I finally found other islands? Li Yu licked his lips and remarked, having opened 3 resource boxes without finding a single bottle of mineral water. Since he had seen the island, there might be someone there. As long as there were people, there was a chance of finding water. With this thought, Li Yu boldly attacked the octopus near the resource box. Although he successfully wounded it, regrettably, it managed to escape. Upon opening the resource box, he still found no mineral water, only metal sheets and wood, which were nonetheless items he needed. After organizing the contents of the resource box, Li Yu placed it at the bow of his boat and leisurely paddled towards the small island. It seems rather sizable. It must have captured some resource boxes, increasing the likelihood of finding water. Li Yu licked his slightly parched lips again. As he approached within 50 meters of the island, Li Yu finally discerned the situation on shore. At least 6 empty resource boxes were visible. Although he could not see anyone, he could hear movement from the other side. Wonderful, Li Yu thought gleefully. Since people were on the opposite side, he could avoid a direct landing. He discarded the resource box he had used for camouflage at the bow and paddled vigorously towards the island. In just 2 minutes, Li Yu reached the shore, secured his small boat to a rock, and brandished his axe as he stealthily made his way to the other side. "I'm so hungry. Let's give it another try," a female voice echoed from the other side. Upon hearing this voice, Li Yu's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace. A disheveled woman was struggling to cast a net, attempting to retrieve the resource box. Suddenly, the cold edge of an axe pressed against her neck. "Don't move," Li Yu sneered. Please, don't kill me." The woman trembled in response. "I can do anything." "Oh, are you certain you can do anything?" Li Yu raised an eyebrow and asked. Recognizing the implications in Li Yu's tone, the woman instantly replied seductively, "Of course, as long as you desire." With a little grooming, she could indeed be considered a beauty, Li Yu thought to himself. "Since you insist, I won't hold back." Li Yu laughed heartily. Soon, crude sounds filled the space surrounded by several resource boxes. 10 minutes later, the woman, with a forlorn expression, adjusted her clothing, while Li Yu, thoroughly satisfied, declared, "Follow me, and I assure you shall." Chapter 0019. Partnership. The woman, rolling her eyes, retrieved the bottle of mineral water she had previously opened. Upon spotting it, Li Yu immediately snatched it away, twisted off the cap, and drank it in one go, leaving it empty. "Hey, save some for me," she began. But before she could finish her sentence, Li Yu had already downed the entire bottle. Burp. Li Yu let out a hearty belch, exclaiming, "Refreshing." "You may feel refreshed, but I am still parched," the woman muttered under her breath. "What is your name?" Li Yu inquired. "Bailian," she replied. "Well then, you shall henceforth be mine. Forget about this island. Come with me," Li Yu declared with bravado. Bailian was momentarily taken aback and asked, "If we abandon this island, where shall we reside?" "On the boat," Li Yu responded. "It will be much more convenient for gathering resource boxes." "You have a boat?" Bailian exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "That's wonderful. I shall rely on you from now on." "Of course," Li Yu replied, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Bailian transferred all her supplies onto the small boat, and the island monument emitted a prompt. "You have boarded the wooden boat. Would you like to transfer the island monument to the wooden boat?" Bailian pointed at the notification and asked Li Yu, "What does this mean?" "It means exactly what it says. Even while on the boat, we can utilize the island monument for various tasks," Li Yu explained. Bailian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "In that case, it must be transferred. Warning, after this transfer, it cannot be performed again for the next year." "Understood. Proceed with the transfer," Bailian replied. "Transferring." Transfer failed. Detection indicates that there is already an island monument on the wooden boat. Two island monuments cannot coexist on the same wooden vessel. "What now?" Bailian was stunned, and Li Yu shared her bewilderment. "You can choose to downgrade the island monument to a subordinate monument, keeping it on this island, or dismantle the island monument to obtain foundational stones, which can then be used to join other monument factions. Warning: once the island monument is dismantled, it will cease to exist." Upon seeing this prompt, Bailian turned to Li Yu again, hoping to retain it. However, Li Yu stated firmly, "We will undoubtedly be adrift at sea in the future. Keeping this island monument is utterly pointless. Let it go." Bailian hesitated, but Li Yu seized his axe and struck the monument forcefully with the blunt side. Crash! The seemingly sturdy monument shattered under his blow. Simultaneously, a notification from Li Yu's island monument sounded. "You have shattered an island monument, gaining foundational stones, 12. As a woman, Bailian found herself powerless to stop Li Yu's actions and could only sigh inwardly. So many foundational stones? Quite decent. They should be able to exchange for some good items. Li Yu mused. While he pondered, he noticed the island beneath his feet slowly sinking. He hastily pulled Bailian onto the small boat and untied the rope secured to a rock. Could shattering the monument, watching her island gradually disappear beneath the waves, Bailian felt a pang of regret. "Let us go. Things will surely improve," Li Yu said, casually selecting a direction to row his small boat away. After Xiao Yi had settled the 2 eggs, he checked on his plants. Both apple trees had grown to a height of 30 centimeters. After some contemplation, he decided to transplant one into the flower bed, as it remained relatively vacant. With the stones acquired from Su Wan, he could construct another flower bed, drawing a line and placing it to the east of the wooden house. Currently, The layout of Xiao Yi's island consisted of a wooden house at the center, 2 oversized wooden containers in front, 2-inch eye-shaped flower beds on either side, and 2 chicken coops behind the house. The eastern flower bed lacked soil, and among the chicken coops, only one was nurturing chicks, while the other remained vacant. After finishing his bread, he drank a bottle of A-grade purified water in one gulp, then poured some to water the apple trees. Now that I have a frying pan, I shall make fish soup for dinner, Xiao Yi resolved, taking an A-grade eagle pomfret to prepare. He disposed of the entrails and blood into the flushing toilet, uncertain of where it would go, but relieved it would not attract sharks or similar sea creatures. After rinsing the area, he retrieved the frying equipment from the island monument's crafting space. Everything seems so complete, Xiao Yi remarked, examining the frying pan, spatula, ladle, and skimmer. He had initially thought the frying kit only included a pan and spatula, but was pleasantly surprised to find a ladle as well. He dug a shallow pit in the ground and surrounded it with 3 stones. Lighting a piece of wood, he placed it in the pit and set the frying pan atop, filling it with purified water. Finally, he tossed the cleaned eagle pomfret into the pan. Beep, beep, beep. The fully automated fishing net emitted a notification. Xiao Yi approached and opened the resource box that had been caught. Resources obtained. Soil, S-grade, 1. Double harvest triggered. Harvest doubled. Resources obtained. Soil, S-grade, 2. The entire resource box contained only this single item. An S-grade soil? Xiao Yi exclaimed in delight, yet soon felt troubled. The best seeds he possessed were a -grade. It would be wasteful to plant A-grade seeds in S-grade soil. However, acquiring S-grade seeds was no simple feat. Xiao Yi had grasped the rules of this world. The higher the grade of resources, the more challenging they were to obtain. Despite having gathered numerous resource boxes, A-grade resources were scarce, let alone those who had fished fewer resource boxes. He had yet to uncover any resources above S-grade in the boxes. All he had were those earned from sign-ins. Today had been the first instance of obtaining an S-grade soil. Let us place the soil in the flower bed for now. I will worry about finding S-grade seeds later, Xiao Yi resolved, promptly filling the vacant flower bed. He also dismantled the empty resource box into 6 wooden planks, then sat down before the frying pan, which was simmering the fish soup. Soon, the aroma of the fish wafted through the air. Lifting the lid, Xiao Yi stirred the fish with a ladle, observing the creamy soup and thought, though it smells delightful, it feels like something is missing. Sigh, when will I acquire salt? While seawater contained salt, he lacked the knowledge to produce sea salt. I wonder if those wilderness survival experts can directly utilize seawater to create salt. Xiao Yi thought, perhaps I should inquire in the trading hall? Chapter 0020. Ice blocks, manufacturing warehouse. Upon this realization, Xiao Yi promptly listed a common sea fish in the trading hall. Sea fish, for trade salt, note. For specific trading ratio, please DM. The moment this trade was posted, it sparked fervent discussions in the public channel. Another big shot exchanging food for some peculiar items. What do you mean by peculiar items? Salt is the most fundamental seasoning, isn't it? Exactly, but while we are still striving for basic sustenance, has the big shot already begun to pursue flavor? In the realm of the affluent, one can never predict. It seems there are fewer people chatting today. Of course, those who were initially engrossed in conversation wasted a lot of time and struggled to acquire sufficient resources to sustain themselves. Moreover, last night's torrential rain is likely to eliminate another batch of the physically weak. Some began to analyze. The downpour isn't entirely detrimental. It provided a glimmer of hope for those on the brink of dehydration, provided, of course, that one possesses a robust constitution. Indeed, having been cooped up in an office before, there was hardly any opportunity for exercise. Now, in this desolate place, the chances are even slimmer. Xiao Yi observed the chatter in the public channel and noted that no one mentioned anything regarding graded food. Could it be that no one had ever obtained graded food, or that those who had chosen to keep it a secret? Other tools and buildings had grades, which everyone was undoubtedly aware of. However, the fact that consuming graded food could enhance one's physical condition was likely unknown to the majority. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi mused, I am certainly not the only one who has acquired graded food. At the very least, Suwon has tasted a B-grade orange. Thus, it must be the latter. Quietly amassing wealth is the mainstream survival strategy. After the trade had remained unresponsive for quite some time, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. Perhaps the salt produced by those wilderness survival experts was only sufficient for their own consumption. Since there was no one willing to trade, it would be best to withdraw the offer. After canceling the trade, Xiao Yi stepped out of the wooden house to continue monitoring the fish soup he was simmering. He gently scooped a bit with a spoon and tasted it. It was exceptionally delicious, albeit lacking a hint of salt. Having nearly scorched himself with grilled fish recently, a change in preparation was indeed refreshing. Despite the absence of other seasonings and side dishes, the pure fish soup was still delightful to Xiao Yi. After satisfying his hunger, he had some left over and utilized the island monument to craft a bowl. Bowl. Required materials: frowny face, metal sheet, 2. Such basic manufacturing did not necessitate a blueprint. He retrieved the bowl from the island monument's crafting space, filled it with fish soup and some fish meat, then traded it to Su Wan. Try the freshly made fish soup? There was no immediate response from Su Wan, as she was likely occupied with gathering resource boxes. Xiao Yi rose and exited the wooden house, preparing to open the 2 resource boxes that the fully automated fishing net had just caught. Resources obtained: foundation stone 2, ice block 5, metal sheet 3, roasted chicken 500g. Resources obtained: wood 8, double harvest triggered. Resources obtained: foundation stone 4. 1 resource box contained nothing but wood. It's less than what I could get from chopping a single tree, Xiao Yi muttered. Yet, isn't the joy of opening resource boxes precisely in the uncertainty of what might emerge next. However, among the newly acquired materials, one item was entirely unfamiliar: the ice block. Although it's quite warm during the day here, it hasn't reached the point where ice blocks are necessary for cooling, Xiao Yi pondered, observing the ice block, which seemed unnecessary at the moment but would soon melt away. The system did not disappoint him, as a prompt appeared. Ice block, an excellent material for preventing heat and cooling, can be used to create refrigeration and freezing units. Begins to slowly melt after 2 hours. Upon reading this prompt, Xiao Yi thought, it seems I can only watch it melt away. Ding ding. The island monument signaled that someone was requesting a call. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi walked over and answered the phone. Thank you for the fish soup. It was delightful. Su Wan said. No need for thanks. You must have found another resource box, right? Xiao Yi cut straight to the point. Su Wan nodded and replied, indeed. She then directly placed the resources she had obtained in the chat interface. Foundation stone 4, warehouse blueprint, grade A, 1, metal sheet 4. Xiao Yi nodded and stated, trade them all to me. One must make full use of the double harvest state. All right. Su Wan immediately traded all 3 items over. Double harvest triggered. Resources obtained. Foundation stone 8, warehouse blueprint, grade A, 2, metal sheet 8. Xiao Yi then traded back 2 foundation stones and 2 units of metal sheets. Naturally, the warehouse blueprint was retained, as it had become an unspoken rule between them. After the trade, Xiao Yi inspected the warehouse blueprint. Warehouse blueprint, grade A, requires wooden planks 20, brick blocks 10, metal sheets 20, ice blocks 5. What a coincidence. Xiao Yi was astonished to find that the ice blocks were indeed applicable here, but I still need 1 more brick block. With this in mind, he switched to the trading hall and listed 20 milliliters of mineral water, seeking to purchase a brick block. Mineral water, 20 milliliters, 4, brick block 1. Note: urgent, only available for 1 hour. If it weren't for the urgency, he could have set it to 10 milliliters, but the ice blocks would melt quickly, and Xiao Yi couldn't afford to wait. So he did as expected. Upping the ante led to quick results. Resources obtained: brick block 1. Double harvest triggered. Resources obtained: brick block 2. With the double harvest state in effect, even though Xiao Yi raised his costs, the yield remained consistent with previous trades. Once he gathered the required brick blocks, Xiao Yi immediately manufactured the warehouse. The materials vanished, and a warehouse materialized in the crafting space. He chose to place the warehouse directly in front of his house for ease of access. After setting it up, Xiao Yi gazed at the warehouse. Warehouse, grade A, capable of better storing food and materials, maintaining quality for an extended period, and prolonging shelf life by 80 under normal conditions. This warehouse comprises 2 levels. The upper level is a room temperature storage area with a volume of 8 cubic meters, and the lower level is a refrigeration unit with a volume of 8 cubic meters, requiring ice blocks to function effectively. Each ice block can remain effective for 1 month. Current ice block count, 5. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yi promptly tossed in the remaining 5 ice blocks. At present, his resources were insufficient to construct another warehouse, so he could only maintain this one. 10 ice blocks could sustain operations for 10 months, and by then, perhaps he would no longer require such a warehouse. Xiao Yi placed all the sea fish into the refrigeration unit. Lacking a freezing unit, he had to make do with refrigeration, while other food items were stored in the room temperature storage. After organizing these tasks, Xiao Yi discovered that Su-Wan had left him a message. Xiao Yi, could I borrow some purified water for a while? Chapter 0021. Medium sailing boat manufacturing blueprint and an infant. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Su-Wan had presumably managed to collect several bottles of water before. How could they have run out so swiftly? Seemingly aware of Xiao Yi's bewilderment, Su-Wan, with a hint of embarrassment, explained, I have some special circumstances that have led to a higher consumption than usual. However, rest assured, once I manage to retrieve more bottled water, I shall return it to you immediately. Upon hearing Su-Wan's explanation, Xiao Yi quickly comprehended the situation and replied, No worries, I possess this. As he spoke, he sent an image of his A-grade water purifier to the chat interface and continued. Although the purification rate isn't exceedingly rapid, it suffices for drinking purposes. Su-Wan gazed in astonishment at the water purifier Xiao Yi had shared in the chat. Such a device exists? She asked, her surprise evident. Of course. Relying solely on scavenging for bottled water would surely lead to dehydration, Xiao Yi chuckled, then rummaged around for 2 empty water bottles. After a moment's thought, he said, Wait a moment. Xiao Yi collected some water and stepped outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, he returned, holding 2 bottles filled with purified water, which he then traded to her. Drink up in the future, do reserve any good items for me, he remarked, adding, Over the next few days, do not overexert yourself. Gather what you can and ensure you rest adequately. Looking at the A-grade purified water displayed in the chat, Su-Wan sighed inwardly, Alas, this is truly a debt I cannot repay. However, given the unusual circumstances of these days, her thirst had become quite severe. Thank you, she expressed, consenting to the trade. Upon receiving the 2 bottles of purified water, she discovered to her surprise that they were still warm. She finally understood why Xiao Yi had asked her to wait. He must have boiled the water and allowed it to cool slightly before pouring it into the 2 bottles. Clearly, Xiao Yi had grasped the reason for her peculiar condition over the past few days. Holding the 2 bottles of warm, purified water, Su-Wan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Drink some water and rest well? Xiao Yi thought to himself, surmising that Su-Wan had only managed to salvage 2 supply crates today, whereas she typically found 3 or 4. Of course, this was merely his conjecture. Supply crates refreshed randomly, and if fortunate, they might appear close to the island, making them easier to retrieve. Conversely, if they spawned too far away, one could only observe their drifting direction. If they drifted closer, there was still a chance, but if they moved away, all one could do was watch them depart. Not everyone possessed Xiao Yi's automatic fishing net with a retrieval radius of 320 meters, which ensured that any discovered crate could be salvaged without fail. Su-Wan nodded, reluctantly ending the conversation. She then opened a bottle and took a sip. Moments later, she was taken aback. The stomach pains that had been troubling her were noticeably alleviated. It must be the effect of this A-grade purified water. Su-Wan quickly realized what had brought her relief. You are so kind to me. How can I ever repay you? Embracing the remaining purified water, she gently drifted into slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. After concluding the call, Xiao Yi rose and set about constructing some rudimentary traps around the wooden hut, designed to make noise. He had been unsettled by the sight of the boat he had encountered that morning and was hesitant to sleep soundly. Despite having built the traps, he still couldn't bring himself to rest easily. He placed his crossbow on the bed, with the newly crafted spear within arm's reach. The double status will only last for a few more hours. I should check the trading hall for any valuable items. Xiao Yi mused, switching the interface to the trading hall. As soon as he entered the trading hall, he spotted a highly sought-after transaction at the top. Medium sailing boat manufacturing blueprint, grade C1, trading for antipyretics. Note, any item that can reduce fever will suffice. Feel free to message me, as I am in urgent need. Bread, 500G, wood 10, metal sheets, 6. Note, this is all the supplies I have. Are you willing to trade? Bottled water, 250 milliliters, stones, 10, plastic, 3, cloth, 6. Note, I have this many supplies. Can we trade? Cola 200 milliliters, planks 6, glass 5. Note: please trade with me. This delightful soda is quite rare. Foundation stones 16. Note: I will trade foundation stones. If you feel it's insufficient, I can add other supplies. Beneath this transaction, numerous individuals offered various items, but none possessed the required antipyretics. Observing a person attempting to barter 16 foundation stones for the blueprint, Xiao Yi silently mused, does this individual not realize the importance of foundation stones for expanding their island? Once the week is over, I believe everyone will come to understand their significance. The public chat interface was abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. What a remarkable individual. They managed to salvage a medium sailing boat manufacturing blueprint. Indeed, but what of it? They still fell ill from the torrential rain. This wretched place offers no antipyretics whatsoever. What is the most agonizing predicament in life? It is obtaining a high-grade manufacturing blueprint while being unable to craft it, reduced to bartering it for medicine. Constructing this medium sailing boat will likely require a substantial amount of resources. I doubt anyone currently possesses enough supplies to create such a vessel. This was the first time Xiao Yi had encountered a manufacturing blueprint for a ship, which held significant implications for his future endeavors to seek safety. Thus, he fervently wished to acquire this blueprint. However, he had no antipyretics or fever-reducing items to offer. Would ice cubes suffice? Xiao Yi pondered aloud, then messaged the individual, I have ice cubes. Would that work? Unfortunately, no. My child is still quite young, the other party replied. A child? Xiao Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Had even infants been transported to this world? Yes, my child is merely a year and a half old. The person continued, do you have anything else that could help reduce a fever for a baby? Xiao Yi shook his head and responded, nothing else. At that moment, on a distant island, a burly man stared intensely at the island monument. After a brief pause, he erupted in a near-despairing yell. Why is this happening? The man looked down at the wailing infant in his arms, utterly at a loss for what to do. Before arriving in this world, he had been a mercenary, adept at killing and surviving under the harshest conditions without a hitch. Yet, now, faced with the infant in his embrace, he felt utterly helpless. Perhaps it was the infant's fate to arrive in this world, separated from its mother and assigned to its father instead. Over the past few days, whether utilizing a fishing net or swimming to retrieve supply crates, the man had managed to accumulate some food and water. However, he never anticipated that his child would suddenly develop a fever following yesterday's torrential rain. He was certain that, despite the downpour, the child had not been exposed to even a single drop. He had completely shielded the baby using an empty supply crate. Xiao Yi, after contemplating at the island monument for a moment, responded, however, I do have one item that could be tried on the child, though I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. Chapter 0022. The marvelous uses of Class A purified water. Upon reading Xiao Yi's response, the man promptly replied, what is it? Give it to me. As long as it can help the child reduce his fever, I will serve you diligently from now on, and all the resources I gather will be yours. Do not be overly excited. It is still uncertain whether this will be effective. Moreover, I do not require your servitude. I only need the manufacturing blueprint. Xiao Yi stated. That can be arranged, absolutely no problem, the man responded. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi initiated a transaction in the chat interface. Class A purified water, 20 milliliters for trade. Let's first see if it proves useful. If so, we can proceed with further transactions, Xiao Yi remarked. The man was taken aback upon receiving Xiao Yi's offer and inquired, water can be classified by levels? Indeed, but let us keep this matter discreet for now. Foods and liquids that have classifications can enhance a person's constitution. I believe it would be no different for infants, Xiao Yi replied. Since we lack antipyretics, we can only bolster the child's constitution and see if he can endure. Having explained his perspective, Xiao Yi noted that the man had no other alternatives. Regardless of the reliability of Xiao Yi's assertions, he felt compelled to try. The child had already been feverish for a substantial part of the day, and it could not continue like this. The man immediately agreed to the transaction and carefully administered the 20 milliliters of Class A purified water to the child. Merely 3 minutes later, the man excitedly messaged Xiao Yi, it truly works. Although his forehead remained warm, his condition had significantly improved, and he even began to babble happily at the man. Since it is effective, let us commence the transaction, Xiao Yi declared. The man promptly took down the previous trade from the trading hall and, in a private channel, sent over the manufacturing blueprint. Medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint, Class C, 1 for trade. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated such trust from the other party, yet he did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the transaction. Acquired materials, medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint, Class C, 1. Triggered double harvest, acquired materials. Medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint, Class C, 2. Success. Xiao Yi murmured joyfully. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate your help. Could we become friends? I may need to purchase more Class A purified water from you in the future, the other party inquired. Surviving thus far with a child in tow and possessing a medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint indicated that this individual certainly had some degree of capability. Furthermore, his character seemed commendable, prompting Xiao Yi to nod and respond, certainly. That is wonderful, thank you. Do you agree? Agree. Xiao Yi accepted, and another name was added to his friends list. Hello, Xiao Yi, that I would like to purchase some more Class A purified water from you. I understand this water is quite precious, but I hope you can sell me some, Zhang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and sent over 200 milliliters of purified water. The previous amount was a trial. This 200 milliliters corresponds to the trade for your medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint. Should you require more in the future, other materials will be necessary for exchange. If you acquire any special items, you may also trade them with me. Xiao Yi replied. Thank you. Zhang Yuntian responded, and thereafter, there was no further communication. Meanwhile, in the public channel, others began to speculate upon noticing that the medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint had been taken down. What is going on? Has someone found a fever reducer? That seems unlikely. Judging from the current resources, the probability of finding an antipyretic is almost non-existent. Come on, as if you know what can be found. Stop acting like you're all-knowing. I don't think it's an antipyretic. I suspect it's another item that can reduce fever. Exactly, I concur with the previous statement. I'm so curious to learn what item possesses such miraculous effects. Want to know one? Xiao Yi had no time to concern himself with the discussions in the public channel. Instead, he focused on the manufacturing blueprint. Medium sailboat manufacturing blueprint, Class C wooden planks 200, metal sheets 200, wood 10, linen 50. Such a vast quantity of materials. I doubt anyone could construct it. Xiao Yi couldn't help but comment, realizing that even with his relatively abundant supplies, he still could not produce a medium sailboat. As Xiao Yi was lamenting, Liu was on the wooden boat, fuming with rage. Damn it, I offer 16 foundation stones, and he refuses to trade with me. What is wrong with him? He might as well die. Liu exclaimed, his language colorful. Beside him, Bai Lian said, calm down. After all, the blueprint is in someone else's possession. After so long scavenging for resource boxes, he had only encountered one. The very wooden boat manufacturing blueprint at his feet. The rest were merely basic materials, food, and water. After a fit of impotent rage, Liu finally calmed down and said, you continue rowing. I shall rest for a while and keep searching for resource boxes. But it's already dark. Bai Lian frowned. Even if it's dark, we must row. If we don't, what will we eat and drink? Liu scolded. Bai Lian had no choice but to take the oars and row in a random direction. Xiao Yi swept through the trading hall, acquiring some basic materials. Taking advantage of the double harvest state, even if the prices were somewhat inflated, he still purchased them. In no time, the basic materials in the trading hall were nearly depleted. What is happening today? I just listed 5 units of metal sheets, and the price has already surged by 20%, yet they were snatched up instantly. Indeed, the same happened to me. I was trading shark meat, and it seems the previous big shot is hoarding resources. Does he buy even at such high prices? I must quickly adjust my own prices. As Xiao Yi continued to clean out the trading hall, the prices of basic materials began to rise sharply. However, he eventually called it quits. Even with the double harvest state, he could not afford to be a fool. What is going on? Has the big shot stopped collecting materials? It seems so. Ah, what a blunder. Had I known, I would have listed my items sooner. Come on, it's not about timing. It's about your greed. Your prices are too high. While the big shot may need materials, he is not foolish. He can collect them slowly over time instead of rushing to acquire everything today. That is a fair point. It seems I must not be too greedy in the future. Although the materials obtained from this flurry of transactions boasted a double bonus, Xiao Yi still lacked sufficient supplies to manufacture the medium sailboat. Among the many materials, only the wood had reached 3 digits, totaling 121 units, while the rest remained in the double digits, still far from the required amounts. Xiao Yi reclined back onto his wooden bed, gripping his crossbow, and began to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Chapter 0023, Sign in to bestow prosperity, S-Class coconut tree seeds. After recently consuming several A-Class foods, Xiao Yi's physical capabilities have been comprehensively enhanced. He feels that his physique is now comparable to that of well-trained soldiers. Of course, lacking practical combat experience, he would likely falter before such soldiers. As Xiao Yi drifted between wakefulness and slumber, the night passed in serene tranquility. Xiao Yi let out a tremendous yawn, rising to observe the dawn light filtering through the sky. He sighed, perhaps that ship will never arrive here. Despite a restless night, Xiao Yi felt reasonably well, likely a testament to his improved constitution. After stretching lazily, he declared, "System, sign in. Sign in successful. You have received a Chinese rural dog." Woof woof. A yellow mutt appeared at Xiao Yi's side, enthusiastically wagging its tail. Chinese rural dog, S-Class. Do not underestimate this mutt. Even special forces may find it a formidable opponent. It can comprehend simple commands. With it by your side, you can rest assured, as it will be your most loyal guardian. Can one really sign in for living creatures? Xiao Yi marveled at the sight of the common dog from his homeland. Upon reaching the shore, Prosperity eagerly dashed towards the automatically cast net, retrieving the fish for Xiao Yi. Hey, you've already bitten them. How am I supposed to eat this? Xiao Yi exclaimed. Have you had your rabies vaccine? Woof woof. Prosperity joyfully wagged its tail. Everything provided by the system is beneficial and harmless to the host. The system interjected unexpectedly. Xiao Yi paused, then chuckled. I was merely joking with it. Don't take it to heart. Our big yellow dog back home frequently helps us catch rabbits, and we've always enjoyed our meals without issue. Within mere seconds, Prosperity had brought all 12 fish to Xiao Yi's feet. Well done. I shall grill you some fish in return. These sea fish are delectable. Xiao Yi praised Prosperity. Woof woof. After inspecting the catch, Xiao Yi noted that they were all ordinary sea fish, confirming that higher-tier fish are indeed difficult to catch. Remembering the stroke of luck he had when he first snagged an A-class eagle pomfret, he mused on his fortune. At this point, Xiao Yi turned to Prosperity and instructed, from now on, no more indiscriminate urination. You must use the restroom, understood? He even led Prosperity to the toilet area for a demonstration. Woof woof. Whether it understood or not, Xiao Yi simply shook his head with a smile, proceeding to prepare 2 of the sea fish by placing them on the grill. Why not cook fish soup? It's too cumbersome. Grilling is far more convenient. He adjusted the automatic fishing net's target to supply crates and returned to the grill, content with his task. Today, since the double state has not been triggered, perhaps it would be wise to hold off on opening the supply crates until a later time. Xiao Yi contemplated. Only after grilling the fish did he resolve that, barring any special circumstances, he would refrain from opening the supply crates until a double state emerged. After all, he did not currently lack resources. Once the fish were ready, Xiao Yi tossed one to Prosperity and kept the other for himself. While eating, he checked on the plants he had cultivated. In the wooden basin filled with ordinary soil, the lettuce had sprouted, likely ready for harvest in 2 to 3 days, while the strawberry and chili plants were beginning to show faint green shoots. The apple tree in the A-class soil was flourishing, reaching nearly a meter in height with numerous branches sprouting. Likewise, the wheat planted in A-class soil was thriving, presenting a lush green expanse that was delightful to behold. It appeared that higher-tier soil indeed expedited plant growth. As he rounded the back of the cabin, the chicken coop remained quiet, and the 2 eggs inside looked the same as the previous day, showing no signs of change. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi was confident these eggs would soon hatch into chicks. After fetching some water to nourish his plants, Xiao Yi dragged the rocking chair from the cabin to the doorway and reclined. Prosperity lay nearby. Beep, beep, beep. The automatic fishing net signaled the capture of a supply crate, prompting Prosperity to stand, eager to rush over. However, Xiao Yi gently patted it, saying, No rush. Just leave it there. Woof woof. Prosperity responded with a bark before settling back down. Beep. The island monument alerted him to a friend request. Entering the cabin, Xiao Yi was astonished to find it was from Jiang Yuntian. Thank you so much for the purified water. The child's fever has subsided today, and he is in excellent spirits. Jiang Yuntian expressed joyfully, then sent a trade request through the chat interface. Coconut tree seeds, S-Class, 2 trade unlocked. I just received these and have no intention of planting them, so I'm giving them to you as a token of gratitude for your assistance yesterday. Jiang Yuntian continued. Seeing the S-Class seeds, Xiao Yi's eyes widened as he replied, I gladly accept these. As compensation, once I cultivate them, I can gift you a coconut. Excellent, thank you very much. Jiang Yuntian replied. Fortunately, Jiang Yuntian did not attempt to plant the 2 S-Class seeds directly on the island. Without S-Class soil, they would not grow and would surely perish if buried here. Trade confirmed. Acquired supplies. Coconut tree seeds, S-Class 2. Lacking the double state, Xiao Yi felt as though something was missing. Shaking his head, he retrieved the coconut tree seeds, astonished to find they were indeed 2 coconuts, with tender shoots already emerging. In this state, if they remained unplanted for too long, they would likely wither away, Xiao Yi thought to himself, then promptly buried the 2 coconut tree seeds in a flower bed filled with S-Class soil. It seems there are indeed many fortunate individuals. It is not that no one finds high-tier items, but rather that those who do fiercely cling to them. Xiao Yi mused, by noon. The automatic fishing net had collected 5 supply crates, all neatly arranged along the edge of the island. Xiao Yi consumed half of the roast chicken he had opened yesterday, tossing the remaining half in bones to Prosperity. I'll take a little rest. Stay here and don't destroy anything. Xiao Yi advised Prosperity, then reclined in the rocking chair, drifting into a drowsy slumber. After a restless night, having Prosperity nearby was just the remedy he needed. In the distance, a small boat reappeared on the horizon, carrying Li Yu and his companion. Brotherly, it seems there's an island up ahead. Bai Lian pointed towards the distance. Chapter 0024, Midnight Arrival, Grand Clearance. To his astonishment, after a series of twists and turns, Li Yu and his companion found themselves once again approaching Xiao Yi's island. The mere mention of an island sent a surge of excitement through Li Yu. An island signified resources and, perhaps, women. As a sovereign of the seas, one woman would hardly suffice. Stop right there, Li Yu commanded, halting Bai Lian from rowing any closer to the island, as he leaned over the edge of the boat to scrutinize the land before them. Is it truly that large? Li Yu was utterly taken aback when he first encountered Bai Lian. Her modest 12-square-meter island had seemed ample. Yet, the island before him appeared to be at least 40 square meters, if not more. Just how many resource boxes must be salvaged to achieve such an expanse? Brotherly, I think I see some buildings up there. Bai Lian's eyes sparkled with excitement. After days of enduring the elements, if they could discover an island with shelter, she would undoubtedly choose to remain there. Liu too caught a glimpse of several diminutive structures atop the island, and his heart raced with anticipation. Though a fisherman by profession, the monotony of life aboard a cramped wooden vessel was wearing thin. He would not hesitate to claim a well-developed island for himself. Bai Lian, let us go. Liu pointed in the opposite direction of the island. Huh? Bai Lian was puzzled. Brotherly, isn't that the wrong way? Liu shot her an annoyed glance and replied, could someone who has developed so rapidly be an ordinary person? Can't you think for yourself? Ah, so, we're just going to abandon it. Bai Lian gazed longingly at the island. Abandon it? Absolutely not. What I desire will surely be within my grasp, Liu asserted coldly. We must leave now to avoid drawing attention. We'll return under the cover of night. After Liu's succinct explanation, Bai Lian's eyes widened with understanding, and she nodded before assisting him in rowing the small boat away. At that moment, Xiao Yi was enjoying an afternoon nap, with Wang Kai lounging beside the rocking chair, completely unaware of the small boat's presence. Xiao Yi awoke at dusk, roused by the alert of the island monument. He had already disabled the notifications for the automatic fishing nets, but the island monument's alerts were beyond his control. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped into the wooden cabin. Yuan is requesting to communicate with you. Connect. Upon seeing Xiao Yi on the video call, Suwan seemed to exhale in relief. I hadn't been able to reach you all day. I was worried something had happened. I just took a little nap. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. How has your day been? Very well. I've managed to salvage 2 resource boxes, uncovering some supplies, and, as before, should I send everything to you? Suwon inquired. Xiao Yi shook his head, saying, no need. Unless there is something significant, keep everything for now. I'll let you know when I need it. Suwon looked slightly confused, but she prudently refrained from asking further, instead stating, all right, they're mostly basic supplies, plus a 500g loaf of bread. Good, then you can keep them, Xiao Yi responded. Understood. Suwon, not one to stand on ceremony, continued. I noticed in the public channel that there has been discussion about medium-sized sailboats. Since I went to bed early yesterday, did anyone purchase that crafting blueprint? Indeed, it was to help a child with a fever, Xiao Yi replied. What? A child? Has a child really been brought into this world? Suwon exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yi nodded, saying, I suspect it must accompany an adult randomly. ISNT that just more challenging. Suwon's eyes widened. Xiao Yi shrugged, responding, survival of the fittest, I suppose. That is incredibly harsh. Suwon lamented, thank goodness I encountered you early on. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Suwon asked, wait, how are you so familiar with the situation? Because I purchased his sailboat blueprint, Xiao Yi replied, in a wonder. Suwon exclaimed, enlightened. Since you're fine, I'll see if I can salvage another resource box. Goodbye. Xiao Yi nodded and ended the call. He glanced at the shore, where 6 resource boxes were already arranged, then turned his gaze to the sea, finding no additional boxes. He adjusted the program for the automatic fishing nets, resuming his aimless casting. As the area of his island expanded, the quantity of fish he caught increased correspondingly. A longer coastline indeed meant richer marine resources. There was wisdom in that. He pushed all unopened resource boxes closer to his wooden cabin and returned to the monument to check for any worthwhile items in the trading hall. Having been on the island for 5 days, it was reasonable to assume that those still alive would possess some resources. The number of transactions in the trading hall had reached a staggering 100,000. Xiao Yi sifted through, filtering out those trading for nothing before seeking the supplies he needed, such as planks, metal sheets, and cloth. These were essential materials for constructing a medium-sized sailboat. Upon finding some reasonably priced items, Xiao Yi exchanged them directly for shark meat. Though he now had a warehouse, the shark meat had been stored at room temperature for quite some time. According to the system's alerts, it would be inedible after 1 more day. He needed to make the most of it while it was still usable. It must be said, food was undoubtedly the hard currency here. Even the notoriously unpalatable shark meat easily procured numerous supplies. He reviewed the materials required to craft a sailboat: 200 planks, 200 metal sheets, 10 pieces of wood, and 50 cloths. Currently, I have only 41 planks, which is quite insufficient, and I still need 80 metal sheets. However, I have ample cloth and wood. Xiao Yi mused. Let us make a concerted effort to acquire them. Instantly, he listed his shark meat in the trading hall. Shark meat, 250g4 wood 20. Note: shark meat must be consumed within 1 day post-purchase, or it will spoil if you lack wood. You may chop down trees on the island to obtain 20 units of wood. Shark meat, 250g4 metal sheet 4. Note: shark meat must be consumed within 1 day post-purchase, or it will spoil. Shark meat, 250g4 cloth 2. Note: shark meat must be consumed within 1 day post-purchase, or it will spoil. Based on the difficulty level of obtaining these materials, Xiao Yi listed all his shark meat. Planks could be synthesized using wood, so as long as he acquired sufficient wood, the plank shortage would be effortlessly resolved. As soon as these trades were posted, the public channel erupted in discussion. What is going on? You can trade for half a pound of shark meat with just 20 units of wood? Is this a bloodbath clearance sale? What bloodbath clearance? Didn't you see the notes behind those trades? Chapter 0025. The lease of usage rights for a medium-sized sailboat. Remarks? Let me take a look. Ah, so the shark meat is nearing spoilage, which explains its low price. Is this not a stark reflection of the reality where the wealthy indulge in excess, while the streets are lined with the bones of the frozen dead? The meat from the affluent is on the verge of rotting, while those who starve likely share the same fate. We must collectively resist this kind of liquidating behavior from the wealthy. Let us unite and refrain from purchasing, allowing his shark meat to rot in his hands. Indeed, unless the price drops further. Otherwise, I shall not buy it. A wave of united resistance against Xiao Yi's sale of shark meat surged through the public channel. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yi merely chuckled, as the incessant system notifications in his ears made him acutely aware of the absurdity of this coalition. Transaction successful, acquired resources. Wood 20. Transaction successful, acquired resources. Metal sheets 4. Transaction successful, acquired resources. Hemp cloth 2. Within a mere 5 minutes, half of Xiao Yi's shark meat had been consumed, as he had placed the entire stock in the trading hall for all to see. Good grief. This so-called united resistance is utterly foolish. The shark meat is nearly sold out, someone exclaimed in the public channel. What? Everyone must band together. Band together, my foot. On the first day, I offered 200 G of bread, and now I'm starving. It's sheer idiocy not to buy such cheap meat. Which generous soul could lend me an axe? I lack resources and wish to follow the wealthy's method of chopping down trees. Indeed, there's still a tree on the island. That's another 20 units of wood. Let's hurry and chop it down. To those without axes, I've just listed my axe in the trading hall for rent. What? The trading hall allows rentals. Xiao Yi was equally astonished upon connection. Xiao Yi promptly inquired, have you seen the trading hall? No, what is the matter? Su Wan asked, puzzled, as she had already lain down. Clearly, she had yet to notice the rental transactions. Xiao Yi explained, it turns out that limited-time usage rights for items can also be traded. If you don't need your axe or fishing net now, list them in the trading hall. Su Wan paused momentarily before quickly accessing the trading hall. Upon seeing the listing, she felt that the person who first thought of such a transaction was truly a genius. She had already felled the trees on her island early in the morning and was now ready to rest, so she placed her axe at the same price as the previous listing. The fishing net's price was slightly higher since it could be used to catch resource crates, which could yield substantial rewards. Thus, Su Wan set the rental price for the fishing net as fishing net, C grade, half an hour of usage rights for foundation, 1, or any 2 units of the following basic resources, metal sheet, hemp cloth, plastic, glass, brick, Tools could be lent for a limited time, and once the time expired, they would automatically vanish back to the trading hall. Consequently, the trading hall became increasingly bustling, with numerous tools listed. Axes, fishing nets, hammers, and more. With access to tools, their resource-gathering speed accelerated. Within just 3 minutes, Xiao Yi's shark meat was completely sold out. Damn it, who said we should unite in resistance? Why didn't he get a chance to purchase that shark meat? Exactly, perhaps those people acted first. It was deliberate. This is severely detrimental. One must act with integrity. My shark meat? Oh no, I'm going to starve again. To hell with your coalition. Xiao Yi paid no attention to the tirade in the public channel, for at that moment, his resources were sufficient to construct 2 medium-sized sailboats. Wood planks 41, metal sheets 404, wood 2521, hemp cloth 132. As he surveyed the quantity of wood, Xiao Yi silently calculated, 3 units of wood can produce 1 unit of plank, so to gather 400 units of planks, I need 1,200 units of wood. I have more than enough. With the resources ready, Xiao Yi wasted no time and immediately began synthesizing wood planks in the Island Monument's manufacturing interface. As wood served as a fundamental resource, he decided to retain some for potential future uses, thus halting synthesis once he reached the necessary number of planks. Wood planks 400, metal sheets 404, wood 1444, hemp cloth 132. That is sufficient. I can commence manufacturing. Xiao Yi eagerly clicked the manufacture button. The corresponding quantity of resources disappeared, and 2 medium-sized sailboats instantly materialized in the Island Monument's manufacturing space. Please select a placement location. Note that placing the medium-sized sailboat on land may cause damage. There's no rush. It's pitch black, and visibility is poor. I shall place them tomorrow. It's time to rest. Content: Xiao Yi lay down on his wooden bed, while Wang Kai nestled beneath it. With Wang Kai by his side, Xiao Yi no longer feared ambushes. A dog's vigilance far surpasses that of humans, especially when it is an S-class dog. Xiao Yi soon drifted into slumber. The moon hung high, while a small boat approached his island at a leisurely pace. Despite Li Yu and the others exercising utmost caution, the sound of the oars slicing through the water was still quite loud. Suddenly, Wang Kai lifted its head, gazing outside the wooden house. Astonishingly, it did not issue a warning bark but instead leaped onto the bed, licking Xiao Yi's face. In his dream, Xiao Yi envisioned Su Wan constructing a boat and enduring countless hardships to reach his island, transforming into an Ran. Uncertain whether it was Su Wan or an Ran, a woman excitedly dashed into his embrace, delivering a breathtaking kiss. Ugh! Xiao Yi felt something wet on his face. Wang Kai wagged its tail excitedly, barking softly towards the outside. Someone's out there. Xiao Yi, having heard the unusual noise, swiftly grabbed his crossbow and patted Wang Kai, who immediately fell silent. I thought I heard a dog barking just now, Bai Lian said uncertainly. Liu listened intently for a moment before whispering, You must be imagining things. There's no dog barking. If there really were a dog, it would have been barking up a storm by now. Bai Lian, uncertain herself, nodded in agreement with Liu's assertion and continued to row the boat slowly. Chapter 0026, The Failed Night Raid and the Tortured Information. This is trouble. Liu gazed at the vast island, noticing several unopened supply crates scattered about, along with more than one building. Although they were modest in size, they were at least structures of some sort. Beside the buildings lay a small vegetable garden, which, despite its diminutive nature, had already begun to yield produce. Though Liu could not discern what it was, he was certain it was edible. It has been ages since I last had fresh vegetables. The mere thought of greens made Liu's mouth water. He swallowed hard, murmuring softly, Be quiet, in a moment. You will draw their attention while I launch a surprise attack, understood? Rest assured, I excel at theatrics, Bai Lian declared, patting her ample bosom. Liu felt a rush of heat at her words, thinking, Once we reach the island, I shall take my time with you in the cabin. At that moment, Xiao Yi emerged from the wooden cabin, cautiously peering towards the sea, shielded by a few supply crates. A small boat was making its way to the island at a sluggish pace, and in the moonlight, Xiao Yi spotted two figures standing at the bow. Could they already have partners? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot combat 4 hands. Fortunately, he had acquired Wang Kai during the day's sign-in. He gestured for Wang Kai to move to the other side. To his surprise, Wang Kai crouched low, using the crates and flower beds for cover as it stealthily crawled away. Wang Kai, you truly are a clever dog, Xiao Yi thought to himself. The small boat was nearing the shore, yet Liu had searched for stones in vain, ultimately tying the boat to the nearest supply crate. How peculiar. Why are there no stones on this island? Liu muttered quietly. Once the boat was secured, he pulled Bai Lian close and whispered, When I reach the building, you must call out, using any method to attract their attention. Bai Lian signaled her understanding with an OK gesture. Gripping an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, Liu stealthily made his way to the opposite side. Soon, he vanished from sight near the building, prompting Bai Lian to tug at her clothing and plaintively ask, Is anyone here? Xiao Yi, hiding nearby, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her clumsy performance. Who's there? He feigned grogginess, stepping out with his crossbow slung behind him. The nighttime context rendered his odd movements unnoticed by Bai Lian, who assumed he was merely stretching after a restless sleep. As she drew closer, Bai Lian finally caught sight of Xiao Yi's face. What a handsome young man, she thought, her heart fluttering, yet recalling Liu lurking nearby with his weapon, she continued her act. Young man, I accidentally lost my way while rowing. May I stay here for the night? Bai Lian implored, adjusting her attire. Xiao Yi scoffed, Stop adjusting. You might as well take it off. If you wish, I could. Bai Lian stepped closer. Hearing her voice, Liu cursed silently. What a brazen woman. It seems she hasn't been satisfied yet. If Bai Lian were aware of Liu's thoughts, she would retort, Who can be satisfied in just 10 minutes? Stop right there. Xiao Yi commanded, halting Bai Lian's advance. What's wrong, young man? Am I not beautiful? She cooed, striking a pose. Xiao Yi felt nauseated. That moment, Liu charged out from behind Xiao Yi. Although he noticed the weapon concealed behind him, he could not identify it. Since it was hidden, the target was clearly Bai Lian. It had nothing to do with him. As long as he could eliminate this person, it would be a significant gain. If Bai Lian survived, all the better. If not, it mattered little. Seeing Li Yu burst forth, Bai Lian flaunted her charms even more brazenly. Xiao Yi shook his head, having heard the commotion behind him yet choosing to ignore it. Li Yu swung his axe, and at that moment, Xiao Yi remained oblivious. "It's done," was the unspoken thought shared by both Li Yu and Bai Lian. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the side. Ah! A sharp pain shot through Li Yu's wrist. Snap! "My hand!" he cried out, struggling fiercely, but the shadow clamped down on his wrist with unrelenting ferocity. "Damn it!" Li Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he thrust the spear at the shadow. However, it moved with astonishing speed, dodging effortlessly, and the spear plunged deep into the island's ground. Before Li Yu could withdraw the weapon, the shadow lunged again, biting into his other wrist. Ah! His scream echoed louder. Bai Lian stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Seeing Wang Kai sever the assailant's other wrist, Xiao Yi called out, "Wang Kai, return." The shadow immediately released Li Yu and scampered towards Xiao Yi. There truly is a dog. Bai Lian trembled in fear, her childhood trauma of being bitten resurfacing. Who wouldn't be terrified of a dog that could sever a grown man's wrist with a single bite? Xiao Yi regarded Bai Lian and demanded, "Speak. How did you cross paths, and how did you end up here?" Li Yu continued to wail in pain, prompting Xiao Yi to raise his crossbow, declaring, "Another sound, and you'll be meeting your maker." Bai Lian, lacking any principles or boundaries, recounted their encounter and how they inadvertently arrived at this place. "Young man, don't kill me. I can do anything for you," Bai Lian pleaded desperately. "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. The moment you conspired to ambush me, your fate was sealed." Xiao Yi replied coldly. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot forth, striking Bai Lian squarely in the forehead. Before she could utter another word, Xiao Yi had dispatched her on the spot. "Please, big brother, don't kill me. I can be your subordinate and help you gather supplies," Li Yu hastily implored, realizing that mere pleas for mercy would be futile. However, if he could demonstrate his worth, perhaps in this survival-driven world, his offer would not be dismissed. "Subordinate? What do you mean?" Xiao Yi inquired. "It means that since you have defeated me, you can make my island's stone tablet your subordinate tablet, and all the supplies I gather will belong to you." Li Yu explained promptly, omitting the fact that the stone tablet could also be shattered, thus granting the holder access to all. Resolving Li Yu, the subordinate island steal according to the earlier statements made by Li Yu and his companion, they had merely chosen a random direction to row their boat, and without a compass, they were utterly incapable of discerning their bearings, rendering any hope of returning to their original location completely futile. Although the steel on the island bore a map, it was situated on the island itself, and at present, Li Yu was unlikely to see it. "Brother, once I construct a boat, I can transfer the island steel onto it. However, this can only be done once a year." Li Yu promptly divulged this information to demonstrate his loyalty. Xiao Yi was taken aback to discover such a stipulation existed. Noticing a flicker of interest in Xiao Yi's expression, Li Yu continued, "You see, gathering resources with 2 people is far more efficient than with just one. Consequently, your island will develop at an accelerated pace, and achieving the status of the world's foremost island is certainly within reach." Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Elated, Li Yu's mind began to devise plans for how he might eventually extricate himself from Xiao Yi. "I shall bide my time, harnessing his strength to develop, and once I no longer require the power of the steel, I will destroy it and break free from his control." A hint of an enigmatic smile crept onto Li Yu's lips. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt appeared to magnify before his eyes. Thump! Li Yu's consciousness plunged into darkness, and he never comprehended why Xiao Yi had executed him without so much as a word. Xiao Yi set down the repeating crossbow with a cold smirk, declaring, "Even if I were to take on subordinates, I have no need for one like you." With that, he seized both individuals by their arms and cast them into the sea. "Who would have thought my strength was sufficient to throw them such a distance?" Xiao Yi mused, observing how far he had flung them, nearly 10 meters away. As for whether this might attract marine creatures, Xiao Yi was not overly concerned. Armed with a repeating crossbow and a spear, he felt confident in dealing with any ordinary sea life that might approach, perhaps even securing some food in the process. After disposing of the 2, Xiao Yi stepped aboard Li Yu's small wooden boat. In the center of the boat lay an island steel, and he approached it. Unclaimed island steel. The owner, Li Yu, has expired. You may choose to shatter it or to claim it as a subordinate. In either case, you will receive all resources of the original owner. The system's prompt did not disappoint Xiao Yi, providing a remarkably detailed explanation. So this is Li Yu. Xiao Yi expressed his surprise, recalling having seen his comments in the public channel. I never expected he would manage to construct a small boat so swiftly and come here. He must be a fisherman without a doubt. Ordinary individuals would hardly dare to navigate such a small vessel adrift at sea. However, it seems that shattering this, I might as well keep it for now and claim it as a subordinate. Ultimately, Xiao Yi resolved to accept the island steel. Upon his touch, a prompt appeared on the steel. You have discovered an unclaimed island steel. Do you wish to claim it as a subordinate?
Yes.
Without hesitation, Xiao Yi affirmed his choice, and the steel immediately shrank in size, though its shape remained largely unchanged. I expected a more dramatic transformation. Xiao Yi observed the steel, which had only slightly diminished in size, with no other alterations, before transferring all the resources from the wooden boat to his island. 2 people rowing to gather resource boxes, and there are so few supplies. Thankfully, I didn't keep you around. That would have been a waste. Xiao Yi couldn't help but scoff. The one surprising discovery was that they possessed 16 foundation stones. 16 foundation stones? Could it be that Li Yu was the one who sought to purchase the medium-sized sailing vessel from Jiang Yuntian yesterday? Xiao Yi suddenly recalled someone in the trading channel expressing their desire to exchange 16 foundation stones for the crafting blueprint of that medium-sized boat. The fact that Li Yu transferred the steel to the boat indicates he is resolute in his ambition to develop at sea. His desire for that medium-sized sailing vessel is now understandable. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. He promptly utilized all those foundation stones to expand his own island. Gazing at the newly enlarged island, Xiao Yi mused, if only more individuals would deliver resources like this. It's far quicker than scavenging for supplies. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought. After all, it had taken 5 days to acquire just one boat, and the crafting blueprints themselves were notoriously difficult to obtain. Even if one were to acquire the blueprint, the average person would likely struggle to gather the necessary materials for boat construction. Even if the materials were amassed and a vessel constructed, the absence of accurate maps in the area made it exceedingly unlikely for anyone to navigate back to their own island. Thus, encountering Li Yu and his companion could only be deemed a fortuitous coincidence. After securing the small boat, Xiao Yi returned to his wooden cabin. Glancing at the system clock, he noted the time was 1:30 in the morning. It was best to continue sleeping as Xiao Yi lay on his wooden bed. He patted the side of the bed, reminding the dog Wang Kai, who was lying beneath. Wang Kai, from now on, you must refrain from licking me. You may tug on my clothes or hands, but do not push your nose into my face, understood? Woof. Wang Kai replied obediently. Time to sleep. Xiao Yi shook his head, recalling the peculiar dream he had just experienced. He rose once more to stand before the island steel. To his astonishment, a new interface appeared, subordinate. Upon entering, he discovered information regarding the subordinate island steel. Subordinate island steel, placed on a small wooden boat, resources. 0. Xiao Yi glanced briefly at the information before switching to the public channel to send a message. Anren, if you can see this message, please contact me privately. Though it was the dead of night, some individuals continued to chat in the public channel, their loneliness compelling them to connect. There's been a noticeable increase in people searching for others recently. Indeed, it feels as though everyone from our world has been thrown into this place. Yes, I too wish to find someone. My ex-girlfriend, Yi Qian, where are you? Huh. Even if you do manage to contact her, what good will it do? You'll only become a burden to one another. And even if you aren't a burden, do you have any idea how far apart you are? The chance of meeting is virtually non-existent. That may be true, but if one were to encounter a family member or friend, collaborating with them would surely be preferable to teaming up with a stranger. That's a fair point. That's nonsense. I was just betrayed by my cousin. We agreed to share the fishing net for half a day, and once I gave it to him, he blocked me. What kind of relative is that? As Xiao Yi observed the conversations fading into obscurity, he resignedly returned to his bed, drifting into a light slumber. The following morning, Xiao Yi awoke to a damp sensation on his face, startling him awake. Wang Kai, what on earth are you doing? Xiao Yi's furious shout echoed from the wooden cabin, soaring into the skies above the island. Wang Kai sat before him, head tilted, tongue lolling, and tail sweeping across the wooden floor. Enough? Xiao Yi glared at Wang Kai, stating, "You are not to lick my face ever again, understood?" Woof woof. Chapter 0028. Building Upgrade Card. A final surge after chastising Wang Kai. Xiao Yi approached the island monument and gazed at the two medium-sized sailing ships in the manufacturing space, exclaiming, "Let me behold your splendor." Choosing the small wooden ship as a reference, he positioned the two medium-sized sailing vessels side by side. Once arranged, Xiao Yi stepped out of the wooden cabin, astonished by the sight of the sailing ship beside the small wooden boat. "How grand!" he remarked. In Xiao Yi's estimation, the medium-sized sailing ship was likely 10 times the size of the small one, perhaps even more. Ascending the medium-sized ship via the nearby ladder, Xiao Yi experienced the sensation of boarding such an antiquated vessel for the first time. In his previous world, he had traveled on large ferries. He attempted to navigate the medium-sized sailing ship, and to his surprise, it sailed forth effortlessly. The operation was not difficult. Yet, he recognized that this was certainly a manifestation of the world's regulatory power. Anyone could sail a ship, but when confronted with unforeseen circumstances, those truly skilled in navigation would retain a significant advantage. After taking a turn and returning to shore, Xiao Yi disembarked and began preparing his breakfast. At that moment, Wang Kai had already gathered all 10 fish caught the previous day. When will I get to eat some vegetables? Xiao Yi lamented as he glanced at the crops he had planted. For now, he could only hope for the rapid maturation of the lettuce, as it had the shortest growth cycle. However, even with the lettuce ready to harvest, lacking oil and salt meant he would still likely be forced to consume it raw alongside grilled fish. There are still many essentials lacking. Xiao Yi sighed. Flip can upgrade any building to the next level with an element of randomness. Randomness? Xiao Yi queried, somewhat puzzled. For instance, if you upgrade your ship, the next tier could include various functional vessels such as frigates or destroyers. Utilizing the upgrade card will randomly enhance the ship to any of those types, without human intervention, hence the randomness. This is quite remarkable. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled as he surveyed his structures, realizing that the most pressing need was to upgrade his cramped wooden cabin. The warehouse didn't require excessive space, and his food supply was not yet abundant enough to warrant concern. The flower bed still had ample room, currently housing only 2 coconut saplings in the S-grade soil, while another flower bed contained merely 10 wheat sprouts and 1 apple tree. The chicken coop had 2 A-grade units, which did not necessitate an upgrade at present. The medium-sized sailing ship was sufficient for his initial needs, and whether he could utilize it was debatable. Without a map or objectives, sailing out held little significance, of course. Whether a ship qualified as a building remained a topic for further discussion. It has to be the wooden cabin. After enduring this cramped space for so long, I can finally move into a larger dwelling. Xiao Yi resolutely decided, I will use the upgrade card on the wooden cabin. Please proceed to the island monument for operation, the system prompted. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, muttering, the system is truly formidable. It can even interface with the island monument. Muttering to himself, he approached the monument and selected the option to upgrade his wooden cabin on the manufacturing page. Congratulations! You have upgraded the wooden cabin to a studio apartment, announced the system's voice. Warning, the current island area is insufficient to accommodate the studio apartment. Please expand your island area as soon as possible. If the area requirements are not met within 24 hours, the upgrade will fail. What? Xiao Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. His island already measured 63 square meters, yet it was still inadequate for the studio apartment. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the studio apartment required an area of 36 square meters, specifically a 6 by 6 size. Presently, he had 2 chicken coops, each 2 by 2 in size, a warehouse also measuring 2 by 2, 2 flower beds of 1 by 4, and 2 large wooden basins sized at 1 by 2. After a rough estimation, the area seemed barely sufficient, but the fully automated fishing net encircled the outer edge of the island, occupying the most peripheral space. Coupled with the space taken up by the resource boxes from yesterday's catch, this ultimately resulted in insufficient area. As long as I completely halt the operation of the automated fishing net and manage those resource boxes, I can still accommodate all the buildings. Xiao Yi mumbled. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Although he possessed a check-in system, survival still depended on foraging for resources and catching fish. There seems to be no way around it. It appears I will have to forego the double bonuses. I will collect more cornerstone materials when the island area expands. Xiao Yi shook his head, stepping outside to finish the grilled fish before opening the 8 resource boxes he had retrieved the previous day. All opened. Resources obtained: cornerstone 4, plastic 4, stone 2, bread 200g. Resources obtained: cornerstone 1, wood 4, metal sheet 3. Resources obtained. After opening all 8 resource boxes, he amassed a total of 11 cornerstone materials, which he promptly used to expand his island area. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of mineral water and other basic supplies. Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment before promptly listing the mineral water in the trading hall at the island monument. Mineral water, 20 milliliters for trade, cornerstone 1. He listed 50 sets, perfectly matching the quantity of the 2 bottles. With just 2 to 3 more days left, I should gather more cornerstone materials. Xiao Yi murmured. Today marked the 5th day. In 2 days, the rising sea would engulf 1 square meter of cornerstone, after which it was likely that no one would be selling cornerstones. Those who did would undoubtedly regret their decision. If he held a substantial quantity of cornerstones, he might even command a high price. However, Xiao Yi was resolute in his decision not to sell cornerstones. He had plenty of other items for trade and found it more prudent to expand his island. With this in mind, he sliced the fish stored in the refrigeration warehouse and also listed it in the trading hall. Sea fish 50g for trade, cornerstone 1. He left himself with only the freshly caught sea fish from today, listing the remainder, totaling 200. The sudden influx of water and food for trade sparked considerable discussion. Those with cornerstones, hurry to the trading hall. There are great items available. I see it. Someone is trading water and food for cornerstones. There are so many sets listed. This must be a big shot. When will I ever have excess water and food like that? Aside from expanding the area, cornerstones seem to have little other use. How much space does one person really need? It's more reliable to exchange for food. Indeed, I want to trade too. I have 2 cornerstones. However, I recommend everyone keep a few cornerstones. I have a feeling they will prove quite valuable. You old rascal, I don't believe you. Everyone, hurry and trade. Don't be deceived by the number of sets. They could vanish in an instant. Yes, I concur with the sentiment above. Everyone should trade quickly. Xiao Yi observed their chatter, shaking his head, secretly thinking, trade away, trade away. Soon enough, you'll be the ones lamenting. Ding ding, Suwon requests to speak with you. Chapter 0029, Adjusting the New Layout, the C-Grade Water Purifier. Xiao Yi promptly answered the call. Xiao Yi, have you noticed someone in the trading hall purchasing a large quantity of cornerstone? Suwon inquired. Of course, that person is me. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Oh, I thought someone had realized the significance of the cornerstone. Suwon exclaimed. Do you urgently need some cornerstones lately? Indeed, I require a few, though it's not particularly urgent. I merely wish to capitalize on the information gap before they become scarce in a couple of days, Xiao Yi responded. All right, if I manage to acquire cornerstones today, I will give them all to you, Suwon declared. By the way, I also obtained 2 cornerstones from the leasing yesterday. With that, Suwon initiated a transaction in the chat interface. Cornerstone, 2 transaction confirmed. Xiao Yi did not hesitate and immediately accepted the deal. I'll prepare a grilled fish for you later to replenish your energy. Make sure to gather those supply boxes well, Xiao Yi said. Sure. I'll go check the supply box distribution for today. Suwon concluded and ended the call. After the conversation, Xiao Yi glanced back at the trading hall, realizing that his published trades had already completed 98 transactions. Among them, all 50 batches of mineral water had been sold, while only 48 out of 240 batches of sea fish had found buyers. It seems water is indeed more popular, Xiao Yi murmured, then utilized the completed transactions to expand his island. He had always been expanding his island slowly in a square formation centered around the island monument. After this expansion, the island's area reached 174 square meters, forming a square with a side length of 13, and 5 fragments were placed to the south of the island. This should be nodding. Xiao Yi positioned the studio apartment in the center of the island, with 2 flower beds still flanking either side of the house. 2 large wooden basins served as planters at the entrance. The warehouse was placed on the eastern side of the entrance for easy access. The chicken coop was adjusted and placed outside the western flower bed. If it remained behind the house, it would be adjacent to the bedroom of the studio apartment. Imagining waking up and opening the bedroom window only to be greeted by a waft of chicken manure, Xiao Yi found the thought unbearable. Although the rules of this world might mitigate the odor, one could never be too sure. To be safe, Xiao Yi decided to relocate the chicken coop. As for the fireplace, Xiao Yi installed it in the bedroom. As there was currently no one else around, he could only sit in the living room during the day, and if it got cold, opening the bedroom door would allow the warmth to spread into the living room. The fireplace had a range of 40 square meters, while the studio apartment was merely 36 square meters. All set. For now, this will do, confirmed. Xiao Yi finalized the adjusted layout on the island monument simulation. With his confirmation, the island's layout underwent a significant transformation. The wooden house vanished, replaced by a brand new structure. Xiao Yi remained inside, and the surrounding wooden planks had morphed into freshly painted cement walls, appearing far sturdier than the wooden dwelling. The upgraded studio apartment had the island monument placed within the bedroom, so both Xiao Yi and the wooden bed were situated in that space. Stepping outside, he discovered that adjacent to the bedroom was a bathroom, albeit with only a toilet. This was merely the rudimentary bathroom that had previously been beside the wooden house, now relocated here. Just an empty shell. There is still much to procure, Xiao Yi muttered. Exiting the bathroom, he found himself in a living room, with a kitchen beside it, both currently devoid of furnishings. He pulled the rocking chair that had originally been outside inside, finally adding some furniture to the living room. This is quite desolate. Xiao Yi shook his head and stepped outside, setting the fully automated fishing net to gather supply boxes. The lettuce appeared ready for harvest, yet Xiao Yi refrained from picking it, hoping to allow it to produce seeds first for sustainable development. The strawberries were flourishing as well, seemingly on the verge of blooming and bearing fruit. All other plants exhibited promising growth, though they still had some distance to maturity. After collecting some purified water, he watered them. The purified water is running low, Xiao Yi remarked while eyeing the dwindling supply. If only I could acquire an... Even without any hints, one would be a fool not to recognize its importance, and no one would part with it easily. It appears I must venture to obtain it myself. What a headache. Xiao Yi scratched his head. Ding ding, Jiang Yuntian requests a call. Xiao Yi promptly answered, asking, Brother Jiang. Jiang Yuntian straightforwardly replied, Indeed. He then shared a manufacturing blueprint in the chat interface. Water Purifier Manufacturing Blueprint, C-Grade. This is excellent, hurry and craft it, and you won't have to worry about purified water anymore. Xiao Yi exclaimed, confident that Jiang Yuntian responded, Precisely because I recognize its worth, I dared to offer it in exchange for some A-grade purified water, primarily for my child. There was no formula milk available, and allowing a child just over a year old to eat adult food could lead to illness. Yet, not feeding them was not an option. They couldn't solely rely on bread, which would require constant baking. Jiang Yuntian had observed that since his child began consuming the A-grade purified water provided by Xiao Yi, not only had the child recovered from illness, but their overall condition. In the past few days, they had also eaten some fish, showing a hearty appetite without any adverse reactions, such as vomiting or eating very little. He attributed this transformation to the A-grade purified water, prompting him to seek more. However, he couldn't just ask for ordinary items, as they simply didn't match the value of A-grade purified water. Today, upon obtaining this manufacturing blueprint, he realized it could secure him some A-grade purified water. Xiao Yi regarded him and said, All right, I understand. I'll take this blueprint. I'll provide you with 50 milliliters of A-grade purified water and 100 milliliters of C-grade purified water daily. If that seems fair to you, please proceed with the transaction. The C-grade water purifier could produce 20 milliliters of purified water per hour, totaling 480 milliliters per day. By giving Jiang Yuntian 100 milliliters, he would still come out ahead. As for the A-grade purified water, Xiao Yi was willing to part with 50 milliliters daily out of respect for Jiang Yuntian as a devoted father. Absolutely, thank you, Jiang Yuntian exclaimed, thrilled to have gained an advantage. All right, let us finalize the trade, Xiao Yi stated. He first provided him with 50 milliliters of A-grade purified water, while the C-grade purified water would only be available once the purifier was constructed. Just as he concluded the trade with Jiang Yuntian, Su Wan sent a message, Look what I just obtained. Upon seeing the supplies Su Wan had sent, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 0030, Sea Salt Extractor, Tap Water System, Sea Salt Extractor, Grade B. Regarding the matter of table salt, Xiao Yi had been pondering it for quite some time, and he had yet to produce it himself. To his surprise, Suwan had managed to create it first. It seems that luck is still on your side. Xiao Yi remarked, why hesitate? Quickly manufacture it. Just don't forget to share a bit with me. In the short term, abstaining from salt would not pose any significant issues. However, prolonged salt deprivation could lead to sodium deficiency in the body, resulting in a general lack of strength. After all, sodium ions are essential for the transmission of information within the nervous system, and they are also integral to muscle contractions and heartbeats. Fortunately, they were at sea, and even without direct salt intake, consuming some marine fish or similar seafood could compensate for sodium intake. Yet, Xiao Yi had grown weary of eating fish daily. He yearned for a change in flavor, preferably some vegetables. Suwan shook her head and said, no, you should manufacture it. I have no space to store it here, and I lack the necessary materials. Once you create it, just share some with me. Upon hearing Suwan's words, Xiao Yi did not decline. He nodded and replied, all right, please trade it to me. Suwan promptly traded the sea salt extractor through a private channel. Sea salt extractor, grade B. Wood 5, glass 10, hemp cloth 20, metal sheets 10, plastic 5. After glancing at his supplies, Xiao Yi realized he was short by 2 units of glass and felt a bit helpless, immediately messaging Jiang Yuntian and Suwan. Do you have any glass? I need 2 units. If neither of you has it, I will look for it in the trading hall. Upon receiving Xiao Yi's message, both responded almost instantaneously, as the island was not particularly busy. They merely needed to monitor the flow of supplies and act promptly. I have one. Suwan replied, trading glass 1. I have some, Jiang Yuntian responded without hesitation, trading over 2 units of glass 2. Xiao Yi promptly accepted all trades, and with that, he had sufficient materials to proceed. He clicked to manufacture sea salt extractor materialized in the manufacturing space, and he placed it in the kitchen of his apartment. Entering the empty kitchen, Xiao Yi beheld the machine standing in the corner. Sea salt extractor, grade B. Effectively filters out impurities from sea salt to yield refined salt. A modest addition of salt will benefit your health. Extraction efficiency, capable of producing 40 g of refined salt daily, utilizing residual seawater from the purifier to enhance extraction efficiency. Surprised by the system's notification, Xiao Yi exclaimed, I didn't expect to utilize the purified residues. Upon reflection, it made sense. The seawater purifier captures all residual materials, allowing only pure water to pass through, meaning the concentration of salt in the residue would indeed be higher than in seawater. Consequently, the sea salt extractor could extract sea salt from water with a greater concentration, thereby enhancing its efficiency. Looking at his seawater purifier, Xiao Yi noted that it was just about to finish purifying a barrel. He poured all the residual liquid at the bottom of the barrel into the sea salt extractor. The extractor immediately commenced its operation. The remaining time was spent waiting, so Xiao Yi switched back to the manufacturing interface and produced the grade C water purifier that Jiang Yuntian had given him, placing it alongside the grade A water purifier in the living room. Water purifier, grade C. Capable of purifying seawater into pure water, producing 20 milliliters of pure water per hour when seawater supply is ample. The machine has a seawater capacity of 500 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 500 milliliters. Lacking automation, it requires manual addition of seawater. This efficiency was a full 4 times lower than that of the grade A water purifier. Nevertheless, having an additional purifier was beneficial. It meant more pure water daily, and ordinary crops would no longer require grade A purified water for irrigation. This alleviated some pressure on Xiao Yi regarding pure water supply. After setting everything up, Xiao Yi ventured out to explore his island. The larger the area, the more one feels solitary. Xiao Yi mused, then patted the loyal dog beside him, Wang Kai, as they headed towards the chicken coop. The eggs seemed to show no signs of hatching. He wondered when they would finally produce chicks. By the shore, 3 supply boxes awaited him, while the automatic fishing net diligently patrolled along its preset route. Observing the 3 supply boxes, Xiao Yi thought, am I truly meant to wait like this? What if, after 10 days, that 10% probability still does not trigger? Would I have to wait indefinitely? No, I cannot afford to sit idly by. These 10 days could set me back if I encounter other formidable survivors in the future and find myself unable to resist, then all my efforts would be in vain. Xiao Yi did not consider himself the sole fortunate individual in the world. To take a step back, even if there were just a single day of double probability, the disparity could be immense. He need not demand perfection by doubling every single resource. Determinately, Xiao Yi approached the 3 supply boxes. Acquired resources: foundation stones 2, bricks 4, plastic 3, spicy strips 100g. Spicy strips? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Let's continue. Acquired resources: stove manufacturing blueprint 1, wood 5, metal sheets 3. Acquired resources: tap water system manufacturing blueprint 1. Although the final supply box yielded only a manufacturing blueprint, Xiao Yi was elated, nearly jumping for joy. With this, he could finally enjoy a shower. It was important to note that he had not showered for 5 days, exposed to the elements, and he felt as though he was on the verge of becoming odorous. Tap water system manufacturing blueprint, plastic 200, metal sheets 100, hemp cloth 80. Another blueprint requiring 3-digit quantities of materials. Xiao Yi grimaced as he surveyed the materials necessary for the tap water system. However, he understood that such a project was considerable and warranted these quantities. It was likely because he resided in a single apartment. Had it been a villa, the numbers would be astronomical. It seems I will need to trade. Xiao Yi sighed and then messaged Jiang Yuntian and Su Wan. I require a substantial amount of plastic, metal sheets, and hemp cloth. If you have any, please lend them to me. Plastic, 20 trade complete wink with a frown metal sheets, 15 trade complete wink with a frown hemp cloth, 7 trade complete. This was the trading information sent by Jiang Yuntian. Plastic, 7 trade complete. Metal sheets, 6 trade complete wink with a frown hemp cloth, 2 trade complete. This was the trading information sent by Su Wan. Naturally, Xiao Yi did not hesitate to accept their offers, agreeing to all trades. Acquired resources. Plastic 27, metal sheets 21, hemp cloth 9. After reviewing his total inventory, he realized he was still lacking significantly. Off to the trading hall he went. Chapter 0, 65 units of plastic, 25 metal sheets, and 21 pieces of burlap. There remains a substantial deficit in the materials required to construct the water supply system. Xiao Yi shook his head, contemplating a shift from trading fish for foundational stones to acquiring supplies instead. Previously, the fish he had listed in the trading market had garnered him 12 foundational stones, albeit at a considerably slower pace than initially anticipated. Observing Xiao Yi's zealous accumulation of foundational stones, some astute individuals seemed to have discerned a trend. Those who were not in dire need of food were now reluctant to engage in transactions. Upon completing the trade for the 12 foundational stones, Xiao Yi promptly delisted the remaining 180 sets. What? The fish has been taken down. I just managed to snag a foundational stone. I've been starving for 2 days. I knew the big guy would only grant us a limited window. He wouldn't keep it up indefinitely. Indeed. That's why I said the ones advising us against trading foundational stones for food were simply devious. Fear not, the big guy has unleashed another opportunity. This time, we can exchange other basic supplies for fish. Instantly, the crowd transitioned to the trading hall, where they discovered that indeed, some individuals were now exchanging materials for fish. Sea fish, 50g, 4 metal sheets, 3, or splendid. I happen to have a piece of burlap. Thank you, big guy. Trade completed. I possess 4 units of plastic. I have 10 metal sheets. Those who endured to the 5th day were undoubted. However, whether they could acquire food and water was truly a matter of fortune. This situation led to a paradox where some individuals held materials yet faced hunger and thirst, compelling them to trade their possessions for sustenance. Consequently, the trading market flourished. The island monument's notification chimes were incessant. Within a mere 5 minutes, all the sea fish that Xiao Yi had listed were consumed. Acquired materials: metal sheets 210, plastic 90, burlap 65. With the addition of the existing inventory, it was now sufficient. Manufacture. As the corresponding materials vanished, 2 immense water tanks materialized within the manufacturing space of the island monument, accompanied by 2 extending pipes. Please select a placement location for the water supply system. Gazing at the 2 colossal tanks, Xiao Yi pondered and decided to position them near the restroom at the back of the apartment. Once installed, he exited the apartment and beheld the 2 tanks, each boasting a capacity of 3 tons. The one closer to the sea extended a pipe, yet it was not connected to the ocean's surface. This can't possibly mean I have to pour water into the tank. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Water supply system, capable of simply filtering seawater into potable water. However, For drinking, it must be brought to a complete boil. This system lacks an automated water intake mechanism, thus you are required to seal the outlet near the sea, and then fill the first tank from above to initiate operation. Xiao Yi stared at the system prompt, nearly choking on his frustration. How long will it take to fill this 3-ton tank? He exclaimed, unable to restrain his exasperation. Regardless of his grievances, the task remained, for he sought a bath. Employing 2 units of wood, Xiao Yi fashioned a wooden barrel with an approximate capacity of 10 kilograms. Thus, he metamorphosed into a laborer of seawater transport. This water tank is a cube with a side length of 1.5 meters. Thus, with just a few wooden blocks for support, Xiao Yi could easily open the top opening and pour the water from the bucket inside. I never expected my stamina to be this impressive. However, after pouring over 200 buckets, he finally began to feel the strain in his arms. I can't go on like this, let's get this started. He shook his arms and mumbled to himself. A low hum resonated as the water supply system finally came to life. After having previously chosen a suitable location, the 2 water pipes extending from the tank near the restroom automatically reached into the bathroom and kitchen. Upon entering the apartment, Xiao Yi noticed a faucet protruding from the wall on the kitchen side. Fortunately, I wasn't misled into searching for a faucet blueprint, he murmured, then grabbed a plastic bottle, turned on the faucet, and let some water flow out. He tilted his head back to take a sip, but after a few gulps, he spat it all out, exclaiming, "Indeed, it has the taste of tap water. Washing up should pose no problem, but isn't it a bit wasteful to use it all for that? It seems everyone is in dire need of water." Never mind. Xiao Yi promptly splashed his face with the tap water. Refreshing. He felt a wave of coolness. Oh, this water isn't entirely undrinkable. It can simply be boiled. He suddenly recalled the system's previous hint. In my past life, there was a brand that sold boiled water. Given the current scarcity of water, I could easily create this product. Boiling water is a simple task. Xiao Yi seemed to have stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Without hesitation, he retrieved his frying pan, planning to dig a pit in the ground as he had done in the past, using stones to prop it up. Wait, didn't I just acquire a blueprint for a stove from the supplies box? He located the stove blueprint. Stove blueprint, 10 bricks, 2 stones. I only have 5 units of bricks, however, I have enough stones. Xiao Yi muttered. Zhanggu, do you have any bricks? Suwan, do you have any bricks? He sent messages to both. Yes, bricks too, trade confirmed. Zhang Yuntian promptly sent over the bricks. I couldn't find any, Suwan said, a bit embarrassed, to which Xiao Yi replied that it was no problem. He still needed 3 more units of bricks. After a moment of thought, he asked Zhang Yuntian again, do you have any mineral water on hand? Yes, don't you have any water left? Zhang Yuntian asked, puzzled, even suspecting that Xiao Yi's account might have been hacked. Xiao Yi clarified, I'll trade you 500 milliliters of Class C purified water for 500 milliliters of mineral water. Huh. Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. I plan to use the water to exchange for some bricks at the trading hall, but I only have Class A and C purified water. We should reserve these graded items for ourselves. Xiao Yi explained. Zhang Yuntian finally understood Xiao Yi's rationale. All right, mineral water, 500 milliliters, trade confirmed. Xiao Yi immediately agreed to the trade while sending over the 60 milliliters freshly purified from his Class C water purifier. The Class C purifier is too slow. Once I have enough purified water, I'll make it up to you, Xiao Yi remarked. No rush, Zhang Yuntian replied. With the mineral water in hand, Xiao Yi promptly listed it in the trading hall. Mineral water, 25 milliliters for trade bricks 1. A total of 20 sets. Chapter 0032. I feel so useless. Time for a bath. Recently, the number of wealthy individuals has noticeably increased. Just now, someone was collecting metal scraps and plastics, and now another one is here gathering bricks. Indeed, they are even using precious mineral water for their trades. One can only say that the wealthy are truly extravagant. Hey, Mr. Tycoon, do you still need accessories for your entourage? Just give me a bit of water, and I can do anything for you. If he is a big shot, he certainly wouldn't need to associate with a useless person who can't even scavenge for water. Damn it, who are you calling useless? I'm referring to you. What are you going to do about it? Just wait, the moment I build a boat, I'll come to your island and take you down. Great. I'll be waiting for you on my island. If you don't come, you're a coward. With my fiery temper, just you wait. Currently, the trading hall is nearly devoid of individuals using water to exchange for other items. Water is even more precious than food. Although bricks are relatively rare, the number of survivors possessing them is not insignificant. Given their ample supply in merely 30 seconds, the mineral water that Xiao Yi listed has vanished. Resources acquired. Bricks 20. Perhaps I set the price a tad too low. In the future, I could try exchanging for 20 milliliters of mineral water to see if anyone is interested. Xiao Yi mused, noticing how swiftly the market devoured his mineral water. With sufficient resources at hand, it was time to construct. As the corresponding materials vanished, a stove materialized within the island monument's crafting space. Please select a placement location. Xiao Yi promptly placed the stove near the kitchen window. Given the monument's usual quirks, the stove certainly lacks a fume extraction feature. By positioning it by the window, at least the smoke can waft outside rather than permeating the living room, bedroom, or bathroom. After securing it, Xiao Yi approached the kitchen and beheld the stove. Stove provides stable firepower for your use. Caution. Smoke produced from burning fuel. As expected, it's just as I imagined. Anticipating this, he tossed a piece of wood into the stove, set a frying pan atop it, filled it with tap water, and soon, it was boiling. After allowing it to cool to room temperature, he poured it into a plastic cup. A taste revealed it to be virtually indistinguishable from mineral water. This would make it far more convenient to acquire resources in the future, as water is in higher demand than food. Xiao Yi pulled out some spicy strips he had just opened, glancing at the production date, only to find none, nor any brand or information on the packaging. Truly a product without any specifications. Aren't they afraid of being featured on the 315 gala? Xiao Yi grumbled, then continued to munch on them, lest his system didn't indicate that the item was toxic. Eating spicy strips while sipping on grade A purified water. What a delightful experience. At that moment, a message in the public channel caught Xiao Yi's attention. Those who have survived this long must not be useless. I propose that we unite and share resources. Only then can we survive better in this place. Ha, anyone can say that. Unite? What if we have differing opinions? Who do we listen to? Simple. Listen to the strongest. Then if I claim I'm stronger than you, will you heed my words? Right now, there's no way to assess strength. It's meaningless. The trading hall allows for complete resource exchange. Different paths lead to different ends. I am the emperor of the world, with an island area of 30 square meters, tents, crafted weapons, bows, and a water purifier. If you wish to join my coalition, the Empire of the World, message me privately. Upon seeing this ID, Xiao Yi immediately recalled that this person had guided everyone on the first day in the chat group on utilizing the island's resources for gathering. It seems he has developed quite well. Xiao Yi murmured upon reading the information from the Emperor of the World. However, the others in the public channel could not remain calm after seeing the data shared by the Emperor. What? He has expanded his island to 30 square meters. That's enormous, almost the size of a studio apartment. Size doesn't matter. Have you forgotten about the big shot who directly acquired over 90 foundation stones, with a much larger area? Really? Are you sure that big shot is just one person? What if they're a group? Exactly. If the Emperor can achieve this alone, he is undoubtedly more impressive than that big shot. A bunch of sycophants. Damn it, who are you cursing? So what if his island is big? Does that big shot have a water purifier? A bow? A tent? You can argue about anything, can't you? Xiao Yi found these keyboard warriors rather ridiculous. You're right. I indeed don't have those things. A basic water purifier, no bow, no tent. Sigh, I feel so useless. Xiao Yi lamented, gazing at his grade A and C water purifiers, crossbow, and solo apartment. With nothing else to do, Xiao Yi settled on his wooden bed, watching them hurl insults at each other in the group chat. Yet, he knew that the Emperor of the World would soon gather a following. After all, aligning oneself with a powerful figure is a means of survival in this world. As he continued to observe, Xiao Yi unexpectedly reclined and drifted off to sleep. When he awakened again, the sky had darkened. After stepping outside to adjust the target of the fully automatic fishing net and leaving the 2 resource boxes on the shore unopened, he returned to the apartment's bathroom, preparing to take a shower using the newly constructed tap water system. Splash! Water flowed from the faucet as Xiao Yi removed the clothes he had worn for several days, washing himself while also scrubbing his garments. After a day of sun exposure, the tap water was surprisingly warm. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi emerged, completely unclothed. Thankfully, there was a fireplace. Otherwise, even if the water was warm, he could easily catch a cold. The nights by the sea can be quite chilly. He wrung out his clothes and placed them on the mantel of the fireplace before dozing off. Throughout the day, Su Wan had not sent him any resource updates, presumably due to a lack of special materials. Ordinary resources need not be sent over for now. After a night of silence, the wooden bed creaked, rousing Xiao Yi from his slumber, only to find Wang Kai leaping onto the bed. "Get down!" Xiao Yi pointed to the ground and commanded. "Woof woof." Xiao Yi approached the fireplace and found that his clothes had completely dried. "This fireplace dryer is quite effective," Xiao Yi remarked, then dressed, retrieving the fine salt from the seawater extractor and placing it in a plastic container. He took the purified water from the purifier, poured the residual liquid back into the seawater extractor, and finally went to the beach to fill it with seawater, returning it to the purifier to continue its operation. After completing these tasks, he sent the purified water to Jiang Yuntian, then stepped outside. Stretching his limbs, he processed 3 fish that Wang Kai had caught, placing them on the grill to roast. The lettuce in the wooden basin had already sprouted shoots, and the strawberries were bearing small fruits, suggesting they would be ready to eat in a couple of days. Pleased, Xiao Yi nodded and watered them with tap water, as these were ordinary plants that did not require high-quality purified water. While watering, he suddenly heard the sound of chicks chirping nearby. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chapter 33. The hungry man still feeds the chickens. Agricultural and breeding expert Xiao Yi hastily approached the chicken coop, only to discover 2 vibrant yellow chicks scurrying about inside. They occasionally pecked at the ground, seemingly in search of sustenance. Upon noticing Xiao Yi's presence, the chicks eagerly flocked towards him, exhibiting no signs of fear. They chirped with increasing urgency, as if their hunger was unbearable. Through the system's prompt, Xiao Yi learned that one chick was male while the other was female, an ideal pairing for expanding his flock. However, a pressing dilemma loomed. What could he possibly feed them? Although the wheat was nearing maturity, it was far too precious to sacrifice for the chickens. He was reluctant to consume it himself, as he intended to further expand his cultivation. What should I do? Xiao Yi pondered. Right. System, sign in. Spirit of the heavens and earth, I hope to receive some chick feed. Xiao Yi fervently prayed. Sign in successful. You have obtained corn seeds, S-grade, X10. More seeds. Xiao Yi sighed in exasperation. While he indeed required seeds, the immediate need for chick feed was far more critical. The system seemed incapable of discerning priorities. The S-grade corn seeds were certainly not suitable for direct feeding to the chicks. That would be a gross waste, especially as Xiao Yi viewed them as countless ears of corn. Is there any food suitable for feeding chickens? Xiao Yi promptly messaged Su Wan and Jiang Yuntian. HM? You have chicks? Su Wan questioned, instantly realizing the potential ambiguity in her words, her face flushing slightly. She quickly replied, No, I have no food at hand. I survived yesterday on the roasted fish you provided. After this, she ended the call, while Xiao Yi's preoccupation with the chick feeding issue rendered him oblivious to the ambiguity in her statement. I only have bread on hand, Jiang Yuntian responded. Can newly hatched chicks eat bread? Xiao Yi inquired. Jiang Yuntian was taken aback, replying, You can have me eat chicken, but I truly know nothing about raising them. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Yi said, I'll send you some roasted fish shortly. Hold on to the bread for now. All right. Jiang Yuntian agreed. Transitioning the island monument to the public channel, he sent out a message. Does anyone have food, or you're still hungry yet feeding chickens? Is this the world of the elites? I've been without water and food for a day and a half. Could someone spare me something to eat or drink? I'll dig up worms for you. What are you talking about? In this sandy land, there is even a plant, let alone worms. Exactly. Besides, if you could find worms, wouldn't you already have food? To the person above, can worms even be eaten? It sounds so disgusting. Of course, worms are rich in protein, fat, carbohydrates, and various amino acids, vitamins, and trace elements. Most importantly, when eaten raw, they come with a coating. One bite, and you'll taste the earthy aroma. Ugh. Stop it. I just finished my last bit of bread and don't want to vomit it back up. Not to worry if you do, you can have another meal. Ugh. Xiao Yi's inquiry was swiftly overshadowed. Simultaneously, his private channel erupted with messages, the majority pleading for water or food, with none possessing what Xiao Yi desperately sought. Shaking his head, he prepared to close the private chat requests. If all else fails, I suppose I can feed them bread. After all, it is made from wheat. Just as he was about to close the chat, one private message caught his attention. Newly hatched chicks are quite delicate. Ensure they are kept warm. Ideally, they should be fed specially formulated feed. I know the proportions, but lacking the means, you can use the bread from your supply box, tearing it into crumbs if possible. You can also fully dry sea fish and crush it into crumbs, feeding them a little. Remember, the water for the chicks must be boiled. This will help prevent them from getting sick. Seeing the clarity in the message, Xiao Yi filtered out the other messages and privately messaged the sender. So, chicks can indeed eat breadcrumbs, correct? Exactly, came the reply. Good. What do you need, food or water? Xiao Yi inquired. I need nothing. At my age, merely surviving to this point is already a feat. You should keep it for yourself. Stay alive. The tone of the sender suggested a desire to give up. Xiao Yi frowned slightly, asking, Do you understand chick rearing? I've been a farmer my whole life. How could I not know? The sender replied. In that case, consider yourself my breeding consultant. I will provide you with 1 fish and 500 milliliters of boiled. The rationale behind this was, undoubtedly, the anticipation of future issues related to breeding. Having a technical advisor would be far more advantageous than floundering alone. Furthermore, as the area of his island expanded, he would obtain a considerable amount of sea fish each day. Supplying 1 or 2 fish was truly not a problem, and boiling water was a trivial matter. Of course, the water supply system had its complexities, as he would need to fill the water tank with seawater. Simultaneously, the fact that the sender had initially refused his food and water and urged him to survive moved Xiao Yi at that moment. On a mere 4 square meter island, an elderly man leaned against the island monument, appearing utterly frail. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's response, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. No one wishes to perish. Will this not burden you? The elder hesitated to ask. Rest assured, if I dare propose such terms, I am more than capable of bearing it. Xiao Yi replied. Very well, then I shall sell my life to you, the elder proclaimed. Xiao Yi promptly added him as a friend. Friend request accepted. You have added Old Yuan as a friend? Old Yuan? Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Thus, Xiao Yi requested a video call with Old Yuan. Upon acceptance, seeing the elderly figure in the video, Xiao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by sheer joy. Teacher Yuan, I never expected it to be you. Xiao Yi exclaimed eagerly. Teacher? I am now merely an aging man. Old Yuan shook his head in response. No, your agricultural expertise has sustained countless lives. Xiao Yi insisted, and then initiated the trade. Pure water, A grade, X 50 ml, boiled water, X 500 ml, roasted fish, X 500 G traded successfully. This, so much. Old Yuan felt as though he were dreaming. Please accept it, Teacher Yuan. I will need your assistance in the future. Xiao Yi said that A-grade pure water can help regulate one's health, though not in excess. Take your time with it. Pure water can regulate one's health? Old Yuan felt his knowledge challenged. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. I understand this contradicts scientific reasoning, but what on this island can be explained by science? Chapter 0034. Still overindulging, Yuan Nong replied. I managed to obtain a supply crate using a fishing net, but all I found was a bit of bread and water. I have yet to encounter any other supplies. Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully, and then exchanged the fishing net and axe he had acquired from defeating Li Yu. This is surplus to my needs. Please take it. Xiao Yi offered. This is too precious. Are you certain you do not require it? Yuan Nong asked, astonished at the sight of the intact fishing net. No, I have something better. Xiao Yi responded. Once you have regained your strength, promptly retrieve supply crates. Do not sell the foundation stones. Use them entirely to expand your island? Understood. I too sense that foundation stones are indeed vital resources. After drinking some water and finishing his grilled fish, Yuan appeared much improved. Very well, let us leave it at that. Should anything arise, do send me a message, Xiao Yi remarked before ending the call. Yuan stood up and stretched, marveling. I truly feel much better. Could there be some special substance in that purified water? Yuan wished to apply his knowledge to explain this phenomenon, but it was evident that he lacked the means to conduct any research at present. After concluding the conversation with Yuan, Xiao Yi immediately sent another grilled fish to Zhang Yuntian in exchange for the bread he held. Once the transaction was complete, Zhang Yuntian asked, "Are you certain that the chick can consume?" Zhang Yuntian gave a thumbs up to Xiao Yi and remarked, "Your grilling skills are quite impressive. That is due to having a barbecue grill. When I used an open flame before, everything turned to charcoal," Xiao Yi explained as he chatted with Zhang Yuntian, crumbling the bread he had obtained. "All right, I shall take my leave now. I need to feed the chickens," Xiao Yi called out before ending the conversation. Upon returning to the chicken coop, the two chicks chirped even more joyfully. Xiao Yi fashioned a shallow feeding trough from a wooden plank and sprinkled in some breadcrumbs, careful not to overdo it. The chicks, enticed by the aroma of food, quickly rushed to the trough and began pecking at it. Peck, peck, peck. The sound echoed, reminiscent of a woodpecker tapping on a tree trunk. Observing the chicks enjoying their meal, Xiao Yi crafted a shallow bowl and filled it with some A-grade purified water, placing it into the chicken coop. A-grade purified water is undoubtedly superior to plain boiled water. Hopefully, it will enhance the chick survival rate. The well-being of these two chicks was paramount to the prosperity of his chicken coop. He could not afford to be negligent. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yi processed another fish, taking advantage of the sunny weather to hang it outside to dry. He planted the S-grade corn seeds he had just acquired in the flower bed to the east and watered them. It seems I still have 2 supply crates left unopened from yesterday. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled that he had fallen asleep and awoken only in the evening, neglecting to open the supply. First, he would open the supply crates. Xiao Yi approached the 2 supply crates and tore open their waterproof seals. Acquired items: Loom Blueprint 1, Metal Sheets 3, Plastic 1, Mineral Water 500 milliliters. Acquired items: Foundation Stones 2, Potatoes 2, Wood 5. A loom? Xiao Yi gazed at the blueprint in confusion. How many people would actually know how to operate this thing once it is constructed? Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Yi collected the items and then took a bucket to fill the water tank. He had filled it with 2 tons yesterday, only using a small portion. There was a pipe near the bottom connecting the 2 water tanks, essentially functioning as a communicating vessel, allowing water to flow from the tank closer to the sea into the other tank due to pressure differences. Thus, both tanks now contain nearly a ton of water each. Today, Xiao Yi eagerly filled the tank nearer to the sea to capacity. Phew, it seems my physical condition has indeed improved significantly, Xiao Yi murmured. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Yi realized it was already noon. He finished off the remaining grilled chicken, the one with double effect from the previous day. He took care of the meat while Wang Kai handled the bones. After devouring the grilled chicken, Xiao Yi reclined in the rocking chair, having worked tirelessly throughout the morning. It was finally time to rest for a while. When he awoke 2 hours later, glancing at the system's clock, Xiao Yi sighed, I really overindulged. After this reflection, he listed the boiled tap water he had prepared in the trading hall. Boiled water, 50 milliliters traded for, foundation stone, 1. He listed 20 sets at once, intentionally raising the price significantly this time, as it was the final day. He would gather as much as possible. Oh my, everyone, look at the trading hall. Someone is trading foundation stones for 50 milliliters boiled water. Is that true? I'm nearly part seeking strategies, seeking knowledge. This should not be pure water that has been boiled, for I have boiled it before. When placed in the island monument for trade, it still shows as purified water. The person above is also impressive. Having purified water but opting to boil it, surely losing a significant amount. It's all right. Water is still relatively abundant. Could you possibly trade some to me at a discount? Brother, get lost. Yuan, amidst his foraging, noticed this transaction and thought, this must be Xiao Yi's doing. Not only did he advise me against selling foundation stones, but he is also acquiring water, such a precious resource. It seems this item is indeed of great importance. Yuan had already retrieved a supply crate, uncovering 2 foundation stones along with some other basic supplies. Following Xiao Yi's counsel, he promptly expanded his island by 2 square meters. Upon witnessing the sudden increase in space on his island, Yuan Nong was utterly astounded. This was something he could not explain with his knowledge. About 10 minutes after listing, the boiled water was sold out. The speed is still considerably slow, Xiao Yi muttered. He then listed another 20 sets at the same price. Are there 2 distinguished individuals, or another 20 sets of boiled water are up for grabs? Big shot, please take me along. It can't be the same person, right? Otherwise, how much water would they have to acquire? If it is the same person, then that would be truly remarkable. Observing the discussions in the public channel, Xiao Yi continued employing his previous tactic, competing against himself. Boiled water, 55 milliliters traded for foundation stone 1. This time he listed 40 sets directly. Indeed, there are certainly more than 1 big shots who have obtained this boiled water. Someone immediately exclaimed in the public channel. Chapter 0035. Internal Digestion and Handling Techniques. Indeed, the big shots must have discovered a freshwater source. Considering we are both from Xia country, share the strategy. I strongly urge the big shots to share. I am willing to join their faction. Xiao Yi paid no heed to their discussions, instead fixating on the message sent by Su Wan, momentarily lost in thought. What luck you have! You've managed to acquire another tint. Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Su Wan replied with a smile. Perhaps the heavens wish to spare me from the rain. What should we do with this tint? Is it for trading for foundational stones? Su Wan was aware that Xiao Yi had been continuously exchanging foundational stones in the trading hall. 1 tint sufficed, and any surplus could be traded for stones, which should be quite sought after. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi sent a message to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong. I have an extra tint here. Does anyone need it? Let us first handle this internally. Xiao Yi said to Su Wan. Understood. Su Wan replied, then proceeded to trade the tint to Xiao Yi. Upon seeing the tint, Jiang Yuntian immediately wished to seize it, but realizing that Xiao Yi's inquiry included them both, he glanced at his makeshift wooden shelter and responded, let it go to Yuan Lao. Though he was accompanied by a child, the little one was thriving and sheltered from the elements by the wooden hut. Thus, it seemed more fitting to offer it to Yuan Nong. On the battlefield, Jiang Yuntian was ruthless and unyielding, yet when it came to family and friends, he could exhibit remarkable forbearance. Seeing Jiang Yuntian's reply, Xiao Yi nodded slightly. Let's see if anyone else is in need. The weather on my end is still quite pleasant, so I shouldn't require it. Yuan Nong replied. Everyone else has given up. This one is yours. Xiao Yi stated. Single tint. 1 trade completed. Thank you, thank you. Yuan Nong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, agreeing to the trade. After the transaction was finalized, Xiao Yi once again turned his gaze to the trading hall, where the 40 sets of boiled water had all been sold. Furthermore, the previous 20 sets had also seen 3 transactions completed. Acquired resources Frowny Face Foundational Stones, 43. Indeed, it is essential to give customers the feeling of having gained an advantage. Xiao Yi murmured, then listed another 40 sets, still trading 55 milliliters of boiled water for 1 foundational stone. After listing, Xiao Yi stepped out of the apartment, noticing that the lettuce at the entrance seemed to have sprouted seeds. Carefully, he plucked the stalk protruding from the lettuce and extracted several oval-shaped seeds. Acquired resources. Lettuce seeds, 23. Why are there both whole and partial amounts? Xiao Yi queried, observing the system notification. Due to differences in personal handling techniques, the resources obtained may vary slightly, the system replied. Just say my technique is lacking. Xiao Yi retorted, then gathered all the lettuce and scattered the seeds. Acquired resources. Lettuce 500g. Xiao Yi tore off a leaf of lettuce and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Delicious. Having subsisted solely on sea fish, he had been deprived of vegetables, and his palate was yearning for relief. Though it was merely the most basic type of lettuce, it tasted extraordinarily delightful. Opening a private channel, he sent 100g to Su Wan, and 50g each to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong. After all, these seeds were obtained from the resource box opened by Su Wan, so it was only fitting to share generously. Everyone, give it a try. It was just harvested. Although a bit mature, the flavor is still quite good. Xiao Yi messaged the trio. This is so inconvenient. If only we could establish a group chat. Xiao Yi lamented. Yuan was merely delighted by the lettuce harvest. She knew Xiao Yi had already planted it, but was surprised by the brevity of the harvest period. Fantastic! Finally, we can change up the flavors. Suwan replied. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. When did you plant this? Do you have soil? How did you harvest so quickly? This seed was obtained from another friend, and I certainly have soil. Otherwise, I wouldn't have requested your coconut tree seeds. It takes about 2 to 3 days for a harvest. Xiao Yi explained. Thank you. Zhang Yuntian accepted the trade. Yuan Nong then sent an urgent message, his tone slightly anxious. You didn't eat it all, did you? Leave one plant to seed. Xiao Yi replied, Of course, I only harvested after allowing them to produce seeds. That is good. Yuan Nong sighed in relief. As long as you have soil, you can continuously cultivate lettuce. Moreover, lettuce has a short growth cycle, making it perfect for mass planting. By the way, I wanted to ask, how many seeds can one lettuce plant yield? Xiao Yi inquired. Generally, you only need to leave one lettuce plant in a patch of land. The seeds it produces will suffice for planting the entire area. Yuan Nong responded. Xiao Yi was at a loss for words. He had harvested 2 lettuce plants to obtain 23 seeds, which meant he had wasted quite a bit. What is wrong? Yuan Nong noticed his peculiar expression and asked. Nothing. I'll hang up. Xiao Yi replied, then ended the call. It seems I must consult experts more often in the future. Xiao Yi muttered, walking to the edge of the island, where 5 resource boxes awaited. He opened them all. Acquired resources, foundational stones 3, bricks 2, bread 500g. Acquired resources, bow and arrow manufacturing blueprint 1. Acquired resources, metal sheets 2, wood 5, leather machine manufacturing blueprint 1. Acquired resources, soybeans, grade A, 5, glass 3, hemp fabric 2. Acquired resources, rubber 2, metal sheets 5, plastic 6. Xiao Yi surveyed the resources, muttering, a leather machine manufacturing blueprint. Are we to establish a Jiangnan leather factory? Moreover, to make leather, one must first have skin, right? At present, this island had no skin whatsoever. What good would that do? By the way, didn't I deal with a shark earlier? Why didn't I receive a notification about obtaining shark skin or fish oil? Xiao Yi suddenly felt something was amiss. Due to handling techniques, the system reiterated. Okay, you've already belittled my technique. There's no need to emphasize it again, Xiao Yi replied. Indeed, he had used a chainsaw to dismember the shark, and perhaps that was why he hadn't received any shark skin. Xiao Yi planted the recently acquired soybeans in the grade A flower bed, then returned to the island monument to the trading hall. The 40 sets that had been listed had sold 38, leaving just 2. Acquired resources. Foundational stones 38. It seems we have reached the limit. Everyone is clutching tightly to their foundational stones, Xiao Yi pondered. As night descended, Xiao Yi moved the resources towards the island monument, still uncertain of the mechanism by which seawater inundates the island. If the foundational stone holding the resources were to be submerged, it would be a significant loss. Glancing at the sea, he noticed no additional resource boxes, adjusted the automatic fishing net to a non-targeted throw, and returned to the apartment. Everyone, please keep an eye on your resources and try to pile them near the island. Although his reminder was unnecessary, as everyone would instinctively place their resources near the monument, it was better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 0036. The onset of submersion, fully furnished. Though the significance of Xiao Yi's reminder eluded Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong, they nonetheless conducted a thorough inspection of their supplies to ensure nothing lay beyond the vicinity of the island monument. After alerting his friends, Xiao Yi proceeded to list 40 sets of 55 milliliters boiled water as a trading cornerstone. Why does the big shot keep collecting cornerstone? Is he planning to piece together a continent? Perhaps he truly is. Imagine crafting a continent for oneself, declaring independence, and reigning as a local monarch. What a delightful thought. Delightful, my foot. A continent for just one person is utterly meaningless. True, with such vastness, one would still have to scour the periphery for resource boxes, which hardly seems worth the effort. It would be far better to remain in a compact area, allowing for swift traversal from east to west and a mere turn to face north or south. Does anyone know how the big shot amassed such an abundance of boiled water? I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. The public channel buzzed incessantly with discussions. Although it was already the 6th day, the majority still found themselves lacking in food and water. Resource boxes near Xiao Yi's island were predominantly harvested, yet a glance at their contents revealed that food and water were exceedingly scarce, in the first 6 days. The food obtained consisted solely of bread, mineral water, roasted chicken, spicy strips, and on 2 occasions, fruit, apples, and bananas. It is worth noting that Xiao Yi possessed an automatic fishing net, retrieving more than 5 resource boxes each day, while most others were fortunate to secure even one, or sometimes none at all. The dire scarcity of food and water was thus painfully evident. During these 6 days, countless individuals had been eliminated, and the consequence of such elimination here was death. Xiao Yi sighed, then turned over and fell asleep. The following day, Xiao Yi was roused by the sound of Wang Kai scratching at the door. To avert another unwanted kiss from Wang Kai, he decisively locked it outside. Rising, he cast a glance at the island monument, at which point the public channel had erupted in chaos. What is happening? Upon waking, why has the seawater begun to encroach? Indeed, according to my calculations, my island should have diminished by approximately 0.3 square meters. At this point, there's no need to flaunt your mathematical prowess. Does anyone truly comprehend the situation? It seems mine has remained unchanged. Have you all done something you ought not to have? I haven't done anything. I just woke up to this. No, the seawater continues to encroach upon the island. Surely it won't be completely submerged. I cannot swim. I've got it. Quickly, expand your island using the cornerstone. This revelation jolted everyone awake. They finally understood the significance of that small cornerstone. Damn it, so that's how it works. Who was the esteemed individual yesterday? I wish to exchange 100 milliliters of water for my cornerstone. I beg you, even if it requires other materials, please agree to the trade. At the first opportunity, Xiao Yi removed all cornerstone trades from the platform, as 5 individuals had chosen to trade last night. Acquired materials. Cornerstone 5. This scoundrel, to take our cornerstone and then vanish. I curse him to eat instant noodles without a seasoning packet. Whoever traded water for a cornerstone yesterday, come forth. I'll not hesitate to. In no time, the trading hall was filled with requests for cornerstones. Xiao Yi, glancing at his 5 cornerstones, mused, let's see if there's anything worthwhile to exchange. His island was already sufficiently expansive, and these 5 cornerstones were of little consequence. In the public channel, the individual who had previously advised against selling one's cornerstones re-emerged. Humph, wasn't he I just labeled a cantankerous old fool? Sir, I was mistaken. I should not have spoken so. I wonder if you still possess any cornerstones. A single one would suffice. You truly are a remarkable figure. Begone. I am but 18 and have no such nephew. Allow me to guide you. Please enlighten us. Yes, we await your wisdom. In that moment, silence enveloped the others as they awaited the speaker's words. Based on the current rate of submersion, it seems that today the area submerged will be around 1 square meter. Thus, there remains an opportunity. Go salvage resource boxes, as you cannot pursue other tasks anyway. Indeed, let us hasten to salvage resource boxes. If a cornerstone is discovered, it would alleviate, yet, whether they could indeed salvage resource boxes remained uncertain. However, this predicament would undoubtedly compel them to work harder. Suwon observed the scene with a sense of calm, for it fell well within her expectations. In contrast, Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong gazed at the chat content in astonishment. Could it be that Xiao Yi was aware of this situation in advance? This shared thought lingered in their minds. At that moment, Xiao Yi was perusing the trading platform's information. A larger bed would be preferable. I shall acquire this double bed blueprint. This juicer is also essential. With corn and soybeans already sown, it will yield soybean oil and corn oil upon harvest. And I shall also take this quilt blueprint. He exchanged these 3 blueprints for cornerstones, then rose and stepped outside, finding little else of value to trade. After using his remaining 2 cornerstones to expand his island, he began preparing his breakfast. Unsurprisingly, it was once again grilled fish. He had caught 25 common sea fish yesterday. This time, he grilled 4 on the barbecue, and after arranging the grilled fish, Xiao Yi stepped out to survey his island. His island had now reached an astonishing 296 square meters, primarily due to trading a considerable number of cornerstones for water and food in the past few days. With such a vast area, how could one even discern if it has been submerged by a square meter? Xiao Yi, congratulations, host, on completing a week of sign-ins and receiving a deluxe gift package for the entire household. Chapter 0037. Luxurious upgrade. No electricity or gas. High drop rate after transforming the wooden cabin into a studio apartment. What remained was merely an empty room with whitewashed walls. The furnishings, all arranged by him, appeared remarkably rudimentary, resembling a storage space. Upon hearing the announcement of the sign-in reward, Xiao Yi could hardly contain his excitement. At last, I can reside in a finely decorated home. Let us open the gift package. Opening successful, you have received one house decoration card. Please use it at the island monument. A card depicting an exquisite little house materialized in Xiao Yi's hand. He promptly approached the island monument, switching to the construction page. A prompt appeared on the monument. You possess one house decoration card. Would you like to use it?
Yes.
Xiao Yi affirmed. Please select a decoration style. Instantly, over a dozen styles emerged on the monument. Modern minimalist, serene pastoral, European classical, Mediterranean. Xiao Yi was dazzled by the options. However, upon spotting the Mediterranean style, he decisively chose it, for it harmonized beautifully with his current surroundings, an island and the vast sea. Selecting Mediterranean style. Selection successful. Renovation complete. Furniture and decorations that are severely incongruous with this style have been removed from the apartment. The bedroom where Xiao Yi resided transformed dramatically. The wall color became softer and more natural, and where there once was a mere window, a grand floor-to-ceiling window now stood. The breathtaking view of the ocean lay before him, and upon opening the window, he could step directly towards the sea. Meanwhile, the island monument that had originally occupied space in the room was ingeniously embedded within the wall, thus saving space. His humble wooden bed had vanished, replaced by a luxurious double bed, complete with mattress, bedding, and pillows. Unable to resist, Xiao Yi sat down. It was so soft and comfortable. After a week of sleeping on wooden planks, he had transitioned from a makeshift bed to a proper one. On either side of the bed were two nightstands, each adorned with a lamp. Glancing upward, he noticed a grand ceiling light. Impressive, Xiao Yi exclaimed, then opened the wardrobe crafted from solid wood embedded in the wall, only to find it completely empty, with no hangers or racks in sight. Stepping out of the bedroom, he observed that the floors had been entirely tiled. In the corner of the living room stood two water purifiers, adjacent to a three-seater sofa. To his astonishment, directly opposite the sofa was a television, also embedded in the wall. On the other side of the living room was a white long table with black edges, accommodating approximately 6 people, accompanied by white chairs. Entering the kitchen, he discovered brand new kitchenware, a marble countertop, and even a range hood. Where's my stove? Xiao Yi realized that the stove he had previously placed there was nowhere to be found. It's outside. The island monument has relocated it, including your single bed, the system promptly responded. Oh, can this stovetop be used? Xiao Yi inquired. The system remained silent, prompting him to test it himself. Striking a match, he watched as sparks flew, but alas, it wouldn't ignite. No gas. Xiao Yi immediately deduced, so I still have to find gas myself? With that thought, he dashed to the living room, ready to turn on the television. However, the TV displayed no signs of life. As expected, I must generate my own electricity, Xiao Yi lamented. If there's no power, why was my fireplace moved to the living room? The fireplace, once in the bedroom, had been transferred to the living room as part of this decorative upgrade. Initially, he had noticed the air conditioning unit and paid it no mind. But now, without electricity, it was of no use. I thought I was living a modern lifestyle, yet it seems only the house has modernized, while the essential utilities have not kept pace. Xiao Yi mused helplessly. The bathroom, of course, had also been completely tiled, featuring a wash basin, shower area, and even heating. Naturally, the heating was currently useless, as it also required electricity. Thankfully, he had previously constructed a running water system. Otherwise, the luxurious upgrades would have left him without a drop to utilize. Despite lacking electricity and gas, Xiao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction with this decorative upgrade. His living standards had undoubtedly risen by several notches. Does that mean my newly acquired double bed is now redundant? He suddenly realized he had lost out. Had I known, I would have signed in first before trading. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had no need for it, and others might find it useful, so he decided to store it for now. After all the commotion, Xiao Yi hurried outside, adjusting the target of his automatic fishing net to the resource box, allowing it to operate autonomously. He then inspected his crops, which were thriving splendidly, and watered them. He proceeded to tear yesterday's freshly baked bread into crumbs, and the sun-dried fish from the previous day was once again roasted until crispy, then crushed into fish powder to mix with the breadcrumbs, providing a delightful meal for the chicks. The two little chicks feasted joyfully, and observing their growth, Xiao Yi felt certain he would soon be enjoying fresh eggs. Last night, he had harvested 32 fish, and they had been gathered together by Wang Kai. Xiao Yi processed 4 of them, placing them on the grill, and then filled his water bucket to the brim. As his island expanded, the water tank, originally positioned by the shore, was now increasingly distant. Running back and forth was proving too time-consuming, and he needed to devise a means of creating a water extraction device. Due to minimal consumption, Xiao Yi quickly filled the water tank and returned to the grill. After grilling the fish, he sent one to Yuan Nong, another to Su Wan, tossed one to Wang Kai, and kept one for himself. Accompanied by freshly washed lettuce, with a sprinkle of salt, it was nothing short of delectable. While eating, he dispatched purified water to Jiang Yuntian and cold white water to Yuan Nong. Having resolved the issues with the water purifier and the sea salt extractor, Xiao Yi had completely dealt with the fish. Wang Kai, please haul all the resource boxes you retrieved to the front of the apartment. Xiao Yi instructed, patting Wang Kai on the side and gesturing towards the resource box. Wang. Wang Kai barked twice and dashed towards the resource box by the sea. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and checked the public channel. I found a resource box containing 2 cornerstone stones. How splendid. Big brother, could you spare me one? I'm quite scared. Scram, I'm scared too. I also found one in my resource box. Hurry and fish out resource. Today seems to have a higher probability of cornerstone stones appearing. Many people seem to be finding them. Indeed, at this moment, relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. However, the resource boxes appearing here are too far from the island. I can't reach them. Then just wait. At this time, even if you offer ample resources, it's uncertain anyone will sell cornerstone stones. Chapter 0038. The reasons behind enthusiastic explanations. One cannot say that. It seems that someone exchanged cornerstone for resources early this morning, completing 3 transactions. I've been observing. Why are you so idle? Because my island has already reached 10 square meters. If it gets submerged now, I shall accept my fate. Oh, great one. Might I borrow 2 pieces of cornerstone? Get lost. If you want cornerstone, go fetch it yourself. Has anyone pondered why it was not submerged in the previous 6 days, yet today it suddenly is? This question momentarily halted the discussions in the public channel. However, it was merely a brief pause before a torrent of conversations erupted. Indeed, why? Can someone enlighten us? I have a hypothesis. As you may have noticed, this world resembles a game. The first 6 days were akin to a novice phase, allowing everyone a buffer period. However, once this novice phase concludes, the difficulty escalates. Upon reading this statement, Xiao Yi glanced at the ID of the person who posed the question. Emperor of the world. It was he who initially raised the query. What? The first 6 days were merely a novice phase. That's a hellishly difficult novice phase. Indeed, how many were eliminated during the novice phase? Thus, it may become even more challenging. The current rate. With 1 square meter submerged per day, each individual must retrieve a cornerstone daily to ensure their island remains afloat. Emperor of the world continued. Goodness, if that's the case, we're doomed. I managed to acquire 3 cornerstones in the first 6 days. If the requirement is 1 a day from now on, I might as well await my demise. Brother, is that true? I am terrified. Is there a benevolent figure willing to take me in? I can grace the halls and the kitchen, and I excel at scaling double beds. That being said, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Everyone ought to focus on diligently collecting resource boxes. Emperor of the World advised, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned individual. Yet, I cannot retrieve anything. Could you impart some techniques, Great One? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously share my wisdom, Emperor of the World replied. To prevent the destruction of the world? Do not interrupt. Let the Great One speak. To maintain peace in the world. Shut up. Do you wish to perish? Silence. Emperor of the World appeared to be genuinely kind-hearted, unaffected by the interruptions from the two, and continued to speak in the public chat channel. Ultimately, whether one can retrieve resource boxes hinges on 3 key points. First, the drifting direction of the resource boxes. This is governed by world settings, and theoretically, at least one resource box should be within a catchable range. Second, it depends on the quality of the tools at your disposal. For instance, the initial worn-out fishing net may still allow some resource boxes to slip through. Lastly, it hinges on your proficiency with the tools at hand. If you possess skill, there remains a chance. Without skill, then it is left to fate. These 3 points, while the first is beyond our control, we can strive to improve on the second and third. Hence, endeavor to acquire or rent superior fishing nets, hone your net-throwing skills, and meticulously observe the drifting direction of the resource boxes to seize the optimal moment for a precise strike. What an excellent insight! I must hasten to rent better fishing nets. Thanks to Emperor of the World's explanation, the rental of fishing nets in the trading hall began to thrive. If one joins the Emperor of the World family, our internal rental price is merely half of the market rate, Emperor of the World added as a final note. Xiao Yi was immediately taken aback. No wonder the enthusiastic explanation. He aimed to recruit members. This would likely attract a multitude to the influence of Emperor of the World. Is that so? Splendid. I wish to join Emperor of the World. I too wish to join. Me as well. As Emperor of the World observed the bustling registration scene in the chat interface, he continued, those wishing to register should add the 4 Hall Masters as friends. Their IDs are Emperor of the Azure Dragon, Emperor of the White Tiger, Emperor of the Vermilion Bird, and Emperor of the Black Tortoise. They will inform you of the joining conditions. What? There are conditions? Certainly. The Emperor of the World shall ultimately become the most formidable force in this realm. Not just anyone can join. Emperor of the World replied. Xiao Yi was watching Emperor of the World recruit followers when a private message suddenly chimed in. Ding ding, Suwan requests to speak with you. Connect. Did you see the chat in the public channel? Suwan appeared on the private chat screen. I did. What is the matter? Xiao Yi replied. That Emperor of the World mentioned that we might face a daily submersion of 1 square meter. Suwan said with evident concern. That is merely his speculation. It likely will not occur. Let us wait until today passes, and no need to fret. The priority now is to gather resources. Xiao Yi responded nonchalantly. While others relied on conjecture, he had system prompts, which were far more reliable than mere speculation. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Suwan felt a bit more reassured. Inexplicably, Xiao Yi provided her with a sense of tranquility. All right then, I shall head out to gather resources. Suwan ended the call and walked towards the shoreline. After concluding the conversation with Suwan, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. Emperor of the World is a scam. The membership fee is a cornerstone, and every 10 days, another must be submitted. Not just cornerstones. Wood, stone, glass, plastic, metal scraps, and other basic resources must also be submitted every 10 days. This is nothing short of blood-sucking. Exactly. Resist Emperor of the World. Reject joining. We aren't forcing anyone to join. Emperor of the World retorted. If you can't even gather a cornerstone in 10 days, what are you renting higher-level fishing nets for? Just to gaze at them? We, Emperor of the World, have no need for such useless individuals. Good riddance. Following Emperor of the World's statement, many began to reflect. The faction provides quality fishing nets, which naturally incurs costs. Nothing can be had for free. Yet, some individuals remained oblivious to all reasoning, merely resorting to insults. Damn it, who wishes to be bled dry by him? Only a fool would fall for such blatant exploitation. Indeed, Emperor of the World is a fool, displaying the ugly face of a capitalist. Observing those keyboard warriors who only knew how to hurl insults, Xiao Yi shook his head in resignation. Emperor of the World's actions were entirely reasonable. Xiao Yi saw no issue with it. No one was being coerced into joining. It was simply a matter of mutual willingness. What was there to complain about? Wouldn't it be more fruitful to spend time gathering resources? Stepping out of the apartment, Xiao Yi found 5 resource boxes waiting at the entrance, having been dragged there by Wang Kai. Indeed, an S-rank pet possesses such great strength. Xiao Yi murmured. He opened all the boxes. Acquired resources, Chapter 0039, Wind-Powered Water Wheel, How to Cultivate Potatoes. Acquired resources, Foundation Stones 2, Metal Plates 3, Acquired resources, Foundation Stones 1, Stones 4, Acquired resources, Foundation Stones 1, Wood 10, Acquired resources, Foundation Stones 4, Plastic 2, Acquired resources, Wind-Powered Water Wheel Blueprint 1. To his astonishment, this time, 5 resource boxes yielded a total of 8 foundation stones. Indeed, the probability of obtaining foundation stones was higher than before. It seemed that the rules of this world still afforded them a glimmer of hope. However, they had failed to procure water and food. For Xiao Yi, this was of little consequence. His primary concern lay with the wind-powered water wheel blueprint. Wind-powered water wheel blueprint. Wood 90, metal plates 30. Resources are sufficient. Let us hasten to construct it. Xiao Yi exclaimed, rushing to the island monument to select the creation of the wind-powered water wheel. As the corresponding materials vanished, a magnificent windmill, adorned with 18 blades, materialized in the manufacturing space. Please choose a placement location. Note, it must be positioned in an area with sufficient wind. To utilize the water wheel's water pumping function, it must be placed near water. Do I want a wind-powered water wheel merely for decoration, if it is not to pump water? Xiao Yi retorted, then positioned it by the shoreline, closest to the water tank. After nearly a week of observation, he noted that there was indeed a period each day when the winds were particularly strong. Currently, his water usage was not excessive. As long as the wind-powered water wheel could operate for a while each day, the water tank should fill adequately. Approaching the newly placed wind-powered water wheel, Xiao Yi marveled at the imposing structure. Towering at 8 meters, each blade's edge featured a small bucket designed for scooping water. As the wind caressed the blades, it set the windmill into motion, causing the blades to skim over the sea, filling the buckets with seawater. When the buckets tilted, they emptied their contents into a wooden trough situated conveniently below, allowing the water to flow towards the island. Yet, Xiao Yi soon discovered that the island monument had not extended the trough long enough. He would need to lengthen it himself to connect it to the water tank. Damn it! Xiao Yi exclaimed, expressing his frustration before retrieving his toolbox to extend the trough. Approximately an hour later, as he surveyed the crude trough he had constructed, he felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. It was rough around the edges, and despite holding some seawater, it was already leaking. Let it leak. I shall make do for now. Xiao Yi sighed, then connected the trough to the water tank. Splish splash. The wind-powered water wheel continued to scoop seawater, channeling it into the tank. Though progress is slow, at least I no longer have to fetch water by the bucketful myself. Xiao Yi observed the still leaking trough with satisfaction. As he put away his toolbox and returned to the apartment, he noticed, the strawberries are ripe. They should be ready to eat. Gazing at the vibrant red strawberries nestled in their wooden planter, he decided to consult Yuan Nong first. Old Yuan, can the strawberries be harvested for seeds? Xiao Yi inquired. Certainly. Those tiny specks on the mature strawberries are the seeds. Use a small knife to peel off the outer skin, being careful not to damage the seeds, then dry the skin, and the seeds will fall out naturally. Yuan Nong replied promptly. All right. Xiao Yi responded enthusiastically, taking out his knife from the toolbox to harvest all the mature strawberries, totaling 27. He then carefully removed the outer skin, ensuring not to harm the seeds, and after peeling each one, he devoured the succulent flesh. Sweet and delicious. He continued until he had peeled all the strawberries. Peeling the skin is quite a meticulous task, Xiao Yi remarked, stretching his somewhat stiff neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of accomplishment as he looked at the pile of skins before him. Observing the strawberries that had been reduced to mere flesh, he distributed 4 to each of Su Wan and the others. Strawberry flesh, ADG trade successful. Though the strawberries I peeled may appear unappealing, their taste remains delightful. After completing the trade, Xiao Yi glanced at the potatoes he had set aside for 2 days, muttering, aren't potatoes supposed to sprout easily? Why have they not yet begun to germinate? He promptly sent another message to Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, must the potatoes sprout before they can be planted? At that moment, Yuan Nong had just received the strawberry trade and was deeply touched, never having expected Xiao Yi to share such fruits with him. While he felt a sense of gratitude, he was also somewhat astonished, though not as much as before. Xiao Yi frequently produced various fruits and vegetables, and daily shared grilled fish and purified water, his abundance of resources now a familiar sight. To plant potatoes, you must cut them in half, then mix them with some charcoal ash, burying each piece at intervals of 15 centimeters. Yuan Nong explained. Ah, I see. Xiao Yi felt he had made the right choice in assisting Yuan Nong. Of course, if you wait for them to sprout, they can also be planted. Yuan Nong added. Understood. Xiao Yi replied, immediately slicing the potatoes in half, mixing them with charcoal ash, and burying them in the ordinary soil. It seems a bit cramped, he remarked, eyeing the wooden planter filled with soil. Ding ding. The island monument chimed, prompting Xiao Yi to step inside. Soil, 2 trade successful. I have no seeds here, and with the children, it is inconvenient to plant anything. I will send some to you, came a message from Jiang Yuntian. Xiao Yi's eyes brightened. He had just been pondering the soil situation, and Jiang Yuntian had promptly responded. Agreeing to the trade, he acquired 2 additional units of soil. However, he found himself lacking suitable containers for holding the soil. While small wooden planters could be crafted without a blueprint, they were limited in capacity. Larger wooden planters and flower beds, however, required blueprints for creation. I hope to find suitable containers swiftly, so that once the potatoes sprout, I can transplant them, Xiao Yi mused. After planting the potatoes, he returned to the apartment, sinking into the sofa with a sigh of contentment. Yet, as he gazed at the television that remained unresponsive, his mind wandered to how he might procure a generator. Gas seemed a distant prospect. He decided to prioritize the issue of electricity for now. It is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the system indicates that the erosion of the seawater outside has reached 66. 66. The waiting is truly exasperating. Xiao Yi lamented helplessly. At this moment, the public channel remains bustling with numerous individuals. It feels as though we are about to be completely submerged. Calm down. According to my calculations, the rate at which the seawater is encroaching remains consistent with previous measurements. At most, it will cover 1 square meter by midnight. Even if you haven't managed to retrieve a single cornerstone, total submersion is unlikely, so do not panic. I cannot help but feel that if I do not cling to the island monument, I will plunge into the sea. It renders any attempt to salvage supplies utterly futile. Then simply wait until you acclimate before attempting to salvage. There is no one who can assist you with this. Chapter 0040. Impersonating Anren's friend. Soil improvement card. Observing the multitude clamoring for foundational stones, Xiao Yi found himself increasingly concerned about Anren, who had remained unreachable. With this thought lingering in his mind, he felt compelled to post another message on the public channel. Anren, if you see this message, please contact me. After sending this message, Xiao Yi, adhering to his previous habit, waited for a while in front of the island monument. Previously, he had received no responses, and any replies had come from individuals entirely unrelated to his concerns. Just as he was beginning to think this encounter would mirror the past, his private channel suddenly illuminated, indicating that someone was attempting to engage him in private conversation. Hastily, he switched to the private channel. Who are you, and why are you seeking Anren? The other party inquired. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow at the question, contemplating blocking the individual outright. However, after a brief hesitation, he inexplicably replied, She is someone of great importance to me. Are you Uncle Anue? I'm Xiaoyang, the other party exclaimed, seemingly excited. I'm a close friend of Ranan. Xiao Yi pondered this for a moment, questioning whether Anren truly had such a close friend. It seemed unlikely, yet this person accurately mentioned Anren's father's name, which could suggest a genuine acquaintance. After all, he had been away from Anren for some time. Perhaps she had made new friends in his absence. I am not Uncle Anue. My name is Xiao Yi, he responded. Xiao Yi. Hong Xiaoyang paused momentarily before replying, You can't possibly be her ex-boyfriend, can you? Xiao Yi sighed and said, I suppose that would be an accurate description. So, you are that impoverished lad. Hong Xiaoyang muttered. However, in this world, perhaps such impoverished individuals can thrive better. After all, this realm values physical prowess and capability above lineage. ensuring equality among all. With this in mind, Hong Xiaoyang continued, I am also searching for Anren, but I have yet to receive any news. I have been hungry all day. Could you spare me some food? Upon hearing this request, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, My provisions are limited, I'm afraid. Since you are searching for Anren, you must be hoping to rekindle your relationship. I can assist you. All I require is a bottle of mineral water and some essential food each day, not to mention a foundational stone. I assure you, you will be reunited with her. Hong Xiaoyang insisted. Assist me? No, thank you. Xiao Yi replied coolly, promptly blocking the individual. What an outrageous demand. Does he truly believe I am a fool? Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Even if you are indeed a good friend of Ranan, it merely reflects poorly on her judgment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaoyang, now blocked by Xiao Yi, glared at the notification on the island monument. Message sending failed. You have been blocked by the recipient. This impoverished wretch dares to block me. Hong Xiaoyang seethed. Damn it. I thought I had found a lucrative opportunity. While Hong Xiaoyang barely knew Anren, she was familiar with her through her father's business, where she worked. Anren was regarded as an ice-cold beauty within the company, with many suitors being ruthlessly rejected, reportedly because she could not forget her college boyfriend. Yet, Hong Xiaoyang had heard that this college boyfriend was a mere pauper, and she found it utterly incomprehensible why Anren would spurn numerous affluent and accomplished young men for the sake of such a destitute individual. Today, upon seeing someone searching for Anren, she naturally felt compelled to reach out. Although her island had expanded to 6 square units, eliminating concerns of flooding for the day, the conversations on the public channel stirred apprehensions about the future. Those preoccupied with their own affairs would not typically seek out others. Thus, if someone was actively searching for another, it suggested they were faring quite well themselves. Hence, Hong Xiaoyang immediately initiated contact upon discovering that someone was looking for Anren. However, it was evident that Xiao Yi was not a blind pursuer. After concluding his conversation with Hong Xiaoyang, the sky gradually darkened outside. Stepping out, Xiao Yi opened the 6 supply boxes retrieved by the fully automated fishing net, discovering 9 foundational stones along with various other ordinary supplies, though food and water remained absent. Today, I managed to catch 9 supply boxes, more than ever before. Although the seawater will erode 1 foundational stone, the supply boxes have not been lacking. Xiao Yi mused. Among the 5 supply boxes opened in the morning, 2 had remained unopened from yesterday. This indicated that he had caught 3 in the morning and 6 in the afternoon. Noticing that there were no more supply boxes visible on the sea, he adjusted the fully automated fishing net to a non-target throw and then returned to his apartment. At the entrance, the peppers had indeed ripened, yet to preserve the seeds, he resisted the urge to harvest them, allowing them to grow for another day. After hastily finishing his dinner, Xiao Yi approached the island monument and switched to the crafting interface. Let us begin by manufacturing the manual juicer. He glanced at the required materials. Manual juicer blueprint, metal sheets 50, wood 20, plastic 5. The metal sheets were just sufficient, and all other materials were plentiful. Crafting commenced. The requisite amount of materials vanished, and a small juicer materialized in the crafting space. Please select a placement location. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yi decided to place it in the kitchen, as it was compact and would be easy to relocate if necessary. Once the juicer appeared in the kitchen, Xiao Yi approached to examine the physical object. Manual juicer. With this, you can extract liquid substances from plants, though it requires considerable strength and is inefficient. The juicer featured a handle on top that could be turned, utilizing a screw mechanism to apply pressure to the iron discs below, compressing the materials entirely, with the oils and other liquids flowing into the plastic container beneath. Efficiency may be low, but at least I now possess something to produce cooking oil. Xiao Yi murmured. He then returned to the island monument, observing the public chat channel, where many continued to spread panic. He shook his head in resignation and lay down on his large bed. Though comfortable, the lack of insight into the island's transformation left him restless. Ding ding, you unknown requests a call. Connect. Xiao Yi, I caught this today. You unknown sent a message. Soil improvement card, can transform an area of 50 square meters of sandy land into cultivable soil. Upon seeing this item, Xiao Yi was taken aback. He had always believed that only through sign-ins could one obtain upgrade cards or renovation cards, never suspecting that such cards could also be found within supply boxes. Having fished out numerous supply boxes without encountering such cards, It was astonishing that Yuan Nong, after only 2 days and a mere handful of supply boxes, had unearthed such a remarkable card. This was true luck, surpassing even Su Wan. All of his efforts with supply boxes had been in vain. He truly embodied the essence of a non-lucky individual. Chapter 0041. The erosion ends, new hints emerge at the island monument. Wonderful. This means you can cultivate crops on your island now, exclaimed Xiao Yi. With your skills, you're bound to reap an abundant harvest. Yuan Nong shook his head and replied, my island is merely 8 square meters at present, and the prospect of reaching 50 square meters seems distant. Utilizing this card would be a waste. Moreover, I lack any seeds for planting. I can provide you with seeds, Xiao Yi offered, as his crops were either fully matured or nearing maturity, ensuring he had some seeds to spare. Yuan Nong shook his head again, saying, while you may be able to assist me with seeds, how long I can sustain myself here remains uncertain. It would be best to keep them on your island. If you do indeed harvest grain, just a small share would suffice. Clearly, Yuan Nong had also taken note of the proclamations of the Empire Ascendant, and shared concerns that if the daily erosion truly continued at 1 square meter, many would likely be eliminated, and he could very well be among them. Xiao Yi pondered briefly before saying, all right, give me that card. I have sufficient space on my island. I will put it to use. From now on, I'll cover your meals. Thank you. Truth be told, that card was originally yours. Without the fishing net you provided, I would never have caught anything, Yuan Nong replied with a smile. Soil improvement card, transaction confirmed. Xiao Yi agreed to the trade and remarked, let us not put it that way. Over the past 7 days, I averaged 6 resource boxes daily, yet not a single card was produced. What one can obtain from opening boxes is purely a matter of luck. Old Yuan, you are indeed far luckier than I. What? You managed to fish out over 40 resource boxes in the past week. Yuan Nong's eyes widened in disbelief. Given the fishing net's radius, one could catch a maximum of 2 boxes per day, with the rare occasion of 3. Could it be that he can catch every resource box he sees? Yuan Nong's mind was filled with questions. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying, that's not the point. The real issue is that what I've opened has been rather lackluster. Yuan Nong chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Even with such abysmal luck, with such a vast base, one is bound to uncover some worthwhile items. It's truly incomparable between individuals. Indeed. Xiao Yi mused, I'll go ahead and use this card to see what transpires. All right. The two concluded the conversation, and Xiao Yi switched to the construction interface. Standing before his apartment, he selected a 5x10 shape to improve the land. Do you confirm the use of the soil improvement card to enhance the selected area of land? Yes. The soil improvement card vanished. Improvement successful. Xiao Yi promptly exited his apartment to behold that the previously sandy ground just ahead had transformed into fertile soil. Normal soil. Suitable for planting crops. Improved using the soil improvement card. It will not revert to sand. Wonderful. Now I need not worry about insufficient land. Xiao Yi exclaimed in delight. Returning to the island monument, he left a message for Yuan Nong. Success. At least for the foreseeable future, I need not fret about inadequate soil or planting area. Fantastic. If you encounter any issues regarding planting, do inform me promptly, Yuan Nong replied. Of course, I shall certainly reach out to you without delay. Xiao Yi responded. It had been quite some time since Su Wan had sent Xiao Yi anything, indicating there was nothing particularly exceptional or special, merely ordinary supplies, which Xiao Yi had advised her to keep for herself. My island appears to have only 3 square meters left. Indeed, mine too. The 2 resource boxes I fished out today contained not a single cornerstone. Your luck truly is dismal. I at least managed to obtain one. Let us hope the encroaching seawater progresses at a slower pace. I am quite frightened. It feels as if beyond this island lies the vast deep sea, as if the submerged parts have completely dissolved. Are we not standing on 4 pillars, each with a cross-section of 1 square meter? I initially felt little concern, but upon your mentioning it, I too am now somewhat anxious. Surely, these pillars will not collapse. Go away, you harbinger of doom. The chat group was rife with panic, while Xiao Yi lay on his large bed, awaiting the passage of this day. Soon, midnight struck, and each island's monument displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have passed the first week's trial. The next trial has been upgraded. 1 week later, the seawater will continue to erode 1 square meter. Strive to expand your island, and you shall reap additional rewards. A simple 2-sentence notification, after which the island monument returned to its normal state. The public channel once again buzzed with activity. What does this notification mean? Are we being toyed with? Indeed, someone is certainly playing with us, but what can you do about it? IXXX. What can you do besides rage impotently? Instead of lamenting, take this time to rest or gather resources. It is far more beneficial. The first week nearly drove me to madness, and now the trials are to be upgraded. Yes, but did it not say that 1 square meter would only be eroded after a week? It doesn't seem like an upgrade. You know nothing. The cornerstone is merely the foundational trial for our survival. There are countless other trials: tempests, extreme heat and cold, even earthquakes and tsunamis. Which of these is not a trial? True, and who can predict what bizarre occurrences this world may conjure? What if a horde of shrimp and crab soldiers emerges from the sea to attack us? Wow, the way you put it sends chills down my spine. And what does strive to expand your island, and you shall reap additional rewards mean? What else could it mean? It is quite literally, expanding your island will yield rewards beyond mere resource boxes. What could that possibly be? Only those with larger islands can answer that. Is there a big shot willing to step forward and share their insights? If you uncover any information, do relay it to us. Humph, such news will only be disclosed within the Empire. If you desire first-hand information, join the Empire, responded the Empire Ascendant. Xiao Yi couldn't help but smirk, thinking, even now, he seeks to recruit others. Yet, considering the situation, every new member would grant the Empire Ascendant an additional cornerstone each week. Even if not all were allocated to him, it would still amount to a considerable sum under his numerous followers. This organization, reminiscent of a pyramid scheme, likely wouldn't last long. However, should they willingly seek change and alter their recruitment terms, that would be a different matter entirely. Xiao Yi scoffed dismissively, merely observing the chatter in the public channel. He placed greater faith in the prompts from the sign-in system. Opening the floor-to-ceiling window, stepping outside his apartment, and gazing at the island beneath him, the system's notification sound finally resonated. Chapter 0042. Resource Classification Refinement, Evolution, and Acquisition of Metal Scraps, Small Island. An area of 303 square meters, with 9 unused foundation stones remaining, resources will randomly refresh on the island's vacant land each day. Vacant land refers to areas that have not been subject to any human intervention. The larger the island, the more resources will refresh. Note: Resource Classification Refinement is currently in effect. If the refreshed resources are not promptly processed, they will gradually evolve and subsequently give rise to new resources dependent on the original. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, what does Resource Classification Refinement mean? For instance, the supplies you previously gathered included a type of metal scrap, but in the future, such supplies will not appear. They will be refined into specific metals, such as iron, copper, tin, and so forth. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and asked, so, when crafting items in the future, if iron is required, other metals will not suffice? Precisely. What about the metal scraps I collected earlier? They are universal. Xiao Yi nodded and immediately rushed to the island monument, listing 50 sets of boiled water. Boiled water, 30 milliliters, 4 metal scrap, 1. The universally applicable metal scraps would undoubtedly become the most scarce resource. If any specific metal became unobtainable, this could serve as a substitute. However, Xiao Yi was concerned that acquiring too many would draw the attention of others, so he limited his listing to 50 sets, although he had initially contemplated listing 500. Regarding the amount of boiled water, Xiao Yi originally intended to use 50 milliliters, but similarly feared that it might raise suspicions. Exchanging 30 milliliters of boiled water for 1 unit of metal scrap was already considered a high price compared to before. Any higher would certainly attract more attention. Yet, for Xiao Yi, 30 milliliters of boiled water was hardly a concern. If someone were willing to sell him metal scraps, he would gladly exchange 100 milliliters of boiled water for 1 unit. As he listed the boiled water, Xiao Yi continued to inquire, what does evolution mean? For example, if 10 trees refresh on the island and you do not chop them down, subsequent refreshes in the same location will gradually transform them into a grove, which may further evolve into a forest, and only with a forest will fauna begin to refresh within it. Xiao Yi suddenly understood, Indeed, the larger the area, the greater the yield. However, does this not imply that the island could evolve into arable land? Xiao Yi questioned, puzzled. What then is the significance of the soil improvement cards that appeared previously? The soil improvement cards work quickly and do not lead to desertification. Natural evolution occurs at an exceedingly slow pace, and without proper protection, desertification may occur. Xiao Yi nodded, finally comprehending the nature of the changes occurring on the island. Or, in gaming terms, what precisely had been updated in this system upgrade. The larger the island, the greater the advantages. Xiao Yi murmured. Note: the island may also spawn various animals that pose a threat to humans. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that the presence of a forest could indeed lead to the emergence of fierce tigers and venomous snakes. This was a perfectly logical consequence. It seems that a larger island is a double-edged sword. Should one's strength be insufficient, expanding the island too much could result in falling prey to the ferocious beasts residing within it. How awkward that would be. Xiao Yi mused. At that moment, Xiao Yi received inquiries from Su Wan and the others. Clearly, they had not rested and were awaiting the conclusion of the submerged foundation stone incident. Their questions revolved around the meaning of the larger the island, the greater the yield. Xiao Yi contemplated briefly and explained succinctly, the larger the island, the more resources will refresh. Additionally, seize the opportunity to collect more metal scraps. Do not sell them, nor use them, he added. Understood. Can I exchange my current supplies for metal scraps? Su Wan replied. Certainly. Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong were somewhat astonished. Why was it that such a prominent figure as Di Lin Tianxia was unaware of matters that seemed trivial to Xiao Yi? Could it be that Xiao Yi possessed foresight? Though puzzled, they recognized that some inquiries might encroach upon others' privacy and refrained from pressing further. They could only respond, all right, we will pay more attention to collecting metal scraps. Yes, even if it means exchanging other basic supplies. Xiao Yi reiterated. The four began acquiring metal scraps in the trading hall, but the sheer number of survivors made it difficult for them to make significant waves. Aside from Xiao Yi's slightly larger trading volume, discussions sparked in the public channel. Someone is exchanging boiled water for metal scraps at a price slightly higher than before. Shouldn't we be focusing on acquiring foundation stones, food, and water at this time? Indeed, why collect metal scraps? As long as it's not crucial for one's survival, all manufacturing should pause, and we should prioritize gathering foundation stones. Yes, while there is still a week left, who knows if the difficulty of obtaining supply boxes will increase or if the probability of foundation stones will decrease, not to mention the issues. If I were to prioritize, it would be foundation stones, water, food, and then other supplies. If that's the case, could we take advantage of the fact that the big shots need metal scraps to exchange for more water? If you possess metal scraps and have no pressing needs, then I believe it is advisable to exchange. Following the discussions, Xiao Yi's listed boiled water quickly sold out. Observing this, Xiao Yi promptly listed another 50 sets. It seems tonight will stretch on quite late, Xiao Yi yawned. He needed to acquire a sufficient quantity of metal scraps before others caught on. Those who did not manage to exchange for water earlier should hurry to the trading hall. The big shot has listed another 50 sets. A shout in the public channel prompted everyone to rush to the trading hall, where those with metal scraps frantically exchanged them for Xiao Yi's water. President, someone is collecting metal scraps. Should we take action? Di Lin Qinglong privately messaged Di Lin Tianxia. Di Lin Tianxia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since the trading hall allowed for anonymous transactions, he could not ascertain whether the individual collecting metal scraps was the same as the one previously gathering foundation stones. If they were not the same, it was not a cause for concern. However, if they were indeed the same person, then it warranted careful consideration of their motives. The previous acquisition of foundation stones indicated foresight, as they had frantically collected them before the submerged event, suggesting they had anticipated something or received other information. Did this latest acquisition of metal scraps also stem from some additional information? Chapter 0043. Nearly 10,000 metal pieces. Spicy fish soup. Emperor Qinglong seemed to be aware of the concerns of Emperor Tianxia and spoke up. While the probability of obtaining metal pieces from the supply crates is not exceedingly high, it is certainly not negligible. At the very least, it surpasses that of acquiring bottled water. Exchanging metal pieces for water would still yield a profit. If you are genuinely apprehensive about potential complications, we can initially trade a portion and keep the remainder in reserve. Upon hearing Emperor Qinglong's analysis, Emperor Tianxia nodded in agreement and replied, "Let us convert 50% of the internal metal piece reserves into water resources. The rest shall remain untouched." Understood. Emperor Qinglong responded, then delegated the task, deploy 3 individuals to monitor the trading hall at all times. As soon as the other party offers boiled water, we shall seize it all. The metal pieces available for trade amount to 475 units. Affirmative. Xiao Yi noted that the 2 batches he had previously listed were swiftly consumed by the market. When he attempted to list 50 batches once more, the interface had yet to refresh, but the trading hall had already indicated that the supply was sold out. So fast. Xiao Yi marveled at the instant sell-out of the boiled water, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Yet, in the next moment, he considered a possibility. A powerful faction was hoarding water. It seems it must be Emperor Tian. Xiao Yi chuckled. In that case, let us see how much boiled water you can consume. This time, Xiao Yi intentionally listed 100 batches, having previously listed only 50. This served as a test to determine whether a major faction was indeed stockpiling boiled water. Once he listed the batches, they were instantly sold out once more. Just as I suspected, Xiao Yi was now certain that a formidable force was indeed hoarding water. Well, I shall not hold back. I will acquire all the metal pieces you possess. Xiao Yi exclaimed with excitement. He listed another 100 batches, which were promptly sold out again. He listed another 100 batches, and once more, they vanished in an instant. He continued this pattern, each time seeing the same rapid sellout. Xiao Yi was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Emperor Tian would amass so many metal pieces so quickly. Of course, this was likely related to the substantial membership base within their faction. A larger base meant that even a small contribution from each member would accumulate into a staggering total. Once more, after all, Xiao Yi's boiled water was nearly free of charge, costing him at most a few logs for boiling. He listed another 100 batches, but this time only 25 batches were sold instantly before there was a brief pause. Goodness, I thought there would be many more. Xiao Yi remarked, smacking his lips with a hint of regret, longing for the earlier thrill of instant sellouts. However, the pause was brief, and transactions quickly resumed. The public channel buzzed with excitement once again. What just happened? How did 100 batches disappear in an instant? Indeed, I wanted to purchase 2 batches myself. I have insider information. Emperor Tian is stockpiling boiled water. Is that so? I wondered who possessed such strength, clearing out 100 batches at once. It seems water is indeed crucial. Even Emperor Tian cannot sit idle and must hoard some. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and buy some. I want to buy as well, but I have no metal pieces. Can someone trade with other resources? How unfortunate for you. After all this time, you haven't managed to acquire a single metal piece. I did, but I used them up earlier, sob sob. After Emperor Tianxia stirred the excitement, Xiao Yi's boiled water became even easier to sell. Meanwhile, Su Wan and her companions, after much deliberation, decided to list their basic resources in the trading hall, hoping to exchange them for metal pieces. Yet, their offerings lacked allure, and few were willing to trade. Xiao Yi continued to boil boiled water as his stock of cooled boiled water had been entirely sold out. After more than an hour of such hustle, transactions began to slow down. Phew, it's almost 3 in the morning. Let me list 100 more batches before I sleep. Xiao Yi sighed in relief as he spoke. After listing his final 100 batches in the trading hall, he collapsed onto his bed, instantly falling into slumber. The following day, Xiao Yi groggily awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. Glancing at the system clock, he noted it was 9:30 a.m. Rubbing his temples, he rose and checked the status of the trading hall. The boiled water he had listed just before sleeping had once again sold out. As of now, the quantity of metal pieces in Xiao Yi's inventory stood at 9,785 units, nearing the significant milestone of 10,000. Surely, no one possesses more metal pieces than I do now. Xiao Yi thought with a sense of pride as he stepped out of his apartment. What a bright sun, he muttered, squinting at the sunlight. However, when he observed the state of the island, he was momentarily taken aback. The once barren island had suddenly sprouted numerous trees and rocks. It was a stark contrast to its previous desolation, now imbued with a touch of vitality. Quite impressive, Xiao Yi remarked as he gazed at the trees and stones. Although new flora and fauna had emerged, He had no intention of chopping them down or extracting resources, as long as they did not obstruct the patrol routes of the fully automated fishing nets or hinder his activities. He would allow them to remain, giving them ample time to evolve and yield even more valuable resources. Wang Kai was curiously darting between the newly emerged trees and stones, sniffing around with great interest, as if pondering how such an abundance of trees and stones had suddenly appeared. "Wang Kai, have you brought back the fish?" Xiao Yi called out. "Woof woof," Wang Kai replied, bounding over and circling around Xiao Yi with a wagging tail. "And the fish?" Xiao Yi inquired once more. Wang Kai immediately dashed to a small clearing in front of the apartment, where a lively pile of sea fish lay stacked. "So many?" Xiao Yi estimated that there were at least 50 sea fish. While the quantity was considerable, they were all of ordinary grade. After processing a few of the sea fish, Xiao Yi brought them to the stove he had previously crafted. This stove had been relocated outside the apartment due to its incompatibility with the modern decor. Xiao Yi had hastily constructed a shelter where he could cook. It wasn't that he didn't want to cook in the kitchen, but there was no electricity or gas, and the liquefied gas stove would not ignite. Glancing at the large wooden basin beside the apartment door, he noticed that the peppers seemed sufficiently ripe. He picked one, retained the seeds, and took a bite. "Wow, that's quite spicy," Xiao Yi exclaimed, surprised by the pepper's heat. After some thought, he decided to prepare a bowl of mild fish soup, using a plastic container to serve it, and made a small bowl with half a fish. He traded the larger bowl of fish soup to Suwan and the smaller bowl to Jiang Yuntian, considering that she might not be able to handle spicy food yet. Upon receiving the bowl of fish soup, Suwan felt a surge of happiness. "Xiao Yi is truly wonderful to me." Although there was no oil, there was now salt, and 2 leaves of lettuce adorned the top. This was undoubtedly the finest meal Suwan had enjoyed since arriving in this world. Chapter 0044 SSS Level Papermaking Machine. SSS Level Paper. Elder Yuan, can you tolerate spicy food? Brother Jiang, that small bowl of fish is for the children. Can you handle spice? Xiao Yi inquired about the 2 of them in advance. "I can. I absolutely relish it," Elder Yuan replied with a beaming smile. "Do you have any chili peppers? Be sure to save the seeds." "Yes, I've already saved some." "After we finish eating, please share your insights on how to cultivate chili peppers," Xiao Yi responded. "Certainly," Elder Yuan agreed. Jiang Yuntian then chimed in, "I can eat spicily, at least more than the average person." "Thank you, Brother Jiang. There's no need for formality. We've had an abundant harvest of sea fish lately, and as long as everyone enjoys it, we could feast on it every meal without exhausting our supply," Xiao Yi replied, decisively chopping the chili peppers into small pieces and tossing them into the fish soup. Once it was ready, he served a bowl each to Jiang Yuntian and Elder Yuan. Fish soup, 2 kilograms, boiled water, 500 milliliters, transaction complete. Jiang Yuntian accepted the trade without further ado. Elder Yuan gazed at the items received, tears streaming down his face. Just 2 days prior, he had thought he was on the brink of death. Yet, by inadvertently answering Xiao Yi's question, his fate had undergone a dramatic transformation. With Xiao Yi's company, he need not worry about food or safety. Here, with ample food and drink and no concerns for security, there was truly nothing more to desire. "I am profoundly grateful to you," Elder Yuan expressed sincerely. "Elder Yuan, you are too kind. I will need your advice on chili cultivation shortly," Xiao Yi replied. "Now, let us eat before the fish soup cools and becomes fishy." At that moment, Jiang Yuntian initiated a transaction. "Bread, 500 G, transaction complete. We should have no other food to feed the chickens." This was just caught. Indeed, the previous bread was nearly gone. Xiao Yi accepted the trade. Having spent some time together, they all understood one another's temperaments, eliminating the need for excessive formalities. After resolving breakfast, Xiao Yi sat upright, his expression serious as he declared, "System, sign in successful, equipment acquired, papermaking machine, SSS level." Papermaking machine, SSS level provides basic raw materials and can automatically produce various types of paper with different functions. What a marvelous item. Xiao Yi instinctively patted his rear. "I've been using quite a lot of bark lately." This was the first instance of an SSS level device appearing, so he quickly retrieved it from the system space and placed it in the living room. Gazing at the machine, Xiao Yi muttered, "Surely this doesn't require electricity?" SSS-level devices utilize ultra-large capacity energy storage units. With the current energy levels, it can operate without replenishment for a century. Additionally, this device is equipped with a photovoltaic conversion system. As long as there is light, it can recharge. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yi could only give a thumbs up, silently acknowledging its impressive capabilities, truly befitting of an SSS-level device. How wonderful it would be if all of his possessions were of SSS quality. Of course, he merely entertained the thought, knowing that such devices were not easily obtained. Xiao Yi approached the paper-making machine and began to examine it. The entire apparatus was not large. One end featured a substantial opening, which, according to the system prompt, was the location for raw materials. One simply needed to place materials such as wood, bark, or leaves into this opening, and the rest would be handled by the machine. The specific type of paper required could be selected on the control panel. Xiao Yi glanced at the control panel, which displayed a plethora of paper types. Rice paper, toilet paper, cardstock, craft paper. What was there to hesitate over? Xiao Yi promptly selected toilet paper. Please insert wood or bark as raw material. Without delay, Xiao Yi tossed in a unit of wood, and the machine sprang to life in an instant. Bundles of neatly packaged toilet paper appeared on the conveyor belt at the opposite end of the machine. So fast! Xiao Yi exclaimed, then gathered the 10 bundles of toilet paper and stacked them aside. Upon opening one, he was utterly astonished by the system's prompt information. Toilet paper, SSS level perfect toilet paper that enhances cleanliness by 640 regardless of the area cleaned, possessing unparalleled antibacterial properties. How remarkable! By this description, it could serve as a sterile bandage, albeit lacking in flexibility. Xiao Yi remarked, astonished. Moreover, a single unit of wood could yield 10 bundles, with each bundle containing 1,000 sheets. The efficiency of raw material utilization was astonishingly high, and the production rate was nearly instantaneous. Is this the capability of an SSS-level device? Xiao Yi remained in a state of shock. Although the manufactured toilet paper was relatively precious, Xiao Yi could produce a significant quantity at any time. Thus, he directly sent a bundle to Su Wan and others. Toilet paper, SSS level, 1000, transaction complete. Upon seeing this transaction, Su Wan immediately sent a video. Xiao Yi, where did you acquire this item? Su Wan asked, her voice filled with excitement. It's a secret. Xiao Yi replied, there's plenty, so feel free to use it. That's wonderful. This is incredibly important to me. Thank you. Su Wan expressed. There's no need for such formality. Xiao Yi chuckled. Yes, with such a high-grade toilet paper, I wonder what special effects it possesses. Su Wan pondered. It cleans more thoroughly and has antibacterial properties. Xiao Yi explained. What? This item has antibacterial effects. Su Wan exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Yi shrugged, responding, I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. This item is incredibly valuable. Su Wan gasped. In their current situation, without anti-inflammatory medication, any injury could lead to a fatal infection. With this toilet paper, such a scenario could be entirely prevented. Although it might be a bit soft, as long as the wound is properly cleaned and covered for a while, blood would clot and scab over, significantly reducing the risk of infection. Don't worry. We all need to survive well. Xiao Yi reassured her. Su Wan replied, then added, last night, I only received 3 units of metal sheets. Should I give them to you? No need. Keep them for yourself? Xiao Yi replied. All right, today, while I was fishing for supply crates, I found this material, iron 2. Does this mean we won't have metal sheets in the future? Su Wan inquired curiously. Xiao Yi nodded, explaining, the previous week was merely an introduction. After that, resources will be refined, meaning you'll catch specific types of metals instead of the generic metal sheets as before. Upon hearing this, Su Wan immediately understood why Xiao Yi had reminded them to collect metal sheets yesterday. Chapter 0045. Metal pieces on the verge of becoming obsolete. No wonder you urged me to collect metal pieces. Su Wan exclaimed, gazing at Xiao Yi in astonishment. He resembled a prophet, seemingly privy to certain information ahead of time. All right, while everyone is still oblivious, let's hastily gather more. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, a hint of mystery dancing in his expression. Su Wan nodded in agreement and ended the call. Yuan Nong, upon seeing the bundle of SSS-grade toilet paper, was utterly stunned. This was the highest grade item he had ever encountered, yet it was merely toilet paper, a consumable. Could it be that even consumables possess special effects? Despite his astonishment, he replied to Xiao Yi, "This is far too much. I can't possibly use so many." "No worries, there's plenty of this. Use it freely. It has antibacterial properties," Xiao Yi assured him. Yuan Nong appeared incredulous, but ultimately responded, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuntian replied, "Thanks. For the past few days, I've been using mineral water to wash my child's bottom. I am nearly out." A child's bottom cannot be wiped with tree bark. A father like Zhang Yuntian could only resort to the precious water for cleaning. "You're welcome. Additionally, let me remind you, this item has potent antibacterial effects. If there are any wounds, use it to cover them and prevent infection." "All right, thank you." As afternoon approached, the pure water Xiao Yi had listed in the trading hall continued to sell slowly. Suddenly, someone spoke up in the public channel. "It seems I haven't found any metal pieces from the 3 supply crates I looted today." "Indeed, I looted 2 as well, but only found this, iron. I also didn't find metal pieces. I got this, copper. What is going on? Are you suggesting that metal pieces will no longer exist?" "It's quite possible. No wonder some big shots are frantically collecting metal pieces." Lin Tianxia felt a jolt upon seeing the discussions and immediately messaged the 4 hall masters. "Inquire immediately with our members if they have found any metal pieces from the supply crates today." Understood. The 4 hall masters promptly dispersed to gather information. Shortly after, their replies cast a shadow over Lin Tianxia's expression. No one had found metal pieces from the supply crates, only specific metals. He clenched his fists, cursing, "Damn it, there's indeed a conspiracy." To the individual who traded metal pieces for pure water in the trading hall, "Could you please show yourself? You've deceived us out of so many metal pieces. Shouldn't you at least share some useful information?" Lin Tianxia declared in the public channel. He attempted to align himself with the public to pressure Xiao Yi into revealing some information. Xiao Yi, upon reading their conversation, sighed, realizing that metal pieces would no longer be available for trade. He promptly withdrew all the pure water from the trading hall. At this moment, all the survivors began to comprehend the situation, but during this time, Xiao Yi had managed to acquire 193 units of metal pieces. Adding to the previous 9,785 units, he now possessed a grand total of 9,978 units. Xiao Yi felt quite satisfied with his current haul. As for Lin Tianxia, Xiao Yi could hardly be bothered with him. The exchange of pure water for metal pieces was a consensual transaction, and now that they realized something was amiss, it was merely their own delayed awareness. Xiao Yi also messaged Su Wan and the others. "It seems no one is trading metal pieces anymore. Let us take them down for now." Humph, having deceived us out of so many metal pieces, yet still unwilling to show up and speak. Truly a cowardly rat. Lin Tianxia continued to provoke. Others echoed his sentiments. "Yes, I was wondering why the price had increased. Turns out, you knew the inside scoop. We are all citizens of Xia country. Return the metal pieces you scammed from us, or there will be no place for you here. Damn it, how can such people exist? Come out and see if I want to take you down." Teach, a bunch of people who lost all sense of shame. Did anyone force you to trade? If you failed to recognize the importance of resources, that's your problem. I suspect the individual upstairs is the scammer collecting metal pieces. Indeed, how bold of them to show themselves. Let us drown them in our words. You are truly tiresome. Fine, if you believe I am that person, then so be it. With this idle time, I might as well go loot some supply crates and gather some foundational resources. You may continue your tirade and see if you can shout the metal pieces back. Lin Tianxia furrowed his brow. While he longed to find that person, reality was not on his side. He reached out to Lin Xinglong, sending a message, "Consolidate all the metal pieces from our members." Although it was termed as consolidation, it was clear that all the pieces would ultimately come to Lin Tianxia. Lin Xinglong hesitated, cautiously responding, "President, if we proceed this way, it may incite dissatisfaction among the members." Humph, let them be dissatisfied. They can withdraw. However, the final outcome left Lin Xinglong quite helpless. Not a single shadow of metal pieces was received. Every member claimed they had already submitted theirs and held none. Alternatively, they stated that all their metal pieces had been traded for pure water. Whether this was true or false was impossible to ascertain at that moment. When Lin Qinglong reported this situation to Lin Tianxia, he struck the axe he held forcefully into a nearby tree. A pack of ingrates. Lin Tianxia cursed, but that was all he could do, vent his frustration. On Xiao Yi's end, he stored the metal pieces in his warehouse, knowing they would undoubtedly prove invaluable in future developments. Having sorted everything, Xiao Yi took the bread Jiang Yuntian had given him that morning, crumbled it into bits, and mixed it with some dried fish powder to feed the chicks. Cheep cheep. The chicks erupted into a frenzy upon seeing Xiao Yi approach. It seems food is still insufficient. Xiao Yi muttered. Although there were breadcrumbs and fish powder, it was evident that it could only sustain the chicks' basic needs. Despite merely maintaining their sustenance, the chicks were growing rapidly, having seemingly doubled in size as if they had been raised for half a month. Having now harvested some lettuce, Xiao Yi wondered if the chicks could eat it. Yuan Lao, can chicks eat lettuce? Xiao Yi inquired as he approached the island monument. After a brief moment, Yuan Lao replied, yes, but the chicks that have just hatched do not have very efficient digestive systems. You need to chop the lettuce into small pieces before feeding it. All right, Xiao Yi replied, immediately taking a knife to chop the lettuce into fine bits. Though this harvest was modest, he had yet to finish his own portion and prioritized feeding the chicks. Chapter 0046, Breeding. Jiang Yuntian is injured. Xiao Yi tossed the remnants of lettuce into the chicken coop, where two little chicks devoured them with remarkable enthusiasm, evidently weary of their daily breadcrumbs. After addressing this matter, Xiao Yi glanced at the strawberry peels he had stripped off yesterday. They were now thoroughly dried. He carefully shook the seeds from the surface. Acquired materials. Strawberry seeds 5,000. Such a quantity? Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Shouldn't it be sufficient to simply bury them in the soil as before? However, to err on the side of caution, he still inquired with Yuan Nong, Old Yuan, should I plant the strawberry seeds directly into the soil? Absolutely not. Yuan Nong promptly responded, followed by a video call. Xiao Yi looked at Yuan Nong, questioning, if they shouldn't be planted directly, how was I able to do so previously? Yuan Nong pondered for a moment before replying, this is something I cannot quite comprehend either. Perhaps it is due to the rules of this world. Nevertheless, you could conduct an experiment by burying 100 seeds in the soil and see if they will still sprout. All right, Xiao Yi declared, retrieving 200 strawberry seeds and casting them into the earth before returning to the island monument. Yuan Nong continued, based on prior experience, strawberry seeds must be soaked in water for a day, then placed in a low-temperature environment for about 15 days. Afterward, the seeds should be soaked in warm water. Once the majority of the seeds show signs of sprouting, they can be planted. Is it really that complicated? Xiao Yi felt somewhat bewildered, realizing that such information might be beyond the understanding of the average person. Yuan Nong chuckled, in truth, it is not overly complex. After sowing, you must maintain the appropriate temperature, and once they develop 3 to 5 true leaves, they can be transplanted. And what about? Xiao Yi sighed in resignation. Essentially, these are the key points. When you proceed with the specific operations, do contact me, and I will guide you through the necessary precautions at each step. Yuan Nong assured him. Xiao Yi sighed again, expressing, if only you could come directly to my island. All expenses covered. I would love to, but at present, no one is certain of their whereabouts. Yuan Nong lamented, if he could reach Xiao Yi's island, he would undoubtedly choose to do. Could I use it for the seeds? It might yield remarkable results, Xiao Yi suddenly proposed. Yuan Nong was momentarily taken aback before responding, indeed, it would be worth conducting an experiment. Very well, I shall give it a try. Xiao Yi affirmed, dividing the remaining seeds into 2 portions to soak in regular purified water and A-grade purified water, respectively. Do you have a low-temperature device on your end? Yuan Nong inquired. Yes. Xiao Yi replied, I possess a low-temperature storage facility. That makes things much more convenient. Yuan Nong remarked, somewhat astonished at Xiao Yi's extensive resources. After guiding Xiao Yi on how to process the strawberry seeds, he reminded him to place the soaked seeds into the low-temperature storage after 24 hours. By the way, how should I handle the chili seeds? Xiao Yi set aside the basin of soaking strawberry seeds and asked. Yuan Nong responded, the cultivation of chili seeds involves 4 steps: soaking, blanching, germination, and sowing. Xiao Yi grimaced, exhaling a deep breath as he patiently listened. After a thorough explanation, he finally grasped the process for cultivating chili seeds. Potatoes are still much easier to grow, Xiao Yi remarked. Then, under Yuan Nong's guidance, he began cultivating the chili seeds, also tossing a portion directly into the soil. Yuan Nong chuckled. If you truly understand them, it is not that difficult. Xiao Yi gave Yuan Nong a thumbs up, stating, "You are indeed the expert. I shall go prepare some food now." After ending the call, Xiao Yi harvested all the ripe chilies, intending to fully dry some to make chili powder, while setting aside the remainder for cooking. He also grilled a few fish, sending them over, this time keeping them light and free of chilied. As he savored the grilled fish, he ambled over to the A-grade soil flower bed, where the system prompted, "Wheat will mature in 1 more day." In the S-grade soil flower bed, the coconut tree had grown to 3 meters tall, and even the corn planted later had reached 1/2 meter in height. After taking a stroll, he made his way towards the seaside, gazing at the vast ocean, murmuring, "I wonder where the next survival challenge will escalate to?" At that moment, Jiang Yuntian had just emerged from the sea, his body drenched, with his left shoulder bleeding profusely and bearing a row of bite marks. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuntian had, as before, leapt into the water to retrieve some slightly distant supply crates, for the fishing nets had their limits. For the past week, Jiang Yuntian had successfully gathered numerous supply crates using this method. As for the marine creatures near the crates, he engaged them in combat with the dagger in his hand. As long as he managed to injure them, they would flee. This dagger, a B-grade weapon, had been obtained from a supply crate on the second day of his arrival on this island, and it was exceptionally sharp. Before arriving here, Jiang Yuntian had been an adept dagger wielder, and with this weapon in hand, he felt as if he were in his element. However, today, he encountered not one, but 2 sharks near a particularly distant supply crate. Such a situation had not arisen in the previous week, as there had only been a single marine creature near the crates. Jiang Yuntian fought valiantly, managing to wound 1 shark before swiftly swimming back toward the island. Yet, the other shark launched a sudden attack, biting into his left shoulder. Nevertheless, his right hand's dagger found its mark in the shark's eye, causing it to release its grip on Jiang Yuntian. Seizing the opportunity, he escaped to safety. Upon reaching the shore, Jiang Yuntian tore his shirt from his left shoulder, revealing his robust arm, though the deep bite marks on his shoulder were quite alarming. He immediately tore off 2 sheets of the sanitary paper he had traded with Xiao Yi and pressed them firmly against his wound. Hiss! Jiang Yuntian inhaled sharply, feeling a burning sensation at the sight of his injury, and mused, "This sanitary paper truly has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties. Phew, thank goodness for this sanitary paper. Otherwise, I would have to resort to burning it for sterilization." Jiang Yuntian pressed down on his wounded shoulder while walking to the island monument. Attention, the number of marine creatures near the supply crates has increased. Jiang Yuntian sent a message to Xiao Yi. Upon receiving the message, Xiao Yi paused momentarily before immediately requesting a video call with Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian had not yet left the island monument when the video call was instantly connected. Upon seeing Jiang Yuntian clutching his left shoulder, with bloodstains on the sanitary paper, Xiao Yi frowned with concern, asking, "You're injured. What happened?" Chapter 0047. The trial intensifies a great vessel. Well, I got bitten by a shark, but that shark didn't fare any better. I blinded it. Jiang Yuntian replied with a smile. "Why did you go into the water?" Xiao Yi inquired. "That's far too perilous." Jiang Yuntian sighed. "I've always gone into the water to salvage supply crates. The radius of that fishing net is simply too limited. Some supply crates are utterly out of reach." "You're quite impressive," Xiao Yi remarked, giving a thumbs up, then initiated a trade in the chat interface. Purified water, grade A, 100 milliliters. Boiled water, 500 milliliters. Trade initiated. After thoroughly cleaning the wound with boiled water, wrap it with sanitary paper, and consume the grade A purified water yourself, Xiao Yi commanded authoritatively. Understood. Jiang Yuntian recognized that only by surviving could he ensure the survival of his child, and repay Xiao Yi for his life-saving assistance. Seeing Jiang Yuntian comply with his instructions, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and stated, "This may very well be what the island steel referred to as the upgrade of the trial." Jiang Yuntian nodded in agreement, responding, "That seems likely. Previously, there was only 1 marine creature beside a supply crate, which was manageable, but now there are 2, and they are exceptionally ferocious. It will likely become exceedingly difficult to dive for supply crates in the future. At this point, Zhang Yuntian felt a tinge of regret. However, Xiao Yi was somewhat speechless. You consider a single marine creature manageable? Have you heard what others are saying? Many could conceive of diving to salvage supply crates, as the chat group had discussed this approach from the start. Yet, the number of those bold enough to engage in combat with marine creatures underwater was likely few, making this method accessible only to a select few. Xiao Yi contemplated this for a moment before suddenly asking, "How proficient are you at rowing?" Zhang Yuntian was taken aback for a moment before responding, "I would say I'm quite skilled. It's a necessary skill for us mercenaries." "Very well, I shall lend you a small boat. Since it has one of my subsidiary island markers on it, I cannot trade it, but I can let you use it," Xiao Yi declared. Small wooden boat, 7-day usage rights trade initiated. Zhang Yuntian was utterly astonished at this transaction. You actually have a boat? It's merely a small boat. I also have a grade C sailing vessel, as you should be aware. However, that sailing vessel would be inconvenient for you to manage alone, so let us stick with this small wooden boat for now, Xiao Yi replied. Zhang Yuntian was left completely thunderstruck. Has the grade C sailing vessel I traded to you previously been constructed as well? Indeed, Xiao Yi affirmed. Having a small boat was one thing, but a large vessel as well? Were we here to survive, or were you on holiday? Zhang Yuntian shook his head and then agreed to the trade. Instantly, a small wooden boat appeared on the sea beside his island. A child emerged from the wooden shed on the island, pointing at the boat and exclaiming in excitement, seemingly very curious. Seeing that the child was awake, Zhang Yuntian approached and lifted him up, saying, Jun, this is a boat. Uncle Xiao Yi lent it to us, and with it, Daddy can salvage even more things. Jun pointed at the small boat and said, Boat. Daddy will take you rowing. Zhang Yuntian said, noticing Jun's keen interest in the little vessel. However, before boarding, Zhang Yuntian crafted 3 iron spears at the island steel, having earlier salvaged 2 supply crates and obtained 3 units of iron from the fishing net. It was essential to prepare basic weapons, as they would likely encounter marine creatures on the water. Remember, once aboard, do not lean over the side of the boat. Falling in would be very dangerous, Zhang Yuntian cautioned. Jun surprisingly nodded earnestly. Zhang Yuntian felt that Jun had undergone significant changes recently, able to comprehend the meaning behind his words accurately, and his physical and mental state appeared remarkably sound. This was likely due to the grade A purified water provided by Xiao Yi. After Xiao Yi completed the trade for the wooden boat, he exited the apartment and made his way to the edge of the island, where 7 supply crates were neatly arranged. It seemed today's haul was quite fruitful. Time to open them all. Acquired supplies, foundation stones 2, iron 3, wood, acquired supplies, copper 2, stone 1, acquired supplies, foundation stones 1, plastic 4, acquired supplies, magnet 1, wood 10. From the 7 supply crates, obtaining 5 foundation stones was indeed a bountiful yield, yet food and water still eluded him. However, a new resource had emerged, a magnet. This item must be necessary for crafting a generator, Xiao Yi murmured. Though he wasn't particularly adept in physics, he was aware of the fundamental principle of magnetism generating electricity. After collecting the supplies, he retained 5 foundation stones for emergencies and utilized the rest to expand his island. Previously, Xiao Yi had held back 9 stones, which he now decided to use immediately. Once all was settled, he adjusted the automatic fishing net to cast without a target, allowing it to continue its autonomous operation. Xiao Yi returned to his bedroom, switched to the public channel, and hoped to glean any new developments from the discussions among others. Why does it feel like food and water are no longer appearing? Indeed, I feel the same. I have exceeded my task today, salvaging 3 supply crates, yet none yielded food or water. Wow, you managed to salvage 3 supply crates. I could only manage 1. What do you mean, wow? It was simply good fortune today. The 3 supply crates were relatively close to the island. That is indeed fortunate, but I opened a loaf of bread. You found a loaf of bread in a single supply crate? It's infuriating how some people have all the luck. The trial's upgrade likely means the probability of food and water appearing has diminished. I advise everyone to further study the use of fishing nets. You might try casting near the island. Wait, what does that mean? Can we actually catch fish? Why not? Then I shall give it a try. With the rental market now available, everyone had access to at least a complete fishing net. Before long, someone in the public chat channel began to complain. What do you mean casting near the island? It's simply a waste of our energy. I'm already starving, and this just makes it worse. If you're useless, then don't embarrass yourself. Damn it, who are you referring to? I followed his advice and have cast my net over a dozen times without catching a single fish. I caught one. Sea fish, 1 kilogram. Whoa, you really can catch fish? I told you, didn't I? You didn't believe it until now, did you? Get lost. Ask everyone how many have actually caught sea fish. The probability is indeed low. I've cast my net 20 times and still have nothing. Even if the probability is, let's not nitpick about probabilities at this moment. True, let's take a break and continue. Wait, am I hallucinating? I think I just saw a large ship. Chapter 0048. Illusions, Development Dynamics, and the Fierce Battle of Two Sharks. What? Has anyone spotted a large ship? Does that mean someone is coming to rescue us? Whoever saw the ship, please share the details. It truly is a ship. I'm going to call for help and see if they come over. I'll update you shortly. At this point, the entire public channel fell into a hushed silence as everyone eagerly awaited the information from the individual who had just spoken. Damn it, I've shouted myself hoarse, and there's been no response. I looked down to find some wood to start a fire and create smoke, but when I looked up again, the ship had vanished. Seriously? You must be hallucinating from hunger. Exactly, what large ship could there be? Just an endless expanse of ocean. I just finished a loaf of bread. Do you really think I'm hallucinating from hunger? Believe it or not, it's your choice. No one is forcing you. Despite the disbelief that permeated the public channel regarding the sighting of the large ship, Xiao Yi held faith, for someone had indeed rowed a small boat to his island before. Has someone truly constructed a large ship and ventured out to sea? Xiao Yi pondered, their progress surpasses mine. It seems I must redouble my efforts in development. Otherwise, if he were to encounter that large ship alone, even with an S-class dog by his side, facing a multitude of adversaries would surely lead to his downfall. A large ship could not be manned by a single individual alone. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yi promptly placed the sea fish he had caught onto the market. He reserved only 20 for himself, using the rest to trade for essential supplies. The prices remained consistent with the current market rate, without any increase, as he aimed for long-term acquisition, indifferent to the quantity traded daily. Just moments ago, we were discussing the difficulties of fishing for sea fish, and now we see a big shot trading in the hall with sea fish for supply. I must go take a look. Indeed, it's true. This big shot is astonishing, managing to list so many sea fish at once, essentially trading for all available supplies. Everyone, remain calm. Do you recall the metal scrap incident? Yes. When someone starts hoarding supplies, there are bound to be underlying issues. Come on, use your brains. Previously, they only hoarded a single type of supply, which I could believe, but look now, this big shot is covering nearly all basic supplies. Are you suggesting that there will be no supplies left in the future? Moreover, the supplies this big shot is acquiring include wood and stone, which refresh daily on one's island, and not just one at a time. Are your eyes blind? Perhaps you should consult an ophthalmologist. Not just one. The person upstairs is clearly speaking without thinking. As for me, I've only refreshed 1 tree and 1 stone. Where is the abundance? That only indicates your ineptitude. Your island spans 4 square meters, or has it shrunk to 3? If it were just a little larger, there would be more than 1. My 9 square meter island refreshed 2 trees and 1 stone today. Ah, is this the implication of the island monument that a larger island yields greater rewards? Most likely. Then what are we waiting for? Let us quickly gather supply boxes and expand the island. It's already evening. The supply boxes have drifted far away. It's more reliable to catch some sea fish. However, the odds of catching sea fish are dismally low. My arms are exhausted. Then take a break before continuing, or or you'll go hungry, or you could snatch some of the fish meat released by the big shot daily. Everyone was manually casting nets, and after a few attempts, they were completely worn out and needed a rest. Moreover, prolonged casting of the nets could lead to improper technique, further diminishing their chances of catching sea fish. Unlike Xiao Yi, who employed an automatic fishing net that required no effort on his part, ensuring each cast was executed flawlessly. Observing the chat in the public channel, Su Wan and her companions realized that Xiao Yi must be casting nets daily. Otherwise, where would his sea fish come from? Xiao Yi is working so hard. Su Wan remarked with concern, I can't let him bear this burden alone. I must strive harder. Previously, she had indeed attempted to catch sea fish but had netted none at all. Yuan Nong also began to try his hand at fishing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu, as he drew near, he was astonished to find that the two wounded sharks had not yet departed. This was unexpected, as marine creatures he had injured in the past typically fled from the supply box. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yuntian tightened his grip on the iron spear and declared, Since you refuse to leave, then stay. Sensing the approach of humans, the two sharks immediately charged toward the small boat. Come at me, Jiang Yuntian shouted, then thrust the iron spear violently into the sea, gripping the spear's shaft with determination. Splash! Jiang Yuntian knew he had struck true. The shark thrashed violently, and because Jiang Yuntian held the spear firmly, the shark began to rock the small boat vigorously. Inside the boat, Junjun struggled to maintain his balance. This won't do, Jiang Yuntian thought, forcefully withdrawing the spear from the shark's flesh. Splash! Blood sprayed forth. Having been repeatedly injured by the same human, the shark was now filled with fear, retreating swiftly into the depths, gradually vanishing from sight. Bang! The small boat rocked violently, and Jiang Yuntian quickly grasped the edge to steady himself. Another shark charged from the opposite side. Crack! The boat's defenses were insufficient, and the shark collided with a plank, breaking it. Jiang Yuntian dashed to the other side, plunging the iron spear into the water. However, this time, the shark seemed to have learned its lesson, swiftly diving beneath the surface to the boat's underside. Jiang Yuntian meticulously observed the activity around the boat. The spot where the shark had struck was already beginning to leak water. Island Monument Notification. The small boat will capsize in 1 hour. Thud. Jiang Yuntian stumbled on the boat, realizing that the shark was not attacking from the sides, but rather from beneath. The small boat began to sway alarmingly. Glancing around, he noticed the injured shark had not reappeared. Gritting his teeth, he instructed, Junjun, stay seated in the boat and do not move. Drawing his dagger, he leaped into the sea. The shark beneath the boat, sensing the splash, immediately surged forward. Jiang Yuntian had fought with marine creatures multiple times and was experienced enough to remain calm as he faced the shark. Having previously injured this particular shark, both were now adversaries. As the shark lunged toward Jiang Yuntian, he evaded with the grace of a fish, swiftly sidestepping and leaving another wound with his dagger. The shark thrashed its tail violently, fleeing in terror, no longer willing to engage with Jiang Yuntian. Jiang Yuntian surfaced, gripping the supply box, and paddled back to the island. Upon returning, Jiang Yuntian immediately utilized the island monument, consuming 2 planks of wood and 1 unit of copper to repair the damaged areas of the small boat. He wiped the seawater from his wounds with sanitary paper and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 0049. The small stone mill, double happiness, and worries just moments ago, during his battle with the shark in the ocean. Although he had indeed managed to inflict a minor wound on the creature with the dagger, could it be that this was a rule of sorts? In the first week, as long as some damage was inflicted, marine creatures would flee. But in this week, perhaps they would only depart after sustaining 2 injuries? Jiang Yuntian furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing that only through continued observation would he arrive at a definitive conclusion. Shaking his head, Jiang Yuntian opened the supply crate. Upon seeing the blueprint, Jiang Yuntian immediately traded it to Xiao Yi, even offering soil, deeming there was no need to keep this item. Manual Small Stone Mill Manufacturing Blueprint 1. Bread, 500G trade accepted. Xiao Yi, who was preparing to rest, suddenly received Jiang Yuntian's trade notification and inquired, Did you manage to retrieve that supply crate? Of course, my injuries cannot be in vain. Jiang Yuntian replied, Pray tell. Xiao Yi prompted. Zhang Yuntian recounted the earlier battle and elaborated on his hypothesis. It is quite possible. Xiao Yi nodded. But why did you venture back into the water while still injured? I did not anticipate that those 2 wounded sharks would still remain. Zhang Yuntian responded. I even brought Junjun along with me. Fortunately, you managed to drive them away. Otherwise, it would have been quite the ordeal with a child in tow. Xiao Yi remarked, in the future, I suggest avoiding such actions. Most. Row out to a safe distance and cast a fishing net. Even if the sharks react, you would still have time to return to shore. Understood. This truly was an unexpected turn of events. Zhang Yuntian replied, shaking his head. Very well, let us leave it at that for now. You still have injuries, so rest well. Xiao Yi agreed to the trade. Acquired supplies, manual small stone mill manufacturing blueprint 1, bread 500g. The wheat on Xiao Yi's island was nearing maturity. Although it would not be ground into flour this time, with the expansion of cultivation, the stone mill would soon prove useful. Manual small stones 3, wood 1. This is simple enough. I shall manufacture it right away and place it outside. Xiao Yi promptly clicked to create the manual stone mill and positioned it beside the outdoor stove. Upon stepping outside for a glance, he noted, manual stone mill, capable of grinding certain grains into flour, requires manual operation, and while its efficiency is low, it is sufficient for household use. Excellent, this is quite useful. Xiao Yi mused, not only wheat, but dried peppers can also be ground into powder with this. With this thought, Xiao Yi felt a surge of excitement and returned to his room, preparing to retire for the night. However, a casual glance at the soaking strawberry and pepper seeds caught his attention, and he was astonished to find that 2 pots had already sprouted white spots and shoots. He immediately sent a video call request to Yuan Nong. What is it? Yuan Nong was still diligently casting a net in an attempt to catch some sea fish, but had yielded no results. Seeing Yuan Nong drenched in sweat, Xiao Yi paused and asked, Are you exercising? What exercise? Yuan Nong replied with a wry smile, I have no time for that. I was merely trying to catch some sea fish after seeing someone mention it in the public chat channel. Well, if nothing, Yuan Nong gazed in astonishment at the seeds and stated, Indeed, they are ready. Was this pot soaked with A-grade pure water? Correct. Xiao Yi nodded. Yuan Nong fell into thought and after a moment responded, based on the current information, A-grade pure water is far from ordinary. In addition to enhancing physical strength, it also boosts seed vitality and promotes germination. If given the chance, I would love to study what substances make this pure water so potent. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, saying, I have observed that the seeds sown directly into the ground outside have not sprouted. Based on my previous experience with growing strawberries and peppers, the growth rate here is exceptionally rapid. They should have germinated by now. Here, a single day is nearly equivalent to a month in the world of yore. Ah, I see. In that case, seeds soaked in ordinary water can be placed in refrigeration. There is no need to wait 24 hours. Let's check them after just one night. Yuan Nong suggested, taking the time ratio into account. All right. Xiao Yi replied, Yuan Lao, rest well. After ending the call, Xiao Yi scattered those seeds in a corner of the flower bed, then covered them with a thin layer of soil, topped with some leaves for insulation. Once he completed these tasks, a thought struck him. If he were to water the unsprouted seeds with A-grade pure water, might it revive them? It was worth a try. After all, he still had a sufficient supply of A-grade pure water for now, and the ordinary plants could be watered with tap water. Xiao Yi poured some A-grade pure water over the area where he had sown the seeds, and then walked to the fields, watering the designated area. Tomorrow will reveal whether they can survive. Xiao Yi clapped his hands and returned to the apartment. After routinely sending a message in the public channel seeking others, he lay on his bed, contemplating the large ship seen by the survivors, the development of his island, and how to locate Anren, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Xiao Yi awoke early, washed his face and declared, System, sign in. Ding, double harvest effect triggered, lasting for 1 day. Acquired livestock, dairy cattle. First, there was the issue of food. Dairy cows required significantly more feed than chickens, and he currently lacked sufficient grass and vegetables to sustain them. Secondly, there was no dedicated space to house them. Should he construct a shelter himself? The last time he had attempted to build a shelter, it had backfired spectacularly, as if it were just yesterday. Thirdly, He had never cared for large animals before. Was this not a predicament for him? If only I could summon Yuan Lao to my island. Xiao Yi sighed, ultimately deciding to keep the cows in the system space for the time being, postponing their release. Perhaps today's double bonus would yield a solution. With a sigh, Xiao Yi exited the apartment and discovered tender sprouts emerging from the soil in front of the building. It seems that in the future, we won't need such complicated methods for germination. A-grade pure water will suffice. Xiao Yi exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 0050. The delight of doubling continues. However, obtaining grade A purified water is far from a simple task. Thus far, the finest water purifier captured has been grade C, which was fortuitously procured by Jiang Yuntian. Of course, Xiao Yi was unaware of this situation, and grade C purified water is merely a slight improvement over ordinary water, possessing no extraordinary effects. Without delay, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and sent a message to Old Yuan. The seeds I directly sown into the soil have sprouted. What? Did you not say yesterday that they had not germinated? Yuan Nong inquired, astonished. I sprinkled some grade A purified water last night. Xiao Yi replied, this must be the reason why there were no seedlings initially, and also why I was able to successfully cultivate them. No wonder. Yuan Nong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. In that case, there will be no need for me to guide the seedling process anymore. His tone bore an undertone of disappointment. He did not wish to be perceived as an unnecessary burden. How could that be? Xiao Yi responded, apart from seedling cultivation, there are various agricultural matters and seed retention that require specialized skills. It is not merely a matter of sprinkling some grade A water. Livestock rearing also necessitates your invaluable guidance. Upon hearing this, Yuan Nong nodded vigorously and replied, indeed. Feel free to consult me whenever you encounter an issue. Certainly. I would never hesitate to seek your counsel. Xiao Yi declared, now, I shall prepare breakfast. Stepping out of the apartment, he encountered a heap of marine fish at the west side of the entrance. Triggered double harvest, obtained resources. Sea fish 140. Such an abundance of marine fish would undoubtedly be too much to consume, and according to the recent harvest trends, the daily yield of fish has remained stable with a slight increase. Xiao Yi decisively placed the 20 fish left over from yesterday, along with the 100 newly acquired fish, on the trading platform to procure various basic resources. He also listed a portion of boiled water for the same purpose. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of 120 fish and boiled water on the trading platform, the public channel buzzed with excitement once more. Is this what it means to be a big shot? I spent half the night casting nets and saw not a single fish, while today the big shot has listed 120 fish at once. Kneeling before the big shot, please share your fishing techniques. I'm so hungry, I didn't find any food yesterday. Big shot, could you spare me a fish? If you desire fish, it's quite simple. Quickly gather the trees and stones on the island and seize the big shot's fish and water, but do hurry, for the big shot's daily procurement of wood and stones is limited. Oh, is that so? Then I must get to work immediately. Indeed, Xiao Yi consistently procures a portion of wood and stones daily for routine consumption. He has chosen not to disturb the resources on his island for the time being, to observe how they evolve over time. Simultaneously, this serves as a benevolent gesture to the fellow survivors, granting them an opportunity to thrive. After grilling the fish, he sent some to Su Wan and her companions, leaving them a message. Please trade all your resources to me, including those obtained from today's supply boxes. I will return them to you shortly. Having grown accustomed to such messages from Xiao Yi, Su Wan accepted the grilled fish and subsequently traded all recently acquired resources. Foundation Stone 9. Metal Sheets. Transaction unsuccessful. Upon noticing that Su Wan had retained 9 foundation stones, Xiao Yi realized that she had yet to utilize the resources obtained from the supply boxes. He consented to the trade. Triggering double harvest. Acquire resources. Cornerstone 18. Metal Sheets 10. Plastic 12. Subsequently, Xiao Yi returned all the items sent by Su Wan, yet Su Wan declined to engage in the trade. Xiao Yi, aside from 4 pieces of cornerstone for me, you may keep the rest. They hold no value on my end. Su Wan remarked. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yi responded, very well, just let me know when you require them. With that, he annulled the prior transaction and proceeded to exchange only 4 pieces of cornerstone. This time, Su Wan promptly consented to the trade. Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong were momentarily taken aback, yet they hesitated not, swiftly transferring all their resources to Xiao Yi. Metal sheets 4, wood 21, glass 5, trade concluded. This was the message sent by Yuan Nong. Cornerstone 2, metal sheets 12, copper 1, trade concluded. This was the message from Jiang Yuntian. Agreement to trade. Trigger double harvest, acquire resources, metal sheets 8. Trigger double harvest, acquire resources, cornerstone 4. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Yi promptly sent them back. Jiang Yuntian readily agreed to the trade, while Yuan Nong hesitated, echoing Su Wan's sentiments. Consequently, Xiao Yi did not press the matter and accepted everything. Presently, Yuan Nong's stay at Xiao Yi's could be likened to all-inclusive accommodation, requiring only the essential cornerstones and nothing further. Xiao Yi, eager to explore the possibility of reciprocal trading to activate the double effect, requested Su Wan to trade back the 4 cornerstones once more. This resource has already triggered a double harvest and cannot be activated again. As expected, it was futile. Xiao Yi had no choice but to return the cornerstones, having initially hoped to exploit a bug, only to find the system firmly in control. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yi remarked, "I can only hope for a bountiful yield of resources today and more successful trades." With that, he stepped outside, calling out for Wang Kai. Wang Kai. Woof woof. The response echoed from behind the apartment. Turning towards the sound, Xiao Yi was astounded by the sight that greeted him. A small grove had sprouted in the vast open space behind the apartment. Moreover, several clusters of low shrubs had already taken root beneath the tree. "I sincerely hope small creatures emerge within this week," Xiao Yi exclaimed. "I am utterly weary of seafood." Navigating through the grove, he approached the fully automated fishing net, adjusting the target to resource boxes, and set it to operate autonomously. Wang Kai continued to frolic among the shrubs, thoroughly enjoying himself. "Are you not hungry?" Xiao Yi inquired. Upon hearing about food, Wang Kai immediately barked twice at Xiao Yi and dashed over. Xiao Yi tossed him the previously grilled fish. "Fortuitously, you encountered me. Otherwise, you would likely not have survived under anyone else's care," Xiao Yi remarked, observing Wang Kai devour the fish voraciously. He then prepared some bread, mixing in a bit of fish powder and chopping up a few leaves of lettuce before carrying the concoction to the chicken coop. The 2 chicks had grown significantly, prompting Xiao Yi to comment, "If it weren't for this place, I am looking forward to some chicken." The chicks momentarily halted their pecking, tilting their heads to glance at Xiao Yi before resuming their meal. "So perceptive?" Xiao Yi was taken aback. Ding ding ding. The automated fishing net signaled that it had caught a resource box. Previously, Xiao Yi had disabled the notification sounds, but today he had turned them back on. He hurried over to the resource box and opened it, his face lighting up with delight at the contents inside. Chapter 0051. Pasture, Cowshed, and Scorching Heat, Acquired Resources. Cornerstone 2, Pasture Seeds, Grade S, 10, Cowshed Blueprint, Grade A, 1, Bread 500G. Triggered Double Harvest, Acquired Resources. Cornerstone 4, Pasture Seeds, Grade S, 20, Cowshed Blueprint, Grade A, 2, Bread 1000G. This single resource box alleviated a significant portion of Xiao Yi's concerns. The cattle now had sustenance, and a shelter was also provided. Even long-missed provisions emerged from the resource box. "After years of being a non-lucky player, have I finally tasted the sweet fruits of fortune like a true champion," Xiao Yi exclaimed with excitement, then turned his gaze towards the blueprint. Cowshed Blueprint, Grade A. Wooden planks 28, iron 6. Xiao Yi glanced at the resources, deeming them entirely sufficient, and promptly commenced construction. As the materials vanished, a cowshed materialized within the crafting space of the island monument. "Please select a placement location." Xiao Yi positioned the cowshed adjacent to the 50 square meter cultivable land. Of course, trees and stones had already respawned there, and to facilitate the cowshed's placement, he made a special trip to clear the area of those obstructions. He acquired double the resources: wood, leaves, bark, and stones. Once the area was cleared, he selected the placement, and a remarkably exquisite wooden cow shed appeared in the designated spot. Cowshed, Grade A, capable of housing 3 bovine creatures, clean, tidy, and easy to maintain, enhancing the growth and production efficiency of bovine creatures by 80. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fit the 4 cows I earned through my sign-in rewards. He crafted another cow shed, and placed it side by side with the previous one. Once the sheds were set up, Xiao Yi immediately turned his attention to the pasture seeds. Pasture seeds, grade S grass with rapid growth and reproduction speed, maturing in one season after just 8 hours. Can be sown in ordinary soil, but the grade will correspondingly decrease. Note: this pasture tends to grow uncontrollably. Care must be taken to ensure it does not affect other cultivated crops. Upon reading this system prompt, Xiao Yi was elated. Thankfully, this pasture can be planted in ordinary soil. Otherwise, where would I find so much grade S soil? Although he intended to sow in ordinary soil, he still opted to reserve some grade S seeds. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi decided to keep 5 grade S pasture seeds in storage while planting 5 in the flower bed with grade S soil, scattering the remaining 10 seeds across the ordinary land. I'll release the cows once the first batch of pasture matures. Xiao Yi mused. The system space was completely still, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry while contained within. After organizing these tasks, he crumbled the freshly obtained bread, mixing it with fish meal to deliver to the chicken coop. Since food was plentiful, he decided to provide them with extra rations. Eat up and hurry to lay eggs. I can hardly wait, Xiao Yi murmured as he observed the 2 chickens. After placing the food in the coop, he inspected the fruits and crops he had initially planted. The apple trees were already bearing fruit, the wheat had matured, and the soybeans had pod. But the coconut tree had grown exceedingly tall without any sign of fruit. Perhaps I should inquire with Old Yuan if there are any particular considerations, Xiao Yi muttered, making his way to the apartment. Old Yuan, are there any special considerations for saving seeds from apples, barley, and soybeans? Xiao Yi messaged Farmer Yuan. All is well with those. The apple seeds are contained within the cores, while the other 2 plants' fruits serve as their seeds. Moreover, with your grade A purified water to assist in activation and germination, there shouldn't be any issues. Farmer Yuan replied. Great. Xiao Yi responded. Farmer Yuan added, by the way, the stems and leaves of those plants can be fed to livestock, so don't let them go to waste. Xiao Yi paused momentarily, replying, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Understood. Carrying his toolbox, Xiao Yi approached the now mature wheat, retrieving his cutting tool to harvest it close to the ground. He then collected the wheat heads while taking the remaining straw to the cow shed, though he only took 10. Xiao Yi laid the wheat heads on a nearby patch of ground to dry, glancing up at the sun and murmuring, it seems to be getting hotter. In just half a day, he discovered that the wheat heads had completely dried. After a brief rub, the grains fell away effortlessly. It seems the hot weather has its perks. At least I don't have to wait around endlessly, Xiao Yi mused, tossing the wheat seeds back into the flower bed of grade A soil and watering them with some grade A water. After working for a while, Xiao Yi was drenched in sweat and returned to the apartment to gulp down a large glass of grade A purified water. Such sweltering heat makes it impossible to work during midday. Xiao Yi hurriedly dashed into the bathroom for a hot shower. Not that he preferred hot showers, but the water tank had been entirely heated by the sun. After his shower, Xiao Yi entered the bedroom and glanced at the public channel of the island monument. This heat is unbearable. I feel as though I might blister. Indeed, it's impossible to cast nets. I can only helplessly watch as the resource box drifts further away. You're wasting an opportunity. If it were me, I'd brave the sun to retrieve that resource box. Stop talking nonsense. If you worked outside for half an hour in this heat, you'd definitely dehydrate. I used to carry bricks under the scorching sun, and I never dehydrated. Can this place even be compared to a construction site? I'd rather haul bricks there. At least I'd have water to drink and food to eat. I advise everyone not to overexert themselves. If you suffer from heat stroke here, it could be fatal. Seeing the discussions unfold, Xiao Yi realized this was not merely a localized heat wave, but rather a widespread phenomenon. Perhaps this is part of the upgrade challenge, Xiao Yi mused. With that thought, he sent a message to Su Wan and the others. Be cautious of heat stroke. Drink plenty of water. I've added some salt to mine. Saline water, 2L available for trade. The 3 immediately agreed to the trade. Thank goodness you have salt. Otherwise, with all this sweating, it could be quite dangerous. Zhang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi replied, I suspect this is part of the upgrade challenge. Everyone should avoid moving around during the midday hours. Just rest in your tents or wooden shelters. Understood, came their collective response. Xiao Yi lay on his bed, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the lush greenery behind him, sensing that the temperature on his island didn't seem quite as oppressive. He drifted into a light slumber, only to awaken at 4 in the afternoon, AT this time. All survivors could finally move again. Xiao Yi glanced at the public channel, where lamentations echoed. I'm on the verge of dying. Can anyone lend me some water? I'll trade metal scraps for it. No way. I'm completely exhausted and even feel nauseous. Can someone help me? I have cornerstones. I need water. Lots of water. If you have saline water, even better. I'm waiting online. Urgently. Chapter 0052. Rapid Expansion of Area and Artificial Intervention in Evolution. Xiao Yi, perceiving the urgent needs of the crowd, thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity. He promptly began to list items in the trading hall, 50 ml of saline water for trade. 2 foundation stones, or 5 metal pieces. Given that saline water had become a vital resource for survival, Xiao Yi set a significantly higher price than before. As soon as this trade was posted, the public channel erupted in a frenzy. Someone actually has saline water. Where did he procure his salt? At this point, who cares where it came from? Hurry and trade before it's gone. But I don't have any foundation stones. If I offer my stones, my island will expand immediately. Then use metal pieces. I don't have any metal pieces either. Then you'll just have to watch. Please, esteemed one, grant me some saline water, and I'll give you 100 units of wood plus 100 units of stone. Ha! Do you really think that little bit of wood and stone matters to him? How fortunate that I saved some foundation stones for emergencies. I still possess 2 units of metal pieces, esteemed one. Can we trade on a smaller scale? Trading on a smaller scale meant exchanging 2 units of metal pieces for 20 milliliters of saline water, according to Xiao Yi's listed ratio. Upon seeing this individual's request, Xiao Yi immediately adjusted the trade settings to allow for smaller exchanges. Thank you, esteemed one. I finally managed to acquire some saline water, the person exclaimed as he hastily confirmed the transaction. Observing the continuous trades of saline water in the hall, Xiao Yi mused, it appears there are indeed quite a number of individuals holding spare foundation stones. The previous wave of metal piece acquisitions had nearly drained everyone's reserves. Thus, this time, most trades were conducted using foundation stones, with only a few metal pieces available. The island monument's instructions clearly indicated that only 1 foundation stone would be submerged each week. The correlation between the size of the island and the quantity of resources it could yield remained an unknown factor. While many would still opt to expand their islands to some extent, they would also retain a portion of resources for safety. Within a minute, all 50 units of saline water Xiao Yi had posted were snatched up. It seems the market is not yet saturated. Let us continue. Xiao Yi murmured, reposting another 50 units. The player, Emperor Dominates the World, had noticed Xiao Yi's listings and wondered, who is this person? How does he consistently produce the items everyone is in dire need of? Even Emperor Dominates the World himself exchanged for a unit, as the sweltering heat made timely replenishment of saline water quite troublesome. For the next period, Xiao Yi busied himself boiling water, adding a pinch of sea salt to create saline water, and then listing it for sale once more. By the time he posted his final batch of 50 units, he waited 10 minutes without a single sale, realizing that market demand had essentially dwindled. Upon reviewing his acquired resources, he noted, gained resources, foundation stones 1,000, metal pieces 250. Triggered double harvest, gained resources, foundation stones 2,000, metal pieces 500. Splendid. The fatigue from incessantly boiling water evaporated in an instant. This was the proper way to unlock the double effect. All resources would be utilized to expand the island. Please select the area for expansion. Following his usual practice, he opted for a square-shaped expansion, moving outward in a circular pattern. This way, the island monument would remain centrally located, ensuring safety. After selecting the expansion area, Xiao Yi confidently clicked confirm. Crack! A resounding noise erupted from the back of the apartment, startling Xiao Yi as he exclaimed, "What is happening?" After the expansion, the wind-powered water wheel was crushed by the foundation stones. Originally, the wind-powered water wheel was positioned at the shore, with its blades needing to be submerged in water to function. Now, having expanded by 2,000 square meters, the water wheel's location was no longer by the shore but firmly on solid land. Damn that island monument! Xiao Yi could not help but curse. Did it not think to provide a warning in such a scenario? After venting his frustration, he still needed to consult the island monument on how to repair the damaged wind-powered water wheel. Materials required to repair the damaged wind-powered water wheel: wooden planks 6, iron 2. Resources were plentiful, but the question remained of where to place it after repair. Am I expected to manually dig a river? Xiao Yi pondered, reluctant to extend the water collection trough indefinitely. What if I dig a river? Could it gradually evolve into a freshwater stream? His brow furrowed. If this succeeded, would it mean he could artificially intervene in evolution? Let's give it a try. If it truly evolves into a freshwater stream, I would undoubtedly reap great rewards. Xiao Yi resolved. Typically, freshwater streams originate in high mountains and plateaus, continually forming from rainwater and melted snow, flowing towards the sea. The seawater then evaporates into vapor, forming clouds, which subsequently precipitate as rain or snow, completing a grand atmospheric cycle. Following this simplified cycle, Xiao Yi needed to dig a trench and pile the excavated semi-sandy soil behind the apartment, hoping it would evolve into a small hill. His apartment faced the sun, and following the orientation of his previous life, the door faced south with the back towards the north. Any cold fronts would approach from that direction. If there were a mountain behind, it would shield the cold, keeping his apartment warm during winter. Additionally, having a mountain behind signified a solid backing, which was good feng shui. Although the island currently spanned 332 square meters, this figure appeared substantial, yet a square with a 50-meter side would measure 500 square meters. Thus, digging a trench to the island's center would only require a distance of less than 25 meters. Resolving to act, Xiao Yi retrieved a shovel from his toolbox and began to dig from the back of the apartment outward. I didn't expect the soil on this island to be so easy to excavate, Xiao Yi remarked. Having consumed A-grade purified water for an extended period, his physical condition had surpassed that of an average soldier, even exceeding that of some special forces operatives. Coupled with the effectiveness of his tools, Xiao Yi swiftly excavated a trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. All the sand and soil he unearthed were piled behind the apartment, and to make it resemble a hill, Xiao Yi intentionally moved numerous stones to stack underneath. Layer by layer, stones and soil were meticulously arranged. After clearing the trench, with the sand piled on either side behind the apartment, Xiao Yi made one final scoop, breaking through the last layer of soil separating him from the sea. With a rush, seawater surged into the trench, quickly filling it to the brim. However, it merely filled the trench without any flow. Now, we shall see the island's capacity for evolution, Xiao Yi mused, then began to use a wooden bucket to draw water and pour it into the tank. Without flow, the wind-powered water wheel could not be utilized. He had to rely on his own efforts to collect water. Chapter 0053:2 Wooden Factories. Fortunately, the newly excavated trench is in close proximity to my water. After filling the tank, Xiao Yi glanced back at his island, a wave of satisfaction washing over him regarding the outcome of this transaction. The island's area had expanded from a mere 300 square meters to an impressive 900. It seems that monopolizing truly brings immense pleasure, Xiao Yi murmured to himself. Undoubtedly, there are other survival experts capable of procuring salt, but none would find it as effortless as he did. They likely only gather enough for their own needs. Observing the newly expanded area, barren and empty, he spread his arms wide and proclaimed, "Let the resources refresh and evolve." Yet, in the next moment, a wave of concern washed over him. With the island's increased size, it became impossible for him to monitor every nook and cranny. What if one day someone landed on his island without his knowledge? Moreover, the two Class C sailboats, now distanced from him, this thought troubled him, causing him to scratch his head in frustration. While others worried about their islands being too small and prone to flooding, here was Xiao Yi, fretting over the challenges of managing an expansive territory. "Wang Kai," he called out. "Woof woof." Wang Kai immediately bounded in. "From now on, you are responsible for patrolling the entire island, understood?" Xiao Yi gestured around him. "Woof woof." Wang Kai responded eagerly before darting off. Whether it understood his command was uncertain, but he hoped that the S-Class Wang Kai would prove reliable. Once again, Xiao Yi turned his attention to the public channel, where a manufacturing blueprint caught his eye. Is there anyone interested in? It must require a significant amount of wood. Indeed, it demands 2,000 units of wood and 500 iron nails. That's a staggering amount. While wood is relatively easy to obtain, daily consumption makes accumulating 2,000 units quite challenging. True, And who possesses 500 iron nails? Unless someone like a major player is buying them. Exactly, and this factory occupies 50 square meters. I doubt even the major players have reached that size yet. Emperor Lin Tian has probably met that requirement, having acquired so many members. Each one must contribute significantly. Indeed, he is quite the vampire. There is another individual who might have reached it. The one who was selling brine earlier. Precisely, though it remains uncertain whether he operates alone or as part of an organization. If it's an organization, they might not have that much space. If it's just one person, that's rather daunting. Upon witnessing their conversation, Xiao Yi decisively messaged the individual, "I am interested in your wooden factory blueprint. What do you wish to exchange for it?" "Foundation stones, food, and water," the other party replied. Xiao Yi frowned slightly and said, "I have no foundation stones, but I might consider food and water." "You decide if you wish to trade." "Deal, 50 L of water and 50 kilograms of food." Though this quantity was not substantial for Xiao Yi, he shook his head, stating, 20 L of water and 10 kilograms of food. "If you wish to trade, then let us proceed. If not, it's of no concern. After all, my space is sufficient to construct this factory at present." He deliberately made this remark as a smokescreen, indifferent to how it would be perceived by others. Upon hearing Xiao Yi's terms, the individual fell silent. Just when Xiao Yi believed the transaction had fallen through, the other party sent a message, "Let us trade." "Excellent." Xiao Yi replied, "Pure water, 20 L. Sea fish, 10 kilograms exchanged for wooden factory blueprint, 1. Fortunately, he had preserved 40 fish from the morning, averaging about 2 pounds each, ample for this transaction. The other party confirmed the trade. Acquired resources, frowny face, wooden factory blueprint, 1. Triggered double harvest. Acquired resources, frowny face, wooden factory blueprint, 2. Wooden factory blueprint, wood 2,000, iron nails 500. Xiao Yi glanced at his resources and found the wood insufficient. He immediately listed pure water for wood in the trading hall. Pure water, 50 milliliters exchanged for wood 20. A total of 100 sets. As soon as Xiao Yi listed it, the public channel erupted with excitement. Rush to the trading hall. A major player is swapping pure water for wood, but only 100 sets. Wood is a resource that everyone possesses. In an instant, all 100 sets were traded, and with the double effect, it transformed into 4,000 units of wood in Xiao Yi's possession. Wow, whose hands are that swift? I am nearly parched. Couldn't someone leave me a set? I haven't even grasped what is happening, and the trading is already concluded. Haha, I managed to snag a set. A sip of cool, pure water in this sweltering heat is bliss. Xiao Yi had no time to indulge in their chatter. He switched to the construction page. Without hesitation, he initiated construction. On the vacant land flanking the apartment, he erected one factory on each side. As the corresponding resources dwindled, 2 towering structures emerged beside the apartment, even taller than it. Wooden factory. Occupying an area of 50 square meters, it can serve as a processing facility or a large warehouse, ensuring that resources remain protected from the elements. Excellent. Xiao Yi remarked with satisfaction upon reading the notification. The previous warehouse was far too small, only capable of storing some food items. Materials like stones, wooden planks, and plastic had to be carelessly piled aside, merely covered by wooden boards. Now, at last, these could be stored properly in a legitimate warehouse. One factory would serve as a materials warehouse, while the other would function as a processing plant, containing machines such as paper-making machines, leather machines, and presses. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yi listed a large quantity of pure water for exchange in pursuit of other basic materials, excluding wood and stone. The double effect must not go to waste. Once he finished listing, Suwan sent him a message. Today, I only salvaged 2 resource boxes, all containing ordinary materials. You needn't give me any foundation stones. I won't need them for a while. Use them to expand your island instead. Foundation stones 2, plastic 1, glass 3, trade not accepted. Xiao Yi replied, understood, and agreed to the trade. Triggered double harvest. I retrieved 4 resource boxes today. Foundation stones 3, tomato seeds 2, wood 3, trade not accepted. He agreed to the trade, triggering a double harvest. Just as Xiao Yi prepared to trade items back, Jiang Yuntian messaged again. Give me 1 foundation stone. I don't need the seeds. Split the remaining resources in half, and you can keep the rest. All right. Xiao Yi complied with Jiang Yuntian's request and returned a portion of the materials. Receiving 4 tomato seeds, Xiao Yi stepped outside and scattered them on the ground, watering them with some A-grade pure water. Meanwhile, the previously sown pasture had fully matured. The pasture is ready. It's time to let the dairy cows out, Xiao Yi murmured, recalling that he still had 4 dairy cows stored in the system space. Chapter 0054, Milking Techniques, S-Class Milk. In his fervent pursuit of maximizing the benefits of the double yield, Xiao Yi almost overlooked the necessity of attending to the dairy cows. He promptly stepped outside and approached the fields, where the grass had reached full maturity and had all been harvested. Although the quantity was scant, along with the previous wheat and bean straw, it would suffice to satiate the cows' hunger. Xiao Yi placed the gathered forage into the barn before leading the 4 dairy cows inside. Upon seeing the feed in the trough, the cows eagerly gathered to feast. Reminder: not all the forage for the cows is of S-Class quality. The milk produced will correspond to the quality of the feed. If the cows are deprived of S-Class forage for an extended period, their quality will decline. Upon receiving the system's notification, Xiao Yi inquired, "If I provide only a portion of S-Class forage daily, with the remainder being below S-Class, will the cow's quality deteriorate?" "No, but the quality of the milk will diminish." That's reassuring. Xiao Yi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. This was merely a transitional phase. Once he acquired more S-Class soil, he could cultivate grass on a larger scale. For now, it sufficed to feed the cows a small amount of S-Class grass daily to maintain their quality while being content with whatever grade of milk he could obtain. This time, the system had provided fully grown dairy cows, 1 male and 1 female. Since they were mature cows, he would need to consult an expert on the specific techniques for milking. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi prepared to send a message to Yuan Nong. However, Yuan Nong preemptively sent a trade request. Stone blocks 2, magnets 2, iron 3. Transaction declined. I accept the trade. Double yield activated. Resources acquired, stone blocks 4, no need to trade back. I don't require these items. Understood. Xiao Yi replied, Yuan Lao, could you tell me when the cows will start producing milk, and if there are... After all, he had yet to extract any living creatures from the resource box. How had Xiao Yi managed to procure these livestock? Yet, curiosity aside, he felt compelled. If a cow does not breed again after its first calf, it can continue to produce milk indefinitely. However, the peak production occurs only within the first 3 months, after which the yield gradually diminishes. Yuan Nong began imparting knowledge about dairy cows. Xiao Yi listened with a heavy head, but knew he had to absorb this information. There was no one else to assist him in raising the animals. Before milking, ensure that your hands are thoroughly washed, paying particular attention to the length of your fingernails. Then, wash the cow with warm water and perform gentle massages, checking for any signs of inflammation or lumps in the udder before commencing the milking process. The most common technique is the fist method. Yuan Nong demonstrated as he spoke. Xiao Yi paid close attention, recognizing the importance of the technique. Finally, it is advisable to give the cow's udder a medicinal bath, but given the current constraints, I personally believe that A-class purified water would suffice. Yuan Nong concluded. Xiao Yi nodded and replied, all right, I understand. I shall go and give it a try. With that, he fashioned a small wooden bucket and approached the barn, diligently following the steps imparted by Yuan Lao. Plop, plop. To his delight, he successfully extracted milk. The cows were exceptionally docile, and their yield was substantial, quickly filling half a bucket. Resources acquired: frowny face milk, S-Class, 5 kg, double yield activated. Resources acquired: milk, S-Class, 10 kilograms. Knowing he was still under the effect of double yield, Xiao Yi decided to only extract half a bucket, resulting in a full bucket of milk. To his surprise, the milk was classified as S-Class, likely a benefit bestowed by the system. Considering that the cows were not consuming S-Class feed, it was improbable that they could produce S-Class milk. Xiao Yi felt that there was still plenty of milk left, but lacking proper storage methods, he had to cease further extraction. He rinsed the cows with A-Class purified water and, exhilarated, carried the milk toward... Although inexperienced in milking, Xiao Yi was aware that freshly extracted milk should not be consumed directly. It required boiling first. After boiling a large pot of milk for 5 minutes, he allowed it to cool gradually to a drinkable temperature. Unable to contain his eagerness, he took a sip, and a delightful creaminess enveloped his palate as it slid down his throat, as the warm milk settled in his stomach. A wave of warmth surged through his body, surpassing even the refreshing sensation he experienced after drinking A-class purified water. How delightful! After downing a pound, Xiao Yi reclined on his bed, his hand resting on his round belly while his eyes remained fixated on the public channel of the island monument. "Why is it so hot even at night?" someone lamented on the public channel. "Indeed, it's much warmer than last week." Last week had been somewhat warm during the day, but the nights had offered a slight chill. Xiao Yi, now shirtless and seated in front of the island monument, observed the ongoing complaints. "It's unbearably hot." The weather was already warm, and after drinking the S-class milk, after rinsing for half an hour, his body finally returned to normal, the sunburnt skin from the previous days now appearing smooth and fair, and his physique more proportionate. Though not overtly muscular, he could sense the immense power surging within him. It was worth noting that before drinking the milk, he had already attained the physical capabilities of an average Special Forces soldier, and now he had undoubtedly surpassed them. However, without a point of reference, he could not ascertain the exact extent of his transformation. After contemplating, Xiao Yi decided to trade 4 portions of 50 g of milk to Su Wan and the others. With their enhanced physiques, they would be better equipped to survive, and in the event that assistance was needed in the future, he would rely on these familiar friends. Milk, S-class, 50 g transaction declined. The freshly boiled warm milk is of high quality and quite potent. Please drink it slowly to avoid overheating. In response, Jiang Yuntian sent 2 portions and cautioned, "I'm unsure if it's suitable for children to drink directly. I suggest administering a small amount first to gauge their reaction." "Thank you." Su Wan held the warm milk, deep in thought, seemingly lost in her own world. Yuan Nong murmured, "This kid has a remarkable capacity for learning. He produced results so swiftly." The milking technique, after all, was quite straightforward. Chapter 0055. Countdown doubled, rooster crowing, excessive fish having just finished his milk, Xiao Yi brimmed with energy, collecting all the supplies traded in the trading hall, and then continued to list boiled water, trading basic. That night, many people simply laid wooden planks to rest on, without anyone sleeping in a shed or tent. It was too hot. Outside, with the sea breeze blowing, it was slightly cooler. Xiao Yi aimed to fully exploit the effects of the double harvest, so he persisted in staying awake, feeling no fatigue. "This is the last wave. Once the trading is complete, I'll prepare to rest." Xiao Yi mumbled, glancing at the clock which read 23:45. There were merely 15 minutes left of the double time. He listed some more boiled water, even slightly raising the trading price. After all, this minor cost increase was negligible for Xiao Yi, who had the double benefit. As long as the transaction went through, he was guaranteed profit. "Everyone, hurry to the trading hall. That big shot has raised the price. The same supplies can exchange for an additional 5 milliliters of boiled water." "Really? I need to hurry and trade some. I'm going too. This big shot must be crazy today, collecting supplies all day long." "What's the big deal? There are always big shots collecting supplies. It's just that there are particularly many today." For just that extra 5 milliliters of boiled water, the transactions Xiao Yi listed became fervent once more. He resumed his incessant listing of boiled water. Ding ding, a private message pinged in Xiao Yi's channel. Switching to the private channel, he saw a user named Xinyu Bins had sent him a message. "Big shot, do you want this? Soil improvement card. 1. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, responding, "I'll take it. What do you need?" 5 blocks of cornerstone, 100 L of water, and 50 kilograms of food. Xiao Yi frowned at the exorbitant demand, yet he was genuinely eager to acquire it. With the double status in effect, obtaining this would be a significant gain. After assessing his supplies, he found he had enough food and water, but the cornerstone requirement was rather steep. After a moment of contemplation, he didn't linger too long, ensuring not to let the other party perceive any hesitation. If they sensed his indecision, they might raise the price. "I can offer 1 block of cornerstone, 30 L of water, and 20 kilograms of food. The value of this item is uncertain. It requires seed gathering and farming maintenance, and the eventual yield of food remains to be seen. This is my final offer. If you find it acceptable, let us trade. If not, it's fine," Xiao Yi replied, anxiously watching the island monument interface. With only 3 minutes left, if the other party didn't confirm the trade, he would miss out on the double bonus. A minute passed, and the other party remained silent. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that they truly understand the value of this card and have no intention of trading? At that moment, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have offered more supplies. Just as he was lamenting in front of the island monument, the other party responded, "I'll take 1 block of cornerstone. Increase the water and food by 10 each, and if that works for you, let us trade." Seeing the reply, Xiao Yi exhaled in relief, feigning difficulty as he said, "Oh, is that so? Fine, I'll take a small loss. Let us trade. Cornerstone, 1. Boiled water, 40 L. Sea fish, 30 kilograms 4. Soil improvement card." The other party immediately agreed to the trade, seemingly eager to finalize it before Xiao Yi changed his mind. Hadn't he expected to exchange such a valuable card for so much? Uncertain of the card's actual application value, he, like Xiao Yi, was unaware of its market price, having previously made an outrageous demand. Acquired supplies, soil improvement card 1. Triggered double harvest, acquired supplies, soil improvement card 2. Double effect has disappeared. Xiao Yi clenched his fist tightly. All right, finally I can have a good night's sleep. He contentedly lay down on the cooling mat. The luxurious apartment had been prepared with bedding for all seasons. Coo-coo. In his drowsy state, Xiao Yi heard the crowing of a rooster and groggily muttered, "Whose rooster is that? Can't anyone get some sleep?" But the next moment, he was instantly alert, rolling out of bed and rushing to the chicken coop outside. Inside, a brightly colored rooster was crowing with another hen. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, began clucking excitedly. "You all have grown so fast. I'll go prepare some food for you," Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. "Old Yuan said that hens in their laying period need sufficient calcium, so today I'll give you some extra fish bone powder." Approaching the apartment, Wang Kai was tirelessly transporting sea fish, which were already piled high, and he continued to bring more. The fish caught by the automatic fishing net were placed on the shore. Previously, Xiao Yi had collected them himself, but now it was all Wang Kai's responsibility. So many? Xiao Yi stared at the small mountain of sea fish, momentarily dazed. Just yesterday, his island's area had tripled. Previously, he harvested 70 or 80 fish each night, and tripling that meant at least 560 fish. But it appeared there were far more than that. "I need to dig a fish pond," Xiao Yi thought to himself. With so much, he certainly couldn't consume it all, and neither could Su Wan and the others. It would likely be hard to sell on the market. In such hot weather, they would spoil easily. Keeping them in water would be better. With that thought, Xiao Yi dashed into the factory on the west side, retrieved a shovel from the toolbox, and began digging not far from the shore. Today, digging felt even easier than yesterday. In just 3 minutes, he had excavated a pit measuring 2 meters in length, width, and depth. He filled it with seawater using a barrel and tossed all the fish Wang Kai had brought into it, watching them swim joyfully. Woof woof! At that moment, Wang Kai returned with another fish, seemingly puzzled as to why his master had thrown all the fish into the water. "From now on, you'll place the fish you bring here. Understand?" Xiao Yi pointed at the water pit. Woof woof. Wang Kai barked twice and then tossed the fish he had held under his paw into the water pit. "Good boy." Xiao Yi gave him a thumbs up and prepared to pile the excavated soil onto the small mound behind the apartment. As he passed the front plot of land, Xiao Yi froze. The entire area was devoid of any other plants, completely overrun with grass. At that moment, he finally understood the system's warning that had specifically cautioned him. Warning: this grass will grow wildly. Be mindful of its impact on other crops. With this grass-infested land, other plants will struggle to grow, Xiao Yi murmured, continuing toward the back of the apartment. Upon reaching the back, he was once again rendered speechless. Chapter 0056. Evolution. Unforeseen. Rapidly before him stood a small mound, approximately 5 to 6 meters in height, and Xiao Yi was certain that he had not constructed such a height the previous day. Astonishingly, this mound even boasted the emergence of some verdant flora. Human intervention in evolution is indeed possible, Xiao Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm, as he began to pile more sand onto the summit of the mound. Perched atop, he gazed at the lush forest behind him, its branches and leaves flourishing. Despite his elevated position, He could not discern the precise details within the thicket. The newly expanded area from yesterday had also revealed scattered trees and stone. After a brief survey, Xiao Yi descended, for he had a multitude of tasks awaiting him, with the first being to manage the rampant growth of the pasture grass. Turning his attention to the flower bed containing S-grade soil, he noted that the pasture grass had similarly claimed dominion over the entire surface. However, the roots of the coconut trees and corn were more robust than those of the grass, rendering it incapable of affecting them. In fact, the pasture grass in proximity to the coconut trees and corn appeared to be struggling. Since it posed no threat, he decided to let it be. He proceeded to harvest all the S-grade pasture grass, disposing of it in the barn, where the 4 cows reveled in their unexpected feast after a night of hunger. With that task completed, Xiao Yi checked the time and was astonished to find it was still barely 8 o'clock. "The roosters crow far too early," he murmured, shaking his head, and began to prepare breakfast. Upon inspecting the pasture, he discovered that the corn in the flower bed had ripened. He casually plucked 2 ears of corn and tossed them into a pot to boil. He then made his way to the fish pit he had excavated, catching 10 fish, which he promptly cleaned and set to grill. Observing that he had only sea salt and chili powder as seasonings, he lamented, "If only I had some additional spices, perhaps cumin or the like." Were this sentiment to reach the ears of other survivors, they would undoubtedly consider it a display of culinary extravagance. After all, others would be grateful for any sustenance, while here he was, possessing salt and chili, yet yearning for further flavoring. Once the corn was boiled, he halved each ear and, along with the freshly grilled fish, distributed them to Su Wan and the others. Grilled fish 1. 5 kilograms, boiled corn, grade S, 200 g, plain water, 500 milliliters, transaction complete. Recently, there has been a bountiful harvest of sea fish. If anyone is hungry, feel free to say so. There is too much to consume, and we can't sell it all. Also, save the cobs of the boiled corn for me. They can be fed to the cows. Xiao Yi left a message for the 3 of them. Upon seeing the proposed transaction and the message, the trio was no longer astonished and readily agreed to the deal. This was merely routine. There was no cause for astonishment. After completing the transaction, Su Wan took a bite of the boiled corn. It was sweet and tender. So delicious. This brought back memories of her previous breakfasts. She used to buy a boiled corn each day, but none of those tasted as exquisite as this one. She savored it. Tears began to flow from her eyes, tears of happiness. Yuan Nong gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him and sighed. "It has been ages since I last had corn. By the way, I should remind Xiao Yi about the potatoes." Given the local growth cycle, the potatoes would soon enter their flowering phase, which required special attention. "Xiao Yi, please pay close attention to the potatoes you planted. If you notice flower buds, they will have entered the flowering period, during which they will consume a considerable amount of nutrients. Be sure to promptly pinch off the buds, taking care not to damage the main stem and leaves to prevent excessive growth of the plants. The flowering period is also when the potatoes swell, so be attentive to watering. Water them for the first time when you see the buds, then wait 10 days. No, according to the local timing, it should be about 7 or 8 hours before watering again, totaling 3 waterings. Potatoes thrive in cooler climates. It has been rather warm lately, so do provide some shade. After giving these instructions, Yuan Nong finally began his breakfast. Xiao Yi looked at Yuan Nong's message with a sense of helplessness. "I truly wish Yuan Lao could come to my island." "All right, I've taken note," Xiao Yi replied, then stepped outside to check if the potatoes had developed any flower buds. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment, he was surprised not to see Wang Kai. "Oh, where is Wang Kai? It usually appears at the apartment door when it's mealtime." "Wang Kai," Xiao Yi called out. "Woof woof." Wang Kai's bark echoed from the nearby woods. Curious, Xiao Yi walked towards the edge of the woods, and before long, Wang Kai emerged, triumphantly carrying a struggling wild rabbit in its mouth. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Have the small creatures of the forest already respawned?" After dispatching the rabbit, Wang Kai placed it in front of Xiao Yi, wagging its tail as if seeking praise. Xiao Yi affectionately patted its head, saying, "Well done. We shall feast on roasted rabbit for lunch. Your breakfast is at the door. Go enjoy it." Woof woof. Wang Kai dashed towards the apartment entrance. Xiao Yi carried the hefty wild rabbit, weighing a full 4 pounds, back to the apartment. Indeed, the potatoes had developed flower buds. He promptly tended to the potatoes, watered them, and constructed a simple shelter to protect his crops from the sun's harsh rays before beginning to process the wild rabbit. It seems the evolution on this island is progressing faster than I had anticipated. Xiao Yi mused, I need to build a fence around my apartment when I have the time. He enclosed the fields, chicken coop, barn, flower beds, and even the water tank. After this endeavor, Xiao Yi found his stock of wood somewhat insufficient, prompting him to head to the trading hall to exchange sea fish for some lumber. Sea fish, 100g traded for wood 200, note, can be traded in small quantities. Although Xiao Yi had an abundance of food, most survivors were still relying on the provisions from supply boxes to survive, making food scarce. This price was quite reasonable. Xiao Yi simply wished to gather resources quickly, hence he did not set the price too high. How wonderful it would be if there were still a double reward state. Xiao Yi muttered as he observed the ongoing transactions. Oh, I haven't signed in today, he suddenly realized. System, sign in? Chapter 0057. The small radar detection device, or heat awakened by the crowing of roosters at dawn, I immediately set about my morning tasks. Processing sea fish, tending to the pasture, transplanting strawberry and chili plants, and watering the potatoes. In the midst of this flurry of activity, I completely forgot about the crucial matter of signing in. Sign in successful. You have received a small radar detection device, SS grade. Small radar detection device, SS grade. Capable of detecting detailed conditions within a radius of 32 kilometers. The IT will issue timely alerts upon discovering movable targets and relay information to the monitoring device. IT is advisable to position the detection apparatus at a height to enhance accuracy, with the receiving device needing to be within 5 kilometers of the detection unit. Upon seeing this sign-in reward, I exclaimed with delight, the system truly understands me. Now, I need not worry about outsiders landing on my island without my knowledge. With such an extensive detection range, discovering intruders from 32 kilometers away allows me ample time to prepare, significantly enhancing the security of my island. Fortunately, I have constructed a small hill. Otherwise, this device would have to be placed on my rooftop, I remarked, as I retrieved the radar detection device from the system space and made my way toward the small hill behind my house. Upon reaching the summit, I located a relatively flat area and set the radar device down. The receiving apparatus resembled a tablet, which I could easily carry with me. After installation, I powered it on, and the tablet emitted a series of alert beeps. The radar detected several supply crates drifting nearby. I promptly designated the supply crates as visible but non-alerting targets since the automatic fishing nets would handle them. As long as they remained within the net's operational radius, the crates would be effectively captured. Crates that were particularly distant would not warrant my sailing out to retrieve them, making any reminders futile. Once configured, I gazed at the radar scan of the surrounding 32 kilometers inside. There are no islands within this range. Where could the others possibly be? How did Liu manage to drift here? In truth, a far greater question loomed. With so many people in the world, if everyone truly had their own island and there were no others within a 32-kilometer radius, just how vast was this world? These inquiries eluded immediate answers, and I could only focus on developing my island. Perhaps one day, with advanced equipment like satellites, I would uncover the true nature of this planet. Shaking my head, I strolled over to the apartment and resumed constructing the fence. The sun blazed down, and I was soon drenched in sweat. Observing the half-finished fence, I muttered, I should seek shelter from this scorching sun for a moment. Returning to the apartment, I poured myself a large glass of A-grade purified water with a pinch of sea salt and a cup. It must be around 35 C. Not just that, I feel it's at least 40 degrees. This weather makes it impossible to work. Indeed, I couldn't even retrieve supply crates yesterday. Today seems equally bleak, and I shall remain hungry. Your words suggest that finding supply crates guarantees food. The chances of finding food are far too slim. Brother, life is tough. Thankfully, I managed to snag some boiled water yesterday. Yet with all this sweating, I desperately need salt. I feel I might just dehydrate to death. Is there any kind soul willing to share some water? The public channel buzzed with chatter. As the oppressive heat kept everyone indoors, sheltering in their makeshift tents, I sent 5 liters of diluted salt water to Su Wan and the others. This weather seems intent on killing us. Zhang Yuntian couldn't help but complain. I replied, this world has set the rules. We can only abide by them. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I would surely be in dire straits right now. Zhang Yuntian remarked, although he personally had few issues. The heat affected him little, but the children were another matter. The milk you provided yesterday was remarkable. I feel my physique has improved slightly, while previous training had pushed my body to its limits, and yet, unexpectedly, 50 milliliters of milk helped me surpass that threshold. Zhang Yuntian chatted with me idly. That's wonderful. This way, we can all thrive. I replied with a smile. Enough chatter. A supply crate has just arrived nearby. I must go retrieve it. Zhang Yuntian declared, before departing his island. While others had to cast their nets under the blazing sun, Zhang Yuntian, thanks to my small boat, could row over to a closer spot, expending minimal energy. Moreover, with the diluted salt water I provided, he need not worry about excessive sweating. Thus, upon spotting the supply crate, he was still inclined to take action. In contrast, Su Wan and Yuan Nong could not do the same. They could only wait for the sun to pass or for a crate to drift exceptionally close before braving the heat to fish. After concluding my conversation with Zhang Yuntian, I returned to the trading hall, where I listed some diluted salt water. Diluted salt water, 50 milliliters for trade. Foundation stone, 2, or metal shard, 5, or other rare resources. Note: rare resources should be discussed privately before confirming trade ratios. The big boss has listed diluted salt water again, this time. In addition, what are those? Simply put, they're the uncommon items that are not frequently encountered, such as Magnet 1. Exactly, in simpler terms, they are items that have a very low probability of appearing in supply crates. I've only got common items. What should I do? I really want some diluted salt water. Then go fish for supply crates and pray for rare resources. Brother, in this sweltering heat, you should lie down and rest. Are you suggesting that resting will lower my energy expenditure, thus reducing thirst and heat? No, I mean sleep. Everything exists in dreams. I glanced at the public channel's chatter, finding little of value, so I sent a message seeking and ran. The heat was unbearable, and I needed to check on the condition of my crops. Although a simple wooden shelter provided some shade, the temperature remained exceedingly high, causing the plants to wilt. To prevent them from withering under the sun, I watered the ground and gave each seedling a splash of A-grade purified water. After spending around 20 minutes outside, I felt as though I had emerged from the depths of a pool. Chapter 0058. The Hen Lays Eggs, Pollination Knowledge. Xiao Yi hurriedly returned to his apartment, dashed into the bathroom, and took a refreshing shower, simultaneously washing his clothes. Just imagine, in the scorching summer heat, wearing clothes that haven't been washed for 3 days would surely create an odor that could waft for miles. After finishing his shower, Xiao Yi emerged, his skin glowing, and gently wrung out his clothing before draping it outside to dry. I really ought to procure a couple of spare outfits, he muttered to himself. He possessed a loom, yet lacked the skills to operate it. Even if he could, where would he obtain the silk thread necessary for weaving? And even with the thread, he was utterly incapable of crafting garments. Alas, there is still much equipment needed, and the workforce is insufficient. Xiao Yi sighed in resignation. How much could one person accomplish? For now, he had to make do with the clothes he had arrived in. Fortunately, he was alone. Refreshing. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yi stepped outside to check on his garments and found they were completely dry. Although there were no other souls around, and the atmosphere was pleasantly cool, being unclothed still evoked a sense of embarrassment. It seems the heat does hold some advantages after all, he remarked as he donned his attire. At that moment, Wang Kai was not frolicking outdoors but rather sprawled across the cool ceramic tiles of the apartment, panting heavily as its tongue dangled out in a desperate attempt to cool down. Thanks to the small radar detector, Xiao Yi no longer needed to send Wang Kai on patrol across the island. He could simply have it accompany him. Xiao Yi retrieved the detector's receiver and perused the information displayed. His automatic fishing net had already captured 4 supply crates, all neatly arranged on the shore. The radar indicated that there were still 4 more crates available for retrieval, and with the automatic net continuously at work, Xiao Yi felt no anxiety about the matter. Sigh, in such an expansive space, devoid of other islands or people, It feels as though I am the only soul left in this vast world, he lamented. When Liu had stumbled upon his island previously, he had mused whether the islands were in close proximity to one another. Now, however, he could ascertain that, at least, the other islands were quite distant from his own. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sudden sound of a hen's call outside caught Xiao Yi's attention, and his eyes brightened. Quickly donning a hat made of leaves, he ventured outside. Upon reaching the hen house, he discovered that the clucking was indeed due to the hen laying eggs, and she had already produced 2. Excellent, excellent, Xiao Yi exclaimed, confident that he would soon be able to enjoy some fresh eggs. He left the 2 eggs undisturbed and returned to the island monument to consult with Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, can a hen's eggs hatch into chicks? Not all can, Yuan Nong replied promptly, as he had nothing else to occupy his time while waiting by the monument and observing the chatter on the public channel. He proceeded to educate Xiao Yi on which eggs were capable of hatching into chicks. Whether an egg can hatch depends on whether it is fertilized. Find a cardboard tube, place the egg inside, and hold it up to a strong light. If you see a small black dot within, it is a fertilized egg. Otherwise, it is not. Understood, Xiao Yi responded, then approached the paper-making machine to craft some sturdier paper. Returning to the hen house, he carefully examined the 2 eggs and discovered that both contained the tiny black dots. Glancing at the rooster nearby, he gave it a thumbs up and remarked, "Impressive, a flawless success." The rooster, flattered by Xiao Yi's praise, strutted around with even more pride. Due to the sweltering heat, Xiao Yi added extra water. Yuan Nong had mentioned that a hen could lay only 1 egg per day, but considering the time scale here was different from that of his previous world, approximately a 1:30 ratio, it meant that the hens here should be capable of laying around 30 eggs daily. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before both hen houses were filled to capacity. As time passed, Xiao Yi was continually greeted by the clucking of hens. The apartment had decent soundproofing, but the oppressive heat left him without electricity, forcing him to open all the windows, thereby eliminating any semblance of sound insulation. He found it impossible to take an afternoon nap. I was careless. I should have placed the hen house farther away. Next time I adjust the layout, I must ensure it is relocated, he muttered. Casting a glance at the trading hall, he noted that his brine solution continued to sell steadily, prompting him to restock. Over the past couple of days, Xiao Yi had acquired numerous basic supplies, filling one warehouse to capacity while another was half filled with stock. Eventually, lulled by the rhythmic clucking of the hens, Xiao Yi succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already 3:30 in the afternoon, and the sun outside had finally softened its intensity. After washing his face, he stepped outside to continue the unfinished fencing from the morning. After an hour's labor, he succeeded in enclosing the living area, the cultivation zone, and the 2 warehouses with a fence. Though the fence was not particularly elaborate, it would at least deter some small animals from wandering in. Satisfied with his masterpiece, Xiao Yi observed as Wang Kai barked twice before effortlessly leaping over the fence. Panting, it looked at Xiao Yi as if to say, "See, this fence is utterly ineffective." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and replied, "It's not meant to keep you out. From now on, you are responsible for the safety of everything inside the fence. If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable." Wong Wong. Wang Kai barked in response. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yi settled beneath the apple tree. The apples had ripened, yet he was dismayed to see only a handful clinging to the branches. Is it possible for a single apple tree to bear only 4 or 5 apples? I distinctly remember many blossoms. With this question lingering in his mind, he sought counsel from old Yuan once more. Yuan Nong chuckled and replied, "It's quite simple. This is due to the lack of pollinators. Relying solely on the wind in the natural world, producing 4 or 5 apples is already quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi experienced a moment of clarity, immediately recalling that his corn plants, the male and female flowers exist on the same plant but are separate. They can self-pollinate or be pollinated by wind or insects. Expertise truly shines through. I understand now, Xiao Yi replied, so it appears I must engage in pollination myself in the future. Alas, yet another troublesome task. Perhaps the forest could also yield some bees or butterflies, making things much more convenient, he mused in hopeful anticipation. Just as he was engrossed in his thoughts, a message appeared on the public channel, igniting excitement among all Chapter 0059. The Island Monuments Hint and Roasted Wild Rabbit. I have crafted a small boat. What? Impressive, my friend. How did you acquire the blueprints for such a vessel? Is that even a question? Naturally, I obtained them from a materials chest. It's all about luck. I'm envious. What is there to envy? Didn't someone sell a C-grade sailboat blueprint not long ago? That level is far too high. Even if one were to purchase it, constructing it would still be uncertain. What I mean to convey is that I built a small boat, and surprisingly, the island monument provided a hint. What hint? Curiosity piqued among the crowd, as the hint from the island monument represented an opportunity for everyone to gain insights into this world. Yet, the individual who had crafted the small wooden boat chose to tease them. If you wish to know what the island monument hinted at, you must trade resources. That person announced in the public channel. What the heck? You want resources in exchange for that? Are you out of your mind? Exactly. We might as well wait until we build a wooden boat and find out naturally. Right? If you don't want to share, then let it rot in your hands. In an instant, many began to... Suwon noticed this exchange and immediately messaged Xiao Yi privately. Look at the public channel. Someone claims to have built a wooden boat, and the island monument has a hint that they are selling. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, then switched to the public channel, scrolling through the chat logs until he promptly replied to Suwon, saying, the hint reveals that the island monument can be transferred to the boat, but it can only be done once a year. It's not a big deal. Just take a look. He also relayed this information to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong. Jiang Yuntian, who had been collecting materials using the small boat Xiao Yi had given him, had already seen the island monument on the small boat and was not surprised that Xiao Yi knew this information. Yuan Nong, however, was astonished and asked, does that mean in the future some might choose to develop on boats? Indeed, and it eliminates the need for a foundation stone, alleviating concerns about weekly flooding. Of course, the risks remain high, with threats from marine creatures and natural disasters such as storms and turbulent waves. Xiao Yi replied. Yuan Nong nodded, convinced that most would still prefer to live on land. Even in the previous world, those who ventured out to fish would eventually return to shore for rest. While many in the public channel expressed their resistance and opposition, there were still those eager to learn about the hint. After all, possessing advanced knowledge could afford one a significant advantage. What resources do you desire? The user named Dilin Tianxia directly messaged Qin Yunsheng. Upon receiving the private message, Qin Yunsheng immediately replied, Dilin, if you could provide me with some water and food, that would suffice. However, I hope to join your group for free. 500 ml of purified water, 200 g of bread, and free membership. Once you join, the resources you must contribute weekly will be halved. Dilin Tianxia stipulated. All right, thank you, esteemed one. Qin Yunsheng responded. The hint is, so, if one chooses to transfer it, they would no longer need the foundation stone. Correct, and I have decided to develop on the boat. Once the island monument is transferred, my small island will submerge, and I will receive some foundation stones in return, Qin Yunsheng explained. Understood. Dilin Tianxia completed the transaction, then cautioned Dilin Qinglong about the special nature of Qin Yunsheng's membership. Hey, did you manage to sell that information? Someone asked in the public channel. How could I sell it? Trading for resources for information of uncertain value. That would be sheer folly. Upon seeing this remark, Qin Yunsheng quickly retorted, just now, Dilin exchanged resources with me for this information. Are you suggesting that Dilin is a fool? What? Dilin Tianxia made the exchange. It seems this information holds some value. I must trade as well. The individual who had previously claimed that only fools would trade remained silent, fearing backlash from Dilin's faction. Everyone, if we had boats, could we not seek out other islands to develop together? Indeed, being alone on an island is rather dull. Companionship allows for conversation and shared activities. Are you certain that the island you find will have a suitable companion? Who says it must be of the opposite gender? Same-gender companionship is true love. The online community's ability to veer off-topic was remarkably strong. Observing the lively discussion, Xiao Yi shook his head, contemplating, collaborate. The greatest likelihood in this world is that one would eliminate you to seize your resources. After all, an additional person means increased consumption, yet the yield may not necessarily rise. With this thought, Xiao Yi rose from his apartment and continued watering the potatoes, with the next watering scheduled for midnight. After completing the watering, he harvested another batch of forage to deliver to the barn. The heat of the day deterred him from preparing lunch earlier, so he began now, placing the previously prepared wild rabbit on the grill. Too bad there's no oil. Xiao Yi lamented, having replanted all the soybeans he had harvested as seeds. After several days of practice, Xiao Yi had honed his grilling skills to perfection. Soon, the wild rabbit was transformed into a golden brown delicacy, crisp on the outside and tender within. He sprinkled some salt and sliced it. After washing 2 apples, he cut them and sent them to Su Wan and the others. Roasted wild rabbit, 300 g. Apple, grade A, 100 g. Purified water, 500 milliliters available for trade. Let's change things up for today's lunch. No fish this time. Save the apple seeds. Let's see if we can obtain some apple seeds. Xiao Yi advised. Wild rabbit? Where did you get that? Su Wan inquired curiously. This is what the island monument hinted at earlier. The larger the area, the more abundant the resources will be. My island has now developed a forest, and small animals have begun to appear within it. Xiao Yi explained. That's incredible. Su Wan exclaimed in astonishment. But how did you manage to catch such a swift creature? It wasn't me. It was Wang Kai. Xiao Yi replied. Wang Kai? Su Wan was even more surprised. Do you have others on your island? Wang Kai is a dog. Xiao Yi said, exasperated. You have a pet? Su Wan remarked, delighted by Xiao Yi's continual surprises. Yes, a purebred Chinese rural dog. Xiao Yi confirmed. That's quite nice. At least it won't feel too lonely. Su Wan replied with envy. Dig in quickly. After we finish, let's see if we can find any more resource chests, Xiao Yi urged. All right. Xiao Yi picked up a rabbit leg and took a bite. Woof woof. Wang Kai stood by, drooling in anticipation. Oh, right, I have something for you too, Xiao Yi said, tearing off a large piece of meat from the grill and tossing it over. Wang Kai leaped up, catching it midair, and excitedly began to munch on it. Ever since he began sharing cooked meat with Xiao Yi, Wang Kai had forsaken raw food. As he chewed on the rabbit leg, Xiao Yi glanced at the public channel, where a new message appeared. The D Lin faction will commence maritime ventures. Chapter 0060. The Long Robe, free information. Reminder, the Imperial Dominance faction is set to embark on maritime ventures, seeking the acquisition of shipbuilding blueprints from all. The price will undoubtedly satisfy you. This was an announcement made by the Imperial Dominance. Due to the restrictions on individuals sending messages consecutively, which could lead to being muted for spamming, the 4 leaders of Imperial Dominance subsequently disseminated the same message. Upon seeing this news, the onlookers began to engage in lively discussions. It seems that the construction of wooden ships has sparked new ideas for Imperial Dominance, prompted by the island monument's hints. Indeed, however, it appears that obtaining the blueprints for ships is quite challenging. Only 2 have surfaced in the past 10 days. That's merely what you know. Who knows how many others are hidden away? That is true. If I were to obtain shipbuilding blueprints, I certainly wouldn't sell them. Of course, everyone knows selling is out of the question. If one has the opportunity to successfully construct a ship, it serves as a valuable fallback. At the very least, one wouldn't have to worry about the sea flooding the island. Right, I wonder if any other prominent figures have successfully. Xiao Yi chose not to linger on the discussions and stepped outside, where he found that the 8 supply crates had already been dragged back by Wang Kai. All were opened. Acquired supplies. Foundation stones 2, iron 4. Acquired supplies, plastic 6, bricks 4. Acquired supplies, blueprint for linen clothing 1. From the 8 supply crates, no food or water was found. 6 foundation stones were gathered, along with various basic materials, among which the linen clothing blueprint piqued Xiao Yi's interest the most. After all, he had been wearing the same outfit for over 10 days. Linen clothing blueprint, requires 4 linen. With sufficient resources at hand, Xiao Yi immediately utilized the island monument to craft the item. Linen clothing, long robe, while somewhat coarse in texture, feels soft against the skin, though its insulation properties are lacking. Xiao Yi tried it on and found it to fit quite well, resembling the long gown from ancient Summer Kingdom, albeit looking rather worn. This appearance is more akin to that of a Republic-era intellectual, Xiao Yi murmured, then approached the fully automated fishing net, adjusting it to cast without a target, before returning to the island monument. I have exchanged resources for the hint information. I will freely share it with everyone. Suddenly, an individual with the ID Tianxiao Weigong announced in the public channel. Qin Yunsheng, upon seeing this message, immediately retorted, "You have no integrity? Integrity? In order for more people to survive, I must..." No matter how much Qin Yunsheng berated him, Tianxiao Weigong proceeded to publicly disclose the information he had obtained from Qin Yunsheng. Qin Yunsheng furiously watched as the public channel erupted with discussions about the island monument's transfer and the circumstances they would face upon moving to a ship. What if the ship encounters problems at sea? Wouldn't it need to be repaired on land? What if we can't find land? Wouldn't that be the end? Well, that seems likely. Then it's better to focus on developing on the island. The sea is far too perilous. I couldn't bear drifting on the water. Unless there's a pretty girl to drift with me. Unless there's a pretty girl one. Observing the sudden shift in conversation, Xiao Yi interjected. There's no need for concern regarding that. If issues arise with the ship at sea, the island monument aboard can facilitate repairs, as long as you gather enough resources for immediate restoration. The crowd fell silent momentarily at this announcement. Who is this? How do they know this? Could it be mere fabrication? Qin Yunsheng noticed Xiao Yi's ID was Yiren Pinan muttered in confusion. This person hasn't traded information with me. How do they know this? Could they be a prominent survivor who has already built a ship? Tianxiao Weigong, upon seeing Xiao Yi's statement, immediately exclaimed, "You, Qin Yunsheng, dare to hide information from me while trading?" Why didn't you share this news? Before Qin Yunsheng could respond, the representatives of imperial dominance approached, inquiring, "Do you know about this information?" "I truly do not. I just boarded the ship today and have yet to encounter any issues with the hull. How would I know about such matters?" Qin Yunsheng felt as if he had landed in a sticky situation, unable to articulate his defense. I see. The representatives of imperial dominance were confident that Qin Yunsheng would not dare to deceive them. After replying to imperial dominance, Qin Yunsheng immediately stated in the public channel, "I don't know about this information either, so don't go spouting nonsense. I just boarded the small ship today. How would I know these things? Please share a little with us. We are both hungry and thirsty. You lot, the belongings of the Great One do not come without effort. If you wish to partake, you must exchange resources. No one should expect to receive for free." Exactly. I would much prefer the Great One to share more insights or survival techniques, hoping for generous teachings. Yes, that is of utmost importance. Observing the numerous inquiries for survival techniques directed at him, Xiao Yi contemplated briefly and spoke again. "As for survival, I possess no exceptional skills. It's merely about scavenging for resources. However, I can share other information freely. An island monument can become an auxiliary monument to another island." After sending this message, Xiao Yi promptly added, "Here, unless you are extremely familiar and trust someone, do not believe anyone else. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. This is a world devoid of competitive rules. Everyone, do your best." In truth, the prior information would naturally be understood when they encountered each other, and wasn't particularly critical. What? It can become an auxiliary monument? Does this not imply that the Great One has already established their own auxiliary monument? What are the conditions for this? Did someone pledge fealty to them? I suspect not. The Great One just advised against trusting anyone easily. More often than not, they must have dealt with that individual. Is it really that brutal? Can't we all coexist harmoniously? This world is unbound by law. Can you guarantee your own benevolence while ensuring others are equally virtuous? Indeed, everyone must heed the Great One's warnings. Xiao Yi chose not to engage further in the public channel. This was the extent of his guidance, and the rest was up to them. Chapter 0061. Blacklist, Bees, Eggs. This Iran character must possess quite a wealth of information. Dilin Tianxia mused as he observed Xiao Yi's remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly initiated a private chat with Xiao Yi. "My dear brother, may we converse?" Xiao Yi, taken aback by the private message from Dilin Tianxia, hesitated briefly before responding, "Thank you, but I am not interested." "My dear brother, This world is fraught with peril. As survivors, we must band together for warmth. It is exceedingly difficult to thrive alone. Dilin Tianxia implored. Xiao Yi merely scoffed and swiftly blacklisted him to prevent further harassment. One could easily deduce Dilin Tianxia's intentions, either to extract information from him or to recruit him into his fold. Xiao Yi had never been aligned with him, and having already swindled Dilin's faction of numerous metal sheets, there was no need for further entanglement. Upon witnessing his swift blacklisting, Dilin Tianxia's expression darkened as he commanded Dilin Qinglong, arrange for someone to approach that he ran individual. Understood. Dilin. After blacklisting Dilin Tianxia, a trade proposal arrived from Jiangyun Tian. Foundation 4, Copper, 5 trade request. Xiao Yi paused momentarily at the trade offer, only for Jiangyun Tian to send another message. Currently, my island has ample space for our activities, so it would be prudent for you to ensure your— Upon learning that Xiao Yi's island had begun to spawn forests and small creatures, Jiangyun Tian decided to lend his full support in expanding Xiao Yi's island. The larger Xiao Yi's island grew, the more resources would be generated, thus improving their living conditions and ensuring food diversity. After all, children cannot subsist solely on sea fish. Su Wan and Yuan Nong shared this sentiment, yet today they had only managed to salvage a single supply crate, yielding only basic resources, no foundations and no food. Xiao Yi, without hesitation, agreed to the trade, allocating all acquired foundations toward island expansion. That evening, Xiao Yi processed over 10 sea fish, grilling 2 for each person, 1 spicy and 1 mild. With an overabundance of fish, only a few were utilized in trading. Once grilled, Xiao Yi distributed them along with 500 g of lettuce leaves, 50 milliliters of S-grade milk, and 500 milliliters of cool boiled water. I suspect you must have some connections to procure all this. Yuan Nong chuckled. Haha, indeed. I have someone in high places. Xiao Yi replied with a grin. After feasting, Su Wan and the others sprawled on the wooden boards outside, finding the shed and tent too stifling. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Su Wan mused, if not for the pressures of survival, this place is quite beautiful. The waters here were far clearer than those in their previous world, and not a trace of garbage marred the surface. Over the course of many days, the only thing she had seen was a supply crate. Why are we here? What force could possibly bring so many individuals together to face these trials? Su Wan pondered, unable to find answers. Perhaps no one could truly unravel these mysteries. Suddenly, a name surfaced in her thoughts. Xiao Yi. Perhaps he alone held the potential to uncover the answers. Meanwhile, the public channel buzzed with fervent discussion, adding fuel to the sweltering weather. In this heat, when will it ever pass? Indeed, I'd prefer winter. At least in the cold, one can run and jump. This heat leaves us utterly helpless. Please, do not say such things. Given our current attire, a winter chill would likely freeze a multitude. Indeed, let's refrain from such ominous predictions. Xiao Yi observed the lively chatter in the public channel, and then glanced at the cool boiled water and fish he had put up. He decided to list another batch, as he could not consume it all. As the clucking of hens echoed, Xiao Yi gradually drifted into slumber. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xiao Yi waved his hand, muttering, when did mosquitoes arrive? Yet, no matter how he swatted, the buzzing persisted. Reluctantly, he sat up, hearing the rooster crow for the 3rd time, exclaiming, heavens, can one not enjoy a lazy morning? Like a zombie, he stumbled to the bathroom, washed his face, rinsed his mouth, and exited the apartment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The noise intensified, and upon closer inspection, Xiao Yi's previous irritation dissipated instantly. Many of the crops he had sown had blossomed, attracting a flurry of bees flitting among the flowers. Just yesterday, I was fretting over pollination, and today, the bees have appeared in the forest to assist me. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. Watching the bees from a distance, he mused, these creatures do not sting, do they? With that thought, he hurried back to the island monument to consult Yuan Nong on the matter. However, to be safe, it is wise to plant those flowering plants a bit farther away. Yuan Nong replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Xiao Yi felt somewhat more at ease and then proceeded towards the chicken coop. Having vaguely heard the hens clucking numerous times last night, he was eager to check how many eggs they had laid. Arriving at the coop, Xiao Yi was astonished to discover 23 eggs nestled within the nesting boxes. He promptly employed the method Yuan Nong had taught him to distinguish the eggs, finding that 4 were not fertilized and thus would not hatch into chicks. Without hesitation, he removed the 4 eggs. "These 4, I shall take them, leaving the rest with you," Xiao Yi informed the hen. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen tilted her head, observing Xiao Yi. Boiling the 4 eggs in a pot, Xiao Yi suddenly recalled that he had intended to water the potatoes at midnight but had fallen asleep instead. He rushed to the field to give the potatoes a drink. "Let us hope this does not adversely affect the harvest," Xiao Yi murmured. "There is simply too much to manage." Shaking his head, he harvested the grass from the field and then went to the S-grade soil. Returning to the S-grade flower bed, he plucked all the corn cobs, reserving one for seeds, while preparing to use the rest as food. Currently, only one flower bed contained S-grade soil, and with 2, he cut down all the corn stalks, gathering the leaves to feed the cows, while burying the remaining stalks back into the soil. Back at the stove, Xiao Yi added 3 corn cobs to the pot. "For breakfast today, let us change things up. No fish," he mused. "Corn, milk, eggs, and perhaps a slice of apple should suffice." Chapter 0062. An abundance of sea fish and a lavish breakfast. Given that the daytime labor is not particularly strenuous, these provisions should suffice. Woof woof. A commotion outside indicated that Wang Kai, adjusting the fire in the stove to a lower setting, Xiao Yi stepped outside. Upon arriving at Wang Cai's location, he was met with a rather exasperating sight. The deep pit he had previously dug specifically for storing sea fish was now teeming with fish, and beneath Wang Cai's paws lay 2 more. The fish within the pit continued to leap energetically outwards. Wang Kai, therefore, had no choice but to push the fish back into the pit with his paws, then scamper to the opposite side to pin down the freshly leaping fish and nudge them back into the pit. Upon seeing Xiao Yi approach, Wang Kai barked at him, "Woof woof." Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. While others struggled to catch fish, he was overwhelmed by an excess of them with nowhere to store them. Others failed to catch fish due to the island's limited size, scarce marine resources, and issues related to net casting techniques and human fatigue, resulting in meager hauls. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, such a bounty of fish cannot go to waste. Xiao Yi resolutely decided. Moreover, it serves as a boon for other survivors. As long as they can procure supplies, they need not worry about going hungry. "I truly am too benevolent." Returning to the apartment, he approached the island monument and switched to the trading hall. Sea fish, 1 kilogram 4 foundation 1. Sea fish, 500 G 4 metal shard 1. Sea fish, 200 G 4. Other rare supplies can be negotiated privately for trading ratios. After listing these trades, Xiao Yi hurried to check on the eggs and corn simmering in his pot. Meanwhile, but the prices are significantly lower than before. To put it simply, materials that previously could be exchanged for 100 G of sea fish can now be swapped for 200 G. That's a straight-up doubling. What are we waiting for? Let's trade. Indeed, this big shot is truly impressive. Thank goodness for such an extraordinary individual. Otherwise, I would have surely starved. I only managed to catch 1 supply box in the last 2 days, which yielded no food, and now I rely on this big shot sea fish to survive. Yes, and there's another big shot continuously providing boiled water. Otherwise, I would have perished from thirst. If only we could have a few more such big shots. Di Ling Tian observed the sea fish in the trading market, furrowing his brows as he pondered. How on earth did this person acquire so many sea fish? He truly could not fathom how the other party had amassed such a bounty. Could it be that they went out to sea? Di Ling Tian suddenly mused, realizing that if a boat were constructed, it would indeed be possible to cast nets in the open sea. This would aptly explain the abundance of sea fish. It seems the maritime venture plan must be expedited. Di Ling Tian muttered to himself. Once breakfast was prepared, Xiao Yi sent it over to Su Wan and the others. Corn, S rank, 200 G. If anyone finds themselves still hungry after not eating fish, just let me know, and we can roast some. Xiao Yi messaged them. This is more than sufficient. I haven't even digested the 2 fish I ate last night. I feel like I've gained weight. Su Wan replied with a laugh. Your breakfast is exceedingly extravagant, consisting entirely of a rank or higher foods. That's quite precious. Yuan Nong remarked. There's simply too much food. I can't possibly consume it all. Xiao Yi responded. If other survivors heard you say that, they might very well attempt to rob you. Yuan Nong chuckled in reply. I speak nothing but the truth. Xiao Yi insisted. Everyone, hurry and eat. While the morning is still cool, let us see if we can achieve some gains. Of course, Xiao Yi sent Jiang Yuntian a double portion of breakfast, reminding him, you must eat. You can't leave it all for the child. There's plenty, so he won't go hungry. Thank you. Jiang Yuntian replied. Ever since Jiang Yuntian had tasted that S-rank milk, he recognized that such great. Watching his child grow stronger each day, he felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Yi. If it weren't for him, Junjun might have perished, and I likely wouldn't have survived either. Jiang Yuntian thought to himself. He then set the eggs and milk beside Junjun while he consumed the corn and apple himself. Daddy, drink the milk, Junjun exclaimed, grabbing. You drink. Jiang Yuntian replied with a smile. No, Daddy, drink the milk, or I'll tell Uncle. Junjun insisted with the seriousness of a little adult. Jiang Yuntian felt a swell of emotion. His child, so young, already cared for him. All right, I will drink. Jiang Yuntian acquiesced. Junjun watched closely, ensuring that Jiang Yuntian finished every last drop of his 100 milliliters milk before he would relent. After finishing the milk, Jiang Yuntian felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body and couldn't resist practicing combat techniques on the island. Junjun watched alongside, gradually mimicking the movements, accompanied by his adorable grunts, heralding the rise of a future star in the realm of martial arts. After concluding breakfast, Xiao Yi tended to the S-rank soil flower bed, diligently clearing the grass once more, replanting the corn, and watering it with a rank pure water. Until the corn sprouted, Xiao Yi would vigilantly monitor the grass's condition, ready to cut it down the moment it emerged. Once the corn flourished, he would no longer need to worry about the grass's impact. Having planted the corn, Xiao Yi returned to the bathroom, took a shower, changed into clean robes, and solemnly declared, System, sign in. Sign in successful, reward received. Fully automated smart irrigation system, SSS rank. Splendid. Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, bathing and changing clothes yield effective results. I've obtained yet another. He could now rest easy, free from the worry of watering. He took out the device to behold the true form of this top-tier equipment. Chapter 0063. The gardener, forest hunting, and morels from the system space emerged an irrigation device, a vehicle resembling a water truck with a massive tank, which appeared before the apartment door. Before Xiao Yi could examine it thoroughly, a robot unexpectedly descended from the vehicle. Greetings, Master. I am the irrigation robot. Is there anything in particular that requires my attention? The robot introduced itself. This water truck is also equipped with a robot. Xiao Yi murmured in confusion as he regarded the irrigation apparatus. Despite his lingering doubts, Xiao Yi replied, the primary concern is the plants rated A and above. Please use A-grade purified water for watering them. Of course, do reserve an amount for my own consumption each day. I will devise a comprehensive watering plan for each plant based on the water resources available on your island, the robot responded. Impressive, but can you perform household chores? Xiao Yi inquired tentatively. Master, my sole function is to irrigate, the robot replied. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yi said, all right, from now on, please address me as Brother E. Calling me Master feels rather odd. Understood, Brother E, the robot acknowledged. Let us give you a name. Since you are responsible for crop irrigation, how about we call you Gardener? Xiao Yi suggested after a moment of thought. The robot tilted its head slightly, as if contemplating, then responded, yes, Gardener is ready for work. Wait. A sudden thought struck Xiao Yi, and he asked, can you draw seawater into the tank located at the back of the house? The gardener replied, absolutely, Brother E. Excellent. In that case, if the tank is not full, you may draw water from the sea and fill it. Understood, Brother E, the gardener affirmed, and then it commenced its task. The gardener maneuvered the vehicle to the seaside, lowered the hose into the ocean, activated the machine, and soon filled a tank with seawater. It then drove to the water tank and transferred the water with remarkable efficiency, filling it entirely in one trip. Ah, the convenience of mechanization. No longer do I need to worry about tap water or irrigation, Xiao Yi remarked. Since I have some free time now, Perhaps I shall explore the forest today. It would be wonderful to procure some game. The aroma of roasted wild rabbit from yesterday lingered in his senses, and he had grown weary of seafood. Xiao Yi retrieved his crossbow, slung a long gun over his shoulder, called for Wang Kai, and headed towards the woods beyond the fence. Observing the small hill behind the apartment, which had risen an additional 5 to 6 meters, he mused that the formation of a climatic cycle was imminent. Once a climatic cycle was established, a freshwater river would gradually evolve. All Xiao Yi needed to do was wait. The forest was dense with underbrush, making progress challenging. Xiao Yi wielded his long gun, cautiously probing his way forward. Dangerous creatures might emerge from the thicket, such as venomous snakes. Although he had Wang Kai by his side, Xiao Yi did not wish to meet an untimely and inexplicable demise. Suddenly, a long, serpentine creature darted away into the distance. Goodness, there truly is a snake. Xiao Yi quickly retreated 2 steps. I must carve a path through the forest. Traversing it as is far too perilous. Wang Kai appeared unfazed by the snake, continuing to frolic around Xiao Yi. Taking extra care, Xiao Yi struck the underbrush with greater force. Whoosh! A gray shadow sprang forth, and Wang Kai immediately charged after it. The creature offered no resistance and was swiftly captured by Wang Kai, who, being an S-grade companion, was far too formidable for such ordinary animals. Excellent! Yet another rabbit! Xiao Yi exclaimed joyfully. It must have darted out from here. He prodded the Is this a mushroom? Xiao Yi observed a cap-like plant beside the chewed leaves, resembling a mushroom, but with a surface that appeared netted, reminiscent of the stomachs of animals, such as sheep or cattle. To his surprise, a whole patch of them thrived there. After a moment's consideration, he decided to gather some to bring back for Yuan Nong's opinion. This moment, a system notification chimed, Murrel, a rare edible and medicinal fungus, named for its uneven cap surface resembling a sheep's stomach, rich in nutritional value. Well then, the system seems well informed. I shall gather some more. Xiao Yi collected all the mature morels, filling his clothing pockets to the brim. Casting a glance deeper into the forest, Xiao Yi decided against venturing further. Next time, he would come prepared with tools to carve a small path through the woods. For now, every step felt fraught with danger. He had already succeeded in capturing a wild rabbit and gathering morels, thus achieving his objective for this excursion. Chirp, chirp. On his way back, Xiao Yi heard the chirping of birds in the woods, and he thought to himself that perhaps he could attempt to find a bird's nest on a future visit. Upon exiting the forest, the heat enveloped him instantly, with the sun generously pouring forth its warmth. Xiao Yi hurried into his apartment and gulped down a large glass of A-grade purified water. After processing the rabbit and cleaning the morels, he placed everything on the grill to cook. The weather was sweltering, and the area around the grill felt even hotter. Sweat poured from Xiao Yi like a cascading stream as he continuously sipped on the lightly salted water nearby. Once he finished grilling the rabbit, he felt as if he had bathed in his own perspiration. In a rush, he dashed to the bathroom to rinse off, quickly washed his clothes, and changed back into his original outfit. Approaching the island monument, Xiao Yi distributed the rabbit meat, morels, and lightly salted water to Su Wan and the others. Did you catch another wild rabbit today? Zhang Yuntian asked in surprise. Indeed. I encountered a snake shortly after entering the forest and dared not venture too far, so I only caught one rabbit and found some morels before returning. Xiao Yi replied, Whenever you can make it to my island, I will leave the hunting to you. From their previous conversation, Xiao Yi had learned that Zhang Yuntian had once been a mercenary, a skilled individual who found traversing the jungle as familiar as going home. Certainly. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely visit your island, but you must promise to take me in. Zhang Yuntian chuckled. Of course, with such a formidable expert around, I will no longer need to seek out bodyguards. Xiao Yi laughed in response. Did you discover those morels in the woods? Yuan, there was quite a large patch. I only picked a few that were fully mature, Xiao Yi confirmed. It truly emphasizes the importance of expanding one's island for greater rewards. Yuan Nong remarked thoughtfully. Haha. How about I lend you some foundational stones to help expand your island a bit? Xiao Yi suggested with a smile. Chapter 0064. Soaking in the bath with everyone. No, no. Good steel must be used on the blade. Yuan Nong promptly replied, once you flourish, I shall no longer worry about the issue of sustenance. Moreover, in the future, should the opportunity arise, I will certainly seek refuge with you. Just make sure you do not cast aside this old man. How could I? An elder at home is akin to a treasure. Rest assured, as long as I can ascertain your location, I will make it my priority to bring you over. Xiao Yi responded. Very well, but it is better to use the morels for soup. Elder Yuan advised. Oh, I thought they could be grilled like mushrooms. Xiao Yi exclaimed in surprise. Given the current conditions, as long as they are cooked, for now, let us make do. Xiao Yi stated. Upon seeing the roasted wild rabbit meat sent over, Su Wan expressed with concern, in such sweltering weather, grilling must be even hotter. Indeed, which is why I just took a bath, Xiao Yi replied. What? You just took a bath? Did you go to the sea? That is far too dangerous. Su Wan said, somewhat anxiously. Xiao Yi clarified, no, I have a bathroom. A bathroom? Su Wan's eyes widened as she stared at Xiao Yi through the video. They had all arrived on this desolate island together, struggling for food and water, and yet he already had a house to dwell in? And a bathroom, no less? Yes, Xiao Yi affirmed. I would love to show you my bathroom someday. Although it is a bit small, the washing facilities are quite decent. Su Wan was at a loss for words. Having a bathroom was already a luxury, and he was complaining about its size. Very well. I will definitely visit your island when the opportunity arises, Su Wan replied, secretly envious as she thought. When will I ever have the chance to take a bath? She felt as though she had become stale. Discussing the bathroom, Xiao Yi suddenly realized that it seemed Su Wan and a few others had no means to bathe. This intense heat had persisted for 3 days, and everyone must be carrying a bit of odor by now. With that thought, Xiao Yi quickly switched to the trading hall and listed 3 sets of trades. Sea fish, 10 kilograms, boiled water, 5L trade, wooden basin blueprint, 1 or wooden basin, 1. Note. Only 3 sets available, first come, first served. This wooden basin was the one Xiao Yi had repurposed as a flower pot, quite large enough for an adult to sit in comfortably. Someone is trading for wooden basins. Those who possess them will make a fortune. So much food and water, how enviable. Indeed, I happen to have a wooden basin. When I crafted the blueprint, I made one right away, thinking it would go to waste. Who would have thought it could save my life now? I haven't found food or water in 2 days. Thank you so much. I envy the luck of the person above. I want one too. Brother, give me a sip of water, and I shall be yours tonight. Just a cup of water, and do not treat me like a person. 2 cups of water, and regardless of how many come, I shall not mind. 3 cups of water, and it matters not if they are human or not. The person above is a weirdo. Identification complete. Sigh, how is it that the disparity between people is so vast? Others are trading food and water for necessities, while I am still struggling to meet my basic needs. Alas, enough of this. Let us sleep. In dreams, there is everything. Though obtaining the blueprint was somewhat challenging, the wooden basin blueprint had a certain probability of being acquired. Since Xiao Yi provided ample food and water, the 3 trades were swiftly completed. Acquired materials. Wooden basin 3. To his surprise, they were all finished products, saving Xiao Yi the resources needed for their creation. He glanced outside, the sun blazing down. I shall wait until the afternoon to give them. Xiao Yi thought. Trading now would only result in them sweating again after bathing, rendering the wash pointless. Xiao Yi posted a message in the public channel seeking and ran and then lay down, feeling too hot and lacking appetite, leaving the roasted rabbit aside while Wang Kai devoured it. In a drowsy haze, he drifted off to sleep, and when he awoke again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Stepping out of the apartment, the robotic gardener was diligently inspecting various plots of land, occasionally watering the crops. Thank goodness for the gardener. Otherwise, in such sweltering weather, I would hardly be able to tend all the crops myself. Xiao Yi remarked. Goo goo goo. His stomach began to protest. Having skipped lunch, it was high time he ate something. He reheated the now cold roasted rabbit and devoured it ravenously. The morels, with their delicate texture, seemed to carry the earthy fragrance of the forest. It appears that the resources in the woods need further exploration. The only plants I recognize are too few. If only Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong could venture into the woods together, they would likely discover a plethora of edible items. With that sentiment, Xiao Yi began boiling water, filling 3 large wooden basins with hot water, and proceeded to trade them to the 3 individuals. Wooden Basin 1. Hot water, 700 L trade null. I had not realized initially that everyone must have gone quite a while without bathing. Today, I shall provide some hot water for everyone to wash off the sweat. Xiao Yi sent them a message. With the robotic gardener assisting him in filling the water tank with seawater, he no longer needed to lift a finger. Tap water was now being supplied continuously. Enjoying his comforts, he also allowed his friends to share in the luxury. Yuan, upon seeing Xiao Yi's message and trade, was deeply moved to the point of tears. Earlier that day, she had been pondering when she could take a bath, and now Xiao Yi had sent over bathing basins and warm water. Xiao Yi seemed to possess an uncanny ability to understand her needs and fulfill them. After more than 10 days without a bath, Su Wan was nearing her limit with the odor of her own sweat. Initially, she had not prioritized personal hygiene, as her thoughts were consumed by survival. However, now that the pressure of survival had lifted, she yearned for a better quality of life. Others were still struggling for survival, naturally oblivious to whether they smelled of sweat or not. Everyone can also take the opportunity to wash their clothes a bit. In this weather, they will dry quickly. Xiao Yi added. All right. Yuan Nong and Jiang Yuntian replied in unison. Xiao Yi further reminded Jiang Yuntian, Child, do not use water that is too hot, or you may scald yourself. Understood. Jiang Yuntian acknowledged. While others were barely managing to secure fresh water, Xiao Yi not only used it for his own bathing, but also provided his friends with large basins for their own washing. Su Wan placed the wooden basin in her tent, completely immersing herself in the warm water, feeling all her pores opening up. Chapter 0065. Wind turbine. Qin Yunxing has perished. It was merely a warm bath. Yet Su Wan felt enveloped by a cocoon of gentle happiness. However, she dared not linger too long, for the peril of an unsuspecting intruder approaching her island weighed heavily on her mind. Previously, Xiao Yi had cautioned them that someone had landed on his island, urging them to remain vigilant. After her bath, Su Wan meticulously washed all her garments in a wooden basin and then carefully hung them outside the tent. Although the sun had dipped below the horizon, its lingering warmth persisted. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed when her clothes were completely dry, and as she donned them once more, a newfound sense of security blossomed within her. Despite the fact that her cleansing was rather cursory, lacking the luxury of shampoo or stepping out of the tent, the sea breeze caressed her face, bringing with it a subtle chill. To her delight, Su Wan spotted a supply crate drifting near her island. She swiftly seized a nearby fishing net and hastened to the edge of the island, timing her throw perfectly as she cast the net. It landed squarely on its target. Su Wan reeled the crate back in and eagerly pried it open. Inside, she beheld 4 pieces of cornerstone, some bread, and a blueprint. The unexpected bounty of food was a delightful surprise for Su Wan. After all, she had not encountered any food items in the past couple of days, nor even any cornerstone. It must be the bath that washed away my misfortune, Su Wan thought with elation. She promptly traded those items through the island monument with Xiao Yi. Cornerstone 4. Wind turbine blueprint 1. Bread. 1 kilogram trade successful. Su Wan was aware that Xiao Yi needed bread to feed his chicks, having previously inquired about it, as other chicken feed was scarce. Upon receiving the trade from Su Wan, Xiao Yi expressed his excitement, saying, Su Wan, you truly are my lucky star. I've been eagerly awaiting this blueprint. He scarcely glanced at the other items before approving the transaction. Acquired supplies. Cornerstone 4, Wind turbine blueprint 1, bread 1 kilogram. After the system notification, Xiao Yi then noticed the cornerstone and bread, prompting him to remark, you may keep the cornerstone and bread. I wish to sample some other wild delicacies as well. Expanding your island is essential to achieving that goal. Suwon replied with a smile. Very well, the chicken coop will soon hatch new chicks, and this bread comes at an opportune moment. Xiao Yi accepted without hesitation, adding, if you find yourself hungry, I can prepare fish for you any time. Sounds good. Suwon responded. Xiao Yi then took out the wind turbine blueprint and began his examination. Wind turbine blueprint. Wood 90, iron 50, copper 30. Modifications can be made to manufacture a wind turbine. A new crafting option appeared on the monument's interface. Wind turbine blueprint. Wind-driven water wheel 1, iron 20, copper 30, magnet 30. Xiao Yi could freely choose between these two crafting methods. As the wind-driven water wheel was no longer needed for filling the water tank, thanks to the robotic gardener, he felt fortunate for having gathered sufficient materials earlier. After confirming that he had all the necessary resources, he promptly opted for the second construction method. The previous wind-driven water wheel and associated resources vanished, giving way to a wind turbine in the crafting space of the island monument. Please select placement locations. The windmill and generator may be placed separately, but given the region's unpredictable winds, it remained uncertain whether the power generated would adequately support the electrical devices within his dwelling. If only the electricity generated by this turbine could be stored. Xiao Yi mused. Yet, that was merely a thought. Even with batteries, the voltage would need to match that of the generator. He connected the generator directly to the main power supply of the apartment using copper wires. At that moment, the winds were particularly favorable, and Xiao Yi took the opportunity to switch on the lights in the apartment. With a pop, the room was flooded with light. At last, I have returned to a life illuminated by electricity, Xiao Yi exclaimed joyously, basking in the brilliance of the lights. However, in the next instant, the lights emitted a hissing sound and began to flicker, the voltage unstable. It felt akin to a scene from a horror film, prompting Xiao Yi to swiftly turn off the lights, his heart racing at the unsettling flicker. Although he was an atheist, being alone in an apartment on a secluded island, surrounded by a vast expanse of dark woods, was enough to send a shiver down his spine. Xiao Yi swallowed hard and called out, Wang Kai! Woof woof! Wang Kai bounded in from outside, tongue lolling and tail wagging joyfully at Xiao Yi. The sight of Wang Kai alleviated much of Xiao Yi's fear. I've heard that black dogs ward off evil spirits. At this, Wang Kai's wagging tail suddenly stilled, tilting his head to regard Xiao Yi with a seemingly dubious gaze. Sigh, one mustn't overthink things. Xiao Yi shook his head, ruffling Wang Kai's fur before stepping over to the outdoor stove to prepare dinner. Following Yuan Nong's suggestion, Xiao Yi planned to make a fish soup, adding the morel mushrooms for a delightful stew. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot. Unable to resist, he sampled a small spoonful. This is exquisite. Xiao Yi marveled, the morel mushrooms imparting a unique flavor to the fish soup. He sent some over to Su Wan and the others while savoring the delectable broth, keeping an eye on the public channel. I heard that Qin Yunsheng has died. Upon reading this news, Xiao Yi froze, momentarily forgetting about the soup in his hands. Who said that? It can't be true. Didn't he set sail on a small boat? I heard it too. It's news from within the Dilling faction. What? Could it be that the Dilling faction coveted his small boat, but he refused to surrender it, leading them to eliminate him? Could you imagine a more far-fetched scenario? How would the Dilling faction even locate Qin Yunsheng? They are separated by an immense distance. How could they possibly arrange for his demise? That is a valid point. So how did he meet his end? Seeing the ongoing discussion, the Dilling faction, however, we implore everyone to refrain from spreading rumors. He fell victim to an attack by marine creatures, which capsized his small boat, leading to his untimely demise. This has no connection to our faction or to me personally. What? Marine creatures can attack small boats? Are marine creatures really that ferocious? What kind of creatures are we talking about? Chapter 66, Marine Life, Baked Potatoes, Food Quality. Upon hearing inquiries about the nature of the marine life, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, everyone awaiting the revelations from the representatives of the Dilin faction. Yet, after an extended period, not a single voice emerged from their ranks. What is the matter? Have the Dilin folks lost their tongues? Indeed, someone speak up? I've received insider information. It's a colossal octopus. It simply overturned that little boat in an instant. Is it truly that terrifying? The absence of a rebuttal from Di Lin Tianxia was tantamount to an admission of the truth. The seas have become perilous lately. I wonder if everyone has noticed that there are multiple marine creatures lurking near the supply crates. Yes, I've seen it too. There are indeed more than one marine creature. Precisely, while staying on the island makes gathering supply crates inconvenient, at least we need not fear attacks from marine life. Sigh. It seems Qin Yunxing has completely lost the chance to repair his little boat. His demise serves as a reminder that choosing to venture into the sea must be approached with caution. Xiao Yi, observing their discourse, quickly grasped the unfolding situation. The first week of trials had been relatively mild, allowing Liu to drift effortlessly to his island. However, this week, the challenges escalated, and the ocean was far from tranquil. Jianggu, have you seen their conversation? Xiao Yi sent a message to Jiang Yuntian, yet there was no reply. After approximately 20 minutes, Jiang Yuntian responded, I just went out to gather supply crates. What's up? What are they discussing? Qin Yunsheng has perished. Xiao Yi replied. What? Jiang Yuntian inquired. What happened? Xiao Yi, my safety is exceedingly high. Besides, even if I encounter those marine creatures, they would find it challenging to detain someone so intent on fleeing. For an individual bold enough I just retrieved some excellent items, and I'll send them to you now. Jiang Yuntian replied. Foundation stones, 2. Watermelon seeds, 4. Bread, 500 G. Trade successful. Xiao Yi consented to the trade. The gardener promptly arrived, wielding a hose to provide the 4 watermelon seeds with a generous sprinkling of A-grade purified water. Glancing at the potatoes, Xiao Yi did. Each plant yielded 5 potatoes, each the size of a fist. Acquired resources, potatoes 2 kilograms, 20 units. Xiao Yi sliced 5 of them in accordance with the method taught to him by Yuan Nong and replanted them. It wasn't a matter of wanting to plant more. Rather, the field was already at full capacity, leaving no additional space. After planting, he entrusted all watering responsibilities to the robotic gardener. Xiao Yi returned to his apartment carrying 15 potatoes, took out 5, peeled them, and sliced them into thin pieces, threading them onto skewers before placing them on the grill. It has been ages since I savored potatoes. Xiao Yi gazed at the fragrant aroma wafting from the grilled potato slices, his mouth watering incessantly. Once cooked, he sprinkled a touch of sea salt, lamenting the lack of other seasonings, before adding chili powder to 2 portions. The chili powder was, of course, derived from sun-dried chilies ground using a manual stone mill. Xiao Yi eagerly took a bite, his face alight with delight. Approaching the island monument, he distributed the grilled potato slices to Su Wan and the others. Grilled potato slices, 100 G, trade successful. Consider this a midnight snack. Everyone try it. These potatoes are freshly harvested and taste delightful, Xiao Yi proclaimed. Having just enjoyed a bowl of mushroom fish soup, Su Wan and her companions felt as though their current experience was almost indistinguishable from that of their previous world. I didn't manage to gather any supply crates today, Yuan Nong said somewhat apologetically, not wishing to appear as a freeloader. Not to worry. Your expertise lies in cultivation and husbandry, and besides, you guided us in planting these potatoes. Xiao Yi reassured him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to enjoy potatoes at all. Yuan Nong nodded in agreement, but with Xiao Yi continuously providing an abundance of food and water, as well as precious fresh brine, it felt utterly unacceptable not to secure a single supply crate. Observing the public chat group, it seemed that discussions surrounding Qin Yunxing's demise persisted. I initially thought that crafting a boat would eliminate the worry of flooding on the island, yet the seas have proven to be even more treacherous. Indeed, how are we supposed to survive? Gather supply crates, expand the island, or hone our skills to confront those marine creatures head-on? You speak as if it's easy. How can we gather supply crates in this sweltering heat? Humph, then don't gather any and see who ends up thirsty and hungry in the end. I haven't gathered any, yet I currently have ample food and water. How does that make you feel? Just talking big, anyone can do that. I'm not just talking. The resources I accumulated last week are sufficient for me to exchange for water and food. Is that not feasible? Seems like we have a big shot here. Care to share some water and food? Scram. I wonder when this heat will finally subside. I must conserve my resources. Xiao Yi found no useful information amidst the chatter, and thus sent a message seeking and ran before reclining on his bed. Having acquired a generator, yet unable to utilize electricity, it's truly frustrating, Xiao Yi remarked, casting a glance at the air conditioning unit in his bedroom, unable to suppress his complaints. Before drifting off to sleep, Xiao Yi once more harvested the pasture and delivered it to the cattle shed. The milk he had previously extracted had been consumed entirely as water, so he fetched a wooden bucket and practiced his milking technique again. However, this time, the milk produced was no longer of S-grade quality. Milk, A-grade originally S-grade milk, downgraded due to the mixture of lower-grade milk. Is that even possible? Had I known, I would have extracted more, Xiao Yi muttered, though he recognized that, regardless, A-grade milk was still considered high quality, and among other survivors, there had yet to be any reports of anyone consuming food of such caliber in the public channel. After boiling the milk, Xiao Yi prepared to retire for the night, casting one last glance at the island monument. Everyone, look at what I've just retrieved. Banana, C-grade, 500G. Chapter 0067. Hatching chicks and the super battery on the public channel. Someone surprisingly shared information about food with a rank, prompting envy among others. You actually found food, and it's fruit. You must have stepped in dog feces. I'm so envious. I really want to eat a banana. Hey, handsome, could you spare me a banana? When we meet in the future, I'll treat you to your banana. Did no one notice that the banana has a rank? This remark brought the conversation back on track. Otherwise, it would have veered off course. Isn't it normal for food to have ranks? The higher the rank, the tastier it is. Shallow. Are you certain it's merely about flavor that determines the rank? What else? Can it be because it's a celestial fruit from the heavens, hence its high rank? Bingo, you guessed right. But there's no reward. Food with a rank is indeed a celestial fruit. That joke isn't funny at all. A joke? I once ate a C-grade apple and my physical condition improved significantly. My nearsightedness even got better. Otherwise, with my previous physical state, I wouldn't have survived until now. Indeed, I once consumed a C-grade orange, and I genuinely felt stronger. I couldn't even cast a net before, but now it's so easy. So everyone has had their share. I once had a C-grade kiwi. As more people shared their experiences, Xiao Yi realized that many had indeed tasted ranked food, but all he could see were C ranks. I once had a B-grade watermelon. Lin Tian suddenly chimed in. Wow, look at what it means to be a big shot. While others are only finding C-grade food, this big shot has already eaten B-grade food. Perhaps it's precisely because he consumed B-grade food that he's become a big shot. It's possible. If C-grade food has such noticeable effects on the human body, one can only imagine the benefits of B-grade. Big shot. Can I still join Lin? Following such a powerful figure should significantly increase one's chance of survival. In no time, many began to flatter him. What B-grade food? I have S-grade food. At that moment, a comment interrupted the flattery. Whose child is this? Hurry and take him away. Don T let him speak nonsense on the public channel. The public channel allows for both text and voice messages. The previous remark was clearly that of a child's voice. Upon hearing it, Xiao Yi immediately recognized it as Junjun's voice. I didn't expect him to speak so clearly. Xiao Yi chuckled to himself, not caring that Junjun's comments revealed his resources. No one would believe the words of a mere child. Due to the speaking restrictions, Junjun couldn't continuously speak and could only listen angrily to the critiques directed at him from others within the island's stone tablet. At that moment, Jiang Yuntian walked in from outside. Noticing Junjun's fuming demeanor, he asked, "What's wrong? Who upset Junjun?" Junjun didn't he say anything wrong or lie? They are all bad people. Junjun's little mouth was almost pouting to the heavens. Jiang Yuntian glanced at the chat records and then seriously told Junjun, "Junjun, you mustn't tell others about uncle's matters, understand?" Seeing his father so stern, Junjun burst into tears. Jiang Yuntian picked him up and said, "We don't know if these people are good or bad. If you tell them uncle has such good things, they might come to steal uncle's possessions. Then what should we do?" Junjun cried even harder. "It's all right. Yu Haven't revealed too much information to them, so there is nothing to fear. Just don't do this in the future. Zhang Yuntian comforted him. Tears still streaked down Jun's face. After calming him down, Zhang Yuntian immediately sent a message to Xiao Yi. I sincerely apologize. Jun didn't know these things shouldn't be said. I should have kept a closer eye on him. Please forgive me. Xiao Yi, upon reading the message, replied with a smile, It's fine. Children don't understand and didn't disclose any critical information. Besides, those people wouldn't take a child seriously. It's not a big deal. Yes, I've already educated him. This situation will definitely not happen again. Zhang Yuntian responded. Don't be so serious. Xiao Yi said, as long as he understands, it's fine. After ending the conversation, Xiao Yi prepared to rest. The effects of ranked food had finally been revealed. He believed everyone would strive to find such food since enhancing one's physical condition is essential for survival. Cluck cluck. Bok bok. Cheep cheep. The next day, Xiao Yi was awakened by the cacophony of the chicken coop. Reluctantly, he got up and walked over to the chicken coop, observing a group of chicks following their mother as they scoured for food. Upon seeing Xiao Yi approach, the hen immediately led her chicks over. 19 in total. Xiao Yi promptly took some bread, tore it into crumbs, mixed it with fish meal, and placed it in the feeding trough. The hen guided her flock to the trough, pecking eagerly. The rooster, noticing the food, also approached, but the hen quickly blocked him, spreading her wings as if to say, This food is for the baby chicks. Unable to resist the temptation of the food, the rooster took a step forward, only to be met with a merciless peck from the hen. Cluck cluck. The rooster squawked in pain and fled. Xiao Yi laughed heartily and then tossed some vegetable leaves and a bit of coarser fish meal to the rooster. After a moment's thought, he retrieved some corn from the storage to dry in the sun and grind into flour for the chicks. After completing these tasks, Xiao Yi returned to his apartment, bathed, changed clothes, and mumbled, System, sign in successful, reward acquired, super battery, SSS grade. System, I adore you. Upon seeing this sign-in reward, Xiao Yi felt an urge to embrace the system. Super battery, SSS grade. Automatically adapts to all power generation devices, storing the electricity produced, and can output electricity as needed. When fully charged, it can supply power for a medium-sized city for an entire year. It features intelligent power-off settings, ensuring safety and reliability. Current stored electricity, 1. Incredible. After reading the system's description of the super battery, Xiao Yi was left with only one word in his mind. It was truly formidable. The electricity consumption of a medium-sized city is immense, and here he was with just a small apartment. Even without a generator to charge it, that one of electricity would last him a lifetime. A lifetime, if calculated fully, would span 100 years, and he probably wouldn't exhaust it. But of course, his island would need to develop, and electricity consumption would undoubtedly increase in the future. Moreover, the fact that it automatically adapts to various power generation devices means he wouldn't have to worry about compatibility issues between the generator and the battery. The ability to output electricity as needed is practically a game changer. In the future, different situations will require different voltages. Some will need direct current, while others will need alternating current. With this battery, there is no need to worry about delivering the wrong form of electricity. Chapter 0068. A-Class Ribbonfish, Rising Heat and Crisis. From this day forth, the worries of frigid winters and scorching summers shall be no more, exclaimed Xiao Yi joyfully, as he retrieved the super battery from the system. He connected the input interface to the wind turbine and linked the output interface to the main power switch of his apartment. Although the wind turbine's energy generation efficiency was exceedingly low, every little bit counted. Eager to escape the heat, Xiao Yi hurried back to his apartment and activated the air conditioning. A refreshing breeze wafted through. Ah, bliss! Though it was still morning, the temperature was already more oppressive than it had been at noon just a week prior. However, with air conditioning at his disposal, Xiao Yi no longer had to endure this sweltering heat. Bark, bark. Outside, the familiar barks of Wang Kai echoed, likely due to an overabundance of fish. Reluctantly, Xiao Yi stepped out of his cool apartment, braving the blazing sun. I know there are plenty of fish, but haven't we already consumed some daily? Surely there's still room, he muttered, approaching the fish pit he had dug. Wang Kai was currently perched on 2 ribbonfish, wagging his tail excitedly at Xiao Yi. What a catch, ribbonfish, splendid. It seems there's still space in the pit. Xiao Yi remarked. Bark, bark. Wang Kai continued to hold down the 2 wriggling ribbonfish, barking once more. Only then did Xiao Yi take a closer look at the 2 fish thrashing about. Acquired materials, ribbonfish, A-Class 2. After catching so many fish, A-Class ingredients have finally appeared. Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight. Could this mean we can start farming them? He consulted Yuan Nong regarding this question. Yuan Nong briefly outlined the breeding conditions for ribbonfish, which Xiao Yi currently could not meet. What a pity, Yuan Nong remarked. Having followed the discussions on the public channel the previous day, he was now even more convinced of the significant benefits that graded food could offer to the human body. While others were still engrossed in discussions about the immense benefits of C-class food, Xiao Yi had already begun to consistently provide A-class ingredients. This latest catch of ribbonfish was undoubtedly an opportunity for a continual supply of A-class sustenance. However, this world was no longer what it used to be. The breeding conditions for these marine creatures were quite stringent. Despite Xiao Yi's progress, he had yet to reach the standards of the previous world. Alas, it seems we must consume them, Xiao Yi said resignedly, before dispatching the 2 ribbonfish. For Xiao Yi, A-class ingredients were not particularly rare. After preparing the ribbonfish, he cut them into segments and placed them on the grill. In 2 days, the soybeans should be ready for harvest. I must ensure to extract some oil then, Xiao Yi resolved. Once the ribbonfish were grilled to perfection, he wrapped them in clean lettuce leaves and sent them over to Su Wan and the others, along with some freshly squeezed A-class milk from the night before. Su Wan and her companions had grown accustomed to Xiao Yi's offerings of various high-grade food items, and they readily accepted the trade, enjoying breakfast while perusing the public channel. Why does it feel even hotter today? Be confident. Just eliminate the word feel. If this continues, it might just be fatal. Before 9 in the morning, everyone found it impossible to toil under the relentless sun, which radiated with unusual intensity. With such heat, when will it come to an end? I'm so thirsty. I think I saw cola and Sprite, and a big ship is approaching. Brother upstairs, did you truly see a big ship? Is it here to rescue us? Surely no one is hallucinating again. Last time, someone claimed it was all nonsense. All I see is endless ocean. The big ship is coming. The big ship is coming. Ha ha ha, I'm leaving. Really? Brother, could you make the big ship circle a few more times? I must be quite near you. However, the individual who had made that declaration never reappeared. Xiao Yi shook his head with a sigh. The person had likely succumbed to the pressures of survival, and their fate was grim. Contemplating, Xiao Yi decided to send some of the ice blocks he had previously created to Su Wan and the others, 2 blocks each. With a refrigerator now at his disposal, ice blocks could be produced at any time. By providing them with some, he hoped to slightly lower the temperature of his own living quarters. It's unbearably hot today. We absolutely cannot go out to gather supply crates, Su Wan complained. Indeed, no need to force it. There's no shortage of supply crates at the moment. Xiao Yi replied, I'm curious to see just how long this sweltering weather will persist. With everyone idling about, the public channel buzzed with activity. Today, hiding beneath my shelter, I've been sweating non-stop. Yes, my clothes have been perpetually damp, soaked with sweat. Damn it, my pants are completely wet. It feels as if I've urinated in them. Could any magnanimous soul release some boiled water, preferably at a reasonable price? Supplies have dwindled as we haven't gathered any crates for days. Indeed, I can exchange foundation stones. I still have some extras. Our faction, D-Lin, has affordable purified water. Join us, and you can make purchases. D-Lin Tianxia announced on the public channel. Seeing that someone wished to trade foundation stones for water, Xiao Yi immediately adjusted his transactions in the trading hall. He nearly halved the previously set prices, allowing for double the boiled water in exchange for the same materials. This action was quickly noticed by everyone. Thank you, esteemed one. Trade completed. The benevolence of the esteemed one is truly commendable. He is considerate of our arduous existence. Immense gratitude. Di Lin Tianxia, why can't you learn from the esteemed one? Di Lin Tianxia, witnessing Xiao Yi's revised trade and the crowd's reaction, ground his teeth in anger. How dare you oppose us? I hope you remain anonymous. Otherwise, your demise will be most gruesome. With that, he violently struck the axe he held against the nearby tree. Currently, Di Lin Tianxia's island spanned an area of 235 square meters. He possessed a tint, while the remainder was vacant land. Whenever trees or stones appeared on that barren land, he would promptly fell or extract them. The island monument's notifications were vague, so he remained unaware that preserving these newly spawned resources could yield greater rewards. Thanks to the system's notifications, Xiao Yi was well aware that a larger island would result in more substantial gains. Xiao Yi closed all doors and windows, effectively muffling the outside chirping of chickens. He activated the cool air conditioning, snuggled under a blanket, munched on an apple, and leisurely watched the discussions on the island monument. With the outside tasks dwindling, he occasionally ventured out for brief periods before returning to enjoy. Xiao Yi had already advised Su Wan and the others to refrain from fishing operations today. He had also sent them ample boiled water, saline solution, and the freshly harvested strawberries. With land being limited, there was no need to retain a plethora of strawberry seeds. As Xiao Yi and his companions sipped cool boiled water and savored strawberries while idly chatting, a sudden woof, woof, woof erupted outside, accompanied by Wang Kai's frantic barking, which conveyed a sense of impending danger. Grabbing the crossbow beside him, Xiao Yi dashed out without hesitation. Woof, woof, woof. Is that the sound of a pig? Xiao Yi mused silently. Here, there were no domesticated pigs. It was undoubtedly a wild boar that had emerged from the depths of the forest. The thought of the wild boar did not evoke hunger within Xiao Yi, but rather a sense of peril. It was said that even lions and tigers would retreat when faced with an enraged adult wild boar. Upon reaching the fence, Xiao Yi observed that Wang Kai was standing his ground against a boar, positioned perilously close to the edge of the woods. The boar noticed Xiao Yi, yet it showed no intention of fleeing. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yi drew his bow and aimed an arrow directly at the boar's eyes. To his astonishment, the boar exhibited remarkable agility, twisting its body just in time for the arrow to graze its side, leaving only a superficial scratch before disappearing into the underbrush. This act instantly incited the boar's wrath. It lowered its head and charged directly towards Xiao Yi. However, Wang Kai would not allow it the opportunity to harm Xiao Yi, colliding with the boar from the side. The boar, having only taken a couple of steps, was sent flying by Wang Kai's forceful impact, rolling several times before coming to a halt. S-Class Wang Kai is indeed fierce, Xiao Yi exclaimed in admiration. In truth, even if Wang Kai had not thwarted the boar's advance, Xiao Yi was confident he could have evaded the charge. He noted that the boar's speed was quite sluggish. Dodging it posed no challenge whatsoever. He mused that had he possessed a dagger, he could have accurately thrust it into the boar's eye. Initially apprehensive about their ability to contend with such a formidable creature, Xiao Yi now realized that both the S-Class Wang Kai and his own enhanced physical prowess gained. A sense of relief washed over him. So I have grown this powerful. Realizing it had met its match, the boar attempted to flee back into the woods. Since it has come this far, it shall not escape, Xiao Yi declared, charging forward. Wang Kai, not one to linger, followed suit. To Xiao Yi's surprise, he found himself sprinting faster than Wang Kai. Just as the boar was about to enter the forest, Xiao Yi caught up and delivered a powerful kick to its rear. The boar cried out, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Dazed and disoriented, the boar had yet to regain its footing when Wang Kai lunged at it, sinking his teeth into its throat. Blood gushed forth from the wound in the boar's neck. Whereas the arrow had been unable to penetrate the boar's tough hide, Wang Kai easily breached it with his bite. The boar began to thrash violently, its hardened hooves leaving deep scratches on Wang Kai's body. Xiao Yi quickly advanced, aiming a crossbow bolt at the immobilized boar's head. The bolt pierced through the boar's eye, causing it to cease struggling instantly. Sensing the boar's life had ebbed away, Wang Kai released his grip on its neck. Woof woof. He barked twice at Xiao Yi, seemingly seeking recognition for his valor. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, but you must not act so impulsively. Look at the injuries you have sustained. Xiao Yi chuckled. The wild boar weighed approximately 150 kilograms, and Xiao Yi effortlessly hoisted it up, making his way back to the apartment. After a refreshing shower and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he finally felt a sense of relief. I felt as if I were about to be roasted alive just now. Xiao Yi muttered, "This weather is truly unreasonable." Nevertheless, regardless of the weather's temperament, Xiao Yi needed to process the boar meat in such heat. If not properly handled and stored in the refrigerator, the meat would spoil rapidly. "Sigh, I truly am a creature of labor," Xiao Yi lamented, before retrieving a bone saw and a boning knife from the kitchen and stepping outside. Taking advantage of the freshly slain boar, he collected its blood in a small basin, added a pinch of sea salt. He then proceeded to skin and debone the animal. Although he was adept at handling the blood, distinguishing between the various cuts of meat proved challenging. He could only roughly categorize the pieces before storing them in the freezer. For lunch, let us just have some fruit to tide us over. It's too hot to cook, Xiao Yi messaged them, sending a few strawberries and slices of apple. Now, Xiao Yi would cut the apples open, leaving the seeds intact to ascertain whether they contained viable apple seeds. Previously, when Su Wan and the others returned the apple cores, not a single seed had been obtained, leading Xiao Yi to suspect that the rules of this world had diminished the probability of acquiring A-class apple seeds. With a hearty breakfast and having done little this morning, I'm really not hungry at lunch. We might not even need the fruit, Su Wan replied. The other two echoed similar sentiments. No worries, consider it a snack. I'll treat you all to a grand feast tonight, Xiao Yi responded. Sounds good. Xiao Yi ventured out once more to replenish the feed for the chicken coop and cow shed before returning to his room, ready to take a nap. With a wild delicacy brought to him today, he was spared another trip to the woods. With doors and windows securely shut, the incessant clamor of the chicks finally ceased, allowing Xiao Yi to enjoy a peaceful afternoon slumber. Upon awakening, it was 3:30. It seemed he had developed a fixed biological clock. Every day, he would awaken at this time after his nap. Rising and exiting the apartment, he immediately recoiled. What is this weather up to? It's already past 3, and it's still so hot, Xiao Yi remarked incredulously. Returning to the island monument, the public channel remained abuzz with activity. What is going on today? Why is it still so hot at this hour? Indeed, are we not allowed to scavenge for supplies? I've come to realize that this world seems intent on our demise. We should all cease our struggles. Fortunately, there is a benefactor who has lowered the requirements for exchanging food and water. Otherwise, I would surely have succumbed to dehydration, true, but I wonder which benefactor it is. If we ever meet, I must express my gratitude. Gratitude? They aren't giving it to us for free. Why should we be grateful? We are exchanging our resources with them. There is no need to grovel. Who speaks like that? What do you mean groveling? Just because you believe it's your due, expressing gratitude is now groveling? You're delusional. People like you, ungrateful and blind, should be blocked by the benefactor. Then you would understand that having resources does not guarantee the ability to exchange for water and food. In the trading hall, Xiao Yi was the only one currently selling water and food, with no competition in sight. Chapter 0070. Cooking with Lard, Grand Feast, Seed Collection this week. The number of supply boxes caught by everyone has drastically declined, with the vast majority still lacking any harvest. Furthermore, the probability of finding food and water within the supply boxes has diminished significantly. If Xiao Yi truly removes all water and food from circulation, many individuals will inevitably face elimination this week. This explains why those individuals express such profound gratitude towards Xiao Yi for lowering the prices of water and food. Xiao Yi, however, pays little heed to their words, dismissing them as ungrateful wretches. At this moment, he is in the kitchen slicing the abundant white fat from the wild boar into thin strips. Once he finishes, he steps outside to ignite the stove, heating the pot before tossing in the fat and continuously stirring it. It is not that he prefers not to refine oil in the kitchen. Rather, he currently has electricity but no gas, rendering the gas stove inoperable. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon enough, the grease separates from the fat, which transforms into crispy remnants. Xiao Yi manages to extract a substantial amount of oil, pouring it into a small iron basin. The residual meat can be enjoyed as a snack, its aroma utterly delightful. At last, we have oil. Xiao Yi exclaims with a sense of relief. Initially, he intended to set aside a portion of the upcoming harvest of soybeans for extracting soybean oil, but now it seems less urgent. He can continue to expand cultivation, albeit his fields remain somewhat limited. After refining the lard, Xiao Yi begins preparing the grand feast he promised everyone that morning. He fetches 4 eggs from the chicken coop and picks 3 or 4 ripe tomatoes from the garden. Returning to the apartment, he retrieves several potatoes, peeling and shredding them. He then stir-fries a tomato egg dish and a potato stir-fry in the lard, ultimately frying a small piece of pork chop for each person. Dividing these dishes into 4 portions, he uses plastic food containers crafted from island stone to distribute them to Su Wan and the others. Fried pork chop, 200 g. Tomato and egg stir-fry, 200 g. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, 100 g. Boiled water, 500 milliliters. Transaction complete. Gazing at the transaction, Xiao Yi feels as though something is amiss. Of course. Rice. These are all side dishes, but there's no staple food, he realizes. It seems I have yet to discover rice seeds. I should inquire at the trading market. After sending the food to Su Wan and her companions, he heads to the trading hall. After some contemplation, he lists a new trade. Sea fish, boiled water, seeking various seeds. Note, please private message me for specific trade ratios. Wow, the big shot is openly collecting seeds in the trading hall. It appears that someone is always observing the trading hall, and whenever a special the big shot already has a computer. I have 2 terabytes of seeds in my old computer, classics from both Eastern and Western regions. Just give me a little to drink, and I'll gladly offer them. What does the big shot want seeds for? Why not let me serve as a warm bed maid? I can perform live. And I, too, wouldn't mind a few companions. Have you all lost your minds? Stop right there and show me your licenses. Enough of this nonsense. The big shot is indeed collecting seeds. Anyone with crop seeds can go trade. The big shot is impressive. His island must already have arable land, or else why would he be collecting seeds? That's just common sense. Without land, what's the point of collecting seeds? But right now, if we plant, it will take months to mature. Will there be enough time? Clearly, everyone remains unaware that in this world, the growth cycle for planting becomes remarkably brief. Who cares about time? If you have seeds, hurry to exchange them for water and food. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Indeed, someone has approached Xiao Yi in private. Big shot, do you want these seeds? Cumin seeds, too. Initially, he sought rice seeds, but unexpectedly received spice. Though he already possesses sea salt, grilled meat still feels lacking. Cumin would undoubtedly enhance the flavor significantly. Yes, what do you need in return? Food, water. Xiao Yi inquires. Just a bit of water and food from the big shot. These seeds are of no use to me, even if I manage to plant them. I have nothing to eat, the other party replies. All right. Xiao Yi responds. Sea fish, 10 kilograms, boiled water, 5L traded for, cumin seeds too. Upon seeing what Xiao Yi offered, the other party is astonished, never anticipating that for 2 tiny seeds, Xiao Yi would provide such an abundance of food and water. They immediately agree to the transaction and send Xiao Yi a message. Thank you so much, big shot. Not at all. If you manage to find more seeds in the future, feel free to private message me. Xiao Yi replies. Can the big shot add me as a friend? The other party asks. Friend requests are unnecessary. As long as you bring seeds and message me privately, I will see them. Xiao Yi declines. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. The other party graciously withdraws. Once the transaction concludes, Xiao Yi promptly seeks out a corner of the S-grade flower bed, clearing away the grass there before planting the 2 cumin seeds and personally watering them with some A-grade pure water. He then surrounds this small area with wooden planks to prevent the grass from encroaching and affecting the cumin-S growth. After exchanging for a substantial amount of food and water from Xiao Yi, that individual immediately begins to promote Xiao Yi in the public channel for free. Anyone with seeds should hurry to trade. The big shot is incredibly sincere. I used 2 cumin seeds and received 10 kilograms of fish and 5L of water. What? So much? Brother upstairs, share some with me. I'm starving and parched. Scram, go use your own seeds for the exchange. The big shot is so generous. I wonder if the countless seeds within me could be traded for something to eat. Then you'd better find yourself a wealthy patron. Though the conversation quickly digresses, those holding crop seeds begin to stir with anticipation. After all, there are virtually no arable fields across all islands. Retaining seeds serves little purpose as their survival until harvest remains uncertain. It is far more prudent to trade for water and food, thus ensuring a longer survival. In no time, Xiao Yi receives 3 more private messages, continuing the same trading terms as before. Acquired supplies frowny face cucumber seeds, 3. Bok choy seeds, 2. Although he has obtained seeds for other vegetables, his fields lack the space to cultivate them. Must I venture into the forest to clear land? Xiao Yi mumbles to himself. According to the system prompts, land cleared in the forest should also be cultivable, but it is prone to desertification if not protected properly. Xiao Yi is reluctant to destroy the flourishing forest that has taken so long to develop. He hopes it will yield even more resources. Ding ding, a stranger requests to private message. Xiao Yi glances at the private message content, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. Chapter 0071. The cultivation of rice, all blooming with winter resilience. Boss, I have this in hand, but I am unsure if it qualifies as seeds. Rice grains 6. Xiao Yi promptly replied, it counts, let us trade. Upon hearing Xiao Yi affirm the value, the other party, Xiao Yi reciprocated with an equal quantity of water and food, concluding the conversation amidst the other party's profuse gratitude. Gazing at the rice grains he had acquired, Xiao Yi immediately sought guidance from Yuan Nong. I merely inquired because I have never witnessed rice cultivation before. Yuan Nong then commenced to enlighten Xiao Yi on the intricacies of rice cultivation. The rice we consume is derived from brown rice, which has undergone milling to remove the husk and germ, leaving behind the endosperm. A complete rice seed comprises the fruit coat, seed coat, outer endosperm, and embryo. Only a whole seed can yield rice. If we were to strip away the husk, it would indeed hinder germination. Although Xiao Yi found himself somewhat perplexed by the technical terms such as embryo and endosperm, he grasped the essence. So, if we were to remove the outer husk, it would compromise. Fortunately, I refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, even with A-grade purified water, it would be futile for an incomplete seed to germinate. Xiao Yi remarked with a smile, I shall proceed to plant the rice now. Yuan Nong reiterated the essential precautions for rice cultivation, and Xiao Yi stepped outside to clear the area previously designated for planting lettuce, where he sowed the rice. Water is the lifeblood of rice, as well as its potential bane. The water requirements vary at each growth stage. However, Xiao Yi need not concern himself with irrigation, for the robotic gardener and the fully automated intelligent irrigation system rendered every challenge manageable. After planting the rice, Xiao Yi was drenched in sweat, clutching a glass of A-grade purified water filled with ice cubes as he returned to the island monument. That moment, Su Wan and the others had just completed their dinner trade. You haven't raised a few pigs, have you? Yuan no. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this grand feast. Xiao Yi replied with a chuckle. A wild boar. Yuan Nong exclaimed in disbelief. I've heard they can be quite ferocious. Be cautious if you encounter them. Rest assured, old Yuan, it was merely a wild boar. I can handle it, Xiao Yi assured him with a grin. Very well, then I shall indulge in this feast. Yuan Nong concluded the call. Simultaneously, Su Wan and Jiang Yuntian sent messages. You went hunting in the woods again? Su Wan inquired with concern. Be careful not to get hurt. Is that wild boar meat? Be cautious around wild boars, Jiang Yuntian remarked, recalling his own encounter with a wild boar, where he barely emerged victorious but failed to capture it. He understood the danger they posed, especially considering Xiao Yi's ordinary physical capabilities. Of course, Xiao Yi had a dog named Wang Kai, reputed to be quite formidable. Perhaps that dog had handled it, Jiang Yuntian mused. Everyone need not worry. With Wang Kai providing early warnings, through their words, Xiao Yi felt a profound sense of care from them, which was indeed a pleasant sensation. The two acknowledged him and then began to feast heartily. After enduring more than 10 days without oil in their meals, savoring dishes fried in pig fat was an exquisite delight. Su Wan nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. After finishing their meal, Su Wan gently rubbed her slightly protruding belly. Alas, I am bound to gain weight again. The other two needed no prompting, and even Jiang Yuntian's son, Junjun, had nearly devoured his portion. Fearing he might overindulge, Zhang Yuntian preemptively collected what Junjun had left. Had he not intervened, it was likely Junjun would have polished off an entire serving. Having satiated our hunger, we can now get to work, Zhang Yuntian declared. Junjun, stay on the island and do not venture into the water, understand? Okay, Junjun replied. Zhang Yuntian rowed his boat towards the nearest supply crate. The time had reached 5 in the afternoon, and the sun outside had finally become less oppressive. In the public channel, everyone began to rally for work. Everyone, hurry and see if we can retrieve any supply crates while we have the chance. Indeed, let us rush. What a joke. The nearest supply crates to me were only accessible at noon, and now they are utterly out of reach. In that case, you can only try your luck at fishing. Xiao Yi stepped outside as well, leading Wang Kai to the 6 supply crates at the apartment entrance, which he opened one by one. Acquired supplies. Foundation stones 2, bricks 4, acquired supplies. Wood 6, copper 3, acquired supplies. Foundation stone 1, acquired supplies. Long down jacket 1. Once again, none of the 6 supply crates yielded water or food, underscoring the exceedingly low probability of obtaining such essentials this week. 4 foundation stones were among the haul, while the rest consisted of basic materials, but the long down jacket left Xiao Yi utterly baffled. In this sweltering heat, a down jacket? Surely this is a jest. Xiao Yi grimaced and hung the jacket in his bedroom wardrobe. Upon returning to the island monument, Su Wan promptly requested a call. What's the matter? Xiao Yi inquired as he answered the call. I just retrieved a supply. Guess what I found? Su Wan exclaimed. S-grade fruit, or perhaps S-grade tools? Xiao Yi guessed. Su Wan rolled her eyes and retorted. Who else but you could be so abnormal as to acquire such a plethora of S-grade items? Xiao Yi inwardly lamented. I haven't obtained that many S-grade items. Most of them were merely rewards for signing in. Noticing Xiao Yi's expression of exasperation, Su Wan continued, I actually found this. Down comforter 1. In this sweltering weather, a completely useless item. Perhaps I should give it to you. As she spoke, Su Wan sent a trade request. Foundation stones 2, down comforter 1, copper 3 for trade. Upon seeing Su Wan's trade offer, Xiao Yi pondered for a moment. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong simultaneously sent messages. I can't believe I found this. Thermal underwear 1. Check this out. Hand warmer 1. Simultaneously, the entire public channel erupted in discussion. What the hell, a down jacket? What gives? I also got a windproof coat. No way. I thought I was the only one who received winter gear. Chapter 0072. The secret of planting exposed on such a sweltering day to yield these items. Surely this is a jest? Indeed. I feel as though I could peel off my own skin. It is unbearably hot, yet they still provide me with warming items. How ridiculous. Those fortunate enough to uncover supply boxes during this evening hour had, without exception, obtained at least one item for warmth. This was no longer a mere coincidence. Could it be that the rules of this world are bestowing benefits upon the survivors? Xiao Yi pondered to himself. The public channel also revealed that others had begun to notice this anomaly. Do you think this implies that the weather will soon turn cold? Upon the utterance of this question, a momentary silence enveloped the public channel before discussions erupted once more with, we cannot afford to lose them. If it truly gets cold, where shall we find such warm garments? Indeed, all who have procured warm clothing are truly fortunate. Damn it, I didn't get any. Who can sell me a piece? How unfortunate I am. I didn't manage to find a supply box at all. Please, sell it to me first. Trading ICT about who is more unfortunate. It's all about the highest bidder. Xiao Yi observed the lively chatter in the public channel before sending a message to Su Wan and the others. You all must have seen this as well. This aligns with my hypothesis, Xiao Yi articulated. Thus, we ought to safeguard those warm garments and items. Understood, the trio responded in unison. In addition to the thermal undergarments, I also unearthed some other items, Yuan Nong stated, initiating a trade. Foundation stones, 2. Soil improvement card, 1. Trade offer. Old Yuan, I now suspect you must have some connections to have consistently acquired soil improvement cards. Xiao Yi remarked in astonishment as he gazed at the card. Yuan Nong chuckled and shook his head. If I had connections, I wouldn't have only found 2 or 3 supply boxes over the past few days. Perhaps the world sees me as a farmer, hence it continually bestows upon me soil improvement cards to encourage my cultivation. Ha ha ha, quite possibly. Since you have not been farming, it seems they are incentivizing you to continue. You might as well refrain from farming altogether to receive even more. Xiao Yi responded with laughter. You unknown soil improvement card. It was the ideal time to commence planting. The previous 3 plots of land were already fully sown. Xiao Yi applied this soil improvement card next to those 3 plots, forming a character, and proceeded to plant bok choy, cucumbers, and eggplants. Upon checking the corn he had laid out to dry in the morning, he found it had completely dried. He took the corn to the workshop, grinding it into flour with a stone mill, then mixed it with chopped forage lettuce before heading towards the chicken coop. He placed the food into the feed trough, and the hens, accompanied by their chicks, immediately gathered around. This time, the rooster refrained from seeking trouble, content to remain on the sidelines. Observing the rooster's pitiful demeanor, Xiao Yi chuckled and scattered some unground corn kernels for it. The rooster happily pecked at the food, clucking joyfully as it ate. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi discovered a trade offer. From this, one could discern the luck involved. Jiang Yuntian had managed to fish out 3 supply boxes today, yielding only 3 foundation stones. In contrast, Suwan had opened just 1 and obtained 2 stones. It appears each individual's fortune truly varies, Xiao Yi mused. After accepting Jiang Yuntian's trade, Xiao Yi switched back to the public channel. What the hell? Another seed collector has appeared in the trading hall, offering so little food and water. How dare they even list it? That previous big shot offered 10 kilograms of sea fish and 5 liters of water. While this one has added some basic materials, they are hardly of value. Everyone, do not trade with him. This person is undoubtedly trying to deceive us out of our seeds. Damn it, I have billions of seeds ready. Do you want them? Di Lin Tian observed the scornful remarks in the public channel, nearly reaching his boiling point. Indeed, he was the very person they accused of deceiving them. Earlier that morning, he had acquired a patch of soil and planted the 2 soybean seeds he had received, only to discover that those seeds had sprouted mere moments ago. This indicated that the growth cycle of plants in this world was considerably shorter than in the previous realm. Thus, those plant seeds would become a vital source of sustenance, prompting him to consider trading his resources for additional seeds. To his dismay, Xiao Yi had inflated the price of seeds so high that he lacked sufficient food and water to engage in such trades. Since I cannot trade, then let none of you trade, Di Lin Tian resolutely declared, and immediately posted in the public channel. Hello everyone, I am Di Lin Tian. I fortuitously acquired soil and seeds. After attempting to plant this morning, I found that the growth cycle of plants in this world is remarkably brief. Therefore, you might as well retain your seeds. When you obtain plantable soil, you can sow them directly. Cultivation is undoubtedly a crucial method for sourcing food. What? The growth cycle has shortened. No wonder that Big Shot is hoarding so many seeds and offering such high. At least Di Lin Tian presents himself as a true Big Shot. In an instant, the public channel erupted with vitriol. Xiao Yi glanced at Di Lin Tian's comment and noted that the seed collecting trade had been swiftly removed from the trading hall, muttering to himself, "It seems the other seed collector is indeed you." Xiao Yi smirked, disregarding the uproar within the public channel. His own seed collecting trade remained active in the trading hall. He understood that when others could no longer endure, some would inevitably sell their seeds. After all, possessing seeds necessitated suitable soil and specific grade requirements. For instance, if one had B-grade seeds but only common soil, planting would be futile, unless they could also find seeds like forage that could be downgraded for planting. One Big Shot still hasn't withdrawn their seed offer. They must be fearless of scrutiny. I find it amusing how you all are so idle. Why should they divulge their knowledge to you? They did not acquire your seeds without compensation, having provided plenty of water and food. Moreover, how many of you even know how to farm? Even if they give you seeds and soil, can you cultivate them? If you cannot, it's all in vain. Wouldn't it be wiser to trade for food and water to endure a bit longer? I shan't waste my breath arguing. Those with sense can think for themselves. Chapter 0073. The unpalatable wolf meat and the function of the leather machine. The person upstairs must be in cahoots with the boss. Damn it, that scoundrel speaks so refreshingly. I am truly impressed. Indeed, whether or not you're the boss, I shall curse you all the same. Curse him to the point he dares not show his face again. The individual who had previously spoken had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar with this tedious crowd. Xiao Yi was even less inclined to squander his time on such trivialities. Exiting the apartment, he set the fully automated fishing net to indiscriminate capture before returning to his dwelling to prepare for rest. With no entertainment activities available, he opted for an early night to rise early the following day. After securely closing all doors and windows, Xiao Yi lay upon his bed, the sounds from outside completely muffled. Before long, he drifted into slumber. The next day, Xiao Yi awoke naturally, only to be startled by Wang Sai's urgent barking from outside. "Is it wild boars again?" Xiao Yi murmured. This time, he took nothing with him and strode directly outside. Upon reaching Wang Sai's location, he was astonished to find it confronting 6 wolves. "Just yesterday I received a wild boar, and today, 6 wolves have arrived. The forest truly is bountiful for me," Xiao Yi remarked, and without further ado, he charged towards the pack. The wolves, upon seeing Xiao Yi rush forward, displayed no fear. Instead, they simultaneously lunged at him. One wolf, leading the charge, opened its gaping maw to bite at Xiao Yi's neck. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and assessed. This one's speed is a tad quicker than yesterday's wild boar, yet still insufficient. With that, he deftly sidestepped the lunging wolf and delivered a powerful punch to its neck. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the wolf was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling a few times before falling silent. Wang Kai had already rushed in, sinking its teeth into another wolf's neck. That wolf offered no resistance whatsoever. With a swift snap, its neck was instantly severed by Wang Sai's grip. Following the defeat of one wolf, 4 others remained perilously close, in a fluid motion. Xiao Yi unleashed a series of kicks. The 4 wolves were similarly sent sprawling, rolling to the ground, lifeless. Observing the 6 fallen wolves, Xiao Yi mused, "I wonder if wolf meat is palatable?" He dragged the carcasses back and carefully skinned them. "The leather machine can finally be put to use," he exclaimed, placing all the wolf pelts into the machine. Before long, he received the processed pelts, remarkably soft and odorless. To his astonishment, the fur remained intact, equally soft and without any unpleasant scent. "This leather machine is quite impressive," Xiao Yi muttered. "With this, I can craft 6 wolf fur coats. Alas, I lack needles and thread." As for the wolf meat, he roasted a small portion to taste. "Ugh, what is this? The meat is coarse and tastes bitter," he spat it out. Looking at the wolf meat, Xiao Yi pondered, "I can't waste this. I shall sell it at a lower price." He then cut the meat into 1 kilogram portions and listed it in the trading hall. Wolf meat, 1 kilogram, trading for various basic supplies. Note: wolf meat is coarse and bitter. Please refrain from purchasing if you mind. The moment this listing went live, everyone was taken aback. Wolf meat. Where did this wolf come from? Indeed, it seems like there are only humans on these islands. Where are the other animals? The boss must have sailed out to sea and discovered other islands. Ah, that seems quite plausible. Kneeling to the boss. While we struggle on the island, the boss has already gone hunting wolves on another island. However, wolves usually appear in packs. How did the boss deal with them? Perhaps the boss has acquired firearms. Otherwise, how would he have taken on a pack of wolves? That makes sense. I'm so envious of the boss's life. I can only trade for some wolf meat to experience it. Bro, do you want to trade for wolf meat? Did you read the note? The meat isn't tasty. Isn't that irrelevant? Just having something to eat is better than nothing. I currently possess only basic supplies. I would be grateful for any food. True, Sai. I suppose I shall trade for some as well. At that moment, Su Wan and the others also noticed the wolf meat in the trading hall and sent messages to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, did you see? Someone is selling wolf meat. Could it be that someone truly discovered another island? Su Wan inquired. Xiao Yi chuckled. That would be me. Ah? You encountered a pack of wolves? Su Wan asked anxiously. Were you injured? Not at all, rest assured. I am strong enough to take down a tiger. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. How boastful you are. Su Wan retorted. Given the quantity of wolf meat you've listed, it must be more than one wolf. 6. and the meat is truly inedible. I figured I might as well make use of it and trade for some resources. Xiao Yi replied. So many? Su Wan gasped, then added with resignation. Everyone is enduring hunger, and here you are complaining about the taste of wolf meat. What a contrast. Xiao Yi similarly informed the other two that the wolf meat listed in the trading hall was indeed his own. Jiang Yuntian remarked, Your island appears to be evolving at an alarming rate. I wouldn't be surprised if lions and tigers show up soon. Be extra cautious. Xiao Yi responded, That is indeed a possibility. But fret not. Even if tigers come, I will ensure they leave without return. Just be careful. Without ranged weapons, I stand no chance against wild tigers. Jiang Yuntian advised. Understood. I will be cautious. Xiao Yi acknowledged. Yuan Nong merely reminded Xiao Yi to stay safe, but said little else. The wolf meat listed in the trading hall quickly sold out. Despite its unappetizing nature, its low price was appealing. At this point, most individuals were more concerned with filling their stomachs than the taste of their meals. Such considerations were only relevant once they had secured sustenance. Xiao Yi prepared a simple breakfast, half an ear of corn, half an apple, and a glass of milk, along with some oil residue from the previous day's wild boar. This is the oil residue extracted from yesterday's wild boar. It tastes quite delightful. Xiao Yi messaged them. I'll pass, it's too greasy. I've gained weight recently. Su Wan promptly declined. Xiao Yi laughed and replied, You were already too thin. A little weight would do you good. Do you really think so? Su Wan asked. Of course. Those who are too thin look like walking skeletons. What is there to admire? Xiao Yi responded. All right. Su Wan readily agreed to the trade, accepting the oil residue. Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback. There are definitely people looking out for you. Upon hearing this again, Xiao Yi felt a tightening in his chest, sensing that someone might indeed be monitoring their struggle for survival. Chapter 0074. Equipment Level Upgrade Card. Truly a large ship. Xiao Yi vigorously shook his head, dismissing the terrifying thought that someone might be observing their struggle for survival. If there truly were observers, they would undoubtedly possess formidable power, whether in terms of individual strength or technological prowess. How could one possibly design such intricate world rules without immense capability? Faced with such powerful beings capable of crafting the very fabric of reality, Xiao Yi felt as insignificant as an ant by the roadside. Thus, he resolved to focus on merely surviving for the time being. For breakfast, Xiao Yi prepared extra A-grade milk for Jiang Yuntian, stating, There's plenty of milk. If we can't finish it all, and since Junjun is still growing, he should drink more. All right, thank you. Jiang Yuntian replied. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Yi took another shower and changed his clothes before declaring, System, sign in. Sign in successful, reward obtained. Equipment Level Upgrade Card. Equipment Level Upgrade Card can elevate any device by 1 level. Though the description of the card was exceedingly simple, it filled Xiao Yi with elation. Now the question arose, which device should he upgrade? He first eliminated those devices that were merely of ordinary rank, specifically D grade. It would be quite unwise to merely elevate them to C grade with such a high-level card. At the very least, he should apply it to devices ranked A grade or above for it to be worthwhile. The fully automatic fishing net, rated SS, was already sufficient for his needs. Upgrading it further would not yield significant benefits. The fully automatic toilet, also rated SS, fell under the same reasoning, no need for an upgrade. The small radar detector, rated SS, was adequate as well. After surveying his equipment, Xiao Yi made a decision. I shall upgrade the A-grade water purifier. Pure water was essential for Xiao Yi's daily consumption, and high-quality purified water had numerous benefits, such as improving physical condition. Elevating the water purifier's grade would undoubtedly bolster Xiao Yi's capabilities and facilitate his agricultural endeavors. Approaching the island monument, the prompt appeared immediately. Detected that you possess an equipment level upgrade card. Please select the device you wish to upgrade. A-grade water purifier. Upgrade successful. Water purifier's grade elevated from A-grade to S-grade. Water purifier, S-grade, capable of purifying seawater into pure. The machine has a seawater capacity of 5,000 milliliters and a pure water capacity of 4,000 ml. It can be connected to a water pipe but requires manual activation. The upgraded water purifier had doubled its production efficiency. It could now be connected directly to a water pipe. With a simple turn on, it would fill up, and once full, He could turn it off. How convenient. I wonder what the S-grade purified water tastes like. After ensuring the livestock and poultry were well fed, he adjusted the target of the fully automatic fishing net to gather supply boxes, then quickly retreated to his apartment. By 8 in the morning, it was unbearable outside. It seemed everyone had adapted to this routine of hiding during the day and working after dusk. It's too hot. Who told you to wake up so early? I need to catch up on sleep after fishing until midnight last night. Wait, after casting for so long, did you catch anything? Yes, a small fish weighing 500 g. Wow, you're incredible. You actually caught a fish? Who cares? I'm practically exhausted. This fish isn't even enough to fill my teeth. At least it's something. I fished until midnight yesterday and didn't see a single scale. Sigh, let's rest for a bit and see if we can find any supply boxes this evening. As Xiao Yi enjoyed the cool air conditioning, he idly took out the small radar detector's receiver, observing the few supply box indicators around his island, idly swiping the display. He hadn't fished until midnight last night. Now full of energy, sleep was the last thing on his mind. Suddenly, a red dot appeared at the edge of the radar scan. Xiao Yi immediately sat up. Has someone come to my vicinity? Enlarging the radar detection receiver's interface, he discovered that it was a medium-sized sailboat, and the radar image revealed several people aboard. So many people? Xiao Yi frowned. But why are they dressed in animal hides with feathers in their... If they were indeed the natives, it could pose significant trouble. There were likely many of them, and should a conflict arise, even his formidable abilities would be insufficient to address the situation entirely. After all, this island housed much of Xiao Yi's hard work. The medium-sized sailboat was heading directly towards his island. What to do? Xiao Yi fervently contemplated. How could it simply disappear? At that moment, he recalled that someone had previously mentioned seeing a large ship, and no one had believed it. Could it be the same kind of large ship? Xiao Yi mused. It seems this world is becoming increasingly complex. Xiao Yi approached the island monument and sent a message to Su Wan and the others. Have you seen a large ship? He inquired. No, I only see supply boxes around me every day, not even a piece of ocean debris. Su Wan responded. Not a single sighting. Yuan Nong replied. None at all. Why do you ask? Zhang Yuntian countered. I saw a large... Zhang Yuntian paused for a moment, then said, previously, another survivor claimed to have seen a large ship, but when he looked down for a moment and then back up, the ship was gone. Everyone thought he was lying. You don't think it could have been the same ship, do you? I'm beginning to suspect that as well. Xiao Yi replied, moreover, I believe that ship was not constructed by our fellow survivors. What do you mean? Zhang Yuntian asked, furrowing his brow. I saw that the people on the ship were dressed in animal hides and adorned with feathers. They are likely the indigenous inhabitants of this place. Xiao Yi elucidated. What? There are indigenous residents here. Zhang Yuntian was taken aback. Xiao Yi nodded, stating, and there are quite a... Chapter 0075. Speculations on the Great Ship and Martial Arts, I understand. Zhang Yuntian exclaimed, once your location is confirmed, I will rendezvous with you as swiftly as possible. Both of them, in a state of shock, expressed their resolve to meet up with Xiao Yi at the earliest opportunity. Just when we thought the pressure of survival had dissipated, now indigenous inhabitants have emerged. Su Wan lamented with a hint of exasperation. It seems we are truly unwelcome here. Xiao Yi echoed her sentiments, saying, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only take each step as it comes. Su Wan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yuan Nong sent a message inquiring, you and that previous individual both witnessed the great ship, yet it vanished in an instant. What could be the reason for that? Logically speaking, a grand vessel should not be able to disappear without a trace so abruptly. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, I am uncertain about that, but I do have a hypothesis. Xiao Yi nodded slightly and continued, however, given our current capabilities, the majority of us are ill-equipped to contend with the indigenous inhabitants, which implies that the rules of this world may prevent them from locating us, or rather, they are currently unable to find us. Are you suggesting that the great ship was simply erased by the very rules of this world? Yuan Nong stared at Xiao Yi in shock. That is indeed a strong possibility. Xiao Yi affirmed. Yuan Nong, still astonished, exclaimed, "How could that even be possible? What kind of force could make a grand vessel vanish in an instant?" This concept was utterly beyond you. The specifics remain unclear to anyone. For now, our priority must be to enhance our own strength. This was the only course of action available to them. The quality of water and food Xiao Yi consumed was exceedingly high, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. He now felt no pressure when confronting ordinary wildlife. In contrast, the other survivors had seen little improvement. Most remained stagnant, with only a few occasionally managing to consume C-grade food, which merely elevated their condition from suboptimal to healthy. The individuals accompanying Xiao Yi, including Su Wan, had experienced a far greater improvement in their physical fitness, comparable to that of an average soldier. After glancing at the display screen of the receiver, Xiao Yi noted that the great ship had indeed ceased to reappear. He sighed and approached the S-grade water purifier, which had begun to produce some S-grade purified water. After taking a sip, he found the water to be as refreshing as a spring, and he felt every cell in his body rejoicing, eagerly absorbing the S-grade purity. The effects are indeed more pronounced than that of A-grade purified water. Xiao Yi mused. Having consumed A-grade water to excess previously, his body had grown unresponsive. Now, with the switch to S-grade water, the stagnation in his physical enhancement resumed its slow ascent. In the future, he resolved to consume as much S-grade food and water as possible, striving to maximize his strength before danger struck. On the public channel, the others continued to bemoan the weather. Who the hell said it was going to get colder yesterday? It's already scorching hot at 8 in the morning. Indeed, my down jacket is completely unnecessary. Then sell it to me. I enjoy collecting down jackets. I'm not foolish enough to sell it. How can one scavenge for supply crates in this heat? My resources are nearly depleted. Yes, I've only managed to find one supply crate this week, and I still have 4 cornerstones. Is there anyone with an abundance of cornerstones? I can trade for supplies. Indeed, it seems I'm going to lose another square meter to flooding tomorrow. I'm quite anxious. I only have 3 left, and if I lose more, I'll be down to 2 square meters. Someone help me. I'm so scared. What is there to fear? You still have 2 square. Don't give up until the very end. Miracles may yet occur. Yes, on the last day of the first week, the probability of cornerstones appearing increases. I believe the same should hold for the second week. Though his physical fitness had significantly improved, in actual combat, he still relied solely on brute strength, having triumphed over wild boars and wolf packs through sheer force. Yes, I can teach you military hand-to-hand combat. Zhang Yuntian replied. I'll demonstrate for you shortly. Great. Xiao Yi responded. Zhang Yuntian cleared some space in his shelter and commenced the demonstration. Junjun, behind him, also began to mimic the movements earnestly. Approximately half an hour later, after completing the demonstration, a pool of sweat had formed beneath Zhang Yuntian's feet. Xiao Yi promptly sent him 10 liters of saline solution, saying, All right, take a break. You've worked hard. Even though they were under a shelter, the temperature remained stifling, merely lacking the direct sunlight. Let me demonstrate once more in the evening, Zhang Yuntian suggested, overwhelmed by the heat. Xiao Yi replied, But you've already demonstrated once, haven't you? Yes, I've completed a full demonstration. Zhang Yuntian confirmed. Then it's unnecessary. Xiao Yi asserted. Xiao Yi shook his head, replying, No, but you just taught it to me, didn't you? Zhang Yuntian was momentarily speechless. Could one truly master something after just one demonstration? He himself had to train rigorously for a year to reach the proficiency that Xiao Yi displayed. Zhang Yuntian began to comprehend that someone like Xiao Yi, an anomaly, could not be judged through the lens of ordinary expectations. Chapter 0076. It's not difficult, just collecting weapons, your movements. With more training, you'll improve even further, Zhang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After their conversation concluded, Zhang Yuntian suddenly realized he just completed a round without breaking a sweat. Could it be that such an intense martial art doesn't even make him perspire? Zhang Yuntian shook. After finishing his martial arts practice, Xiao Yi exited the apartment, donning a newly crafted straw hat, and made his way to the chicken coop. He replenished the feed for the chicks and observed the rapidly growing chicks trailing behind their mother hen. Xiao Yi felt that soon he would be able to indulge in eggs and chicken without restraint. Over the past 2 days, the mother hen's egg-laying efficiency had significantly declined, and the eggs produced were predominantly unfertilized. It seemed that, in her efforts to nurture the chicks, the hen had denied the rooster any mating opportunities. This was fortuitous, as it meant Xiao Yi could gather some eggs daily. Retrieving 5 eggs from the coop, Xiao Yi returned to his apartment and stored them in the refrigerator. Glancing at the television nearby, he murmured, "Here, the television must serve merely as a decoration. Perhaps it will only prove useful when I establish my own television station in the future." While musing, Xiao Yi switched on the television, only to find it was a smart TV, devoid of internet connectivity or any broadcasting channels. However, he discovered a plethora of classic films stored on the built-in memory card. Though they were all old classics, they would serve well to alleviate the monotony of long nights. After all, solitude. Turning off the television, Xiao Yi practiced the martial art 2 more times, muttering, "It doesn't seem all that difficult. I could ask Brother Jiang to teach Yuan Lao and Suwan as well." Oh, and I need to prepare some weapons. Returning to the island monument, Xiao Yi switched to the trading hall and posted a transaction. Boiled water, fish, trading for various weapon crafting blueprints or finished products. Note, private message to confirm trading ratios for blueprints or finished products. Hey, the big shot has begun collecting weapon blueprints. Really? Has he encountered some danger? The big shot likely hunts wolf packs. He probably needs more weapons. Just wondering if the big shot is interested in this? Tang Dao 1. Go ask him. It's not of any use just sitting in your hands. True, I'll go inquire. Before long, Xiao Yi received a private message from that person. Big shot, do you want Tang Dao 1? Xiao Yi replied, yes, a flat rate. Boiled water, 1L. Fish, 5 kilograms. Alright, thank you, big shot. With the successful transaction, Xiao Yi now possessed a weapon with a slender, straight blade and a slightly elongated handle. Such finished products were undoubtedly crafted from drawing the Tang Dao. He swung it a few times. It felt quite comfortable in his hand. Haha, I exchanged for water and food. Then I'll go ask, can I trade for Iron Spear 1? Is the person above foolish? An iron spear can be crafted at the island monument without needing a blueprint. Why would he need yours? Indeed, some people just love to flaunt their lack of common sense. You are the foolish ones. How do you know the big shot doesn't need it? What if the situation is urgent and he doesn't have time to craft one? Conversing with fools makes one feel foolish too. To avoid becoming a fool, I think I'll just go to sleep. Xiao Yi indeed received an inquiry from that individual, and in exasperation, he blocked them. Simultaneously, he set up a filter to screen out any weapons that could be crafted at the island monument without requiring blueprints. Seeing someone collecting weapons, Di Lin Tian pondered for a moment and also posted a transaction in the trading hall, similarly trading weapons. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the other's weapon collection, he discerned from previous market responses that when, for instance, metal sheets, for instance, seeds, Di Lin Tian suspected that this big shot must possess alternative means of information acquisition, allowing them to make strategic moves ahead of time. While he couldn't directly contact this big shot, he could at least benefit from the situation. He certainly wouldn't allow them to dominate the market entirely. Following Di Lin Tian's transaction, several others began appearing in the trading hall, also seeking weapons. Observing the trading market, before long, Xiao Yi had amassed 4 bows and arrows, a Tang Dao, a dagger, and a throwing spear. Can you all use bows and arrows? Xiao Yi inquired of Su Wan and the others. I can. To Xiao Yi's surprise, Su Wan could indeed handle a bow and arrow. I practiced archery for a time, Su Wan elaborated. Excellent. Take this bow and dagger for your protection, Xiao Yi said. Bow and arrow 1. Dagger, 1 trade confirmed. Great. Su Wan promptly accepted the trade. Yuan Nong indicated he could not use a bow and arrow, so Xiao Yi traded him a crossbow, explaining its usage. Practice on your own island. If you run low on bolts, let me know, Xiao Yi advised. Jiang Yuntian mentioned he possessed a B-class dagger and did not require other weapons at the moment. Yet, Xiao Yi still traded him a bow, stating, "Take it for now. It's a means of ranged attack." All right. Jiang Yuntian accepted the bow and planned to teach Junjun how to use it. After trading weapons to them, Xiao Yi stepped outside the apartment and harvested the mature soybeans from the field. Obtained resources: soybeans, A-class, 20 kilograms. He set aside 5 kilograms for seeds, took 10 kilograms to press for soybean oil, and soaked the remaining 5 kilograms in water, preparing to sprout sunbean sprouts. Xiao Yi roasted the soybeans and then placed them in the press for extraction. Acquired supplies: soybean oil, grade A, 1. 5 kilograms, soybean meal, grade. After all, the recent harvest of soybeans is bound to exceed our capacity for cultivation, primarily due to the limited expanse of arable land. The soybean meal serves as an excellent feed for chickens, proving to be a remarkable source of nourishment. After toiling with the soybeans, Xiao Yi returned to the apartment, took a refreshing shower, and then sliced the previously obtained wild boar meat into strips, threading them onto wooden skewers. He also prepared an abundance of freshly harvested greens, along with the potatoes gathered earlier, creating numerous skewers. It is time for a truly splendid barbecue. Xiao Yi took the sautéed vegetables, potatoes, and skewers of meat outside, placing them on the grill. Though the weather is sweltering, it shall not deter my pursuit of culinary delights, Xiao Yi declared. After grilling a few skewers, he promptly retreated back to the apartment. "It's too hot. Perhaps I should temper my quest for gastronomy," he muttered in resignation. As he savored the freshly grilled skewers, he glanced at the public channel's chat. "It's been nearly 2 weeks. Hui, where are you? Why haven't you reached out to me? In such scorching weather, she must be hiding near the island monument. She should be able to see it. Perhaps she simply hasn't noticed. We must be patient. If this heat continues, once this week passes, I believe there will be a turning point." A turning point? How naive. Once the first week concludes, we will face upgraded trials. After this week, the challenges will likely intensify further. Let us not be so pessimistic. As long as we breathe, there remains hope. Yet I feel as though I am nearing death. Observing the air of despondency that permeated the public channel, Xiao Yi sighed and sent a message in search of Anren before lying down on his bed. The other survivors were too hot to sleep, while Xiao Yi, nestled in the air-conditioned room, gradually drifted into slumber. When he awakened once more, the sky had darkened. What is happening? Xiao Yi quickly glanced at the system. The time read 3:25 p.m. How could it be dark at such an hour? Puzzled, he stepped outside. The sky was filled with ominous, heavy clouds, seemingly pressing down upon him, and Xiao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. "It looks like it's going to pour," he exclaimed. Crack. Xiao Yi returned to the island monument, where the public channel was abuzz with excitement. "It's raining. How wonderful. We no longer need to worry about water. Indeed, hurry and rent a fire-starting device. If we boil the rainwater, we will have an endless supply. It's finally not so hot. Being drenched in the rain feels exhilarating. Be careful not to catch a cold." Watching their jubilant chatter, Xiao Yi switched to a private channel. "Is it raining over there?" he inquired. "It is heavily," Jiang Yuntian replied. Su Wan, sheltered within her tent, remarked, "It's pouring. My tent is nearly flooded. It's drizzling here, but nothing too significant." Yuan Nong responded. Based on the varying intensities of rain reported by the three, Xiao Yi deduced this time, with oil to brush upon the vegetables, the grilled greens, potatoes, and pork skewers exuded an enticing aroma. He shared the delectable offerings with Su Wan and the others. "Oh, there's oil on the greens this time," Su Wan exclaimed in surprise. "The difference between the two oils is quite pronounced." Su Wan retorted, "All right, this time I used soybean oil. I harvested some soybeans and pressed a bit of oil," Xiao Yi explained. "Though it isn't much, it is still sufficient." Xiao Yi shook his head, responding, "There are still many things lacking. Be content with what you have," Su Wan said before indulging in the grilled skewers. Outside, the rain intensified, with droplets merging into lines. "I hope my fields won't be flooded," Xiao Yi pondered, frowning. "It won't. The fully automated smart irrigation system will promptly manage any flooding, the system assured. Impressive, Xiao Yi remarked, giving a thumbs up. Gazing at the still overcast sky, he wondered how long this rain would last. Thus, clad in the raincoat he had fashioned, he ventured into the downpour. He dragged the 7 resource boxes he had collected today into the wooden workshop and adjusted the fully automated fishing net to a non-targeted cast. He opened the resource boxes. Resource acquired, Foundation Stone X2, Down Comforter X1. Resource acquired, Foundation Stone X1, Crossbow Manufacturing Blueprint X1. Resource acquired. From the 7 resource boxes, he obtained 4 foundation stones, 500 G of wood X50, beast tendon X4, iron X10. Fortunately, the wild boar and wolves previously provided me with 7 units of beast tendon. Otherwise, I would have been unable to craft this item. Xiao Yi murmured. Upon returning to the island monument, he immediately crafted the crossbow. Please select a placement location. After some contemplation, Xiao Yi decided to position the crossbow on the beach directly in front of the apartment, as it was a formidable weapon. Should others arrive on the island in the future, this armament could at least impede their landing. After placing it, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and continued to observe the ongoing conversations. Why won't this rain stop? Indeed, I just brought one back. In such heavy rain, aren't you afraid of falling ill? I am, but I fear starving or drowning even more. Once I'm back, I'll shed my wet clothes and warm myself by the fire. I'm going out too. Is everyone so eager to push themselves? If we don't fight for our lives, we might lose them. Can we afford not to strive? Xiao Yi messaged Su Wan and the others. Do not venture out in the rain for resource boxes. Falling ill is quite troublesome, and it's not worth it for a single box. The 3 promptly acknowledged his warning. The rain continued to pour, gradually forming a stream on the hillside behind Xiao Yi's apartment. Eventually, it flowed into the ditch he had dug, which now appeared wider than when he first excavated it. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, Xiao Yi gradually succumbed to sleep. He remained in slumber until the following day. Cooing, Xiao Yi was roused by the faint crowing of a rooster. Rising, he scrolled through the chat records on the island monument and discovered that it had rained incessantly until 5 in the morning, without pause. Stepping out of the apartment, he found that dawn had broken, but the heat had dissipated. At last, a day of pleasant weather. Xiao Yi murmured. The seawater is eroding the island's area, with a current progress of 30. The system alert. The fish pit he had previously excavated was once again filled with sea fish, as the fully automated fishing net had yielded another bountiful catch last night. Xiao Yi had no choice but to process a large batch of sea fish, preparing to cure them into dried fish for preservation. He adjusted the target of the fully automated fishing net and then proceeded to the back of the apartment, where the original mound of dirt had evolved into a small hill rising 2 to 3 dozen meters high. Chapter 0078. Found my future father-in-law. The sound of rushing water cascaded down from the mountains, continuously providing a fresh water source for the little river. The freshwater stream was taking shape, and it was anticipated that fresh resources would soon be replenished. Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. The forest, rejuvenated by the recent downpour, appeared even more vibrant, yet he had not yet had the opportunity to carve a path through the woods, thus refraining from venturing in recklessly. Upon returning to the apartment, Xiao Yi prepared a simple breakfast for everyone: milk, eggs, corn, and half an apple. The future would undoubtedly not be a solitary endeavor, necessitating that his companions also enhance their physical capabilities. Su Wan and the others exhibited no hesitation, swiftly finishing their breakfast before setting off to inspect the supply crates drifting around the island. It was uncertain how long the favorable weather would last. They needed to seize the moment to gather resources. The encroaching sea continued to erode their island. In fact, they were not alone. All other survivors were racing against time, especially those who had not made any significant gains throughout the week. The situation was particularly dire for those whose islands had shrunk to merely 3 square meters. During the first week, they had underestimated the importance of foundational resources, opting instead to exchange them for water and food. After that initial week, they became acutely aware of the significance of these resources, only to be met with sweltering heat and a reduced probability of finding them. If they did not secure foundational resources today, their island would dwindle to a mere 2 square meters. With a monument occupying part of the space, even lying down would become a challenge. A mere roll could send one tumbling into the sea. However, the challenges they faced did not faze Xiao Yi. Despite last week's heat, he had successfully gathered every supply crate available. The island's area had now reached 376 square meters, alleviating any concerns about erosion from the sea. The island boasted houses, fields, forests, and rivers, resembling the islands of the previous world in nearly every aspect. As everyone busied themselves with gathering, Xiao Yi returned to the monument and sent out another message seeking and ran. Perhaps at that moment, everyone was preoccupied with collecting supply crates, resulting in a lull in conversation on the public channel. Remarkably, Xiao Yi's message lingered for a full minute before being overshadowed by other communications. Ding ding, a stranger requests a private chat. Xiao Yi promptly switched to the private channel. Who are you, and what do you want with Ran? The other party inquired. Noting that the individual had concealed their ID, Xiao Yi responded, And who might you be? My search for Ran is none of your concern. Ran is my daughter. Does that not make it relevant? The other party retorted. Xiao Yi's hand trembled, nearly spilling the milk he held. Father-in-law? He thought, but skepticism soon followed, prompting him to ask, If you claim Ran is your daughter, do you know what her favorite fruit is? Oranges. The other party replied without We hail from Anlong County in Tianheng City. Any more questions? Hearing such precise details about Ran, Xiao Yi finally understood. This must indeed be Ran's father, and you. Uncle, it's me, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi admitted, feeling a pang of shame. He had left Ran due to an inexplicable sense of pride and felt deeply remorseful. Xiao Yi. The person on the other end still seemed incredulous and asked, Which university do you attend, and what is your student ID? Do you know Ran's? Clearly, the other party was still skeptical. Tianheng University, my student ID is 327502122, and Ran's is 327500108. Xiao Yi replied without hesitation. Though he had graduated over a year ago, he still vividly remembered his. In the next moment, a notification from the monument chimed. And you request to add you as a friend. Do you accept? The monument displayed the name in you, confirming its authenticity. Xiao Yi hurriedly agreed. And you immediately initiated a video call. Upon connecting, Xiao Yi beheld the once dashing and charismatic business mogul now appearing ragged and disheveled. Humph, how dare you seek Ran? Do you have any idea what she has endured during those days? Though somewhat weakened, Yu's voice still carried a hint of authority as he scolded. Uncle, I truly made a mistake. Xiao Yi readily admitted his fault. It was my inexplicable pride that led me to this. I am sincerely sorry. Pride? Do you really think anyone can just waltz into my company? Yu retorted angrily, even had you entered, you would have started from the bottom. If you did not perform well, I would have dismissed you without a second thought. I do not mind Ran supporting you, but my company certainly does not accommodate incompetence. Hasn't Ran been well since then? Xiao Yi inquired cautiously. What do you think? Yu shot him a glare. She cries every day. As her father, I feel like taking a knife to you. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Yi's heart sank at the thought. Things have improved somewhat, but she has grown cold and distant. Recently, her emotions have stabilized, only for everyone to end up in this dreadful place. Yu lamented, Alas, my poor daughter. Are you with Ran? Hearing Yu's words, Xiao Yi assumed he and Ran had been transported to the same island and quickly asked, No. Yu replied curtly, Each person is on their own island. There are no exceptions. Xiao Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Noticing Xiao Yi's crestfallen expression, Yu continued, I am also searching for her and her mother, but have received no news. How can this be? Xiao Yi, on my first day here, I searched for them on the public channel but received no responses. Even if someone missed my message, it is implausible for all thousands to overlook it, so I suspect this public channel does not encompass. This public channel serves merely as the communal space for those within this server. Xiao Yi attempted to grasp the concept through the lens of online gaming. That is a fair interpretation. Yu affirmed, Thus, I believe you will have the opportunity to find them. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Kid, do not mess up again. Find Ran and take good care of her for me, or I shall haunt you even in death." And you sighed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi realized something was amiss and quickly asked, "Uncle, what is the situation on your end?" Chapter 0079. The perilous situation of Anyue. Xiao Yi's Herculean effort. Anyue did not respond but instead sent a trade offer. Soil grade 1, tint 1, down jacket 1, cornerstone 2. Trade unsuccessful. Keep these items for yourself. Should the opportunity arise to find Anren, share some with her. Anyue, having exhausted himself in his prior admonishments, spoke with a hint of weakness. Upon seeing the items, Xiao Yi immediately rejected the trade without a second thought. "Tell me, what is wrong with you?" "Now, at once," Xiao Yi shouted. Anyue paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "I know you are concerned about your uncle. From the very first time I met you, it was evident that your nature is pure. Find Anren and carry my hope forward." "Silence," Xiao Yi retorted. "Now, tell me your situation immediately. I am certain I can save you. Anren still needs your care, and your presence is essential at her future wedding." At the mention of Anren, a fleeting glimmer of longing for life sparkled in Anyue's eyes, only to vanish just as quickly. "My calf was bitten off by a shark, and now it is infected and inflamed. There is no hope." Anyue sighed as he gazed at his leg, now oozing with pus. Xiao Yi was utterly taken aback by Anyue's words. He had actually gone into the water and confronted a shark, however. In the next instant, Xiao Yi urged, "Uncle, listen to me. Do not give up. You can still be saved." With that, Xiao Yi sent nearly 2 liters of S-grade pure water, along with a large pack of SSS-grade toilet paper. Pure water, S-grade, 1986 milliliters. Toilet paper, SSS-grade, trade unsuccessful. Anyue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the pure water. He had been following the discussions on the public channel and knew that water and food of such grades were exceedingly rare. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yi could produce so much S-grade pure water, let alone the SSS-grade toilet paper, which he had never encountered before. "Trade accepted," Xiao Yi commanded. "Listen carefully. Clean the wound with the pure water, then wrap it with the toilet paper, and drink the remaining water. Do you understand? Do not waste such valuable items. Keep them for yourself." Anyue, Xiao Yi pressed on. S-grade pure water can enhance physical condition, and SSS-grade toilet paper has additional antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties. The combined effects of these 2 items will significantly increase your chances of survival. Upon hearing the benefits of these 2 items, Anyue's eyes widened in astonishment. If they truly had such effects, they were undoubtedly miraculous in this place. Without hospitals or medicines, these items could indeed save lives. "Hurry, the sooner you address this, the better," Xiao Yi urged. Anyue hesitated no more and immediately accepted the trade. The 2 items appeared in his hands. His leg was merely fractured by the shark's bite, not completely severed. He bit down on a stick and, gritting his teeth, used the pure water to cleanse the pus from the wound. He forcefully aligned the fracture, each movement draining him of nearly all his strength. "Phew." Anyue spat out the nearly bitten-off stick and exhaled deeply, completely wrapping the wound with the toilet paper. Glancing at the remaining S-grade pure water, he drank it in one go. Upon consuming the pure water, Anyue felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, the previous weakness dissipating rapidly. The pain from his legs wound had lessened significantly. How can this pure water be so incredibly effective? Anyue thought in astonishment. Xiao Yi then sent Anyue a grilled pork chop and 2 fried eggs. Grilled pork chop, 300g. Fried eggs, a grade 120g trade unsuccessful. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's subsequent trade offer, Anyue was once again taken aback. "Where did you get the pork chop, and how do you have A-grade eggs?" Anyue's voice trembled slightly. Xiao Yi replied with a smile, "The wild boars are from my island, and the eggs are from the chickens I raise. Take your time eating. Let me share some information with you." Next, as Anyue sat in stunned silence, Xiao Yi revealed all the information he knew, though he naturally refrained from mentioning the signing system. He explained the island's evolution, the indigenous large ships, and the advanced equipment and food, laying it all out clearly. How could you know so much? Anyue asked, still in shock. I have other channels for acquiring information, Xiao Yi replied vaguely. Anyue, sensing the need for discretion, refrained from pressing further. What is the current size of your island? Xiao Yi inquired. Still 4 square meters, Anyue responded. Since it is only 4 square meters, why do you not use those 2 cornerstones? Xiao Yi asked, noting the 2 cornerstones in Anyue. I am saving these for Anrin and her mother, Anyue explained. Anyue was worried that once he found Anrin and the others, if their island were on the verge of submergence, he could use the cornerstones as an emergency measure. Use one for now. I have plenty, Xiao Yi said. A larger space would also allow for more movement. Anyue shook his head. He was not fond of relying on others. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi suggested, how about this, Uncle? You use 1 cornerstone now, and if you truly find Anrin and Auntie later, I will provide you with another as a way of acknowledging my earlier mistake. Anyue pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, all right. He could feel that the inflammation in his previously injured leg had begun to improve. The item Xiao Yi had given him could undoubtedly save his life. This realization almost brought him to tears. Who would wish for death when they had the chance to live? Moreover, Anyue had people he could not bear to part with. Uncle, do you not have a proper fishing net? Xiao Yi inquired. No, I have only that old tattered fishing net from the beginning. Otherwise, why would I need to venture into the water? Anyue replied with a bitter smile. It turned out that a day prior, he had snagged a supply crate with that old net, but while pulling it back, it had slipped away halfway. Just as he was about to secure it, Anyue, unwilling to give up, leapt into the water, only to find a shark lurking beside the crate. Typically, there would be at least 2 sea creatures near a supply crate, but since this one had been pulled away from its original position, only a single shark had followed. Fortunately, it was just one. Otherwise, Anyue would not have escaped the clutches of 2 sharks, with his leg injured. Anyue had no means to treat the wound. He could only rinse it with a small amount of mineral water. However, with the relentless heat, he had only 20 to 30 milliliters of water, which was utterly inadequate. Coupled with the rainy weather, his wound had quickly become inflamed and pus-filled. Chapter 0080, Miniature Locator. Planning to converge. Having understood the context, Xiao Yi stated, Uncle, you should focus on recuperating for now and refrain from scavenging for supply crates. I have an ample supply of water and food here, so there is no need for concern. Once you've recovered, you can resume your scavenging. How much water and food can you possibly have? And you inquired cautiously, fearing that Xiao Yi might be overestimating his resources and worried about being a burden. Xiao Yi chuckled and replied, the sea fish and boiled water in the trading hall all belong to me. What? Anyue's eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that the prominent figure discussed in the public channel was none other than Xiao Yi. Since you are so wealthy, I shall not be polite. I will take this time to recuperate. Once I am well again, I shall repay you this favor, Anyue said. Uncle, you overstate the matter. Xiao Yi waved his hand dismissively. After a brief pause, Anyue could not suppress his curiosity any longer. I am quite intrigued. How did you acquire so much sea fish? If it's inconvenient, you need not disclose. Xiao Yi responded with a smile. There is nothing to hide. I possess advanced fishing nets, fully automated. Otherwise, catching such a quantity of fish alone would surely exhaust me. That makes sense. Anyue said, realization dawning upon him. Uncle, please rest for now, and keep an eye on the island monument to see if there are any updates about Anran and Auntie. Xiao Yi instructed. All right. After ending the conversation, Xiao Yi exhaled deeply. Although he had not found Anran, discovering Uncle was indeed a step forward. It was fortunate he found Anyue at this moment. Had he waited a couple more days, the consequences could have been dire. According to Uncle, otherwise, how could I ever find Anran? Xiao Yi pondered over the speculated information. Yet, he realized that his current strength was inadequate to contend with this world. and he needed to enhance his capabilities post-haste. With a slight sigh, Xiao Yi remembered he had yet to check in that day and promptly declared, "System, check in. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for a consecutive week. Reward, Miniature Locator, SS Grade, 5. Miniature Locator, SS Grade. A compact positioning device that, when activated, allows any individual possessing a miniature locator to ascertain the precise location of others, though it cannot produce images, merely displaying position. As long as he distributed this device to his friends, he would be able to confirm their locations on the map. This meant that the map on the island monument finally had practical utility. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yi approached the island monument and distributed 4 of the miniature locators to Su Wan and the others. Miniature Locator, SS Grade. 1 trade initiated. How did you manage? Su Wan and the others promptly agreed to the trade and activated the miniature locators. Xiao Yi switched to the island monument's map interface and began observing .at that moment. 5 bright dots appeared on the map. Apart from Xiao Yi's own dot, the other 4 were indeed quite distant. The farthest was Yuan Nong, who, according to the scale on the map, should be approximately 2,000 kilometers to the northeast. No wonder when it poured heavily here, it was merely drizzling over at Yuan Nong's location. The other 3 were similarly positioned. Su Wan was in the same direction as Yuan Nong, about 800 kilometers away from Xiao Yi. Jiang Yuntian was roughly 900 kilometers directly south of Xiao Yi, while Yu was approximately 700 kilometers to the west. Ironically, the one closest to him was the last contacted, Yu. Such a great distance? Yuan Nong remarked, glancing at the map's indicators, and sent a message to Xiao Yi with a wry smile. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment before replying, "I have a large ship, but the seas are perilous right now. Give it to me. I will come meet you." Yuan Nong declared resolutely, "I am aware of the dangers, but time is of the essence. If the natives find us, being alone on the island would mean capture for me anyway. Why not take a chance now?" Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment and responded gravely, "All right, old Yuan, let us take this risk together. Do you trust me?" "Of course I do. Without you, I would have perished long ago." Yuan Nong replied decisively. "Good. Rest well today, and tomorrow at dawn, set sail directly to the point between us," Xiao Yi instructed. Yuan Nong suddenly recalled a concern and awkwardly said, "I am only familiar with agriculture. I don't know how to sail." "Do not worry about that. I have tried it before, and the boats here are relatively easy to maneuver with the world's rules assisting," Xiao Yi assured him. "All right." With that, Yuan Nong felt reassured. "Before you leave your island, ensure to transfer the island monument onto the ship and take all the resources you can." Xiao Yi emphasized, "It is crucial to transfer the island monument onto the ship. It is key for repairing the vessel at sea." "Understood. Remember, regardless of what marine creatures you encounter on the way, as long as they do not impede your navigation, do not engage with them. If the ship sustains damage, repair it promptly, and inform me of any materials you require." "Got it. If you do encounter any large marine creatures, fight back with the crossbow," Xiao Yi advised. "Understood." After concluding their conversation, Xiao Yi replied, "Old Yuan has decided to meet up with me. I will trade a ship to him, and he will sail to your island." "Ah? That far? Isn't the journey fraught with peril?" Su Wan exclaimed in surprise. "We must seize the opportunity to converge," Xiao Yi asserted. Yuan nodded, resolutely replying, "All right. Once old Yuan arrives, we will head to your island together." "Indeed." Jiang Yuntian also sent a message. "The distance is quite far." "A small wooden boat would hardly reach your island. Have you forgotten I possess a medium-sized sailboat?" Xiao Yi responded. "Even with a medium-sized sailboat, the journey is too dangerous, especially near old Yuan's location. It's simply too far." Jiang Yuntian frowned. Chapter 0081, Bountiful Harvest. The calm before the storm. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite far. However, Elder Yuan has already decided to come over. He will first arrive at Su Wan's location to fetch her, and then they will come together." Jiang Yuntian sighed and said, "Well, we can only pray for smooth sailing. Let us discuss my side of things once they arrive at your island." "No need for that," Xiao Yi replied. Once the sea has finished eroding the island today, prepare to bring Jun over to my side. Is that not? Jiang Yuntian suddenly realized, exclaiming with surprise, "No way. You don't mean you have two medium-sized sailboats, do you?" "Bingo." Xiao Yi replied, "He is injured and needs time to recuperate, so you all should come first." "All right, I'll prepare immediately," Jiang Yuntian said without hesitation. "Remember, transfer the island monument to the boat and take all the supplies with you," Xiao Yi reminded him. "Understood," Jiang Yuntian acknowledged. After communicating with Suwan and the others, Xiao Yi sent a message to Enyu, saying, "Uncle, focus on your recovery for now. Once you're well, I will find a way to bring you over." "Very well, but can the others be trusted?" Xiao Yi nodded, saying, "Indeed. I happened to ask a question about raising chickens on the public channel, and he contacted me privately, which is how we became acquainted and friends. If it's Elder Yuan, then there's no problem." And you remarked, as Yuan Nong's character is well known throughout Xia country. The other is a stay-at-home dad with a child. Xiao Yi recounted how he met Jiang Yuntian, and Enyu nodded, saying, "From what you've described, Jiang Yuntian doesn't seem to be a wicked person. However, given his past as a mercenary, you should still remain cautious. Mercenaries are often a ruthless lot." "Indeed," Xiao Yi replied, "rest assured, I will be vigilant. However, the foundational stones and supplies they have acquired are primarily being given directly to me." "Oh? Is this to ensure the development of— We originally planned to converge together, which is why we are proceeding in this manner," Xiao Yi explained. "Well, just be careful in all matters." And you advised. After arranging for Suwan and the others to come over, Xiao Yi switched to the public channel. IVE already salvaged 2 supply boxes. Many resources have been uncovered, including 3 foundational stones. Indeed, it seems this world is still favorable towards us. Based on the current drift of the supply boxes, I should be able to salvage 3 today. God bless, I finally obtained food and water. It appears this world is distributing rewards today, perhaps in celebration of our survival for 2 weeks. Xiao Yi mused as he stepped outside. At the entrance, 5 supply boxes were already lined up, and according to the radar detector, 4 more could still be salvaged. Xiao Yi's haul of 9 supply boxes today could indeed be considered a significant success. He went to the barn, milked some cows, and grilled some sea fish to distribute among everyone as lunch. Bark, bark, bark. The sound of Wang Kai came from behind the apartment, and this time it was not a warning of danger, but rather a curious bark as if it had discovered something new. Xiao Yi stepped outside and walked to the back of the house, where he found Wang Kai standing by the river at the foot of the mountain, barking at something in the water. He threw a piece of grilled fish to it and patted its head, saying, "Let me see what you found." Splash! A fish suddenly leapt from the river before diving back into the water. Xiao Yi exclaimed with delight, "So, freshwater fish have respawned. Excellent, excellent." He refrained from immediately attempting to catch the newly appeared freshwater fish, allowing them some time to recuperate first. Returning to the side of the apartment, he noticed that the apple tree had not blossomed again since its last fruiting, and he was puzzled as to why. Moreover, the apples he had picked had not yielded any seed since. Perhaps this world is also imposing restrictions to prevent the overabundance of apple trees. Xiao Yi mused. He harvested the newly ripened wheat, setting aside a portion as seed to be replanted, while the remainder was dried and taken to the factory to be ground into flour. Before arriving here, Xiao Yi's hometown was in the northern central region of Xia country, which made him partial to wheat-based foods. After milling the flour, he immediately made dough, rolled it out into sheets, and cut it into noodles. He sauteed some vegetables in oil, added water, brought it to a boil, and then added the noodles at the same time. He grilled some pork on the barbecue. Once the noodles were served, he placed a piece of pork on top. "Looks quite good," Xiao Yi observed with satisfaction at his culinary creation. As the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, Xiao Yi sent out the pork noodles he had prepared for dinner. Grilled pork, 200 g. Noodles, grade A, 500 g. Milk, grade A, 500 milliliters. Transaction complete. Upon seeing the bountiful dinner exchanged, and you couldn't help but ask, "Is your food I believe that Ran and Auntie will be safe. Surely they will endure until we can find them. Xiao Yi reassured him, though he too was uncertain about when they would be reunited. And Yu nodded in agreement. After dinner, Xiao Yi stepped outside and opened all 9 supply boxes he had salvaged. Obtain supplies. Foundational stones 4, stones 3, copper. Obtain supplies. Foundational stones 2, wooden house blueprint 1. Obtain supplies. Foundational stones 3, wood. Obtain supplies. Warm innerwear 1. From the 9 supply boxes, he acquired a total of 15 foundational stones, which could certainly be deemed a significant windfall. He also received warm clothing, bread, and water, along with a blueprint for a wooden house. I wonder what kind of mischief this world will conjure up next week. Is this the calm before the storm? Xiao Yi pondered. Chapter 0082. The conclusion of the second week. New prompt. Xiao Yi decided to utilize all the foundational stones he had acquired to expand the island.as for the blueprint for the wooden cabin. They would discuss. Although his room could accommodate 2 individuals, having both reside there seemed rather inappropriate, as everyone required a degree of personal space. The house feels rather cramped. Xiao Yi murmured to himself as he surveyed his apartment. On this day, all the surviving seekers who engaged in fishing experienced a bountiful harvest, each managing to procure at least 3 foundational stones. With these stones in hand, there was no longer any need to worry about the island being submerged. After all, only 1 foundational stone eroded per week, so 3 stones would ensure their survival for at least 3 weeks. Su Wan, Yuan Nong, and Jiang Yuntian distributed all the resources from the island to Xiao Yi, keeping only what they needed for rest at night. Since they were all heading to Xiao Yi's island, it was unnecessary to leave any items behind. Traveling light would save them the exertion of transporting belongings. Consequently, Xiao Yi acquired an additional 11 foundational stones, along with some other essential resources. To his astonishment, Su Wan had also revealed a blueprint for a wooden cabin. With 2 cabins and a tent, that should suffice. At that moment, the atmosphere in the public channel was remarkably harmonious. If only every day could be like this, with such splendid weather and abundant harvests. Indeed, but unfortunately, we are not here on vacation. I've gathered 5 foundational stones. I can relax for a while. Are you certain about that? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling today, as if I might be fattened up just to be slaughtered. I share that sentiment. Heaven knows if next week will follow the same rules. What if the challenges escalate and we find ourselves scrambling to collect foundational stones daily? Hey, don't frighten me. I'm already on edge. That seems unlikely. If that were the case, we'd all be waiting for our demise. Observing the conversations in the public channel, many felt that no amount of bounty could alleviate their worries. Let us hope this world behaves like a human. Creating such island monuments surely requires divine intervention. How can one expect a deity to act like a human? Do not place your hopes on others. One must forge their own strength and strive for self-improvement. Easy for you to say. I wish I could be strong, but I'm currently at a disadvantage. Brother, have you heard of Lu Wei Di Huangwan? Get lost. Can we not derail the conversation? Sigh, I truly wonder what this world is aiming for. None could ascertain the world's intentions. Xiao Yi shook his head, reclined on his bed, and awaited the conclusion of the encroaching seawater. Gradually, the chatter in the public channel diminished as everyone seemed to be anticipating the monument's prompts, or perhaps its judgment. In the stifling atmosphere, time crept toward midnight. Congratulations, you have survived the second week. It is quite surprising that so many of you remain. Please prepare yourselves for further challenges. Do not fret about the weather. It will remain tolerable for the upcoming week. Private channels for chat groups are now available. Each person may create one. Of course, you will also welcome some new friends. Good luck. The monument's announcement reverberated, Must you always be so cryptic? At least the weather will be good next week. That's some good news. Finally, we can establish private chat groups. This is a boon for survivors with small teams. Then what are we waiting for? Let us huddle together for warmth. I'm sincerely seeking a lovely lady. If anyone wishes to team up, count me in. What do you mean by new friends? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Upon reading the monument's prompt, Xiao Yi fell into contemplation. This time, the system had not provided him with additional insights, which might indicate he had not met the conditions for triggering further prompts. The monument's astonishment at the number of survivors hinted at the existence of other regions, implying that the inhabitants of the previous. As for the further challenges that remained to be seen in the coming week, when he noted the mention of new friends, a thought struck Xiao Yi. Could they be referring to the natives? Could they be considered our allies? Or perhaps the monument was employing irony. He exhaled deeply, shook his head, and promptly established a chat group, inviting Su Wan and the others. Finally, he no longer had to send a single message 3 or 4 times. Wonderful. We finally have a group. Hello everyone. I'm Su Wan, a former colleague of Xiao Yi. I'm Yuan Nong. My life was saved by Xiao Yi. I have a knack for agriculture and animal husbandry, and I hope to assist everyone. I'm Jiang Yuntian. My child's life was saved by Xiao Yi. I was a mercenary, now a full-time dad. If we can stick together, I'll ensure everyone's safety. I'm in you. Nice to meet you all. An U.S. self-introduction was rather succinct, indicating he had yet to fully integrate into this circle. After everyone introduced themselves, they eagerly inquired about the recent monument's announcement, as Xiao Yi had previously been able to glean information they were unaware of. However, this time, the system offered no further clarification regarding the challenges and the new friends. I'm just as uncertain this time. Let us wait until tomorrow, Xiao Yi replied. For those preparing to depart, rest early. We set off at 6 sharp in the morning. Understood, they all responded in unison. This time, the situation appeared rather grim. With worries weighing on their minds, they lay down and drifted into a restless slumber. At 5:30 the next morning, the system promptly roused Xiao Yi. Just keep your weapons, Xiao Yi instructed. All right. They both agreed and traded all the items they had used for rest the previous day to Xiao Yi, who in turn traded 2 medium sailboats to them. Everyone, stay safe. After accepting the trade, Jiang Yuntian found himself beside a sailboat significantly larger than the previous small wooden vessel. Detected that you possess a medium sailboat. Would you like to transfer the island monument to the ship? Note, the island monument may only be transferred once per year. Jiang Yuntian replied, transfer the island monument. Transferring. Please evacuate the island promptly. It will submerge in 10 minutes. Swiftly, Jiang Yuntian scooped up Junjun and boarded the medium sailboat. Chapter 0083. The Anchor, under constant assault from marine creatures. Dad, are we going to find Uncle Xiao Yi? Junjun inquired, his speech significantly clearer than before. Jiang Yuntian responded with a smile. Indeed, we are setting off to seek out Uncle Xiao Yi. Within the helm of the sailboat, an island monument gradually took shape. Transfer successful. Resources obtained. Frowny Face Foundation Stone, 16. Observing the monument beside the ship's wheel, simultaneously, Yuan Nong also traded 7 foundation stones to Xiao Yi and hoisted the sails. It was Xiao Yi's first time rising so early. The sea breeze invigorated him, and as he gazed upon the tranquil ocean, he silently prayed for the safe passage of his 2 companions. System check-in. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. Anchor, SSS grade. Anchor, SSS grade. A powerful, fully automated intelligent anchor, adaptable to various types of vessels, compatible with diverse underwater geological terrains, and effective at any depth, ensuring the vessel remains secure against the might of winds and waves. The usage of the anchor is contingent upon the circumstances. For conventional anchors, a sandy or gravelly seabed is ideal, followed by mud, while rocky bottoms pose the greatest challenge due to their inability to provide grip, along with the risk of being ensnared by stones. Depth also plays a crucial role in anchoring. Simply put, the length of the anchor line is finite, and one cannot excessively elongate it without considering the spatial and weight constraints, for the anchor must be stored aboard the vessel when not in use. In the previous world, suitable anchoring locations were clearly marked on nautical charts, but here, there existed only an exceedingly rudimentary map. Upon receiving this check-in reward, Xiao Yi felt immense satisfaction, as it provided an additional layer of security for Yuan Nong and Jiang Yuntian's voyage. Xiao Yi immediately posted in the group chat, "Old Yuan, Brother Jiang, I possess a highly formidable anchor. Should you encounter any storms, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall trade the anchor to you." "Understood." Old Yuan replied, "Currently, the waters here are calm, so I don't anticipate any storms soon." "Yes, understood." Jiang Yuntian acknowledged, "It is quite serene here as well." Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and called out towards the apartment's entrance, "Wang Kai!" "Wang, Wang, Wang." Wang Kai dashed in, exuberantly barking at Xiao Yi. It must be noted that ever since the last incident of a passionate kiss with its master, it had not been permitted to set foot in the master's bedroom again. Xiao Yi pointed at the island monument and instructed, "Keep an eye on this monument. Should it emit any sounds or exhibit any anomalies, promptly inform me, understood?" "Wang, Wang." Wang Kai responded. Uncertain if Wang Kai fully comprehended, Xiao Yi stepped outside to prepare breakfast. With flour at hand, Xiao Yi decided to make pancakes for breakfast. Mixing flour with water to create a thick batter, he added a couple of eggs and blended the mixture. After heating the pan and adding oil, he poured the batter into the pan, spreading it into a thin layer. Once the batter solidified, he carefully flipped it over with a spatula, and when both sides turned golden brown, it was ready to be served. Concerned that everyone might not be sufficiently satiated, Xiao Yi prepared 5 pancakes for each person. He then stir-fried some shredded potatoes, wrapped them in the pancakes, and distributed them. Shredded potato pancakes, B grade, 5. Milk, A grade, 500 milliliters. Transaction completed. Although both the flour and eggs were of a grade, the shredded potatoes had no classification, resulting in an overall rating of B grade. Xiao Yi felt somewhat dissatisfied, even though such graded food was increasingly scarce outside. The group accepted the breakfast Xiao Yi sent and began to eat. "Xiao Yi, there is a supply box near my sailboat. I wish to retrieve it." Yuan Nong messaged in the group. At that moment, Xiao Yi was not by the island monument but outside, inspecting the plants he had cultivated to see which were ripening. "Wang, Wang, Wang." Wang Kai glanced at the island monument and barked immediately. Xiao Yi rushed back in, noticing that someone had indeed sent him a message. Rubbing Wang Sai's head, he praised, "Well done." Upon reading Yuan Nong's message, Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly weighing the decision to retrieve the supply box. This ship travels at approximately 20 kilometers per hour. Reaching Suwon will take at least 60 hours, not a journey to be completed in a day or two. I will only salvage those that are close to the vessel, avoiding the distant ones, Yuan Nong continued. Indeed, proceed with caution. There are bound to be marine creatures nearby the supply box. Xiao Yi concurred, simultaneously trading a fishing net to Yuan Nong. Understood. Yuan Nong promptly reduced his sailing speed and ventured out with the fishing net. Due to the proximity, he quickly ensnared the supply box and forcefully dragged it onto the sailboat. Having consumed numerous graded foods, Yuan Nong's physical condition was far from that of an 80-year-old man. He was even more robust than many young, vigorous individuals. Just as he pulled the supply box aboard, the island monument immediately alerted, "Your sailboat is under attack." Glancing at the location of the assault, he noted it was beneath the boat. The intensity of the marine creature's attack seemed relatively low, as it did not immediately damage the vessel. Yuan Nong quickly accelerated towards his intended direction. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash. The hull is damaged, requiring materials for repair. Planks 10, copper 4. Xiao Yi had not yet departed from the island monument when he saw Yuan Nong's message and promptly sent the necessary resources for repairs. Repair immediately. Yuan Nong selected the repair option on the monument. Repair successful. Adjusting his course, Yuan Nong armed himself with a crossbow and exited the helm to survey the sea, spotting a massive shadow on the right side of the vessel. At that moment, the shadow charged furiously towards the sailboat once more. Yuan Nong quickly aimed his crossbow at the shadow, releasing a flurry of bolts. All 10 bolts were fired. Uncertain if any had struck true, he observed the shadow thrashing violently before it sank beneath the waves. Yuan Nong proceeded to load fresh bolts, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Blood began to surface where the shadow had vanished. "I must have wounded it," Yuan Nong mused inwardly, then frowned at the sight of the blood. The scent of blood could very well attract more formidable marine creatures. This is dire. We must leave this area swiftly. Yuan Nong thought anxiously, then communicated in the group. I have injured that marine creature, but we need to vacate this blood-scented vicinity quickly. I must adjust our course to follow the wind, which may deviate us from our original navigation plan. Chapter 0084. The islands under assault by marine creatures. Very well, safety first. Xiao Yi promptly concurred with Yuan Nong's suggestion. Originally, Yuan Nong was situated in the northeastern direction of Suwan Island, and his intended course should have been southwest. From the outset, Yuan Nong reported that the winds in his maritime vicinity were blowing from the northwest. If he harnessed this wind direction, navigating southeast would yield the fastest passage, thus completely deviating from the original planned route. However, for the sake of safety, a slight detour was deemed acceptable. Yuan Nong immediately adjusted the ship's course and sails to maximize the utilization of the wind. Consequently, the speed of Yuan Nong's vessel surged to an impressive 30 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, the marine creature that had previously attacked the sailing vessel appeared to have ceased its pursuit, allowing Yuan Nong to exhale a sigh of relief. After approximately an hour of rapid navigation, Yuan Nong recalibrated his heading towards the island of Suwan. Upon hearing Yuan Nong's assurance that they had evaded the marine creature, Xiao Yi felt a modicum of relief and switched to the trading hall to continue listing boiled water and sea fish, gathering essential resources. Having encountered an assault from marine creatures so soon after setting sail, it was uncertain how many more instances would arise requiring basic supplies. Thus, it was prudent to collect as much as possible to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. As Xiao Yi prepared to replenish the feed for the cows and chickens, the island monument suddenly issued another alert. Alert: the island's foundation is under attack. Please consult the map for the exact location. What? Xiao Yi gasped in astonishment, initially believing there was an issue on Jiang Yuntian's end, only to discover that his own island was under siege. Without delay, Xiao Yi switched to the map, magnifying the view of his island, only to find that the foundation at the estuary of the inland river he had excavated was being assaulted. Grasping his Tang Dao, he also seized a long iron spear and rushed outside. Wang Kai, keep a close watch on the island monument. If any messages come through, alert me immediately. Xiao Yi's voice rang out from outside. Woof woof. Wang Kai responded eagerly. Upon reaching the estuary of the inland river adjacent to his apartment, Xiao Yi observed a long fish relentlessly attacking the island's foundation. Electric eel, sea grade, a member of the knifefish family, capable of generating voltages ranging from 300 to 800 volts, recognized as the most potent freshwater fish, often referred to as the high-voltage line of the water. The system notification resonated, leaving Xiao Yi puzzled. Why is this freshwater fish in the ocean? Yet, there was no time for such contemplation. Xiao Yi thrust his spear into the water. Remarkably, the electric eel twisted its body and evaded his strike, continuing its assault on the foundation. What grudge could this creature possibly hold? With steely resolve, he aimed once more, convinced this time he would succeed. However, he felt the tip of his spear slip, leaving no mark on the eel's sleek body. So slippery? Xiao Yi frowned. Certainly, the failure to pierce was also partly due to the insufficient sharpness of his iron spear. Just then, he noticed an automated fishing net patrolling nearby and promptly set its target to the electric eel. With a whoosh, the net was cast and ensnared the electric eel. The machine gradually retracted the net, and only then did the eel realize it had been caught, electric arcs crackling along its body. The automated fishing net machine also erupted with electrical discharges. Oh no! Is the automated fishing net going to be damaged? Xiao Yi exclaimed in alarm, swiftly drawing his Tang Dao and accurately stabbing the now entangled electric eel. Simultaneously, a surge of electricity coursed through his right hand, rendering his entire arm numb. Nevertheless, the Tang Dao did not disappoint, cleanly severing the electric eel in two. The bisected eel continued to thrash violently. The automated fishing net, having been jolted by the eel, halted in place and ceased retraction. Xiao Yi, feeling anxious, approached the automated fishing net, recognizing its significance in resource collection and as a source of food and seafood. While other basic supplies could be overlooked, the Foundation could only be procured from resource boxes, and few individuals were willing to sell it. If he failed to harvest the resource box, Xiao Yi would have to resort to utilizing rare materials or, under exceptionally unique circumstances, trade certain basic supplies for the Foundation. Similarly, without a sufficient supply of sea fish, his rate of accumulating basic resources would suffer significantly. It was essential to note that the majority of the basic supplies Xiao Yi had traded for were exchanged for sea fish. Just as Xiao Yi was feeling apprehensive, the automated fishing net resumed operation, pulling the severed electric eel ashore. A wave of relief washed over Xiao Yi as he had genuinely feared the net might malfunction. However, being an SS-grade device, it was unlikely to falter against a mere electric eel. Once ashore, the eel thrashed for a moment before falling silent. A sea-grade electric eel should be quite a delicacy, Xiao Yi muttered to himself, lifting the eel and making his way back to the apartment. Woof woof woof. Wang Kai's voice echoed from within the apartment, prompting Xiao Yi to quicken his pace. Upon returning to the island monument, another alert appeared. The island's foundation is under attack. Again? Xiao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the more formidable trial mentioned earlier? The previous alert from the island monument had specifically mentioned further challenges, and it seemed the Foundation's assault by marine creatures was indeed one of them. With no time for further reflection, Xiao Yi promptly identified the new location under siege and dashed out once more. This time, the Foundation under attack was situated directly north of the island. Upon arrival, he found an octopus coiled around one of the foundations. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi thrust his iron spear with great force. Thwack! This time, the spear did not slip and plunged directly into the octopus's body. The creature writhed in pain, promptly releasing its grip on the foundation. Xiao Yi effortlessly lifted it from the water, though the octopus continued to thrash, its tentacles gripping the iron spear tightly. However, there was no time for Xiao Yi to deal with the still struggling octopus. Wang Kai's barks rang out once more. No way, more trouble? Xiao Yi exclaimed, sprinting towards the apartment. Upon reaching the island monument, he discovered that this time it was not an alert regarding his island being attacked, but rather a message from Jiang Yuntian in the group chat. My ship has been to repair the hull, I require 21 wooden planks, 5 copper, and 3 iron. Xiao Yi immediately traded the necessary materials to Jiang Yuntian, who promptly initiated repair procedures on the island monument. Is the turtle really that aggressive? Xiao Yi inquired in the group chat. I didn't expect it either. The turtle was the size of a small car. Fortunately, it merely collided with me before departing, or perhaps I obstructed its path. Jiang Yuntian replied with a wry smile. My island is also under attack by marine creatures. I suspect this is precisely the more formidable trials mentioned by the island monument. Xiao Yi conveyed in the group chat. Su Wan, Unclein, what is the situation on your end? Chapter 008. The patterns of marine creatures attacking islands. I just injured a nearly 1-meter-long fish, and it managed to escape. Su Wan exhaled, stating her predicament. I too was assaulted by marine life. I was unable to move freely and couldn't. Upon hearing their responses, Xiao Yi pondered aloud. Is the assault on your islands merely the work of a single marine creature? Indeed, both affirmed promptly. Xiao Yi contemplated for a moment before declaring, based on the information currently available, we can summarize the following 3 points. First, the larger the area, the more frequent the assaults by marine creatures. For instance, I have already faced 2 attacks myself. Second, if one can injure the attacking marine creature, there exists a probability of driving it away. Third, should one refrain from any defensive counteractions, marine life is likely to only damage a single foundational stone before vacating the area. Upon hearing these 3 points, the others nodded in agreement. Unclein, your island is down to merely 3 square meters, correct? Xiao Yi inquired. Yes, that's right. And you responded. Thus, despite your injuries, you must still remain active. Xiao Yi urged. I will fashion a crude crutch for you. Should marine creatures appear, you must retaliate. Understood. And you nodded. Xiao Yi promptly exited, quickly crafting a rudimentary crutch and an iron spear within the workshop, before returning to the island monument to trade with Yu. Xiao Yi switched to the public channel, seeking additional information to validate the 3 points he had previously summarized. What in the world is happening? I was still asleep when the island monument's alert roused me, stating that the foundational stone is under attack. Same here. What is going on? I dare not venture over. It can't possibly be some kind of monster, right? Monster? Get real. It's just some marine creatures. Hurry up and grab your weapon to confront them. Huh. But they're underwater. How can we fight them? Come on, can't you at least take a look before you start talking? No matter what type of marine life it is, they always attack the portions of the foundational stone closest to the water's surface. Why waste breath? Once their foundational stones are all destroyed by marine life, they can dive in and join them. What? They can really destroy our foundational stones. Hey, how novel. I bet many foundational stones have been damaged already. Initially paralyzed by fear of the unknown, many survivors failed to respond in time, resulting in the loss of a square meter from their islands. I just harvested several foundational stones yesterday, and now one is already gone. How am I supposed to survive this? Mom, I want to go home. Calling for help won't do you any good. Quickly arm yourself to defend your island. I just managed to scare one off. Indeed. Let us all rally together. No one can assist you. Only you can rely on yourself. Has anyone noticed that those marine creatures seem to leave after damaging just one foundational stone? Huh. Are you sure? It does seem that way. I too did not fight back, allowing the marine creature to attack, and after it damaged a foundational stone, it departed. So, if we can promptly locate the foundational stones, even without confronting the marine life, we can ensure our islands do not vanish. Are you being overly optimistic? Can you guarantee how many waves of marine creatures will come? If there's only one wave each day, that's manageable. We can gather a few more supply crates daily to compensate for the lost foundational stone. But what if there's more than one wave? The speaker did not continue, yet everyone understood the implication of their unfinished thought. How many times have the islands been attacked so far? Once. Me too. Once is sufficient. Could anyone have been attacked twice? The public channel echoed with confirmations of only having been attacked once. Am I the only one who has been attacked twice? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow as he observed the public channel chatter. Attention. The island's foundational stone is under attack. Damn it, here we go again. Casting a hurried glance at the location under siege, Xiao Yi seized his tang knife and iron spear, rushing out once more. Upon arriving, he discovered a common fish incessantly pecking at the foundational stone. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi thrust his spear, landing a successful strike. Given Xiao Yi's current physical condition, as long as the weapon was sufficiently robust, these marine creatures posed minimal threat. After bringing the fish back to the apartment, Xiao Yi mused. It seems increasingly certain that the larger the island, the more frequent the attacks, yet the exact area threshold that triggers increased assaults remains unknown. Without data on other players' island sizes, he could not definitively ascertain this conclusion. Xiao Yi, my boat's hull is under attack by marine creatures. Repairs require wood 10, copper 2. I'm also under attack. I need wood 20, iron 5. Yuan Nong and Zhang Yuntian simultaneously messaged him, prompting Xiao Yi to promptly send them the necessary supplies. After a moment's consideration, without impacting their vessel's speed, each ship retained a stock of basic repair materials. Suwan, Uncle Lin, should you encounter a second assault from marine creatures, make sure to inform me. Xiao Yi admonished. Understood. Suwan and Yu replied. After all this commotion, Xiao Yi had yet to replenish the feed for the barn and henhouse. He swiftly ventured out, cutting fresh grass to toss into the barn. He also placed some chopped grass into the henhouse, supplemented by cornmeal and fish meal for a nutritious blend. Under the attentive care of the mother hen, the 19 chicks had grown considerably, and it was likely they would start laying eggs within 2 days. Moreover, in the S-grade flowerbed to the east of the apartment, the coconut trees had begun to bear fruit, expected to ripen in another 2 days. These were S-grade coconuts, and he had promised Zhang Yuntian one when they bore fruit. Xiao Yi had reduced the planting area for the short-growing vegetables, ensuring there was enough for their consumption while refraining from excessive cultivation. Naturally, he would reserve some seeds as backups. After harvesting some vegetables, Xiao Yi returned to the apartment. Yuan Nong and Zhang Yuntian continued to update him about their boats being attacked by marine creatures. However, Xiao Yi had already supplied them with some basic materials, necessitating only their consistent repairs. Chapter 0086. The Whale, the Spider Crab, and Zhang Yuntian in peril. If it were merely this, it shouldn't be too difficult to navigate here. Xiao Yi murmured as he observed the small marine creatures encountered by Zhang Yuntian and his crew during their voyage. With ample basic supplies and no entanglements with oceanic wildlife, they appear to be in safe waters. However, just as this thought crossed Xiao Yi's mind, Yuan Nong interjected in the group chat, "I've been targeted." The entire ship tilted precariously to one side, and just as Yuan Nong feared it would capsize, it gradually righted itself. Ding! The vessel has come under attack, sustaining severe damage. Repair materials required. Wooden planks 100, iron 30, copper 10. Xiao Yi, we're short on iron. I need an additional 7 units. Yuan Nong exclaimed urgently. Without hesitation, Yuan Nong watched in horror as the bow of his ship disintegrated, and the cockpit displayed massive fissures. Ding! The vessel has come under attack, sustaining severe damage. Repair materials required. Wooden planks 150, iron 50, copper 40. Yuan Nong shared the required materials in the group chat, but to his dismay, he saw the whale charging at him again from the left. Xiao Yi, it's coming again. Yuan Nong lamented. I've already thrown my iron spear, and I'm out of crossbow bolts. It seems I shall meet my end here. Please don't waste any more basic supplies. Yuan Lao, we cannot give up. Hurry and make repairs. I'll think of a solution. Xiao Yi urged. With a heavy sigh, Yuan Nong, crack! The sailboat tilted dangerously to the right again, almost capsizing. Ding! The vessel has come under attack, sustaining severe damage. Repair materials required. Wooden planks 100. Xiao Yi's mind raced as he pondered how to assist Yuan Nong in overcoming this dire predicament. After sending the requested materials once more, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed, Yuan Nong, try this method. With that, Xiao Yi sent him an item. Pure water, S-class, 100 milliliters. Realization dawned on Yuan Nong, and he responded, Are you suggesting I use this to divert the whale's attention while I make my escape? Exactly. Xiao Yi affirmed, regardless of its efficacy, we must give it a try. All right. Yuan Nong agreed. The S-class pure water could significantly enhance physical attributes, and it was reasonable to believe it might have a similar effect on marine creatures. If they could capture the whale's attention long enough to refrain from battering Yuan Nong's sailboat, they would have more time to devise alternative strategies. Once the ship was repaired, Yuan Nong hurried to the deck, spotting the whale rushing toward them again. He twisted open the bottle of S-class pure water, pouring some into the sea before forcefully tossing the entire bottle in the opposite direction of the ship. The whale's charge faltered abruptly, and it veered off in pursuit of the S-class pure water. It really works. Yuan Nong thought to himself, and he immediately steered the vessel forward at a Xiao Yi let out a relieved sigh, saying, That's excellent. You must sail with the wind and distance yourself from that whale. Understood. Yuan Nong, disregarding the previously planned course, unfurled the sails and sped away. We should aim to leave this area as swiftly as possible, hoping to escape the whale's territory, Yuan Nong replied resignedly. Xiao Yi nodded, still contemplating how to eliminate the threat posed by the whale entirely. On Zhang Yuntian's side, he faced incessant harassment from smaller marine creatures, yet no particularly dire situations had arisen. By noon, Xiao Yi prepared a meal of grilled fish accompanied by sauteed greens, distributing it among the crew. Given the day's numerous events, Xiao Yi lacked the leisure to meticulously prepare their sustenance. Merely filling their stomachs sufficed. And no sooner had they finished lunch than the island monument's alert sounded again, warning. The island's foundation is under attack. Is this never-ending? Xiao Yi glanced at the map before rushing out once more. Before he could reach the location, Wang Kai began to bark incessantly in the apartment. Damn it! Why does everything converge at once? Xiao Yi cursed, quickening his pace. Upon arriving at the site of the attack, Xiao Yi was astonished to discover a massive shark. It was even larger than the one he had previously slain. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his iron spear and struck with lightning speed. The spear penetrated the shark's body nearly a meter deep. The creature thrashed violently, turning the surrounding waters crimson. Knowing that a shark's struggle could be formidable, Xiao Yi gripped his spear tightly, determined not to let it escape. Come here. Xiao Yi aimed to lift the shark from the water and deal with it on land, which would save considerable time. Remarkably, he managed to hoist the enormous shark above the surface. Crack! As the shark emerged, half its body out of the water, the wooden handle of the spear could not withstand the weight and snapped. Quick-witted, Xiao Yi drew his tang knife, slashing at the shark's abdomen. Plunge! A gash over a meter long appeared, and the shark's blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a splash, the shark fell back into the sea, drenching Xiao Yi in seawater. He hurried to the shoreline, only to see the shark frantically fleeing into the distance. Lacking an automatic fishing net, Xiao Yi decisively abandoned the pursuit. Wang Kai's persistent barking indicated someone was searching for him. He dashed back to the apartment like the wind. It was Jiang Yuntian. His ship was under attack by a crab resembling a spider. Although this spider crab was only about 4 meters in size, its offensive power was formidable. Each swing of its sharp claws left deep gashes in the ship's hull. Xiao Yi, my supplies are dwindling. The hull is compromised and will sink in 10 minutes. Xiao Yi, it's coming again. We'll be submerged in 5 minutes. Xiao Yi, it may be too late. The hold is already flooded beyond repair. Chapter 0087. Turning crisis into safety, frantically collecting supplies once again as the spider crabs relentlessly launched their assaults. The vessel's hull Xiao Yi, upon seeing Jiang Yuntian's message, recognized the dire nature of their predicament and promptly dispatched supplies to him. My island was just attacked again. First, repair the hull, then devise a method to drive them away. Xiao Yi commanded. Receiving Xiao Yi's provisions, Jiang Yuntian immediately opted for repairs before seizing a nearby bow and arrow, rushing to the ship's edge to unleash a barrage of arrows at the spider crabs. Whoosh, 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 Jiang Yuntian's arrows flew incessantly. Despite the spider crab's agility, they could not withstand the relentless hail of projectiles. Simultaneously, the unyielding arrows impeded the crab's continued assault on the vessel. Thud. One arrow struck the back of a spider crab, piercing through its exoskeleton. The creature instantly turned to flee. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Jiang Yuntian swiftly grabbed a fishing net and cast it towards the spider crab. A direct hit. He promptly reeled it in, managing to pull the creature back onto the deck even as its claws tore through the net. With his B-grade dagger drawn, Jiang Yuntian approached the spider crab directly. The creature waved its claws, seemingly warning him to keep his distance. Unfazed, Jiang Yuntian scoffed and advanced. He deftly dodged the flailing claws and systematically severed each one with precision strikes. The spider crab, now devoid of its pincers, writhed on the deck, still clinging to life as Jiang Yuntian returned to the helm. Xiao Yi, it's taken care of, he reported, sharing a photo of the severed claws in their group chat. Spider crab claws 1. Do we have such creatures in our former world? Surely this realm cannot be home to such bizarre life forms. Jiang Yuntian mused. Indeed. Yuan Nong responded without hesitation. This creature is scientifically known as the giant mantis shrimp, with leg spans recorded at over 4 meters, dwelling in the deep waters of the Pacific. Its pincers are exceedingly sharp. Many fishermen have reportedly been dragged into the sea and devoured by them. Such a creature truly exists. I was previously unaware. Jiang Yuntian exclaimed. However, whether this world harbors other strange beings we have yet to encounter remains uncertain. I hope no further marine creatures assault my island. Xiao Yi advised. It seems you've already been attacked 4 times. Jiang Yuntian remarked. Xiao Yi nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed. It appears the rule. After all, S-grade purified water is not limitless. The optimal strategy remains to eliminate threats directly, as Jiang Yuntian has done. However, for Yuan Nong, confronting a whale seemed a fanciful endeavor. Unable to overpower it, he could only continue to evade. Jiang Yuntian had already begun addressing the water accumulation in the hold. The earlier surprise attack by the spider crabs had prevented him from confronting them directly. The moment he completed the hull repairs, he dashed out to engage the spider crab head-on, ultimately subduing it. In truth, he had a high chance of victory in a direct confrontation, but with marine creatures lurking beneath the waves and without radar, he could only react to ambushes. Xiao Yi no longer dared to venture far, having nearly sent Jiang Yuntian away while addressing the assault on his island's foundation. He resolved that if any marine creatures attacked his island's base again, he would first abandon it. After all, while the foundation could be sacrificed, he could continue to gather resources. Losing friends, however, would be irretrievable. After reiterating his concerns for their safety and urging constant communication, Xiao Yi switched to the trading hall, fervently collecting basic supplies, with a particular emphasis on wood, planks, iron, and copper. He doubled the quantities of sea fish and boiled water he was willing to trade for those materials. This meant that the same amount of supplies could now be exchanged for double the water and food. On the public channel, a few were lamenting their islands being assaulted by marine creatures, though the number had dwindled as most had already experienced their attacks. Many had lost a portion of their foundations, some had managed to injure and scare away the marine creatures, and a select few had successfully. Once Xiao Yi's extensive collection of basic supplies was posted, the public channel erupted in discussion. What is happening? The big shot has started frantically gathering wood, planks, and copper again. I opened 2 supply boxes today and found neither. I've opened 3 and also found nothing. It seems the odds have been lowered again. Right, quick, let us trade. Do you think the probabilities for water and food have been reduced? And could it be he is facing a situation requiring vast quantities of them? That seems very plausible. Shouldn't we wait? Perhaps the big shot will increase the trade stakes again, allowing us to exchange for even more water and food. However, I can't afford to wait. I need to act now. While some indeed waited for Xiao Yi to raise his prices again, the majority opted to trade quickly. Meanwhile, on a modest 6-square-meter island, a girl clad in a white dress gazed in astonishment at the trading market, her eyes wide at the sight of the bulk purchase of basic supplies. Why have there never been such formidable figures before? How could he possess so much sea fish and boiled water? She pondered, noticing many IDs in the public channel that were unfamiliar compared to the usual crowd. Could this be what the island monument hinted at? New friends? The girl furrowed her brows in contemplation. Despite her myriad of questions, she resolutely retrieved her supplies, successfully trading for a considerable amount of sea fish and boiled water. Chapter 0088. Anren's restless night. Conserve these. They should last for about a week, the girl mused as she gazed at the freshly acquired boiled water and sea fish. Dad, Mom, where are you two? Why can't I reach you? I wonder if he has come into this world. I hope he hasn't tea, for it is far too cruel. She sighed softly while staring out at the endless ocean. If Xiao Yi could see this girl, he would undoubtedly leap for joy. For this girl in the flowing white dress was none other than Anren, the one he had been longing for. Despite being a privileged child, Anren had been raised with strict discipline by her father. Ennuyé, he emphasized not only her academic pursuits but also her physical fitness. After arriving in this world, Anren, through sheer determination, had managed to survive the arduous first 2 weeks. She had also been searching for her parents, yet her efforts yielded no response. The silence that enveloped her for 2 consecutive weeks began to sow seeds of despair in her heart. Xiao Yi had been preoccupied with the affairs of Yuannong and Jiang Yuntian's voyage, and with his own island being repeatedly attacked, had he done so, perhaps Anren would have already seen his message. Ennuyé had sent a message, but it was quickly buried beneath a flurry of newer ones. At tea that moment, Anren was busy foraging for supply crates and missed it entirely. With so many survivors exchanging words, no one would take the time to sift through the chat logs. If one were to attempt it, they would likely find themselves overwhelmed and unable to accomplish anything in a day. After completing her trade, Anren's island monument suddenly alerted her, warning, The island's cornerstone is under attack. Without hesitation, Anren sprang into action, seizing the iron spear beside her and rushing out. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi sat before the island monument, observing the fervent discussions surrounding the water and food he had listed, as transactions continued to flow in the trading hall. Contemplating his next move, he sent a message on the public channel, "Anren, if you see this message, please contact me privately." Unfortunately, this message was soon obscured and lost to the chaos. With a resigned shake of his head, Xiao Yi watched as the nearly empty warehouse filled up rapidly. He mused that these supplies should sustain them for a while. Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong faced attacks from marine creatures almost every hour. Fortunately, these assaults were not as severe as those they had previously experienced. After utilizing the island monument for repairs, they could continue their journey and evade those marine threats. Since the fourth attack by marine creatures, Xiao Yi's island had not suffered further incursions. There must be some correlation, Xiao Yi pondered. However, the specifics of this relationship remained elusive, as the data he had gathered was too scant to draw any conclusions. Today, Xiao Yi had acquired 4 supply crates, which yielded 3 cornerstone pieces, and due to the marine creature's propensity to attack the cornerstones, he decided against using the 3 pieces immediately, opting instead to reserve them. Given the emergence of marine threats against the cornerstones, they would undoubtedly become increasingly valuable and more challenging to acquire through trade. To assist Anren in the future, Xiao Yi resolved to retain a greater number of cornerstones. Of course, this was also to aid on Yue, who, due to his limited mobility, would likely lose a cornerstone with each marine assault. Xiao Yi could only prepare in advance for him. Suwan also managed to retrieve 2 supply crates, which yielded 2 cornerstones, along with various basic materials, all of which she traded to Xiao Yi. As he lay in bed, he said, "Wang Kai, if anyone seeks me, alert me promptly." "Wang Wang," came the response from Wang Kai, who then settled down in front of the island monument. Before drifting off to sleep, Xiao Yi sent some. He anxiously watched the island monument as he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Wang Wang Wang. After an indeterminate period, Wang Cai's barking jolted Xiao Yi awake. He rushed to the island monument, discovering that Zhang Yuntian was in distress, requiring more supplies to mend his vessel. Xiao Yi promptly traded the necessary materials to him. "What a time to be attacked!" Xiao Yi exclaimed. "I was also resting." The alert from the island monument startled me. After a brief wait, Zhang Yuntian replied, "No further attacks have been detected. I'm not even aware of what struck my ship. Let us get some rest." Xiao Yi nodded, saying, "All right then, let us continue to rest." He soon fell asleep once more. Approximately an hour later, Wang Kai once again roused Xiao Yi from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he approached the island monument, only to find that Yuan Nong was facing a shortage of. "I think I just suffered a collision with a massive sea fish, but it doesn't seem to be pursuing me," Yuan Nong messaged. Xiao Yi promptly sent the requested materials and replied, "If it's not persistently attacking, then rest up." "Understood," Yuan Nong responded. Xiao Yi glanced at the system clock. It was 0:30. "I see it's only midnight," he sighed. "I suppose I shouldn't expect a good night's sleep anytime soon." True to his expectations, during the latter half of the night, Wang Kai awakened him every 2 hours, prompting him to provide Yuan Nong and Zhang Yuntian with. Thus, he drifted in and out of consciousness until morning arrived. Oh! Cluck cluck cluck. Once again, Xiao Yi was stirred by the duet emanating from the chicken coop. The weather had cooled, so he had refrained from rubbing his eyes in exasperation. Xiao Yi muttered, "What joyous occasion warrants such an early wake-up call?" Reluctantly rising, he made his way to the chicken coop, and upon seeing the 20-odd eggs inside, all grievances vanished as if carried away by the wind. This signified that the chicks had finally reached their laying period, and Xiao Yi's chicken coop was poised for a bountiful supply of eggs. However, as his 2 chicken coops had yet to reach full capacity, Xiao Yi could only employ the method Yuan Nong had taught him to. Just as he completed the assessment of the eggs and set aside the unfertilized ones for food, Wang Kai barked again from the room. Xiao Yi had no choice but to hurry back to the island monument. "Xiao Yi, another whale. I think a tornado is forming." Chapter 0089. Tornado, Anchor, Orca, Tranquilizer Gun. Is it still that whale? Xiao Yi inquired while transferring the anchor to Yuan Nong. "Anchor, SSS grade, 1 transaction completed." "It merely brushed against my vessel." Yuan Nong replied, "It did not inflict significant damage." Xiao Yi nodded, refraining from further questioning Yuan Nong and instead directed his attention towards Jiang Yuntian, asking, "How are the waves on your end?" "They are growing increasingly formidable," Jiang Yuntian responded. At that moment, the waters surrounding Jiang Yuntian surged violently, causing the ship to jolt precariously. To prevent the vessel from veering off course due to the fierce winds, Jiang Yuntian had already lowered all sails. Observing Jiang Yuntian struggling to maintain his footing by gripping the railing, Xiao Yi urged, "Deploy the anchor." After agreeing to the transaction, the anchor materialized aboard the sailboat, seamlessly adapting to the medium-sized vessel and a smart display, incongruous with the sailboat, emerged in the cockpit. Jiang Yuntian had no time to study the interface and promptly pressed the anchoring button. He needed to stabilize his sailboat swiftly. Given the current tempest, if the conditions worsened, his ship would surely be capsized. In the distance, a colossal tornado was indeed forming, with seawater being drawn skyward. Quickly, Jiang Yuntian urged internally as he beheld the tornado drawing nearer. A moderately sized anchor launched from the sailboat, astonishingly splitting into 3 parts before plunging into the sea, each segment darting towards the depths with great speed. The vessels on the surface continued to sway violently, and Jiang Yuntian himself was barely able to keep his balance. The depth of these waters was unknown, but the length of the SSS-grade anchor chain was equally ambiguous, extending rapidly until it neared the seabed before coming to a halt. Upon contacting the seabed, the anchor morphed like a transformer, adapting to the substrate and gripping it tightly. Suddenly, Jiang Yuntian sensed that the ship was no longer swaying side to side. It was merely bobbing gently up and down. It had only been 10 brief seconds since he pressed the anchoring button. He could clearly see that the winds and waves outside remained tumultuous, with the tornado advancing relentlessly. "Is it truly this powerful?" Jiang Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment, initially believing that the anchor would merely stabilize his vessel enough to prevent capsizing. To his surprise, it had completely secured the ship in place. "Has the wind ceased?" Junjun asked with wide eyes. Jiang Yuntian shook his head and replied, "Uncle Xiao Yi's anchor has secured us, but the winds and waves outside are still quite fierce." "Uncle Xiao Yi is amazing," Junjun exclaimed, eyes aglow. Jiang Yuntian nodded, holding Junjun tightly in his embrace. Although the ship was secured, the tornado was now upon them. Crack, crack, the sound of splintering wood echoed. Simultaneously, the island monument emitted a warning. "The hull is severely damaged." "Please repair promptly." Jiang Yuntian braced against the howling winds, clutching the island monument tightly as he sent Xiao Yi the information regarding the supplies he required. The tornado had obliterated the upper half of the medium-sized sailboat, yet with the supplies provided by Xiao Yi, Jiang Yuntian opted solely for repairs. Instantly, the vessel was restored to its former state. Then it was destroyed again, restored once more. No matter how powerful the tornado, the ship's hull remained anchored to the seabed by the SSS-grade anchor. Naturally, the island monument remained unaffected by the tempest as well. Xiao Yi, witnessing the rapid depletion of inventory, felt a surge of anxiety. If his supplies ran out, both Jiang Yuntian and his son would be doomed. In a mere 20 seconds, the medium-sized sailboat had been destroyed 5 times and restored 5 times. At last, the tornado passed. Though the winds and waves persisted, they could no longer inflict damage. This time, the consumption of supplies was excessive. Jiang Yuntian reported helplessly to Xiao Yi. "It is of no consequence. As long as we endure, the expenditure of supplies is a trivial matter." Xiao Yi replied, exhaling in relief. "You have saved both our lives once more." Jiang Yuntian remarked. "Enough of such sentiments. Let us save the flattery for another time. It is quite unpalatable. Xiao Yi interjected. I shall inquire about the situation with old Yuan. Zhang Yuntian nodded, saying nothing further. Is that whale still following you? Xiao Yi asked Yuan Nong upon finding him. It remains. Yuan Nong replied. It occasionally brushes against my vessel. Its strength has gradually increased from initially modest to more considerable. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, analyzing. It is likely that it has grown fond of that S-grade purified water. Indeed, however, I am still quite far from your location. No amount of S-grade purified water can withstand such consumption. Yuan Nong responded. Purified water, S-grade, 50 milliliters transaction completed. Use it for emergency purposes. I shall devise a solution. Xiao Yi instructed. Understood. After agreeing to the transaction, Yuan Nong promptly tossed the purified water far away, and the whale immediately surged towards it. Faced with such a colossal marine creature, Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for effective strategies. By the way, I have yet to check in today. Xiao Yi suddenly recalled and promptly declared, System, check in. Tranquilizer gun, SSS grade. Tranquilizer gun, SSS grade, a powerful tranquilizer gun. The duration of sedation varies according to the target size, containing 10 rounds. Upon seeing this check-in reward, Xiao Yi did not hesitate and immediately transferred the gun to Yuan Nong. Old Yuan, tranquilize that whale at once. Xiao Yi instructed. Yuan Nong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the tranquilizer gun, but quickly agreed to the transaction. Gazing at the contraption that appeared in the cockpit, Yuan Nong was momentarily stunned. Is this a gun? What emerged in the cockpit resembled a machine more than a firearm, complete with a display and 4 wheels, rather than a typical gun. However, the operation of this machine was remarkably straightforward. After a brief examination, Yuan Nong grasped how to use it. The machine allowed for target settings, and after the internal assessment, it would proceed to shoot and sedate. Without hesitation, Yuan Nong rolled the machine onto the deck, designating the nearby whale as the target. Target confirmed. Orca, massive size. Based on its dimensions, to sedate it for 2 hours, 1 tranquilizer round is required. To extend the sedation duration, please specify the number of tranquilizer rounds. Each additional round doubles the sedation time. Yuan Nong relayed this information to Xiao Yi, who pondered momentarily before responding. 8 hours should suffice for Yuan Nong to distance himself from the orca. Chapter 0090. A new friend indicated by the island monument. Yuan Nong promptly set the anesthesia gun to fire 3 tranquilizer darts. Once the settings were complete, a barrel extended from the machine. Now it finally resembles a real gun. Yuan Nong exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 needle-like darts shot forth instantaneously, striking the back of the approaching orca. The orca, halted in its tracks, began to drift with the ebb and flow of the ocean. The effectiveness is astonishing. Yuan Nong marveled at the now motionless creature, then reported to Xiao Yi, should we kill this whale? Xiao Yi decisively shook his head, replying, it's not. If other marine creatures are attracted during the process, we could find ourselves in trouble. Let us continue forward and try to increase our speed. Xiao Yi was not the least bit surprised by the power of the tranquilizer gun, for anything produced by the system is guaranteed. Having resolved the issues they faced, Xiao Yi finally had a moment to breathe. Ding ding, attention. The island's cornerstone is under attack. Before Xiao Yi could catch his breath, the alert from the island monument surfaced once more. This is the first of today, Xiao Yi muttered, dispatching a portion of. Given that Zhang Yuntian was in turbulent waters, it was unlikely he would encounter any marine creature attacks, and having just dealt with the orca, Yuan Nong would not face another situation so quickly. Therefore, Xiao Yi decided to address the marine creatures attacking his island first. Upon arriving at the site of the assault, he discovered a sea turtle incessantly gnawing at the cornerstone. Sea turtle, be level. Although it may appear sluggish, its attack speed is remarkably swift. Proceed with caution. Gripping his tang knife tightly, Xiao Yi lunged towards the turtle's head. However, the turtle deftly evaded his strike by slightly shifting to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yi slashed horizontally with the knife. With a swift motion, the turtle's head was severed, and he used a spear to lift the entire creature. Tonight, we feast on turtle soup, he declared. There were no significant issues reported from Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong, but minor problems persisted, continuously depleting their basic supplies. Thankfully, Xiao Yi had ample sea fish to exchange. Any other survivor would struggle to withstand such a rapid consumption of resources. Xiao Yi had nearly exhausted the sea fish he previously caught, primarily using them to barter for copper and iron. After all, wood and planks were abundant, and he could easily acquire a surplus whenever needed. Even if he could not trade for them, the forests on his island were more than sufficient for Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong's needs. Seeing that Yuan Nong and the others were not facing significant issues, Xiao Yi stepped outside the apartment to begin processing the sea turtle. He extracted the meat, lightly sauteed in oil, and set it to simmer in a pot of water. Then, he cracked some eggs into a bowl, whisking them before adding them to the boiling turtle soup. Sea turtle egg drop soup, B level, 1 kilogram, corn, S level, 200 g available for trade. This is the sea turtle that let everyone taste its flavor. Xiao Yi messaged them. Is the marine creature attacking your island classified as B level? Jiang Yuntian inquired curiously upon seeing the message. Indeed, yesterday the eel was sea level. Xiao Yi responded. It seems that a larger island not only attracts more attacks, but also the creatures attacking my island are quite ordinary fish, seemingly lacking aggression. Suwan interjected. I just fended off a fish here, not large. And you added, it seems it was lenient on me. I only have 3 cornerstone pieces left. Xiao Yi nodded, then prepared another batch of the sea fish he had just caught the previous night, switching to the public channel. Once again, I was awakened early today. The cornerstone is under attack. You haven't neglected it again, have you? How could I? I was ready with my iron spear and charged right in. Guess what happened? Are you telling a joke? Hurry up and share. Apologies, it's a professional habit. I ended up spearing the fish directly. Is that even possible? Yes, not only did I protect my cornerstone, but I also gained an extra food source. A great deal. I'm so envious. Why do I keep encountering marine creatures that I can't even touch? True, but at least driving them away is still manageable. So, this world is indeed testing our courage. That makes sense. Even in you, an injured individual managed to fend off the fish attacking his island's cornerstone, indicating that this stage truly challenges everyone's bravery. As long as one picks up a weapon, success is already within reach. Why am I not among them? Xiao Yi mused, observing the discussions around him. He had faced a sea-level electric eel and a shark yesterday, and today the first creature. He could only wonder how many more attacks awaited him. Is this preferential treatment for me? Xiao Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. Xiao Yi, I've noticed many newcomers in the public channel, and you privately messaged him. Yesterday marked the first day of the 3rd week, and everyone was in a flurry, completely oblivious to such changes. Moreover, with so many survivors who could remember each and every ID, it is possible they are just feeling lonely, but in light of the island monument's hints, I suspect we have likely merged with another region. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. The monument had indicated new friends, and he had initially thought it was a sarcastic reference to the natives. However, based on Yu's observations, it was highly probable that these newcomers were indeed from other areas. Is there still no word from Enran? Xiao Yi asked. I've been messaging, but no one has responded yet. And Yu replied. Well, let us continue sending messages and wait for a response. Xiao Yi sighed. It was not just Yu who had noticed. Others in the public channel seemed to have become aware as well. Hey, I don't think I've seen you before, Cloud in the Wind. I haven't seen you either. What's so strange about that? Precisely. With so many people, it's impossible to know everyone. Chapter 0091. The Hypothesis of the Island Under Attack. There are several well-known chatterboxes in the public channel, and I am among them. The others are quite familiar to me, yet your presence is conspicuously absent. How can that be? You must not have noticed. I have been actively engaging in discussions within the public channel. I often participate as well. How could I be unaware of my own words? I see now. What have you realized? This must be what the island stones hint referred to as new friends. It does seem to be the case. With newcomers arriving, there is a possibility that friends from the previous world may also be present. Lixin. Are you there? If so, please message me privately. In an instant, the entire channel was filled with messages from those seeking their loved ones. You are truly alive. How wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. Indeed, two individuals managed to reconnect with their families. This further solidified Xiao Yi's conviction. And Ran, are you there? If you see this message, please contact me privately. Xiao Yi thought, sending out a message in the previous world. Xiao Yi had been solitary, his only concern being an Ran.Anu also sent out a message seeking an Ran and her mother. Although everyone had agreed to abstain from discussing other matters, nearly every individual had relatives they wished to find, and the messages they sent quickly became buried beneath the overwhelming flood of requests. Meanwhile, an Ran was engaged in a fierce battle with a sea snake. Girls often harbor an innate fear of serpentine creatures, yet an Ran mustered her courage to defend her cornerstone. She relentlessly struck at the sea snake with her iron spear, but the resistance of the water diminished the spear's efficacy. Furthermore, unlike fish, sea snakes are exceedingly slippery and difficult to pierce. Merely splashing the water was insufficient to deter the sea snake that fixated on the cornerstone. An Ran's arms were already fatigued, yet the sea snake continued its relentless assault on the island's foundation. Although she had 3 additional cornerstones, those were reserved for her parents and could not be squandered. An Ran persisted in thrusting, stirring, and striking the water, yet the sea snake seemed to have acclimated to her attacks, displaying no trace of fear. Simultaneously, the sea snake appeared resolute in its determination to destroy the cornerstone. An Ran's efforts to hinder the creature only succeeded in delaying its advances. She could not drive it away. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate. Xiao Yi and Anu repeatedly sent messages searching for an Ran, but she had no opportunity to return to the island stone. Beep, beep, alert. The island cornerstone is under attack. Xiao Yi glanced helplessly at the private channel before seizing his tang knife and iron spear, charging forth once more. On Jiang Yuntian's end, the sea gradually calmed, and he retrieved the anchor, continuing to steer his vessel toward Xiao Yi's island. Hey, there's a small island. Jiang Yuntian suddenly noticed a small island to his left. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively abandoned the idea of investigating it. While he possessed the strength to easily handle most individuals, he was not a brutal man. If one were to provoke him, they would face dire consequences. However, if left undisturbed, he preferred to coexist peacefully. Xiao Yi, I've spotted a small island. Jiang Yuntian reported in the group. Don't worry about it for now. Xiao Yi had just dealt with the ordinary sea fish that had attacked his cornerstone and returned to see Jiang Yuntian's message. Xiao Yi was in urgent need of assistance. He was overwhelmed. He had to monitor the information on the island stone, keep an eye on Jiang Yuntian's maritime journey, provide timely material support, and deal with the ongoing assault on his island. This did not even account for the tasks of planting and raising livestock. Given Jiang Yuntian's current pace, he would likely reach Xiao Yi's island within a day. At that moment, a small boat trailed behind Jiang Yuntian's sailing vessel, where a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard strained to paddle his small boat. Indeed, large ships are swifter, the bearded man muttered, his eyes glinting with insatiable greed. As lacking radar or any similar detection devices, Jiang Yuntian had to remain vigilant on his course while continuously repairing the hull, damaged by small marine creatures. He had no spare energy to observe the broader surroundings, thus granting the bearded man an opportunity. Xiao Yi had no time to spare. He hurriedly prepared a large pot of pork rib soup, adding some potatoes for everyone's lunch, accompanied by a freshly harvested cucumber and a pot of freshly boiled milk. Wild boar rib soup, 1 kilogram, cucumber 200 g, milk, grade A, 500 milliliters, transaction complete. Everyone, Make do for now. We have little time to gather food. Xiao Yi messaged the group. Having this is already quite fortunate. Many are still struggling to find enough to eat and drink. Su-wan remarked. Su-wan is right. We are fortunate enough to have a rather luxurious meal. Yuan Nong, who had just shaken off a orca, felt in good spirits. If this is merely making do, I have low expectations and hope for such. And Yu did not agree to the transaction, still fixated on the island stone, hoping someone would message him privately, yet none did. Uncle An, let us eat. If An sees this, she will surely reach out to you. Xiao Yi urged. And Yu nodded, consenting to Xiao Yi's transaction. Just as Xiao Yi took a sip of soup, the island stone once again alerted him that the cornerstone was under attack. How relentless! Xiao Yi thought, sending additional basic supplies to Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong before rushing out. Fortunately, this time it was merely another ordinary sea fish, which Xiao Yi dispatched with ease. The island's vastness means that not all marine creatures attacking are of a high caliber. Though there was a shark yesterday, it was of ordinary rank, and only the electric eel was classified as grade C. Today, a grade B sea turtle has appeared. Of course, this was merely a bold hypothesis. The true nature of the situation would require further observation over the coming days. Upon returning and resolving lunch, Xiao Yi replenished the feed for the chicken. Chapter 0092. The new soil improvement card in the bustling chicken coop, there were no longer any chicks, so the feeding was not particularly meticulous. They casually chopped some fodder and mixed it with fish meal before tossing it in, occasionally providing some corn. There was no surplus wheat at present. Only if cultivation were to be expanded could they hope to feed them wheat. However, wheat is classified as a grade A plant, and currently, grade A soil is scarce, with only one flower bed and a wooden tub containing such soil. In fact, not only wheat but also S-grade fodder can only be sparsely cultivated in another flower bed, merely to maintain the cow's ranking. Most of the fodder is planted in ordinary fields. If only we could acquire more high-grade soil. Xiao Yi murmured. This was merely a wishful thought. High-grade soil is not easily obtained. Even when it is acquired, the amount is so limited that it fails to meet the demands for expanded cultivation. As Jiang Yuntian and Yuan Nong diligently repaired the sailboat, dusk gradually enveloped the land in the afternoon. Xiao Yi had successfully dealt with the last marine creature attacking the island's cornerstone, which was still of ordinary grade. According to the pattern of the past 2 days, Xiao Yi's island would face 4 attacks daily, one of which would involve high-grade marine life. The specific grade remained uncertain. The first day it was grade C, and the second day, grade B. I hope it doesn't follow a progressive increase. If it does, the final days of this week could very well see an S-grade attack. Xiao Yi pondered. Wang Kai had already dragged all 6 supply boxes retrieved by the fully automated fishing net. Xiao Yi stepped forward and opened the supply boxes. Acquired supplies, cornerstone 2, wood, acquired supplies, winter melon seeds 5, stones, acquired supplies, cornerstone 3, acquired supplies, stone house blueprint 1, copper. From the 6 supply boxes, a total of 5 cornerstones were obtained, which was quite satisfactory, though there were no provisions or water. However, the discovery of a housing blueprint brought Xiao Yi a delightful surprise. Stone house blueprint, : Stone 100, wood 20. This should be sufficient for everyone to have shelter. Xiao Yi murmured to himself. He already possessed 2 wooden houses, 1 stone house, and in addition to his apartment, ample accommodations. At this moment, Su-wan initiated a trade. Cornerstone 1. Orange seeds, 5. Stones 2. Trade failed. Today, 1 cornerstone emerged from 2 supply boxes. Su-wan expressed her slight frustration. Having a cornerstone is already a blessing. Xiao Yi replied, at least you obtained a fruit seed, which is committed. Soil is not easily procured, and if it were a fruit tree, the space it occupies is manageable. However, crops like wheat require vast expanses for cultivation, posing a challenge to the island's area. Even if those 2 points are not an issue, there remains a critical factor. Before Xiao Yi could interject with a witty remark, Su-wan continued, and that is water. We are on the brink of dehydration. There is no surplus water left to irrigate the plants. You make a valid point. Xiao Yi acknowledged with a thumbs up. After agreeing to the trade, Xiao Yi received the orange seeds and proceeded to plant the 5 seeds at the edge of the outer fields, diligently watering them with some S-grade purified water. Upon returning to the island monument, and you also sent a trade request. Cornerstone 2, Soil Improvement Card, 1. Copper 5, Trade failed. These are what I caught today, along with some they should serve you better in your hands. And you remarked, Uncle N, you need not rush to retrieve supply boxes given your limited mobility. Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soil improvement card, yet he still frowned and said, you must take care of your wounds. After agreeing to the trade, Xiao Yi applied the soil improvement card beside the 4 plots of land. This resulted in an additional 50 square meters of cultivable land, and Xiao Yi promptly sowed the winter melon seeds he had just acquired. Having completed the planting, Xiao Yi returned to the island monument and switched to the public channel. It has been. Those of you seeking information about loved ones must have seen the messages by now. Can we discuss other matters? Indeed, we cannot solely use this channel for locating individuals. It should also serve as a platform for communication and exchange. As these remarks were made, the crowd, however, those survivors still searching did not express discontent, as the search messages had persisted for an entire day. I think I just saw a large sailboat passing by in the distance. Really? Are you sure you're not seeing things? It seems many people have claimed to have spotted large sailboats before, but none followed up later. Am I seeing things? My eyesight is perfect at 2.0. I can clearly read the very last line on the vision chart without a hint of error. Do not dare suggest that I am hallucinating. I am in excellent condition. Indeed, recently a prominent figure has lowered the requirements for exchanging water and seafood, allowing the majority to procure enough sustenance to survive. Thus hallucinations should not be a concern. May I inquire as to which esteemed individual resides? I implore you to take me aboard. I am willing to toil endlessly, for my island has dwindled to a mere 2 square meters. Board the ship? I reckon you wish to hasten your demise. We have 2 individuals within our ranks who attempted to construct small wooden boats, yet they could not endure a single day upon the treacherous sea, all perishing at the hands of ferocious marine creatures. Such are the sentiments expressed by a member. Although the Empire demands discretion regarding internal matters, the current climate lacks any semblance of enforcement. Those who wish to speak will do so, facing little more than expulsion from the faction. But do such individuals truly care? Not in the slightest. If they did, they would adhere to the Empire's edicts. After spending several days within the Imperial faction, I have discerned that the advantages are rather limited. The sole benefit lies in the exchange of information, while other aspects are even more challenging than personal development. The weekly contributions of resources weigh heavily upon the majority. Were one not within the Imperial faction, acquiring tools and supplies through the trading hall would yield greater returns. Aside from the rental fees, one would at least avoid the burdensome contributions. Is the sea truly so perilous? Wouldn't a large ship be preferable? You are mistaken. Based on my observations, larger vessels face even more severe attacks. Upon witnessing this individual's remarks, Xiao Yi felt a stir within, reflecting, it appears that may indeed be the case. Medium-sized sailing ships encounter an alarmingly high frequency of assaults. Chapter 0093. The tornado approaches. Mist, how do you know? The crowd questioned them. Whether it's true, I cannot say. Humph. So you're just talking nonsense. This is nothing but alarmism. Indeed, the larger ship should fare better. Let us look outside. The larger ship likely won't be faring well either. What is happening outside? It's quite calm over here. Oh my, I see a tornado. The winds are picking up here. I'm so scared and cold. Someone help me. My wooden shelter has been blown apart. Xiao Yi hurriedly inquired about Yu and Su Wan's situation, while Yuan Nong and Zhang Yuntian continuously reported their circumstances, requiring no further questioning. I don't feel anything unusual over here. And Yu remarked, the winds are a bit strong here, but I don't see a tornado. Su Wan replied. Zhang Yuntian chimed in the group chat. I suspect that tornado passed right over me. Upon hearing Zhang Yuntian's words, Xiao Yi immediately reacted, asking, what was the tornado's path of movement? It moved from due south to due north. Jiang Yutian responded. Xiao Yi traced the map with his finger. Currently, the winds on Xiao Yi Island were quite fierce, causing the nearby trees to rustle vigorously. He glanced at the radar receiver and found no signs of an approaching tornado. Thus, it could be reasonably concluded that the tornado was at least 32 kilometers away from his island. Jiang Yutian had observed the tornado moving from due south to due north. If its trajectory were linear, the tornado would undoubtedly make landfall on Xiao Yi's island. However, as of now, no tornado was imminent. Should the tornado have traced an arc, it would veer either northwest or northeast. To the west, Yu exhibited no signs of wind, making it nearly certain that the tornado had arced towards the northeast. Yet, Yuannong was navigating southwest from the northeast, making him highly susceptible to encountering that tornado. Even if he didn't directly face it, he would still be significantly affected. Yuan Lao, you must immediately head due west, Xiao Yi instructed, elaborating on his deductions. Without hesitation, Yuannong altered his course to sail westward. Jiang Yutian promptly traded his SSS-grade anchor from his sailboat to Yuannong. Yuannong accepted the transaction, and the anchor was automatically installed on his medium-sized sailboat. If you truly spot the tornado, make sure to inform me in advance. Xiao Yi cautioned, if the tornado indeed threatened Yuannong's sailboat, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without timely repairs, Yuannong could very well meet his demise in the sea. Previously, Jiang Yutian had repaired his boat 5 times. Had Xiao Yi not traded supplies to Jiang Yutian promptly, he likely would have been submerged in the ocean by now. Understood, Yuannong replied. Meanwhile, Ran, who had been locked in a standoff with the sea serpent all day, felt her arm growing numb. Just as she was about to give in, the sea serpent surprisingly turned and swam away into the distance. The iron spear in Ran's hand slipped to the ground as she sank to the ground, observing the increasingly tumultuous sea. Glancing at the island monument, she noted that everyone was still discussing the tornado. She paid it little heed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Although she hadn't caught any resource boxes that day, she had been exhausted from her lengthy encounter with the sea serpent. If I were on a small boat and encountered a tornado, would I stand a chance of survival? Yes, dream on. Anything is possible in dreams. The tornado could likely lift the entire small boat into the sky, and you'd experience the sensation of flying a boat. Then, you'd come crashing back down into the sea. If the small boat isn't torn apart by the tornado, it would probably be smashed to pieces upon landing. What if it were a larger ship? A large ship wouldn't be lifted up, but the tornado could certainly tear apart all the equipment on board. That's fine. I can repair it with the island monument. Are you certain the hull of the large ship wouldn't be shredded by the tornado? Furthermore, when the tornado strikes, with high winds and turbulent waves, you might be capsized by the waves before the tornado even unleashes its fury. What about an aircraft carrier? The safety of an aircraft carrier is greatly enhanced, but only if you actually possess one. Everyone should stop daydreaming. Having even a small boat is already a considerable achievement. Some people simply love to fantasize. They hope to make a fortune in business, wish for stocks to soar, dream of how can there be so many good fortunes. Face reality, life is tough. Xiao Yi observed the discussion, finding little useful information, and sent out a message to locate Ran, ready to rest. Jiang Yutian and Yuannong faced unknown challenges that night. He needed to seize the opportunity to sleep. Jiang Yutian sat beside his son Junjun, both taking advantage of the calm before the storm to rest their eyes. Crack, warning. The ship's hull is under attack and has sustained damage. Please repair it promptly. Jiang Yutian was startled awake by the unusual sound. He immediately chose to repair the hull, having not yet exhausted the supplies Xiao Yi provided. Once the repairs were complete, Jiang Yutian rushed to the side of the boat, spotting a massive tentacle reaching toward him. Swiftly, he dodged to the side and slashed with his dagger, severing the tentacle. The severed appendage fell onto the deck, writhing frantically. After successfully striking, the entire ship began to shake violently, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. Warning. The ship's hull is under attack. Severe damage detected. Please repair immediately. Jiang Yutian dashed to the island monument, discovering multiple holes punctured in his boat, with seawater continuously flooding in. He quickly messaged Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, I'm facing a gigantic octopus. Its tentacles have turned my ship into a honeycomb. Woof, woof, woof. Wang Kai, lying before the island monument, began barking frantically. Xiao Yi was immediately roused, approached the island monument, and hastily sent the necessary supplies to Jiang Yuntian while all right, Yuan Nong, who had been lightly sleeping, was awakened by the alerts from the island monument. Tranquilizer gun, SSS grade, 1 trade. Jiang Yuntian promptly accepted the trade, setting the tranquilizer device on the deck and confirming the target. Target confirmed, giant octopus, based on its size, to tranquilize it for 2 hours, 1 tranquilizer dart must be fired. If you wish to extend the tranquilization period, please set the number of darts. Each additional dart doubles the tranquilization time. Fire 3 darts from your side as well, Xiao Yi suggested. No need. Jiang Yuntian replied coldly, I intend to eliminate it. Chapter 0094, Eliminating the Giant Octopus, on the brink of collapse. As he spoke, Jiang Yuntian set the number of tranquilizer bullets to 1 and clicked to launch. The tranquilizer gun automatically identified the most vulnerable spot on the giant octopus for the bullet to penetrate. Whoosh! The bullet plunged into the water, striking the octopus squarely on its head. In the brief moment during which the bullet was fired, the octopus wreaked further havoc on the sailboat. After Jiang Yuntian made the necessary repairs, the island monument no longer indicated any damage. Jiang Yuntian tossed the ordinary anchor that came with the sailboat into the water, not to moor the vessel, but rather to facilitate his own ascent back onto the boat. Junjun, stay here and do not move. If anyone familiar comes looking for Dad at the island monument, tell them I have gone into the sea. Jiang Yuntian instructed. Okay, Junjun replied. With a fishing net in hand and a B-grade dagger at the ready, Jiang Yuntian leapt into the water. Splash! He plunged into the sea, observing that the enormous octopus had ceased its movements and was slowly sinking to the ocean floor. He swiftly swam over and, wielding his dagger, cleaved the octopus's head cleanly in two. One must admit, the efficacy of the tranquilizer gun was astonishing. Even after being dismembered by Jiang Yuntian, the octopus exhibited no reaction whatsoever. After a moment's contemplation, he then quickly ascended the anchor chain back onto the boat. Upon boarding, Jiang Yuntian retrieved the anchor, dragging the entire fishing net filled with octopus tentacles aboard. The stench of blood is so intense that it is bound to we must depart swiftly. Jiang Yuntian adjusted the sail according to the wind direction and set sail northwestward. Xiao Yi, I've taken care of it, but I'm concerned that the blood scent will draw in other predators. I'm heading northwest for now. Jiang Yuntian reported to Xiao Yi. Good, safety first. Xiao Yi replied. After acknowledging, Jiang Yuntian sent the massive tentacles to Xiao Yi. He had no means to process these items aboard the boat. Giant octopus tentacle, C grade, 400 kilograms. Xiao Yi agreed to the trade and placed the tentacles in the cold storage of the small warehouse. With so much meat, it would undoubtedly take time to consume, but being C-grade food, Xiao Yi had no intention of selling it to others. Once cured into jerky by tomorrow, it could be preserved for a longer duration. After sending Jiang Yuntian and his companions some essential supplies, Xiao Yi returned to his bed. Based on previous estimates, Jiang Yuntian should arrive here by tomorrow morning, but now it seems impossible. Xiao Yi muttered to himself. Due to the incident with the giant octopus, Jiang Yuntian had deviated from his course, and compounded by the delays from the earlier tornado, it was likely to be pushed back even further. However, such occurrences are inevitable at sea, where various unforeseen circumstances abound. In a drowsy haze, Xiao Yi was jolted awake again, this time by Yuan Nong, who encountered a large marine creature. Xiao Yi, the rate at which it's damaging the hull is alarmingly fast, Yuan Nong exclaimed. Brother Jiang, quickly trade the tranquilizer machine over. Xiao Yi instructed. Jiang Yuntian promptly transmitted the tranquilizer machine. Yuan Nong swiftly positioned it on the deck, setting the shadow on the right side of the hull as the target. Target confirmed, Keloraptor. Based on its size, the bullet count is doubled, as is the anesthesia duration. What? A dragon? Xiao Yi was taken aback upon hearing the name of the marine creature relayed by Yuan Nong. After a moment of contemplation, I can't believe such a creature still exists here. Ancient dinosaurs have resurfaced? Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, pondering. What kind of world is this? Ancient dinosaurs were colossal beings, especially the carnivorous ones, boasting extraordinary offensive capabilities akin to the Tyrannosaurus rex. Currently, they only possessed a medium-sized sailboat, and encountering such a creature meant they could only navigate around it, but now evasion was no longer an option. The feedback from the tranquilizer machine indicated that this Keloraptor was certainly an orca could be sedated for 2 hours with a single bullet, whereas this creature required 2 bullets for just 1 hour of sedation. Sedate it for 2 hours and make haste. Xiao Yi deliberated briefly before commanding. Yuan Nong immediately set the machine to fire 4 bullets. The tranquilizer gun extended, fired, and struck the target accurately. The Keloraptor struggled momentarily before gradually sinking into the depths. Warning: the hull has sustained severe damage due to an attack. Please repair it promptly. Yuan Nong quickly relayed the necessary resources for repair as indicated by the island monument, and Xiao Yi sent them over immediately. Upon clicking to repair, the supplies Xiao Yi had just provided vanished, and Yuan Nong's sailboat was restored to its former condition. Follow the wind direction and steer away from this location, Xiao Yi commanded. But the wind is currently blowing from the southeast. The tranquilizer machine contained only 10 bullets in total, and with 8 already fired, only 2 remained. Given the current circumstances faced by Yuan Nong and Zhang Yuntian, it seemed increasingly unlikely that they would reach their. Yet, Xiao Yi had no other viable options and could only take it one step at a time. In the latter part of the night, Xiao Yi found himself rising every 2 hours to provide resources for repairing the hull, continuing until 6 in the morning. The chicken coop was filled with the cacophony of multiple roosters displaying their vocal prowess. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Despite his exhaustion, Xiao Yi found it impossible to return to slumber. Though he had risen 2 or 3 times throughout the night, we should have shaken off that Keloraptor by now. I will now adjust my course towards Suwan Island. Yuan Nong messaged. Xiao Yi nodded in agreement and responded, good. He rose, stretched lazily, then stepped outside to replenish the feed for the chickens and cattle before checking on his warehouse. Despite his continuous trade of basic supplies for water and sea fish, his stock was nearly depleted. The maritime endeavors of Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong had consumed resources at an alarming rate, and it felt as though they might not endure much longer today. With a sigh, Xiao Yi washed his face, silently praying while solemnly declaring, System, sign in. Chapter 0095. The SSS-level fish repeller and Aaron's predicament, sign in. Intelligent selection of effective repelling measures based on the characteristics of aquatic organisms. As long as the aquatic organisms are not in an agitated state, the success rate of repulsion is 100. Instead, he promptly shared the information in the group chat. If you encounter marine creatures, use this device immediately. It can repel the majority of aquatic organisms. Xiao Yi proclaimed. Yuan Nong, upon seeing the item, expressed his excitement. Fantastic. Finally, we won't have to engage in a battle of wits with those colossal marine beasts. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed. Yuan Nong stumbled slightly, and the island monument immediately alerted. Hull damage detected. Please repair promptly. I have come under attack again, Yuan Nong exclaimed, promptly beginning to mend the vessel. Xiao Yi quickly initiated a trade for the fish repeller with Yuan Nong. Upon agreeing to the transaction, Yuan Nong retrieved the fish repeller, placed it on the boat, and activated it. It seems to be that colossal creature again. Yuan Nong, the creature he referred to, was none other than the Kelluolong that had assaulted him the night before. Yuan Nong approached the edge of the boat, peering toward the direction of the recent attack. The sun had fully risen, revealing a massive shadow on the right side of the hull. It appeared that the creature also noticed Yuan Nong, as it lifted its head from the water, presenting a head resembling that of a crocodile. However, this head was significantly larger than that of an ordinary crocodile. Yuan Nong estimated that the Kelluolong could easily swallow him whole. The Kelluolong twisted its body and submerged into the depths, but Yuan Nong noticed its belly bore 4 enormous fins. Initially, the Kelluolong intended to continue its assault on Yuan Nong's sailboat, Yet midway, its head abruptly shook, and it turned away. Effective. Yuan Nong rejoiced. The Keluolong had only attacked once. Result in special circumstances. Discuss amongst yourselves. Xiao Yi instructed. Understood, both responded. After employing the fish repeller, the two felt as if they had entered a lifeless ocean. There was a complete absence. The island's cornerstone is under attack. Now you two can relax, while I must remain busy. Xiao Yi sighed, picking up a nearby tang knife and iron spear as he stepped outside. The location of the current attack was quite distant from the apartment. By the time Xiao Yi arrived, half of the cornerstone had already been gnawed away. Octopus, beware of its tentacles. The suckers are quite formidable. However, if you manage to capture it, the flavor is delightful. Thankfully, it hasn't increased to a higher level. Upon seeing the octopus's rank, Xiao Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief. The octopus's 8 tentacles clung tightly to the cornerstone, and Xiao Yi thrust the iron spear through it with precision. Its grip was so tight that it inadvertently facilitated Xiao Yi's assault, resulting in a direct hit. The intense pain caused the small octopus to wrap its tentacles desperately around the spear. Lifting the octopus from the water, Xiao Yi drew the tang knife and swiftly dismembered it. In just that brief moment, the spearhead had already suffered considerable damage from the gnawing. Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong experienced no unusual circumstances, which allowed Xiao Yi to relax significantly. He sliced some meat from the 400-kilogram giant octopus tentacle that Zhang Yuntian had procured the previous night, then combined it with the freshly slain small octopus to roast. The remaining giant octopus meat was cut into large pieces and marinated in sea salt. After the octopus meat was cooked, Xiao Yi distributed it to everyone as breakfast. This is the bounty Zhang Yuntian collected last night. Do enjoy. Xiao Yi smiled. Everyone eagerly accepted. Moreover, with Xiao Yi brushing a layer of oil and sprinkling a bit of sea salt, the meal became even more appetizing. Gazing at the map, which indicated the stable approach of Zhang Yuntian and Yuan Nong, Xiao Yi nodded in satisfaction. With 2 SSS-level pieces of equipment safeguarding their voyage, they should be secure. The SSS-level anchor could withstand storms, while the SSS-level fish repeller could fend off marine creatures. Even the collection of basic supplies no longer required such urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi reverted the trading prices to their original state. Supplies still needed to be gathered, but there was no rush. What the heck is going on? Has the big shot gathered enough supplies? Indeed, I was hoping to exchange for more water and food, but suddenly the prices have risen. Surely the big shot has collected enough. You all are fortunate. You've exchanged some, while I'm still waiting for the big shot to lower the prices again. You must have been misled by that previous individual's nonsense, claiming the big shot would urgently drop prices again. Look at this now. Prices not only haven't dropped, they've returned to their original rates. Exactly. The one who spread that nonsense should step forward. I haven't traded for water and food in days, and my stock is— It's all your fault. Those who bought earlier profited. Now, it takes double the supplies to trade for water and food. Sigh, enough said. Discussing this only brings tears. Toughen up. Ever heard of Luwei Di Huangwan? How do you manage to steer the conversation in every direction? But seriously, the weather has indeed turned a bit colder. Then what are we hesitating for? Let's get moving. Life is all about movement. Observing the discussions in the public channel, Xiao Yi felt the temperature and realized it indeed felt a bit colder. Anren, has the weather changed on your end as well? Xiao Yi murmured, then sent another message on the island monument seeking Anren. At this moment, Anren's hands were trembling to the extent that she roasted the fish with remarkable uniformity. Due to her constant shaking, she didn't scorch anyone's. Rather, it was the aftereffects of wielding the iron spear all day yesterday. Even now, her arms were still sore. If more marine creatures come today, it would be disastrous. Anren frowned, gazing at her trembling arms. Unfortunately, This world does not show leniency for yesterday's toil. Beep beep, alert. The island's cornerstone is under attack. With a sigh, Anrin shakily picked up the iron spear beside her, then made her way to the attacked cornerstone as indicated by the island monument. A common fish was incessantly pecking at the cornerstone. Chapter 0096. The role of sharp weapons. Anrin exerted all her strength to steady her trembling hands as she thrust the iron spear towards the sea fish. Plop! As expected, she missed her target and stumbled, nearly plunging headlong into the ocean. The startled sea fish swam in a circle before returning to resume its assault on the foundation stone. Anrin struck again with the iron spear, only to miss yet again. Once more, she missed again. Another empty strike. It was not until her 7th attempt that, thwack, her arms grew increasingly sore. Well, I suppose that's some semblance of success, Anrin remarked with a wry smile as she gazed at the fish. Returning to the wooden shed, she draped the down jacket she had previously retrieved over her shoulders. Wearing a dress, she felt the chill of the sea breeze. Casting a glance at the island monument, Anrin sent a message. On Yue, Li Yin, and Xiao Yi, if you see this message, please contact me privately. Fate seemed to conspire against. Thanks to Xiao Yi's care, Yue was now able to walk unaided. Though he still limped slightly, he could sense that he would soon return to his former self. The creature attacking Yue's island was a sea snake, which, like Anrin, proved difficult to pierce with the iron spear. I can't hit it with the iron spear, and the fishing net won't hold it, Yue said. Do you have any weapons that can deal with the sea snake? Wangkai quickly alerted Xiao Yi, who soon dispatched the sea fish, threatening the foundation stone, and hurried back. Upon hearing Yue's predicament, he promptly traded his tang knife. Tang knife 1. This thing is incredibly sharp. As long as it can land a hit, it will drive it away, Xiao Yi explained. Yue immediately agreed to the trade, took the tang knife, and charged forward once more. With a swift stroke, the sea snake seemed taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of Yue's weapon, and it was cleaved in two. The severed sea snake swiftly retreated into the depths of the ocean, but its divided body lacked both speed and agility. Seizing the opportunity, Yue struck again, and the now wobbling sea snake was sliced in half. At last, the sea snake lay lifeless. Yue returned the tang knife to Xiao Yi, stating, "It appears that weapons need to be sharp to be effective. Is it resolved?" Xiao Yi inquired. Indeed, a single slice was. When faced with oceanic creatures that cannot be tackled with iron spears or fishing nets, we must employ sharp weapons to inflict direct harm, Yue affirmed. Xiao Yi nodded once again. Xiao Yi immediately became anxious, asking, "Will it come our way?" The current stock of supplies was insufficient to withstand another tornado. Yuan Nong shook his head and replied, "No, it's still quite far from me, but the winds and waves nearby have intensified. IVE deployed the SSS Great Anchor and come to a halt. Good. Stay safe and monitor the tornado's movements closely," Xiao Yi instructed. Understood. Yuan Nong responded. At that moment, Zhang Yuntian also sent a message to the group. Xiao Yi, should I deal with it directly? Zhang Yuntian casually inquired. No need. That would waste time. If they strike first, then we won't hold back, Xiao Yi replied. He swallowed hard, realizing that if his boat had remained on its previous course, it would have likely been devastated. Thankfully, Xiao Yi had reacted promptly, preventing him from continuing along that parallel. As the winds began to subside, Yuan Nong retrieved the anchor, then adjusted his course, continuing towards Suwon Island. The tornado has passed. Thankfully, Xiao Yi advised me to change course, or quickly take cover, or find something sturdy to hold on to. I've chopped down all the trees on my island. There's nothing to grab. The island monument. Try holding onto the monument, someone immediately suggested. Without hesitation, that person clung to the island monument as the tornado struck, sweeping everything else on his island into the sky, yet the monument remained steadfast. Due to his firm grip on the monument, he was fortunate enough to avoid being. Thankfully, The temperature isn't as high as before, or you definitely risk infection. It's hard to say. Perhaps it won't get infected. Good luck. How can I clean them? Everything I had was whisked away by the tornado. The man lamented, on the verge of tears. This was indeed perilous. Even the most basic fishing nets had been swept away. All the survivors shook their heads, expressing their inability to assist. The tornado's passage also brought torrential rain. Though short-lived, it alleviated the freshwater shortage for many. Xiao Yi's sales of boiled water began to dwindle. Seeing that there was nothing else to attend to, Xiao Yi stepped out of the apartment and made his way to the foot of the mountain, preparing to spear some fish in the freshwater river for lunch. Water continuously cascaded down the mountain, and during his previous weapon collection, he had acquired a fork, which was now quite handy. The inland river, which Xiao Yi had painstakingly carved, had expanded to nearly 6 meters wide, and he was unsure if its depth had increased, but the riverbed was lush with aquatic plants, obscuring visibility. Occasionally, fish leapt from the water, only to crash back down heavily. Xiao Yi observed that, having neglected it for several days, the river was now teeming with various fish. You shall be mine. In the previous world, the world record for the weight of a blackfish was 98.65 kilograms, whereas the typical market offering amounted to merely 2 or 3 kilograms. The selection of the blackfish was motivated not only by its substantial size, suitable for a hearty lunch, but also by its inherently fierce nature, voracious appetite, and rapid reproductive capabilities. Should a fish pond become inhabited by blackfish, it is entirely plausible that other fish species could face extinction. Yet, Xiao Yi still harbors a desire for a greater variety of fish species. Chapter 0097, Grilled Blackfish, Anrin's Crisis. Perhaps due to the absence of human predation prior to this, the blackfish believed itself to be the sovereign of this realm, remaining utterly unresponsive until it was pierced by Xiao Yi's fork. Acquired materials. Blackfish, C-grade, tin. 25 kilograms. The blackfish is scientifically known as the black carp. Xiao Yi gazed in astonishment at the rank behind it and inquired, is this a result of a refresh, or have they evolved on their own? Both possibilities exist. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Yi proclaimed, got it. Let us prepare a grilled fish for lunch today. Although it was still grilled fish, the previous variety had been marine, while this time it was freshwater, resulting. Upon returning to the apartment, he cleaned the blackfish thoroughly, marinated it with sea salt, then briefly fried it in hot oil before placing it on the grill. During the grilling process, Xiao Yi tended to the pasture, cutting grass to replenish the feed for the chicken coop and cow shed. Currently, the chicken coop was producing nearly 300 eggs daily, with the incessant clucking echoing throughout the day. After assessing the fertilized eggs, he decided to keep. They will spoil if left too long. Xiao Yi pondered, somewhat distressed. If anyone were to witness his plight, they would undoubtedly offer, please give them to me. I can help you consume them. Never mind. He then took out 8 eggs and began to boil them. Utilizing iron, he crafted several large plates, filling them with vegetables such as potatoes, lettuce, and cucumbers, which he also grilled. After retrieving freshly harvested cumin, he sprinkled some over the dish, and an enticing aroma of cumin wafted through the air. Now, this is what one calls a barbecue, Xiao Yi exclaimed, taking a deep breath and savoring the moment. He sliced the blackfish, placing a 2 kilograms piece of fish in each plate before trading them with others. Grilled blackfish, C-grade, 2 kilograms, potato A, egg A grade, 60G trade complete. The vegetables were merely of ordinary quality, serving as mere accompaniments. Yuan Nong, upon receiving Xiao Yi's grilled blackfish, expressed his surprise. Are there fish in your freshwater river now? Xiao Yi replied, actually, they were there a couple of days ago. I just hadn't had the chance to. I truly wish I could visit your island right away. Yuan Nong remarked. Aren't you already on your way? I believe we shall meet soon. Xiao Yi responded. Indeed. Yuan Nong nodded. After accepting the trade, Su Wan caught a whiff of the cumin aroma and exclaimed, it smells wonderful. I received the seeds a few days ago. They just sprouted. Xiao Yi replied with a smile. Zhang Yuntian, upon receiving Xiao Yi's food, displayed little reaction, immediately commencing to eat with his child. However, the aroma of cumin was so strong that it wafted off the ship. Following closely behind Jiang Yuntian's sailboat, a bearded man strained to catch a whiff. Is that the scent of grilled meat? Yet, he knew he must tread carefully. A medium-sized sailboat was far too lofty for his small wooden vessel to board. Moreover, he had been observing the map of his own island monument for quite some time. Regardless of how Jiang Yuntian adjusted his course, he ultimately returned to true north. This sailboat surely has a destination. Once it arrives, I shall seize it. The bearded man was a former underground. He was confident in his ability to handle anyone. What a pity for the food aboard. It will be squandered, he muttered. I must kill him first, then I will roast him. Having gone more than a day without sustenance, the bearded man found himself trailing behind the large ship, encountering no supply boxes. Even the ones slightly further away were out of reach for him. Given that his small wooden boat was already slow, attempting to retrieve a supply box would mean losing sight of the sailboat entirely. He could only barter some of his previous supplies for a meager amount of food, which was wholly insufficient. Now, enticed by the aroma of grilled meat, he felt as though he might float up to the ship. Yet, he had to keep rowing fiercely, determined not to lose sight of it. Fortunately, his prior physical conditioning was good, and the headwind at sea prevented Jiang Yuntian's sailboat from gaining too much speed. Otherwise, he would have lost it long ago. Of course, it was also possible that Jiang Yuntian was fishing for enforcement. Glancing at the map on the monument, Jiang Yuntian calculated, once you arrive, we will set off immediately for Xiao Yi's island. Suwan exclaimed excitedly. No problem, replied Yuan Lao. If all proceeds smoothly, we should be able to gather everyone together within this week. Xiao Yi contemplated. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared on Anran Island. People inside, get out here immediately, a somewhat lecherous voice bellowed. Startled, Anran, who was resting in the tent but you must survive. After leaving the message, Anran resolutely stepped outside. At that moment, and you happened to see the message, his body trembling with excitement. Ran, is that you? She must be in danger. What should I do? And Yu was nearly beside himself with anxiety, and he quickly sent Xiao Yi a video. Xiao Yi, check the public channel. Ran sent a message, but she seems to be in trouble. And Yu said anxiously. Xiao Yi rushed into the apartment, and upon hearing Yu's words, he immediately asked, can't you get in touch? No response. And Yu replied, what do we do? What do we do? Xiao Yi was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, send her the mini locator you have, quickly. Without hesitation, and Yu immediately sent a trade request to Anran. Mini locator, SS grade, trade complete. However, the recipient did not accept.